My name is Yiqian. One moment I was eating lunch at home, and the next, I woke up in a dark, desolate mountain. A mechanical voice in my head told me I was in a tutorial and needed to find shelter immediately. Looking around the moonlit area, I saw nothing but weeds, rocks, and small trees. I decided to build my own shelter using 2 nearby trees as a frame. I spent the night breaking branches, dragging heavy wood, and using rocks to hammer the structure together. I even twisted grass into rough ropes to tie everything down and made grass mats for the walls. By dawn, I was exhausted and drenched in sweat, but I had a roof over my head. My reward was a basic backpack made of woven grass. Although it looked crude, it had a magical internal space for storage. The voice then told me to craft 3 tools. I used stones, sticks, and more grass rope to fashion a simple hammer, an axe, and a knife. Even though they were basic, completing this task earned me a level 1 survival pack. I had to choose a survival path: hunting, gathering, or farming. Since I hadn't seen any animals or fruit, I chose farming for stability. The pack gave me high-quality iron tools and a small bag of mysterious seeds. My next task was to prepare 1 square meter of soil. Despite being starving and tired from working all night, I used my new tools to clear the weeds and dig the ground. Once the soil was ready, I earned a planting toolbox. The final step was to plant a seed. I carefully placed 1 seed in the earth to avoid wasting my limited supply. With that last task finished, the voice confirmed I had completed the beginner guide. I am now officially a player in this survival world, starting from scratch with just my small hut, a few tools, and a growling stomach. After entering the survival world, I received a player number that reminded me of my old, exhausting work schedule. However, being one of the first 1,000 players earned me a random reward. I spun a virtual wheel and gained a synthesis skill. While it allows me to combine high-quality items, I currently have nothing advanced enough to use it on. I opened the regional chat and realized the gravity of my situation. Other players were already reporting deaths from wolf attacks, proving that this is not just a game. It is a dangerous reality. I learned that farmers like me are in the safest positions compared to hunters and gatherers, but I still need to stay alert and build defenses. Checking my status, I found that my starting seeds are coriander. I am not thrilled about eating it as a main meal, but it is my only option for now. Starving and tired, I opened my supply boxes. I was relieved to find enough bread, buns, and water to last about 10 days. I also received a set of farming tools and a crop accelerator, which can double the growth speed of my plants once I find the nutrient solution to power it. My new life is defined by 3 main goals: clearing more land, fixing my hut, and digging a well. Seeing the physical tools and the reward system makes me feel encouraged. In this world, hard work actually pays off. I pushed aside my sleepiness and decided to start working immediately. I know that if I want to survive, I cannot afford to be lazy. I have officially begun my life as a farmer. After clearing a 10 square meter plot of land, I carefully planted my coriander seeds. My hard work earned me 10 survival points, which unlocked the survival shop. Through a digital interface, I saw that I can now buy basic food like bread and water, but better meals require me to grow or hunt my own food. I noticed that the soil is currently too dry, so my seeds will take longer to sprout. Since I haven't dug a well yet, irrigation is my biggest problem. To stay busy, I decided to build a fence around my small shelter. I started by using the stone axe I made myself, but it was incredibly difficult to use and broke after cutting only 2 small trees. Realizing that making my own tools was a waste of energy, I spent 8 survival points on a real iron axe from the shop. The difference was amazing. The iron axe cut through wood with ease and was much more durable. While working, I checked the regional chat and saw that over 6,000 players have now joined. The chat was full of people arguing over trades and bartering for supplies. Seeing all the drama made me appreciate my quiet hillside even more. Trading through the official systems costs money, so most people are still doing things the hard way. By noon, I was exhausted and starving, but I pushed through my tiredness. I prepared dozens of wooden stakes, sharpened the ends, and began hammering them into the ground to form a perimeter around my hut. Even when my stone hammer fell apart, I kept going by using a heavy rock to drive the posts home. I now have the basic frame of a yard, but I still need to find vines or rope to tie everything together. I took my sickle and headed into the nearby bushes to search for materials, determined to finish my defenses before I finally let myself sleep. While searching for materials, I heard a weak meowing and discovered a tiny, injured gray tabby kitten hidden in the tall grass. Its legs were bleeding, likely from sharp vines. Though I have never raised a pet, I couldn't leave it to suffer. I carried it home in my backpack and made it a soft grass nest inside my new fence. I fed it some water and a soaked, softened bun, which it ate eagerly. Having this little companion makes my lonely struggle for survival feel a bit lighter. After finishing my fence and gate, I earned enough survival points to buy a water source locator. I used it to find a spot for a well right in my yard. Digging was brutal work. The ground was full of heavy stones, and my stone pickaxe shattered quickly. I was so short on survival points that I had to auction off some of my own bread just to afford a real iron pickaxe. After a short, exhausted nap, the bread sold, and I got back to work. I dug until sunset, finally hitting water and earning a large reward of 80 survival points. The next morning, I used my new well to water my coriander field. I had to be careful not to wash away the seeds, so I used grass and leaves to break the water's fall. The system notified me that the seeds would sprout in just one day, which was a huge relief. However, the game interface warned me that heavy rain is coming in 7 hours. To protect my hard work, I began gathering leafy branches to reinforce my shelter and shield my crops. Even in this strange world, I am learning that survival requires constant preparation and hard work. Tasks: 1. Clear land for farming. 2. Craft something. 3. Build drainage. The first task, clearing land for farming, was a long-term one that would always be there. The second was a daily task. Today he needed to make a tool, something useful for planting. That wouldn't be too hard. He could handle it later. The third was a random task, to build a drainage system for his shelter. In short, he needed to dig ditches before the rain started. So heavy rain was coming? 0001, Luo Shan. Everyone, stop chatting. There might be a big storm today. If your place isn't ready for flooding, hurry up and fix it before the rain washes everything away. Luo Shan was the first player to enter Zone 8181. While Yi Qian was digging ditches in his yard, after breaking his wooden shovel and buying an iron one, he saw Luo Shan's message in the chat again. Luckily, there weren't many people causing trouble this time. Most must have seen the warning and gone to work. After digging several ditches and making sure the grass shed wouldn't flood, Yi Qian completed his random task. The yard was small, so the work wasn't too hard. By noon, he had not only dug ditches inside the yard but also checked the land outside, digging a few more channels around it to keep water from higher ground from rushing in. He also wanted to protect his patch of cilantro and the newly cleared 10-square-meter plot. But that new plot wasn't planted yet. Since it started raining after lunch, buying seeds from the store and planting them now wasn't a good idea. "You'll have to stay with me today," he said. During lunch, Yi Qian picked up the kitten's bed and placed it inside the grass shed. Meow the kitten didn't understand, but wherever Yi Qian put it, it stayed quietly without complaint. "After lunch, I'll go cover the coriander field. Then I can stay home and polish this wooden rake." As usual, Yi Qian soaked some bread in drinking water to feed the kitten. Watching it eat happily, he quickly finished his own meal. There was no time to rest after eating. He went out again, spread grass and branches over the field, and pressed them down with 2 pieces of wood. After making sure even a strong wind wouldn't them away, Yi Qian turned and ran off. He quickly gathered a few bundles of fresh grass, decided it was enough, and ran back home. Meow the kitten couldn't move much. When it heard Yi Qian return, it lifted its head slightly, meowed once, then lay down again, quietly watching him. "Rest well. There's still time. I'll weave another layer of grass mat and hang it up. It'll make things a bit better for us." Having this little cat at home, even though their conversations were mostly through observation and imagination, made Yi Qian feel a sense of companionship. Looking at his fingers, covered with small cuts from the past 2 days, he sighed and continued twisting grass ropes while weaving the grass leaves together. It didn't look neat or smooth, but he didn't mind, as long as it worked. Around 2 in the afternoon, the gentle breeze suddenly turned cool. The wind grew stronger, and clouds quickly gathered, filling the entire sky. The air became heavy, and soon, large raindrops began to fall. At first just a few, then more and more. In less than a minute, it turned into a heavy downpour. That came fast. I need to cover this up. Yi Qian took off his linen shirt, pants, and cloth shoes, put them in his backpack, and hung them inside the grass hut. Wearing only his shorts, he ran out into the rain to cover the shelter with another layer of grass mat. To keep it from being blown away, he tied the edges tightly with grass rope and placed a few stones on top. This rain is really cold and heavy. Standing in the rain, Yi Qian stayed there a bit longer than planned, almost like taking a shower. After all, it was just him and the little cat at home, so there was nothing to worry about. He wrung out his underwear and hung it up to dry. Standing under the eaves at the entrance of the grass hut, he waited for a while. When he felt that the water on his body had dried, he went inside. Meow, the little kitten, tilted its head, gave a soft cry as a greeting, then lay back in its nest. Its eyes shifted between Yi Qian and the rain outside. Yi Qian took a small tree he had brought back, peeled off the bark with a sickle, bent the fan-shaped branches, and tied them with grass rope. It became a simple wooden rake. The day's tasks were done, the random mission completed, and now the rain was falling hard. He couldn't go out, but he couldn't sleep either. In this weather, it's hard to sleep. At least I can rest a bit. Maybe I should give it a try? That old trickster lied most of the time, but even before he died, he still believed in it. Maybe it really works. Yi Qian sat cross-legged, listening to the heavy rain outside. His thoughts slowly drifted into memories. That old trickster. He had fooled many people and rarely told the truth, yet Yi Qian still wanted to try what he had taught him. 20 years ago, Yi Qian was born in a small, remote county. A few years after his birth, his parents got promotions and moved to a big city. But at that time, they said their work and life were still unstable, so they couldn't take care of a child. They sent him to live with his grandparents in the village. The old man was his grandmother's older brother, so Yi Qian called him great-uncle. The old trickster wasn't originally from the village. Although he came claiming to rely on his sister and brother-in-law, it was usually hard for outsiders to fit in. But he was different. Not long after he arrived, he gained a special identity. He called himself a spirit master. If a child got frightened, if someone felt haunted, or if someone had a sprain or injury, he could help. He wasn't a doctor, but he could treat many things. So the villagers didn't reject him. In fact, they liked this always smiling old man. At that time, Yi Qian was only 5 or 6 years old. He was often taken around to play and was always happy. Until he turned 9, when he had just started 2nd grade in the village school, his parents suddenly said they would take the whole family to the city. He didn't realize then that it wasn't just his parents coming back for him and his grandparents. Many other families in the village were also preparing to leave. Even though they couldn't move away, many families at that time went to stay with relatives for a few days. That day, he had already been taken into the car. Not long after the car left, heavy rain began to fall. The rain was so strong that it washed away the road, forcing several cars traveling together to stop about 6 or 7 miles from the village. He didn't know where he found the courage, but while the adults were arguing again, he quietly slipped away and ran all the way back to the village. Then he saw something he could never forget. The old trickster was standing in the pouring rain, laughing wildly. In front of him were dozens of people wearing protective gear and carrying weapons. When the old man saw him running back, he froze for a moment and was almost hurt by the others. Then everything went dark, and he remembered nothing more. When he woke up, the old man was holding him on a hill outside the village. Their village was still burning fiercely in the heavy rain. The old man told him that people are not as simple as they seem. Some are born with a special energy and can train to use certain abilities. But those in power don't want people outside their control to have such strength. So, anyone showing unusual signs would be taken away, and those who couldn't be taken would be destroyed. That was why the old man had changed his identity and gone into hiding when he was young, though in the end, they still found him. When the old man used to play with him, he had taught him some physical training methods, like the fitness exercises he often practiced. But the old man had warned him seriously not to train before turning 18, or it would harm his normal growth. That time, the old man said his own ability was to control fire, which was why he could burn the village completely even under the heavy rain. As for whether Yi Qian could sense or control the power of the elements, that could only be known after he began training. The old man repeated these words again and again, for so long that Yi Qian felt his mind was filled only with those messages. Eventually, he fell into a deep sleep, and when he woke up, he was back in the car. Neither his parents nor the others traveling with them noticed that he had ever left, and no one ever heard any news about the village again. Later, their whole family moved to a big city and settled in a luxurious villa area. He was sent to a school filled with wealthy children. He once said that skipping grades was already hard, and what he had learned in the village was far less than what the children here learned in kindergarten. But no one cared about him. No one noticed how hard he studied or how much he struggled to fit in. At that time, he didn't understand why his family suddenly became rich, or why no one cared even though he was falling behind in school. Until a few years later, the day before the college entrance exam, his parents were arguing again. Feeling a headache, he went out to relax. Only about 10 minutes later, while he was thinking about his future in a nearby park, the home he had lived in for years was already engulfed in flames. From a distance, he watched the fire and finally understood. The old trickster had used his own life to take revenge. He realized why. Even after hiding for decades, never using that strange power, and living under a normal identity, they were still found and couldn't escape. A young couple from a small village, with no special skills or connections, had somehow managed to move to a big city and live in luxury. That day, when his parents returned to the village, they suddenly remembered they had brought a fine bottle of wine for his great-uncle. Back then, he didn't understand why they didn't run away when they could, why they forgot the gift they had prepared, or why everyone acted as if they had forgotten the old trickster. When he finally connected all the pieces, he truly understood. The old trickster, the one he thought had hidden everything and would never harm him, had been trapped by that very bottle of wine and sent to his end. Later, he escaped from a place that felt like he wanted revenge, but he couldn't bring himself to harm the one person he once called teacher. No one probably heard it then, but as he stood frozen outside the burning house, he was actually listening to the old trickster's final and most sincere lesson. That old fool, that old liar, that old teacher. You have received a friend request lost in his memories. Yi Qian was startled by the sudden notification sound. Because he was worried about oversleeping, he had set the alert volume a little louder than usual. So it's really possible. Yi Qian lowered his head, watching the drops of water slide off his fingertips, his feelings mixed and uncertain. He had been practicing that set of movements for a long time, but it always felt like simple exercise, good for the body, but nothing like the legendary martial arts people talked about. Yet now, even though the thick grass roof above him kept the rain from leaking in, a small bead of water had just formed in his palm. It was the size of a bean, and it floated. More importantly, he could control it. Even if it only moved a little, it was still moving under his will. He couldn't tell whether this strange power came from himself, from the change in the world, or from the heavy rain outside. Friend request? Excited but cautious, Yi Qian quickly calmed himself. It seemed like a notification had just appeared. Someone wanted to add him as a friend. Player 8181-0032. Qin Jian has sent you a friend request. He opened the message. If he remembered correctly, this was the person who had spoken to him earlier when he got that support skill book, suggesting they chat sometime. But back then, he had been too focused on his own information to reply. You have received a friend request. You have received a friend request. You have received a friend request. While Yi Qian was still wondering why this person was so eager, 3 more notifications popped up in a row. This person sure was persistent. You have accepted 8181-0032. Qin Jian S friend request. You can now chat privately. Curious, Yi Qian waited to see what this was all about. As soon as he accepted, the private chat window filled with messages. Friend 0032. Qin Jian. Yi Qian. You finally added me. Friend 0032. Qin Jian. Brother Yi. Is it raining heavily where you are? Friend 0032. Qin Jian. Brother Yi, don't stay silent. I mean no harm. We just discovered something and want to discuss it with you. Friend 0032. Qin Jian. Brother Yi. Why aren't you replying? Friend 0032. Qin Jian. Alright, I'll get straight to the point. I'll keep it short. We've confirmed that our 8181 zone is actually a large open map. We plan to organize things and then go out to search for nearby players. You should join us. Since you were among the first 1,000 to enter this zone, your skills must be quite good. After sending a series of messages, the other person stopped, probably giving Yi Qian some time to think and respond. One zone being a single map seemed normal enough. Yi Qian had assumed from the start that players were scattered across different parts of this space. But, organize information? Search for nearby players? 0997. Yi Qian. And after the search? Live together? How will benefits be shared? How will work be divided? And who decides that? Who gets the rewards? Who ends up working for others? What will determine rank? Without rank, who will listen to whom? Yi Qian sent a message filled with questions. Knowing the other person wouldn't reply right away, he closed the private chat and muted friend notifications. He didn't dwell on what the other person said. Instead, Yi Qian focused on his palm again. While the air was still humid, he tried once more to control the water element. If this ability needed a name, it would be something like a special power from a novel. A small ball of water slowly formed in his hand, stopping when it reached the size of a soybean. It wasn't that he couldn't make it bigger. He just realized that if he did, he might lose control. So he needed to practice control first. Only after improving that could he increase both quality and quantity. You have received a private message from friend 0032. After more than half an hour, Yi Qian felt a bit mentally tired from repeatedly forming and moving the water droplets. Just then, he received another private message from the same person. Friend I0032, Qin Jian. I was too naive before, Yi Qian. Just pretend I never said anything. The enthusiastic Qin Jian, after some uncertain events, sent another message to Yi Qian. Yi Qian didn't think much about his change, nor did he reply. He simply closed the chat window. Now that he was sure he could control water droplets, he picked up his underwear hanging nearby and shook it. The moisture was quickly drawn out, and the clothes were ready to wear. In this kind of environment, it's still more comfortable to sleep with clothes on. With his new ability, Yi Qian decided to enjoy a bit of comfort. He put on the rough linen clothes he had stored away, slipped on his cloth shoes, and finally lay down without being poked by the edges of leaves. He still didn't know how strong this power could be in a fight, but for daily life, it was really useful. Meow the little kitten had been asleep, but Yi Qian's movements while dressing woke it up. It turned over and stared at him sleepily. Go back to sleep. When the weather clears, I'll start planning to build a bigger house. Yi Qian looked at the small grass hut where he had to curl up to fit, then reached out to gently pat the kitten's head. This time, he was really ready to sleep. Controlling water made him feel calm and happy, but the mental effort it required was truly exhausting. The heavy rain kept pouring down as Yi Qian fell asleep inside the grass hut. The little tabby cat watched him for a while, then rested its head on the grass and drifted off too. While Yi Qian slept, the chat channel in Area 8181 was even livelier than the day before. Some said they had seen wolf tracks in the rain. Others said rivers had formed right outside their doors, and a few mentioned landslides and other disasters. Meow? Yi Qian was startled awake by a sudden, urgent cry from the kitten. When he looked outside, the rain had stopped. A small gray and white bird with a short tail was perched on the edge of the shelter, staring at the little tabby inside, ready to pounce. You dare go after a cat that already has an owner? Yi Qian moved his fingers slightly, and a droplet of water shot out from his fingertips. The droplet wasn't strong enough to harm the bird, but when it hit, he pressed it down with his limited control. At the same time, someone else slid across the grass and quickly caught the bird that had flown into his yard to hunt. Meow the little tabby tilted its head. It only knew that it was safe now. Stay inside. I'll clean this up, and we'll have something extra for dinner today. Yi Qian had thought the cat would be safe in the yard, but since even birds could sneak into the shed to attack it, he decided to keep the cat inside. He pulled down a layer of straw matting from the roof and covered the entrance. I guess this counts as hunting, right? Why didn't I get any achievement or reward? He looked at the small bird in his hand. Aside from its wings, tail, and head, it had barely any meat. Seeing no reward appear, Yi Qian figured it was because he had chosen the farming path, so he wouldn't gain much from other activities. He didn't have time to think about it further. Putting the bird into his pack, he went out to check on the coriander field. Small plot of land planted with coriander. Area 5 by 2, for 120 plants. Germination stage 47 hours, 52 minutes, and 11 seconds seedling stage this time. The display looked a bit different. It showed the current germination stage, the next stage as seedling, and a countdown timer in between. The time seemed to pass quite quickly. After checking the information, Yi Qian moved the wet branches aside. A few tiny sprouts had already pushed through the soil, showing faint white and pale yellow tips, but they hadn't fully emerged yet. Seeing that everything was fine, Yi Qian, who wasn't very hungry after waking up, decided to start on his daily tasks. Tasks: 1. Cultivate farmland. 2. Gather resources. 3. Patrol. Today's tasks were a bit different. Cultivating farmland was basic, but since it had just rained, the soil was muddy and hard to work with. He could only hope the weather would clear up so the ground could dry by noon, making it possible to plow and plant in the afternoon. As for gathering, the mountains often held surprises after heavy rain, perfect for collecting useful things. Patrolling meant walking 1,000 meters around his home to check the surroundings. He could do the last 2 tasks together. Stay home. I'm going out to work. After eating a steamed bun at home, Yi Qian also fed the kitten by soaking some bun pieces in water. Before leaving, he sealed the grass shed carefully, making sure no birds could get in again. Then he went out again, carrying a sickle, and began searching the nearby grassy areas and under the trees. Soon, he spotted something that made him hesitate, a plant that could definitely be collected. A red cap and a white stem, it looked very tempting. Successfully collected an unidentified plant. Unidentified? Holding the mushroom in his hand, Yi Qian really didn't know what it was. But the important thing wasn't that it was unidentified, it was that. When he had chopped trees, pulled weeds, planted crops, dug a well, built fences, and made tools before, he had only received rewards when tasks were completed. There had never been any other messages like this. He wasn't sure, but he felt that anything that triggered a message must be something valuable. At first, he only wanted to finish his tasks, but now this reaction gave him new motivation. He began searching the area more carefully, cutting grass and piling it aside to take home later. Whenever he found strange-looking mushrooms, he picked them all up. Over 100 points now. Should I buy something? When Yi Qian finished both his gathering and patrol tasks, he looked at his survival points and started wondering how to spend them. After digging the well, he had reached 80 points. Yesterday's 3 tasks, which involved clearing land but not planting, gave him 20 more. Today's 2 completed tasks added another 20. Now he had a total of 120.9 survival points. Besides that, after spending half the morning around his home, he had collected a backpack full of mushrooms. Only 6 of them triggered messages. The rest just sat quietly in his pack, labeled simply as mushrooms by weight. Player: Zone 8181 to Own 997. Yi Qian Special Ability: Water Element Control Skill. Synthesis: Level 1/Support Type. Combat Power: 5, 6 from Special Ability. Survival Points: 120. 9 Equipment: Plain linen clothes, beginner protection set, basic backpack. Wild mushrooms, 8.2 pounds. 6 unidentified plants, iron sickle with wooden handle, 11%. A small dead bird, drinking water, 1 pound. Property: poor quality grass hut, fenced yard, 182. 7 square meters, cultivated land, 20 square meters / 10 square meters planted. Carrying 2 bundles of grass, Yi Qian returned home. He looked at his stats, especially the new special ability and the combat power bonus. He was curious, but he could only figure it out on his own. This wasn't something he could ask others about. If he could come here, then people from his old world could too. And those who once forced that old trickster to burn himself alive would find it far too easy to deal with someone like him. However, from what he had seen in the chat channel, some players had noticed that they didn't all come from the same world. It seemed to be a gathering from parallel worlds or different dimensions, something like that. Anyway, since everyone could be brought here, it didn't really matter where they came from. Meow the little cat stayed inside the hut. When it heard Yi Qian's footsteps, it meowed softly. Feeling bored? Yi Qian lifted the grass curtain and saw the kitten had moved close to it, probably spending the whole morning trying to crawl there. He gently picked it up. Meow meow, the little tabby pressed against his hand, meowing again. Don't be scared. I didn't leave you behind on purpose. It's just dangerous outside. He stroked the kitten's head, comforting the trembling little creature. He couldn't understand its meows, but since it had dragged itself all the way here despite being unable to stand, it must have been frightened by being left alone. Meow? Woo. The kitten tried to lift its front paws, as if wanting to hold on to Yi Qian's fingers, but its injuries hadn't fully healed, and it failed. All right, I didn't know you'd get scared. Next time, I'll take you with me. He placed his finger in front of the little tabby kitten. Watching it try hard to lift its tiny paw and finally wrap it around his finger, Yi Qian began to think about how he could carry this little one with him everywhere. Being left behind must feel really sad. Wait here, I'll weave a small basket out of grass so I can carry you in it. Yi Qian sat down on a dry patch of grass near his house. He placed the kitten on a pile of soft grass and picked up a bundle of straw. After finishing a grass mat, he started figuring out how to weave a basket. The weaving took time. It was much more detailed than the mat. Once he finished the base, he picked up the kitten, who was staring at him with wide eyes, and placed it on top to check the size. With the base done, he began weaving the sides. The little tabby, afraid of being left again, stayed awake and watched him closely. After weaving a bit more, he placed the kitten inside, gently rocked the basket a few times to test it, and made sure it was safe and comfortable before continuing. All right, try it out. By noon, Yi Qian had finished a basket about 20 centimeters wide, narrow at the top, with a small lid. He gathered some grass leaves, softened them by rubbing out the moisture, and spread a thick layer inside before placing the kitten in. Meow. The kitten rolled around happily in the soft basket and meowed at him a few times. Not bad. It should last at least a couple of weeks. Now I can take you with me. There are a few holes in the lid, so you can still see me from inside. Yi Qian closed the lid and looked through it. The kitten didn't seem scared anymore. He had also woven a long grass to the basket, strong enough to hang like his backpack. With the backpack on one side and the cat basket on the other, he stood up and found the balance just right. Okay, you can stay out here for now and enjoy the sunshine. It'll help your wound heal faster. He set the leftover grass aside, gently lifted the kitten out, and placed it in the sun before getting ready for lunch. Let's stop here for now. In the afternoon, I still need to clear the land and start planting. But, an unidentified plant. How do I figure out what it is? If I don't know, I should check the store, the auction house, or the consignment section. But I couldn't find it in the store, so I searched by category name. Finally, I found how to identify items. Basic plant identifier. Can identify plants of blue quality or lower. Price, 500 survival points. Consumable, durability, 50. Durability 50 means it can be used 50 times, about 10 survival points per use. But 500 points. Just when Yi Qian felt proud of having a 3-digit balance, he suddenly felt discouraged. He looked at the colorful mushrooms in his hand. They were bright and beautiful. He realized he either had to sell them now or wait until he could afford the identifier. They can be combined? Holding the unidentified mushrooms, Yi Qian was puzzled when a new message appeared. So, this synthesis skill can be used like this? That means 5 unidentified green quality plants can be combined into 1 blue quality plant? He put 1 extra mushroom away and opened his skill menu. Unidentified plant times 5 can be combined and upgraded. Success rate, 100%. Once he had enough, the synthesis option appeared automatically. Combine. Let's see what comes out. After confirming the prompt again, the 5 special mushrooms in his hands disappeared. Then, a mushroom glowing faint blue appeared before him. So, it doesn't need identification anymore? Yi Qian looked at the small mushroom, delighted. This way, he could save money on identification tools in the future. Level 2 Enhanced Mushroom Seedling. Mutated plant, seedling stage, can be planted. Edible or usable for crafting after maturity. For plants, those without a grade only show their names. Level 1 is green quality, Level 2 is blue, and Level 3 is purple. As for higher levels, he didn't know yet. For now, the highest quality items in the auction and consignment lists were purple, and there were fewer than 10 of them in total. As for the marketplace only sells items without quality levels. Keep going, clear the land. After lunch, Yi Qian looked at the small tabby cat lying in the grass nest at the door, basking in the sun. He reached out and patted the little creature's head, then picked up his iron pickaxe again to start clearing the land. However, unplanted farmland. area 4 by 2.5 meters. After rainwater accumulation, the surface soil hardens, affecting sprouting time and chances. Before starting to clear the land, Yi Qian wanted to plan on the area he cleared yesterday. But the system showed that he could only quickly till this patch of land first. Fortunately, since the land had already been cleared, even if the surface was a bit problematic, it didn't require much effort. Farming really isn't easy. After tilling, the system only indicated that the soil moisture was a bit high. Yi Qian sighed and took out a strengthened mushroom from his backpack, planning to plant it. Although he didn't understand why mushrooms were classified as planting type, since he could already synthesize enhanced mushrooms, he didn't bother overthinking it. First, successful planting of a mutated plant. Each mutated plant has different growth environments and requires constant monitoring to prevent damage. Mushrooms are easy to plant. Dig a small hole, put the mushroom inside, then cover it with surrounding soil, leaving only the light blue mushroom cap and half of the white stalk visible. But is the growth environment safe? Yi Qian stood up, brushed the dirt off his hands, and looked at the small mushroom he planted. Level 2 Strengthened Mushroom Seedling. Growth period 2 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes maturity. Territory awareness. Centered on the plant. Within a radius of 1 meter, no ordinary plants or mutated plants of level 2 or below can be planted. The information was clear and easy to understand. He took a branch and drew a circle around the area near the strengthened mushroom seedling, marking a slightly larger zone. Until this strengthened mushroom matures, nothing else can be planted within this range. After planting and confirming the basic growth space for the strengthened plant, Yi Qian checked the 2 achievement rewards he had just received. Achievements: Plant Enhancement Plants 1. You have planted a mutant plant with a green quality or higher, 100 survival points. Achievements: Plant Enhancement Plants 2. You have planted a mutant plant with a blue quality or higher, 500 survival points. Start clearing the land. First, clear 10 square meters of daily land. Then I can buy seeds and plant them. Yi Qian looked at the 600 survival points received, feeling much lighter as he held the iron pickaxe. This kind of achievement clearly means reaching a certain quality level once, and now he has directly advanced to the next level. Level jumps like this have only happened twice in Yi Qian's first 20 years. Once was when he moved to a big city. His family paid for him to skip from 2nd grade to 4th grade because he knew nothing at the time. During that period, he was the joke of his class, even the whole school. Back in the countryside, he only had Chinese and math in 2nd grade, and the teachers for PE, art, and music often called in sick or took leave. So, his days back then were quite miserable. It wasn't just that he couldn't answer questions. He often didn't even recognize the questions. The second time was before the college entrance exam, when his family's house burned down and he missed the exam. Later, someone arranged for his previous teacher to visit him in the hospital, and he was sent directly to a technical school. It was supposed to be a 2 or 3-year program, but he finished early in just 1 year. He only studied for half a year, and the rest of the time was spent on internships, working on assembly lines in factories without pay, and the factory graded his work. After a few months of internship, since he still had money to eat and didn't care about the grades, he was sent out early. In short, both previous jumps were very bad experiences. Now, with the benefits of advancement, he finally feels the joy of leveling up. Meow meow. The little tabby cat lay in the grass nest, watching Yi Qian swing his pickaxe to clear land, turning over to make a few sounds to show its presence, then continuing to sun itself with half-closed eyes. The wound on its leg has scabbed over and is healing, but now all 4 legs are numb and itchy. Is this little guy uncomfortable from the sun? After quickly clearing 10 square meters of land, Yi Qian walked over and looked at the small tabby cat with its legs twitching. He gently picked up the tiny creature to check on it. But the cat he found was just like a cut tree or a piece of grass. Nothing special or informative about it. Meow, meow. The little tabby was relaxing in the sun, but suddenly, when lifted up, it opened its eyes curiously and looked around. It seems fine. Drink some water and then go back to sunbathing. I'm worried you might turn into dried cat if you stay out too long. Seeing that the little guy still looked lively, Yi Qian took a bottle cap, poured some water into it, and fed the cat. After it finished drinking, he gently put it back in its nest. The kitten returned to its grass bed and seemed very comfortable, turning over and stretching its legs to enjoy the sun. It seemed to understand that the sun was good for it. This little creature really enjoys the sun. Once he confirmed the cat was okay, Yi Qian continued to think about what to plant. The coriander seeds he had before were a gift at the start. He knew he couldn't just worry about it. He opened the shop, went to the planting category, and looked at the available seeds. There were many kinds of crops he could grow. Potato seeds, 1 seed with 4 to 6 sprouts, price, 50 survival points. Cabbage seeds, pack of 10, price, 100 survival points. Carrot seeds, pack of 10, price, 100 survival points. Radish seeds, pack of 10, price, 100 survival points. Tomato seeds, pack of 3, price, 90 survival points. Cherry tomato seeds, pack of 2, price, 100 survival points. There were so many types of seeds that Yi Qian's eyes were overwhelmed. But the prices weren't cheap. On average, each seed costs at least 10 survival points. Among these, he also saw the price of coriander seeds. Coriander seeds, pack of 5, price, 100 survival points. This coriander seed price was even higher than cabbage or potatoes. Of course, he didn't want to plant coriander again in the short term. Looking at the small field he had cleared, only about 10 square meters, there wasn't much space, so he decided to buy 2 packs of cabbage seeds. 20 seeds cost him 200 survival points. The prices are so high, but the rewards are so low. It's really frustrating. Yi Qian planted seeds one by one, mainly strengthening the mushroom spots, while planting others based on estimated distances. He stood up to check his remaining survival points. He now clearly understood how difficult life in this world could be. Looking at the chat channel, he saw that there are 3 tasks a day, and earning 30 survival points is quite hard. Whenever people talk about these topics, some say it's easy, others say it's difficult, and some mention random tasks like digging bear bile. Many players have complained about hunting. To buy a set with a wooden bow and 100 arrows costs 300 survival points. For gathering, there are sets like gathering gloves, hose, and scissors, allowing players to choose based on their surroundings. But these gathering sets also start at a minimum of 200 survival points. Of course, planting tools are not expensive, but they wear out quickly. And seeds are very costly, which makes him quite sad. Most players still face a survival mode that is completely unprofitable, except for manual work or fighting wolves barehanded. 0011. Sulu. About treasure chests, where did you all find them? I searched all over this mountain today, but didn't see a single one. Am I just unlucky? 0091. Family Ow. I also want to know how you get the treasure chests and achievements you mentioned earlier. I haven't seen any achievements yet, let alone treasure chests. 10593. Ming Zhao. I just found a treasure chest. It seems completely random. I was trying to fish by the river when I saw a strange square stone at the bottom. When I pulled it out, I saw it was a treasure chest. Inside, there wasn't much, just bread, drinking water, and 2 small fish fry-in bags. 0001. Luo Shan. Treasure chests mostly appear randomly. Achievements can be earned by doing different things. For example, hunting achievements are given after killing 1 animal on land, sea, or air. Collecting 10 of each also grants achievements. There are common achievements too, like getting an achievement when you equip your first item, using potions, or cooking and eating food. Think about these. Also, the trading system is flooded with bread and water, so if you're not in a hurry, don't waste a survival point on listing items for sale. It costs money in the trading slot. After many players kept asking questions, the top player of Zone 8181, Luo Shan, once again shared some survival tips. Luo Shan has been called the game strategy publisher by many players over the past few days. Although not everyone may find his advice useful, he clearly puts effort and time into sharing survival knowledge. This time, Yi Qian's focus wasn't on Luo Shan, but on a player with over 10,000 accounts. It's the 3rd afternoon. This isn't the time Yi Qian entered the world, but the time since Zone 8181 opened. On the evening of the first day, some players asked about the time. Luo Shan said he entered the game at 12:03 a.m. That player took only 3 minutes to complete the beginner tutorial. Li Hua, let's go. I'll take you out for a walk. Maybe we'll find a treasure chest. Yi Qian finished today's tasks, picked up the little Li Hua cat, put it in a basket, covered it. and then ran off. Although he could still farm land, seeds are expensive. He only completed the daily task and planned to find some free resources. Moreover, he needs to go cut some branches to surround the level 2 reinforced mushroom before it gets dark. If during the night, wild rabbits or other animals come and nibble on it, he will be very upset. Meow. The small tabby cat lies comfortably among the soft grass leaves, turns over, and looks up. Through a few holes in the cover, it can see a little bit of color outside. Yi Qian has good physical strength. When running, he uses one hand to hold the basket with the cat inside and the other to keep balance. He quickly runs around his house area. He runs in circles, gradually making them bigger. When he finally reaches the hillside and sees what looks like a treasure chest on 2 large rocks about 2 to 3 meters high, he stops. A treasure chest. Yi Qian uses his fingers to grip the tiny bumps on the rocks and slowly climbs up. After confirming it is indeed a treasure chest, he sits down, takes a deep breath, and opens the box directly. Wild treasure chest opened. Drinking water, 1 gene, times 5. Chili seeds times 2. Coarse cloth times 2. Opening the wild treasure chest surprises Yi Qian a bit. The 5 bottles of water are in his arms, the 2 seeds are in his palms, and he also has 2 small pieces of folded cloth on his hands. The coarse cloth is very rough, but it is a green quality item. Coarse cloth, 1 meter times 1 meter, green quality, material, can be used to craft since it is a green quality material, and there are 2 pieces. Yi Qian quickly checks the resale value. Coarse cloth times 10, selling price 1,000 survival points. This is the lowest price for coarse cloth found in the search. 1 piece costs 100 survival points. It's not very cheap, but compared to the seeds he bought earlier, it doesn't seem too expensive. Yi Qian wants to know what he can make with coarse cloth, so he starts searching for crafting or finished products. Coarse cloth shirt, equipment/top, green quality, resistance 1, defense 3, physical recovery speed 10%, durability 100%, resale price 2,000 survival points. Coarse cloth pants, equipment/pants, green quality, resistance 1, defense 2, physical recovery speed 5%, durability 100%. Selling price 1,600 survival points. Rough cloth sandal shoes, equipment/footwear, green quality, 10% speed, 1 defense, 3% stamina recovery, 100% durability. Selling price 1,500 survival points. Rough cloth backpack, equipment/backpack, green quality, 16 cubic meters of storage, 100% durability. Selling price 3,000 survival points. The finished products made from rough cloth are currently these few items, with some attributes added to clothes and shoes. This backpack is the gear that Yi Qian was thinking about when he got the rough cloth. He is currently using a backpack with only 1 cubic meter of space, which is already worn out. It will probably break in 2 days. But he can't afford 3,000 survival points right now. He plans to wait until he gets home to study how to make a backpack. For now, he needs to run back, chop some trees near his house, and build a small house for mushrooms. Meow meow, the little tabby cat can sense whether it's safe outside. When Yi Qian jumps down the stone and runs home, the little cat turns over inside and meows twice. It seems to be saying that it's been taken along again. Yi Qian can only be sure that the little tabby cat is fine. Then he quickly chops 3 small trees near his house and drags them to the door to repair. He repairs each branch, making a small fence around the mushroom and sealing the top. It looks like a basket upside down on the mushroom, with gaps no more than a centimeter between the wooden slats. Player, Zone 8181, number 0997. Yi Qian special ability, Water element control skills, Synthesis, level 1/support, Combat power, 5, 6/bonus from special abilities, Survival points, 742. 9 equipment, Unattribute linen clothes, Beginner protection set, Basic backpack, Wild mushrooms, 8.2 gene, Unidentified plant times 1, Iron pickaxe, 61%, Wooden handle iron sickles, 2%, Dead small bird, Drinking water, 1 gene, times 6 assets, Poor grass hut, 182.7 square meters of yard enclosed by fences, simple water well, 30 square meters of cultivated land, /30 square meters planted. Yi Qian looks at his over 700 survival points, sitting under the grass hut, thinking about what to do next. Survival points are important for earning and having fun. Moving around gives us more motivation. Meow. The little tabby cat was lying in a grass nest nearby. It stretched and tried to stand up, but when it used a little force, it fell back down. Just lie down. I'll see if there's a cellar with a pot. We can buy one to cook meat for you. Eating something good will help you recover quickly. You don't have to keep lying around all the time. Yi Qian patted the cat's head and looked at its curled-up leg from the pain. He thought about spending some money. In the shop, there are salt, oil, soy sauce, vinegar, ready-made noodles, and pickles, but no pots. Fortunately, the shop doesn't sell pots, but the auction house and consignment shop do. Simple iron sheet pot. Kitchenware, green quality. Durability 100%. Consignment price. 200 survival points. The iron sheet pot was just a thick piece of iron that had been hammered into a bowl shape. Buying such a simple pot for 200 survival points doesn't seem cheap. But right now, the cheapest thick iron sheet is also sold for 200, so there's no real reason to hesitate. Seeing the little cat still curled up in the grass nest, Yi Qian hesitated a little but decided to buy it. This iron sheet is really thick. After buying the iron sheet pot, he picked it up and weighed it. It probably weighed about 10 pounds. It's clearly just an iron plate, so why call it a sheet? But now that he had the pot, it was time to move on. Dig a hole, gather some stones, and wash the pot first. Yi Qian found a slightly larger open space in the yard, dug a little, then gathered suitable stones to build a small stand for the pot. All preparations done, he carried the pot to his yard, next to what looked like a water well, and filled it with water to carefully wash the iron pot. The last step was gathering firewood. The phrase drill wood to start a fire never crossed his mind back then, but now he might actually get the chance. He had sticks, firewood, and easily flammable grass leaves. He wasn't short of these items, even if they weren't very dry before. Yi Qian could extract moisture from them. But this practical task took about 10 minutes. When his palms turned red from rubbing, he finally managed to start the fire. Meow. When little Tanuki saw the fire, it was more than 2 meters away, but it still got scared. Don't worry, you'll be able to eat meat soon. Just wait a little longer. I need to handle something first. Yi Qian placed the lit grass leaves into the prepared stove, then added some small, dry twigs that had been dried to make them more flammable. After confirming the fire caught, he reached out to pet the kitten and comforted it not to be afraid. After calming the kitten, Yi Qian took out the dead little bird. After checking it, he found no other problems, so he peeled off the skin and removed the internal organs. It was a small flying bird. Now only bones and meat remained, looking even smaller. But little Tanuki was also small. Once the stew was ready, it would be enough to fill the little guy's stomach. The iron pot was already hot. He added a bottle of drinking water and tore the peeled bird into pieces to stew. Besides giving some meat to the cat, Yi Qian also planned to prepare some vegetables for himself. While the meat was slowly simmering, he sat nearby, took out some gathered wild mushrooms, cleaned off the dirt, washed them thoroughly, and then cut them into pieces with a stone knife. This process took some time. After he had prepared about a pound of mushrooms, the sky was already completely dark. The meat in the pot still needed to cook a little longer. Without a lid, the meat cooked slowly and didn't become very tender quickly. Meow meow, little Tanuki sniffed the aroma of the stew and lay in its nest, looking out. Sometimes it looked toward the direction of the delicious smell, and other times it looked at Yi Qian sitting nearby, twisting grass ropes. Just wait a little longer. Rushing won't help. If this meat isn't cooked until it's soft, your teeth won't be able to bite it now. Yi Qian patted the kitten's head and told it to stay still. The little kitten had been badly injured when found. He didn't have much to offer, but it could survive bravely, even eating plain steamed bread soaked in water. But the kitten was still young. If it had teeth capable of tearing meat, there would be no need to stew it until soft for it to eat. Looking at the water in the pot, it was running low, so Yi Qian poured in another bottle. He waited patiently, watching a chat channel with over 12,000 people. He twisted the grass rope in his hand until he was sure the meat was tender enough to fall apart when poked. Then, carefully using 2 sticks as chopsticks, he scooped out the meat and placed it on a stone knife to cool. While waiting for the meat to cool, Yi Qian added a little more water to the pot, then put in 2 packs of pickled vegetable strips. When the water boiled again, he added the sliced mushrooms. This is his dinner. Pickled vegetable shreds stewed with straw mushrooms. Food, green quality, 5% resistance, 10% recovery speed. Effects last for 10 minutes. Achievement. Food crafting 1. You have made a green quality food. 100 survival points. Achievements are rewarded as long as the criteria are met. Although the small pot of stew turned out to be quite simple, it was still considered a success. However, the small amount of meat from before was not counted. Yi Qian isn't sure if it's because the portion was too small or if he forgot to add salt. Probably because the portion was too small, since not all foods need salt and seasonings. That's enough. First, eat the meat. Then try this. Yi Qian crushes the cooled meat and puts it into a cat bowl made of grass leaves, then gives it to the little tabby cat to eat first. He originally planned for the cat to eat the meat, but the newly made food has a recovery boost effect, so he wants the cat to try it later. Even though this bonus lasts only 10 minutes, as long as it works, he won't miss the chance. Meow. Whimper. The kitten sniffs the crushed meat, its nose twitching. It looks at Yi Qian again, then tentatively eats a little. The first bite is cautious, the second is a bit bolder, and by the third, it is swallowing large mouthfuls. When only a little meat residue remains, the little cat slows down and licks the remaining bits clean. Not bad. Now try this. You can't eat much, just a small piece. Yi Qian doesn't use a bowl. He directly lifts the pot and starts eating with a steamed bun. Seeing the kitten finish the food, he picks up a piece of the previously selected, completely cooled straw mushroom, crushes it again, and then puts it into the cat bowl. It seems to be effective. Yi Qian watches the little tabby finish the small piece of straw mushroom. A faint, gentle glow appears on its body. Though fleeting, it's enough for him to confirm. Because when he took the first bite himself, a similar glow flickered on his skin surface. Seeing the cat is full, Yi Qian stops feeding and continues to watch the chat channel, slowly eating his own dinner. A half-kilogram steamed bun, meat broth made from 2 bottles of water, with a kilogram of fresh straw mushrooms added, and 2 packs of pickled vegetable shreds. In the end, not a drop of broth was left. Next to the well, Yi Qian drew water, washed the pot, and after tidying up, sat cross-legged in the grass shed, ready to try practicing again. Sleep now, I am starting. Yi Qian placed the kitten inside the grass shed to prevent any flying birds from attacking while he practiced. The half-asleep tabby cat just turned over unconsciously this time, and then continued sleeping. Yi Qian, sitting cross-legged, emptied his mind and continued trying to sense the water element. He focused his thoughts outward. He didn't fully understand, but after trying for a long time, Yi Qian felt many gentle energies around him. He chose a direction and worked hard to get closer. When he moved closer, before he could think about how to connect, that energy willingly merged with him. With the first success, Yi Qian quickly began to pursue more. As long as he got close, these water energies would actively blend into him. His practice made progress, and the night passed quickly. When Yi Qian woke up again, it was already past 8 in the morning. Last night, he had planned to try making a backpack, but because he was in a good mood after cooking and eating, he went straight to practice instead. Meow. The little tabby cat had woken up long ago, but since Yi Qian hadn't moved, it stayed quietly without disturbing him. Now, seeing Yi Qian getting ready to go out, the cat meowed twice to let him know it was awake. Moreover, as Yi Qian looked over, the cat shakily supported itself with its paws and struggled to stand up. Really impressive, but there's no rush now. Rest for another day, and you'll be able to stand normally soon. Yi Qian watched as the little cat stood up, its 4 legs trembling clearly from pain. He reached out and picked the small creature up. Even if it needed to be strong, it should recover first. Meow. The little tabby, being held, rolled over in Yi Qian's arms and started grooming the wound around its leg. Let's go. No more meat today. I'll make some mushroom and pickled vegetable soup. Leaving the grass shed, Yi Qian placed the kitten in the outside grass nest, then continued to strike the flint to make fire and cook another pot of straw mushroom and pickled vegetable soup. This time, he used 3 gene of fresh straw mushrooms and specifically spent 10 survival points to buy a 2-ounce packet of salt. Fresh straw mushrooms are quite heavy. The rest can only be dried. Yi Qian placed the washed mushrooms into a pot to cook. The remaining over 4 gene of straw mushrooms in his backpack were hung on small branches above the fence, hoping they would dry properly and be saved for later. Although this world is like a game, it doesn't mean items stay fresh forever. But if the mushrooms aren't dried, they will spoil. Interestingly, bread and buns from the supply box stay good as long as the thin paper bag isn't opened, remaining warm and fresh for a long time. Maybe because these breads are from the shop, they are a bit special. Received a private message from 0032. Qingjian. Yi Qian just finished breakfast. First, he mixed some buns and mushrooms for little Tanuki, then sat down to eat his own large portion. Suddenly, he received a message. Curious, he put down his chopsticks for a moment. Why is this person messaging him again? Friend 0032. Qingjian. Brother Yi, Luo and I are planning to share some information. We don't want to find more people. Instead, we'll organize what we know and post it a few times a day in the chat channel. This way, players who see it can learn more about this world. Can you help me analyze it? Hopefully, there won't be any more worries. Qingjian approached Yi Qian to ask for help finding problems he hadn't noticed himself. Last time, Yi Qian's questions shook him deeply, breaking many of his illusions. But he has the ability and wants to help others who might lack skills or information. This idea is similar to Luo Shan's, so they thought of sharing everything they discover. They plan to share all the information they find, unconditionally. If others are interested, they can also share their findings to let everyone know. In short, helping others is what matters. This is a good thing. Just be careful not to be used by others. Someone might share new discoveries with you, but you need to judge whether they are true or false. It can be tiring, but people like you are rare, so you should protect yourselves well. Also, watch out for players trying to make money by spreading false information. Your actions could cut off their income and cause trouble. Yiqian himself would never help others for free. But because he doesn't do that himself, he thinks that people who do are really impressive. Maybe, having a strong heart is what allows them to do such selfless acts. Friend 0032, Qingjian, replied, Okay, Brother Yi, you should pay more attention too. We plan to share information every morning at 8 o'clock and every evening at 8 o'clock. We hope it helps those in need. As for bad people, don't worry, I'm not easy to bully. A few minutes later, Qingjian sent a message back to Yiqian. It seems they've already agreed with Luo Shan about the plan. Yiqian responded positively and then continued eating. Lihua, you're staying inside today. Let's keep going. Maybe we'll find something good and get extra food. After eating well, Yiqian put the cat in a covered cat bag. Although the sun was out, it was still early, and going for a walk might help find some collectible items. Maybe, just maybe, they could find a treasure chest in the wild. It's the fourth day, 9:39 and 21 seconds a.m. The weather is cloudy, 25 degrees Celsius, with a northeast breeze at level 3. Light rain is expected in 3 hours. It's already the fourth day. Yiqian jogged near his home, looking at the time and the forecast for rain. He decided to go back and complete today's tasks. Tasks for today: 1. Cultivate and farm. 2. Repair the house. 3. Tidy up the fields. These tasks aren't difficult, but they shouldn't be done after it rains. Yiqian also noticed that the daily tasks seem to depend on the weather. Suddenly, the little cat in the cat bag let out a frightened meow. After hearing the call, Yiqian didn't look around. He jumped directly onto a nearby rock at an angle. When he jumped out and looked back, he saw a small black snake about a meter long quietly slither out from beside where he had been standing. It's a snake. Seeing the black snake rush toward him again, Yiqian formed a water droplet in his palm, which moved slightly under his control. When the snake was about to bite his leg, the water droplet shot out and directly pierced through the snake's head. Last night's training didn't make the water ball bigger, but it greatly improved his control. At least, he could now pierce the head of this small snake from close range. Deceased snake. After confirming the snake was dead, Yiqian walked over, picked it up, and put it into his backpack. Then he checked his personal information, which showed the name of this item. Like the bird he saw before, it was an ordinary item with no special grade. Nothing to worry about now. The snake's scales have a damp smell. Let's look around. Maybe I can find something. Yiqian opened the lid of his cat bag, gently stroked the frightened kitten to soothe it, then closed it and continued searching nearby. He used a sickle to harvest taller grass. After a while of clearing, he found something different. On the plants growing on the ground, small fruits about the size of a fingernail were hanging. The ripe ones were red, some were unripe green, and there were many yellow flowers. This was the first wild fruit plant Yi Qian had seen so far. Collected unidentified plant fruit, he walked forward and picked a few red small fruits. After doing so, a prompt appeared indicating an unidentified plant. The mature fruits, once placed in his backpack, automatically showed their information. Snakeberry, it's a common item with no detailed information. Yi Qian was becoming more and more calm. A vine with an irregular round shape, over 2 meters in diameter, growing on the ground. He managed to pick only 2 unidentified plants and 19 ordinary snakeberries. Looking at the time, Yi Qian decided to take this snakeberry back home. He carefully dug around with his iron pickaxe, extracting the main root, then pulled out some roots from the vines that had grown on the ground. Holding the muddy roots with both hands, he headed home. The vines dragging on the ground sometimes cause some unripe fruits to fall, but there's nothing he can do about it. His backpack isn't big enough, and it's already quite worn out. Meow. Back home, Yi Qian picked up the kitten and placed it in a grass nest. He poured some water and then headed out with his pickaxe to clear land. The area is only 10 square meters, which is very small. When he thought about planting plants early, he wanted to do it quickly. The wasteland has been cleared and shows it can be farmed, but it's too crowded. He dug up a wild plant from outside, but it's a low-grade plant that can't be planted on this cleared land. As expected, plants that don't cost money aren't counted. Yi Qian felt helpless. He carried the snakeberry to a farther empty spot, dug a random hole, and planted it. If they're not allowed to be planted here, he'll just plant them as wild plants. He can check every day, and if red ones come to pick them, that's fine. But this newly opened 10 square meter field still needs planting. He has 2 chili seeds, so he plants them. Since he's unsure how big they will grow, he plants 1 per square meter, and they are considered successfully planted once they grow. Small chili patch, 2 by 1 meters, 2 plants, will sprout in 3 days. There are 8 square meters left, and he can't leave it empty. Even if it's expensive, he has to buy seeds. Small tomato patch, 4 by 2 meters, 2 plants, will sprout in 3 days. It costs 100 survival points for 2 seeds, which roughly means planting 1 seed in a 2 by 2 meter area, and then it's done. This small tomato is clearly quite big. Yi Qian looks at the large area, but only 1 seed was planted. He can already imagine what the tomato will look like when it grows. He's really looking forward to it. So far, Yi Qian has cleared 40 square meters of land. 10 square meters of cilantro, for 120 plants, still sprouting. Most have their first small leaves, and will enter the seedling stage in 2 days. 16 square meters of cabbage, 20 plants, will sprout in 2 days. 2 square meters of chili, 2 plants, will sprout in 3 days. 8 square meters of small tomatoes, 2 plants, will sprout in 3 days. There is also a second-level reinforced mushroom occupying 4 square meters of land, which will be ripe in 2 days. The area is small, and the vegetables are sparse, but this is the initial asset of Yi Qian in this world. However, today the cilantro field has grown weeds. After the cilantro sprouted, its tiny leaves only grew 2 or 3 centimeters a day, but the weeds that could cause a decrease in yield just sprouted last night. It's not even noon yet, and the tallest weeds are already 5 centimeters tall. If I don't clean them up soon, tomorrow the entire field might be covered with weeds, and the cilantro will be hidden. Meow Woo, the little tabby cat was lying in its grass nest, basking in the sun. When it saw Yi Qian squatting nearby and not moving for a long time, it crawled into the grass nest and meowed twice to get Yi Qian's attention. You're getting more and more spoiled. You were almost dead from your injury before, and you didn't make a sound, just stayed quietly. Now, if I don't watch you for a while, you start meowing. Yi Qian stood up, picked up the little tabby cat, and returned to the cilantro field. He squatted down, holding the cat in one arm and pulling weeds with the other, so the little guy wouldn't feel abandoned again. But this wasn't really pulling weeds, just tiny grass shoots. He pinched and pulled each one out from the ground. Meow. The little tabby, now held in Yi Qian's arms, saw what he was doing. Its small head tilted, big curious eyes observing. Then, it, taking advantage of Yi Qian's moment of inattention, jumped straight into the field. Meow, meow. The little tabby stepped on the softer soil, trying to move its paws. Its legs didn't seem as painful anymore, so it started looking for something to do. Then, it stretched out its small paw, with not very strong claws, and pulled out a tiny grass sprout from the soil. Impressive. Yiqian didn't expect that this little cat could help him pull weeds. Looking at the cat's legs, although it still moved with some difficulty, it was no longer trembling like a leaf. He didn't bother to pick it up again. While Yiqian was pulling weeds and the cat occasionally dug into the soil to pull out a few sprouts, by noon, the weeds in this field had been completely cleared. Meow, little tabby cat, after realizing there was nothing left to play with, called out to Yiqian twice. When he looked over, its small paw slowly reached forward and rested on a coriander plant. It still wanted to play, so can I dig this up? This can't be dug up. Yiqian reached out and gently pushed the little paw away from the coriander. Meow. Tilting its head, little tabby cat seemed to understand. Some things can't be dug out. Since it already smells like this, there's no point in playing anymore. Once it was clear there was nothing to do, and feeling its legs getting tired, little tabby cat clung to Yiqian's finger and tried to climb into his palm. Lie down for a bit. I'll go cook, and we'll have meat for lunch again. Yiqian placed little tabby cat back into the grass shed. After setting it down, he took out a snake from his backpack, cut a small opening with a sickle, hooked his finger around the snake's skin, and tore the whole skin off. Unfortunately, it wasn't useful as material, so he threw it into the fire to burn, to avoid leaving the smell of snake skin and causing trouble. He washed and cut the snake meat into pieces. He also took down some wild mushrooms that had been drying but weren't fully dried. After washing, he put everything into a big pot to stew. It's not that there are too many dishes, but the pot is too small. This stew will take a long time. Yiqian sat in the grass shed, watching the faint clouds gathering above. He used the dried grass mat he had previously hung out to tidy up the shed again. He had completed all 3 tasks for the day. All 30 survival points have been credited, and now he has 658.9 points. Even when earning, he needs to spend. Items like pickaxes and sickles must be bought from the shop. At least, so far, he hasn't seen any players crafting farming tools. Meow meow after little tabby cat started moving again. When Yiqian finished his work and sat down, it also moved over and lay beside him, becoming more and more clingy. Wait a little longer. It needs to stew for at least half an hour, or it won't be able to bite through. Yiqian realized that in just 2 or 3 days, he had already gotten used to this kind of silent, mutual understanding chat with the cat. Light rain began to fall slowly. Above his simple stove for cooking, he built a small shelter with a few pieces of wood. At least in the rain, he could still cook this meal. If the wind blows and light rain falls on the firewood pile, he can only watch and try to absorb the water. Right now, the rain is gentle. Yiqian just went to add some firewood and then laid down in the grass shelter to rest, while also checking the chat channel. Li Hua, what were you thinking back then? Aren't you afraid I might eat you? He gently stroked the small tabby cat, Li Hua. Looking at the chat, Yiqian felt that the people talking about offering prey on purpose probably meant cats like Li Hua. Some others were discussing setting traps for hunting and how to prepare food. These recipes and steps are important to remember, so if he has the materials later, he can make food himself. Meow, Li Hua didn't understand what Yiqian was saying. Happy from being petted, she rolled over, holding Yiqian's hand with her paws, her belly pressed against his hand. Animals showing their belly is a sign of trust. You're so. Yiqian also played with Li Hua patiently. In the chat, they quickly moved from talking about hunting and eating to survival and making things. Someone mentioned the basic survival information shared by Luo Shan at 8 a.m. this morning. Players who chose hunting as their focus often find wild animals near their homes. From tiny insects and worms to larger animals, like the elephant some have seen, though it hasn't come close, just crossing the area far from their homes. The details aren't very specific, but they explain how to set simple traps nearby to catch rabbits, wild chickens, and similar animals. Overall, this is useful information. People who haven't tried hunting can still learn and gain something as long as they are willing to try. Since Luo Shan is a hunter himself, most of his tips are about hunting, with fewer about gathering and farming. He also mentioned some tips about making things. If someone already has crafting skills before coming here, they can try making things. As long as the materials aren't too poor, they can produce some finished items. Whether for personal use or selling, it's a way to survive. Now, They are discussing whether the basket made from woven twigs can be turned into a backpack-type equipment after obtaining green-quality materials. Seeing their enthusiasm, Yi Qian took out 2 pieces of coarse cloth from his hand, then checked the marketplace for sales and found someone selling thread. Thread, 10 meters, green quality, material, usable for crafting, consignment price, 80 survival points. He remembered the price, then went to the auction house to look around. There was no listing for thread. Because he wasn't sure about the current standard pricing for items, Yi Qian took out a piece of coarse cloth and placed it in the auction item list. Coarse cloth, 1 by 1, green quality, material, usable for crafting, starting bid. 5 survival points, auction or not. Auction duration. Seeing this starting bid, Yi Qian understood. This green quality coarse cloth is only worth the price of a steamed bun. However, in the future, when everyone uses higher-level materials, coarse cloth might become useless. With more high-level materials, low-level ones become less valuable, and the price difference between high and low levels. Yi Qian felt like he could get rich. But his mental energy is limited. He previously synthesized a piece of blue-quality plant, and he felt his mental energy was drained. Also, his control over water element and perception improve with more mental energy. He can currently control water droplets for attack, but this control also needs practice, which requires enough mental strength. Knowing he could make money but being restricted from doing so is really frustrating. As long as he is willing to make utensils or buy some and store them in portions, they can be taken out and eaten before the food spoils. In this world called the survival game, anything that isn't a special item will spoil if left for too long. Also, like his current backpack, if too many things are put inside, it can get squished or crushed. This is a normal backpack that has some size differences inside and out, but items can still get damaged or squeezed, and a shake can make things fall out. Therefore, in the future, when making a backpack, it must have a good seal so that items won't fall out when running or jumping. Meow. The little tabby cat finished eating the meat that Yi Qian had fed it after crushing it, meowing twice, lying nearby, and looking up eagerly at Yi Qian's hand. More meat. Eating more helps you recover faster. Yi Qian continued feeding while watching what people were saying in the chat channel. 0039. Zhang Wei. 2. Selling baby rabbits. Anyone want to buy some to raise at home? I hunted and killed 2 big ones this morning. Now I have 6 baby rabbits. I can only guarantee they're still alive. 6 survival points for 6 rabbits. If interested, add me as a friend and send an email. These rabbits can't be listed for sale or auction, which is really frustrating. This message from Zhang Wei 2 caught Yi Qian's attention. Baby rabbits. At first glance, it sounded like an insult. But he was actually selling real baby rabbits, a litter of 6, and they can't be listed for sale or auction. Can't list for sale? Yi Qian tried it himself. The only items he couldn't list for sale were unidentified items. Even grabbing a handful of dirt or a piece of stone from the ground could be listed for sale. Whether they sell or not depends on whether there are buyers who are just as bored. If there are 6 unidentified baby rabbits, he might buy them back and try to combine them again to see the result. 0032. Qingjian. Zhang Wei. 2. Did you find another unidentified cub? Is your luck really good or bad? Can't you just catch some animals that can survive? Or better yet, bring back the big rabbit and raise it for a few days. It could become a normal young rabbit that can survive. You keep catching the big ones, and the small ones all go to waste. After a few messages, Qin Jian came out to complain about Zhang Wei's way of hunting. Some people agreed with him, while others said it was a rare opportunity, and since they were just hunting, they weren't responsible for cleaning up. 0039. Zhang Wei. 2. Qin Jian, you're criticizing me again. I can't help it. When the big rabbit runs, I don't know if there are babies in the nest. If I take the whole nest home, I won't just lose my lunch. I'd also have to feed the rabbit every day. I'm tired. The pink baby rabbits, 6 of them, are still alive. If you want, add me. They might die in half an hour. Zhang Wei. 2 responded with a counter-complaint and then started asking people to add him as a friend. However, in the following chat, many messages criticized Zhang Wei. 2 for being too careless, knowing they might die but still trying to take others' survival points. Maybe our team can raise a rabbit, right? Yi Qian wanted to try. He patted the little tabby cat's head and sent a friend request to Zhang Wei, 2. 8181-0039. Zhang Wei, 2 accepted your friend request. The request was accepted 3 seconds later. 0039. Zhang Wei, 2. Oh wow, you really want to buy a rabbit? I was just joking. That little rabbit probably won't survive. Are you sure? If it dies after you get it, we definitely can't give a refund. After accepting the friend request, Zhang Wei, 2 sent him a message. Does he think this little rabbit shouldn't be bought? 0997. Yi Qian, it's the unverified green one, right? If so, I'll buy it. Yi Qian wanted to confirm before spending his points. 0039. Zhang Wei, 2. Brother Yi, you know a lot. Yes, it's the green quality. But I still say, if you don't mind it dying after you get it, you can send a trade request now. This trade involves both parties. He applied to deduct 3 survival points, and the other side agreed to also deduct 3 survival points. However, the trading process is transparent for both. Both must submit their items and confirm again for the trade to be complete. If the trade fails or one party withdraws, the deducted survival points will not be returned. Unidentified baby creatures times 6. The other side agreed to the exchange and directly put the 6 small, barely furred baby rabbits on the table. Yi Qian only glanced at them to confirm, then adjusted 100 survival points and clicked confirm. The other side also confirmed, and these 6 unidentified baby creatures were now in Yi Qian's hands. They are very tiny rabbits. If he waits too long, they might die. Unidentified baby creatures times 6 can be combined to upgrade, 40% success rate. Yi Qian looked at the success rate, feeling confused for a moment. He thought that just having more than 5 would be enough to combine them. But the success rate is so low. After a moment of hesitation, he suddenly remembered the 3 unidentified plants in his backpack. Although it sounds a bit strange, he decided to try using them, since the little rabbits are still alive. Unidentified baby creatures times 6, unidentified plants times 3, can be combined to upgrade. 100% success rate. 10% chance of mutation. Since the success rate is now 100%, Yi Qian didn't worry about the mutation chance. As the combination began, the plants and animals fused into a bright green glow. Feeling a large drain of mental energy, a sprouted seed fell into his hand. Level 1 plant, bunny ear grass seedling. Green quality, can be planted, will show mutation effects after maturity. With 9 pieces of green unidentified materials, he created a level 1 plant seedling. The mutation effect will only be known after it matures. Could it be that a grass grows bunny ears? Yi Qian looked at the bunny ear grass just sprouted in his palm, feeling conflicted and helpless as he prepared to plant it. Outside, it was still drizzling, but the rain was light and didn't cause much trouble. Meow? Little Hua Hua was originally lying and sleeping, but when Yi Qian suddenly stood up, she was also startled awake. She looked up as Yi Qian took off his shirt and grabbed an iron pickaxe, preparing to go outside. Little Hua Hua tried to follow with her short legs. Stay at home. I'm going to open up a piece of land outside. Yi Qian came back, picked up little Hua Hua, and gently placed her back into the grass nest. Then he continued to carry the pickaxe and went out. Outside, light rain was still falling. Yi Qian used the pickaxe to break the unplowed land. He cleared away weeds and picked out stones. Quickly, he prepared a 4x4 plot of land suitable for planting. In the center of this land, Yi Qian planted a seedling of rabbit ear grass. Level 1 rabbit ear grass seedling. Seedling stage 7 days growth stage. Limited growth area, affects normal growth. Minimum expansion range 5x5. This rabbit ear grass is just a small sprout now, but it shows that it needs a 25 square meter growth area. This made Yi Qian realize he had underestimated the mutation potential of this level of plant. He quickly continued clearing the land nearby until the rabbit ear grass had enough space to grow. Level 1 rabbit ear grass seedling. Lacking water, the light rain was still falling, but the seedling still showed a water deficiency. Does this plant grow roots by drinking water? Yi Qian looked at the originally moist soil, which was drying quickly. He helplessly carried a water bucket to water the land. He poured water bucket after bucket into the soil, running about 20 trips. Even though the distance was short, it made Yi Qian a bit tired. Level 1 rabbit ear grass seedling. water sufficient, growth speed increasing. Once the plant had enough water, it automatically entered an accelerated growth mode. At this moment, Yi Qian saw the information prompt. The tiny grass sprout was twisting in circles and emerging from the soil. Then, under Yi Qian's amazed gaze, the sprout grew into leaves. Between the leaves, new buds sprouted, and 3 small vines extended out. The small vines grew little by little, and new buds appeared on the leaves of the vines. 10 minutes later, Yi Qian stood at the edge of the land, quietly watching for 10 minutes as the plant grew faster than he could imagine. On a 5 by 5 square piece of land, each vine node has 2 leaves that look like rabbit ears, standing close to the ground. Rabbit ear grass. One seed was planted to cover the 25 square meters with hundreds of rabbit ears. Level 1 rabbit ear grass seedling. Growth phase 15 days. Mature phase. Water mutation. The plant needs a lot of water to keep growing. Please watch for signs of water shortage. Currently, there are no signs of water shortage. Yi Qian didn't worry too much. He walked to the nearby plots of land with an iron pickaxe, checked each one, and confirmed everything was normal. Finally, he felt relieved and returned to the grass shed. Before sitting down, he drained the water from his pants. Feeling dry and comfortable, he lay down. Meow. After Yi Qian returned, the little tabby cat stood up from its nest, slowly walked over, and snuggled against his arm again. Sleep now. There probably won't be anything else this afternoon. Yi Qian petted the little cat, played with it for a while, then lay down to sleep. The mental energy he used earlier was a bit much, so he couldn't practice telepathy tonight. Received a private message from 0039. Zhongwei, 2. A private message interrupted Yi Qian's slight sleepiness. He opened the chat window, and then the private message. 0039. Zhongwei, 2. Brother Yi, I just remembered. You got a support skill before. I was worried for nothing. Your support skill should be able to save those little rabbits. If you encounter more like them, do you still want to buy? We could establish a long-term partnership, supply at half price. What do you think? After chatting with someone, Zhang Wei, 2 finally remembered who 997 was. Once he remembered, they quickly reached an agreement and clarified the support skill of this person in private. Support skills are probably healing or rescue types, which is why he insisted on buying the little rabbits even when they were close to death. In hunting, what they want most is a support partner. Even if they can't see each other now, building a good relationship early helps prepare for future cooperation. Plus, he could have a regular customer. Wild animal cubs, after they die, are just meat, not enough to fill your teeth. He can continue selling, and others can buy some young animals at low prices. This is definitely a win-win situation. 0997. Yi Qian, support skills used up. All the little rabbits are gone. Yi Qian knows that the other person might be thinking the wrong way, but he doesn't explain. He just tells him that he couldn't save those little rabbits. As for the mutated plants after combining the young animals, it's better not to talk about that. 0039. Zhang Wei, 2. I couldn't save them. Hey, Yi, don't overthink it. I find some young animals every day. I can sell them to you cheaply later, so you can practice your skills more. Skills need practice to level up. It seems your skill proficiency is too low now, so the success rate might be low. From now on, for a bunch of rabbits, I'll take 50 survival points. For smaller groups of fewer than 5, just 10 points each. That's the lowest price. If you agree, we can settle it. But you absolutely can't tell anyone. This would ruin the market prices and get others angry. Number 2. Zhang Wei seems a bit embarrassed but quickly shifts the topic back to the main point. This future deal. Although many players involved in hunting say they shouldn't deliberately lower prices to disrupt the market, not everyone follows this rule. Especially when dealing with support players. If they aren't worried about crossing the line and making the other person greedy, they might even consider giving these items for free. 0997. Yi Qian, skill proficiency? What's that? Yi Qian isn't in a hurry to agree to the trade. His focus is on the first part, about increasing skill proficiency. So, can you see other people's skill proficiency directly? Then why is there nothing for his? Even if he doesn't want to level up, a progress bar would be nice. It's just showing level 1, with no progress bar or way to improve. 0039. Zhang Wei, 2. Your skills don't have a proficiency progress bar? Hey, Yi, Or should I say Young Yi? Your support skills weren't maxed out from the start, right? 0997. Yi Qian. It shows level 1, but it didn't tell me how to upgrade. I've successfully used it twice, so I think I need to find a way to level up. Yi Qian's message shattered the other person's illusion. Starting skills at max level? That kind of good fortune is something he can only dream about, even if he closes his eyes now. 0039. Zhang Wei. 2. That's true. Right now, over here, more than 100 people have drawn skills, but most of them are at level 1, and most are combat skills. We can't give you much advice at the moment. There are very few support skills confirmed. Brother Yi, you don't know this, but you are a treasure in Zone 8181. Remember, if there's a chance in the future, your older brother will need your help to save lives. Zhang Weitu's personality seems a bit lively. When he heard that the skills weren't max level, he immediately changed from calling Yi Xiao to calling him younger brother. 0997. Yi Qian. Are support skills really that rare? Yi Qian was the last to draw a skill book from the random wheel. He arrived late, and the few people after him didn't draw any skill books either. He doesn't know how skills are divided. Now he's just learning that most of the skills drawn earlier were combat skills. Although rare items are valuable, in this wild survival environment, if he doesn't have some special ability, like dealing with wild wolves or venomous snakes, he might not even get a chance to use the synthesis skill. 0039. Zhang Wei. 2. Rare indeed. I heard that the former number 3 was also support, and it seemed to be a skill that could boost other states. But in less than half a day, he thought he was invincible and went to fight a wild wolf alone. He was gone after that. Number 7 was also support, with healing abilities, but he couldn't withstand the attack of a wild beast either. Old Luo cried several times over their deaths. Zhang Wei. 2 told Yi Qian how few support skills there are. Not only is the chance of drawing a support skill small, but some support skills are also dangerous to use outside. 0997. Yi Qian. I can tell support skills are indeed rare, but I'm not a hunting type. I'm a planting type. Thinking back to when Luo Shan angrily mentioned the deaths of No. 3 and number 7. At that time, he also thought about the 3 people who died. He wondered if the other one didn't have an ID number. It turned out that it wasn't just because they died, but because these 2 had special abilities. Unfortunately, they didn't wait to grow up before going out and risking their lives, which led to their deaths. For players who hunt without support skills, this is really a very sad and bad news. However, most players who can enter the game so quickly are usually hunters. Hunter players usually have healing as a support skill, which is normal. He, on the other hand, is a farming-type player. People should think carefully. He is a farmer. Even if support skills can be unusual, they wouldn't be about healing or boosting people. 0039. Zhang Wei. 2. What's wrong with being a farming type? Crops grown need to be harvested, and animals need to be raised and protected. Little brother Yi, listen to your older brother. Just because we're farming doesn't mean we're completely safe. You should always be ready with a weapon. If wild animals attack, saving your life comes first. Dodge if you can, run if you can, and only fight if there's no other choice. Don't rush to die at the start. We've talked a lot among players in Zone 8181. Those with support skills often end up with some reckless traits. Talking about this, Zhang Wei opened up and discussed some reckless behaviors caused by support skills with Yi Qian. For example, one support skill can make animals reproduce faster. Once, he found a wild ox and gave it this skill. Later, the ox chased him over 2 hills, destroying his home. He only escaped by hiding in a cave. Someone later analyzed that it was probably a male ox, and there were no female cows nearby, so it was just given the skill. If you can't find a female cow, you tend to chase after any living thing you see. Another support skill speeds up plant growth. Out in the wild, he saw a field of flowers and wanted to make them bloom more. Suddenly, all the flowers in the area bloomed instantly and then bore fruit. He was chased home by various wild bees, stung all over, and only managed to escape after being covered in stings. If he hadn't had some quick healing medicine, he might have died right there. One after another, Zhang Wei told many stories. Yi Qian looked at each one and increasingly felt that players who could draw skills were all a bit strange. This includes player 2, Zhang Wei, who is very talkative, loves gossip, and is quite good at sharing stories. Then there is Qin Jian, who is a bit of an idealist, but not overly extreme. And Luo Shan. Yi Qian has seen some of Luo Shan's posts, but he feels that this person doesn't really understand them. Not understanding doesn't bother him. He can't contact Luo Shan now anyway, and Luo Shan isn't the type of support player he needs. After chatting with player 2, Zhang Wei, for a while, Yi Qian became very sleepy. Once the conversation ended, he went straight to sleep. Even though he didn't intentionally practice cultivation, his mind was still clear enough to sense a little warmth around him. He moved closer and closer until he touched these warm light spots, then looked for the next one. He slept around 3 in the afternoon. When Yi Qian woke up again, it was the next morning. He missed dinner. After waking up, he didn't rush to prepare breakfast, but looked at his personal panel and smiled. Feeling comfortable and full of energy, Yi Qian picked up the little tabby cat lying beside him and held it up. "Tabby, I know how to practice now." I understand. He had only received some simple instructions from his master before. Now, he was finally sure how to cultivate his mental strength. Moreover, during this process of mental strength cultivation, the water element would also strengthen his body at the same time. But he has found a way to grow, and now he needs more resources and a safer place to practice. Player. Zone 8181. Number 0997. Yi Qian Special Ability. Water Element Control Skills. Synthesis. Level 1/support. Combat Power. 6. 8 from Special Ability. Survival Points. 556.9 Equipment. Attribute Less Linen Clothes. Beginner Protection Set. Basic Backpack. 2 pieces of cloth. 3 liters of drinking water assets. Poor Grass Hut. A small yard of 182.7 square meters surrounded by fences. Simple water well. Iron pot. 65 square meters of cultivated land / 65 square meters planted as combat. Power increased by 1, from 5 to 6, which is his current physical fitness rating. The original 6 special combat ability has now grown to 8. This growth is due to improved control over water elements and increased mental strength. The backpack is badly damaged. Yi Qian looked at the iron pickaxe and shovel always kept near the grass hut. He definitely needs to make a new backpack. Maybe it was a reminder that his backpack needed replacing. Today's quest includes a random task to change equipment. Quest 1. Cultivate land. 2. Gather resources. 3. Change equipment. Changing equipment means replacing an item he didn't have before, regardless of whether the new item is better than the old one. Sitting inside the grass hut, Yi Qian looked at the faintly bright sky. He spent 80 survival points to buy a 10-meter-long rope and took out some linen to sew. No need to buy a needle. He can make one himself. He found a small stick, shaved it down, drilled a tiny hole with a water droplet, and threaded the line through. Meow, the little tabby cat, was lying in its nest, watching. When it saw Yi Qian ignoring it, it meowed loudly to get attention. "Hungry? No meat or vegetables this morning. Let's eat some water-soaked steamed buns." Seeing the cat wake up, Yi Qian tore off some steamed buns, soaked them in water until soft, and placed them in a leaf-lined bowl. Meow, with the little tabby, was not picky. Whatever Yi Qian gave it, it happily rubbed its little head against him, then lowered its head to start eating. During mealtime, Yi Qian quickly folded the rough cloth several times, first connecting 2 pieces into a long, leaving a small part as a lid, and then folding the rest and sewing it from both sides. To make it more secure, he also stitched around it with thread. For the backpack's lid area, he left a line on the top and bottom pages so it could be tied during movement to prevent items from falling out. Finally, he made shoulder straps for the backpack. Using some sturdy grass ropes he had lying around these days, Yi Qian selected about a dozen strong ones and braided them into wide, flat straps. Rough cloth backpack. Equipment / backpack. Green quality. Fall-proof design. 2 cubic meters storage. Durability 100%. The internal space of this backpack is only 2 cubic meters, but Yi Qian felt it was quite good. He didn't know how much fabric was used to make a backpack with 16 cubic meters of space that sells for 3,000 survival points. His own material cost only 280, so he felt pretty satisfied with it. Random quest, change equipment. You have replaced an item with new gear, 50 survival points. The reward for random quests isn't just the basic 10 points. It increases with difficulty. Previously, digging a well gave 50 points, and now replacing gear also grants 50 points. After packing the iron pickaxe and shovel into the backpack, Yi Qian put on his shirt, slung the backpack over his shoulder, and picked up the well-fed little tabby cat, placing it in its carrier before heading out to gather supplies. Day 5, 5:31 and 33 seconds a.m. Clear weather, 20 degrees Celsius, southeast wind level 2. Today's weather is clear, with no change throughout the day. After leaving the house, Yi Qian first checked the fields. Seeing no urgent tasks, he quickly carried his backpack and cat carrier and set out again along the route he had previously patrolled. After the rain, mushrooms grow again. We can stew some mushrooms to eat. A few hundred meters away, Yi Qian spotted small mushrooms among the short grass. He approached, cut the grass, and dug out the mushrooms. Meow meow. The little tabby, sensing that Yi Qian had stopped running, pawed inside the cat carrier, wanting to come out and play. Don't run too far. There might be something hiding in the nearby grass. He opened the lid and released the small cat, gently patting its head before letting it explore around him. Meow. The little tabby couldn't understand, but it didn't dare go far, just staying close to Yi Qian. Collected an unidentified plant after gathering dozens of mushrooms. Yi Qian saw a green, unidentified plant again. He wasn't sure how many he needed to combine, but collecting these plants was always a surprise. Picking mushrooms, searching, finding more mushrooms. On this entire hillside near his home, Yi Qian kept searching. Whenever he found something, he collected it. By noon, he hadn't found anything else worth gathering besides mushrooms. The little tabby he had brought along was already tired by noon and didn't want to move. It lazily lay on Yi Qian's arm, watching the scenery on their way home. Meow. Back home, Yi Qian didn't need to put it away. The little tabby naturally crawled back into the grass shed and curled up in its nest, ready to sleep. As a kitten just over a month old, a morning of playing had already exceeded its activity limit, even with Yi Qian carrying it during the journey. No meat, so I'll just stew some wild mushrooms for lunch. Yi Qian placed his backpack by the water well, fetched water, washed about 5 gene of fresh mushrooms, added some salt, and put everything into an iron pot to stew. Rabbit eargrass, you've been dehydrated all morning. Do you want me to dig a water channel so you can stay connected to water 24 hours a day? After cooking the meal, Yi Qian went out to check on the plants. He felt a bit sad about the green rabbit ear plants. Yesterday, he had watered them heavily, but now they were thirsty again. Forget it, I'll dig a water channel. Yesterday, after sprouting, he poured dozens of buckets of water. Looking at the distance, he was sure he had enough time to dig the channel and finish watering. He used his iron pickaxe to break the ground and a shovel to remove the soil. Just a few centimeters deep, he could open the soil beneath the fence near the water well. The well was simple, but after digging, the water level was just slightly below the ground surface. Now, with the water channel connected, a few centimeters of flowing water moved along the channel toward the rabbit ear grass. Level 1 bunny ear grass. Growth stage 12 days mature stage. Water system mutation. Plants need a lot of water to keep growing. Please watch for signs of water shortage. The water channel flows continuously. After watering for about 10 minutes, the bunny ear grass that showed signs of water deficiency immediately skipped the 3-day growth period. Additionally, the bright green, ear-shaped leaves that were originally 5 centimeters tall quickly grew to 10 centimeters, and tiny white fuzzy hairs appeared on the ear-shaped leaves. This special mutated plant makes Yi Qian increasingly curious about what the mature stage will look like. It probably won't be just a pair of real bunny ears covered in white fluff, right? 0039. Zhang Wei. 2. Little brother Yi. 6 newly hatched chicks still look very fragile and close to death. Come take them from your older brother. I have a kind heart and can't bear to see such fragile little things die. While Yi Qian and Little Tortoise were having lunch, Zhang Wei sent a private message. He found another nest of tiny chicks. Unidentified animal babies either need to be identified before deciding whether to raise them or are left to die. The identification costs are not low, and most people can't afford to waste money on what seem like doomed little creatures. 0997. Yi Qian. Okay, old brother Zhang, you're kind-hearted, so let me handle this sad task. Yi Qian submitted a trade request. After the other side agreed, he spent 50 survival points, and these 6 chicks became his. Upon receiving them, Yi Qian saw they looked almost dead. Without hesitation, he placed the 6 chicks and 3 unidentified green plants collected earlier that morning into the synthesis. Unidentified baby animal times 6, unidentified plants times 3, can be upgraded through synthesis, success rate 100%, mutation chance 10%. The synthesis details were the same as yesterday, but the result was just a normal synthesis this time. Mother hen chick, green quality, can be raised. When mature, it can produce eggs. Raising it with a rooster can unlock breeding mode. The shiny, fluffy little chicks fluttered twice in Yi Qian's palm, then obediently settled down and stopped moving. Meow. The small tabby cat next to Yi Qian raised its paw and pressed it against his hand, curiously leaning in to see what this living little creature was. This can't be eaten or caught. Keep it and wait for it to lay eggs in the future. Whether or not it hatches eggs, it has potential for development. Yi Qian patted the small tabby cat's head and set aside his half-eaten meal. He found a pile of firewood in the yard and built a small enclosure about a square meter on the other side of the grass shed. He placed some grass leaves inside, put the chicklings in, and then sprinkled crushed grass mushrooms over them. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The chicklings' sounds were soft. They lowered their heads to eat the mushroom crumbs, and a virtual information box appeared above their heads. Mother hen chick, juvenile stage 7 days growth stage, fullness 26%, health 98%. The mother hen chick ignored Yi Qian and continued eating the mushroom crumbs. Its fullness percentage was rapidly increasing. At this early stage after hatching, the chicklings didn't eat much. Just 4 or 5 damaged grass mushrooms filled their fullness bar. Concerned about birds possibly coming back to disturb the nest, Yi Qian built a small shelter for the chicklings, making the coop safer. 0039. Zhongwei, 2. Brother Yi, how is it? Did any survive this time? Half an hour later, Zhang Wei sent another message, asking about whether the chicklings were alive or not. This was what he cared about most right now. Information about Yi Qian's healing aid skill. 0997. Yi Qian, 1 survived, can now eat mushroom crumbs. Yi Qian didn't hide it. He had indeed saved 1 mother hen chickling alive this time. 0039. Zhang Wei, 2. Impressive. Brother Yi, your support ability is really strong. This is the first time I've seen someone save a nearly dead wild animal chick without using medicine. Zhang Wei was more excited about this result than Yi Qian himself. Inadvertently, he revealed some information to Yi Qian. Normally, chicklings found during hunting that haven't been identified need to be identified first, then fed with recovery-type medicine before they can be raised. Not to mention the price of this recovery medicine. Just the identification costs 10 survival points each time. 0039. Zhang Wei, 2. Brother Yi, keep going. I will continue hunting outside. After learning the latest news, Zhang Wei, number 2, turned off his private chat with Yi Qian, then left with his bow and arrow. On the way, he also talked with a few friends about their progress. Little tabby, let's keep eating. Yi Qian looked at the small tabby cat walking over with short legs. He picked up the cat and went back to eat. This time, the mental energy used for the synthesis did not cause the sudden weakness he felt before. Besides Yi Qian's mental strength getting stronger, it was also because this synthesis did not cause mutations or cross-level changes. Moreover, this made Yi Qian very sure that his previous idea about making money through synthesis was a bit too optimistic. Materials of green quality, after successful synthesis, do not necessarily upgrade or mutate. But he didn't lose anything. At least now, the little hen chick is 100% healthy after eating. This level of health cannot be fully restored even with healing potions. They had discussed some information about healing potions earlier. Some restore mental energy, others restore blood, and some restore stamina. These 3 types are the most common, but after use, they do not work instantly. Instead, they require a slow recovery period. An ordinary person with a combat power of 5 points, when mentally exhausted, drinks a mental recovery potion. It can restore their mental energy to a non-weak state within an hour, but it only means they are no longer weak, not that they are full of energy. Meow. The little tabby, full after eating and drinking, rolled in its nest and tilted its head to look at Yi Qian. Its current life is just sleeping, eating, playing, greeting Yi Qian, and making sure Yi Qian hasn't abandoned it. Full now, and ready to continue exploring. Are you coming with me or staying here to sleep? After finishing his meal, Yi Qian looked at the adorable little tabby and reached out his hand. Meow. Seeing Yi Qian's hand, the little tabby quickly jumped up, ran over, and climbed into his palm. It didn't understand what Yi Qian was saying, but as long as Yi Qian reached out his hand, it would come over immediately. Let's go. Time to explore. Yi Qian was in a good mood. He carried the cat outside, placed the little tabby on the grass, and then continued with his exploration. He has recently cultivated several plots of land, mostly planting different crops separately, with about half a meter of dirt between each plot. This time, however, he is clearing land around the rabbit ear grass along its edges. Originally, the area was 5 by 5 meters, but after he finished, it expanded to 6 by 6 meters. Also, once he finished clearing, the land immediately showed signs of being planted. The rabbit ear grass automatically spread to the suitable land it found, growing outward. Meow. Little tabby cat was lying by the field, watching the growth of the rabbit ear grass with curiosity in its eyes. It reached out a small paw, trying to catch a vine, but found it was now still. The tiny cat looked very confused. It's a bit different. As long as there's water and land, it keeps growing. Since I have nothing else to do this afternoon, I'll dig some more land to see if it keeps growing. Yi Qian saw the curious blinking of the kitten, smiled, and gently stroked the little tabby, letting it play freely. Usually, this kind of fast growth needs watering. But now, with the water channel, the roots of the rabbit ear grass in this area are always in contact with water, so as long as it doesn't exceed the limit, it can keep growing. Under the curious gaze of the little cat, Yi Qian continued clearing along the edge. The rabbit ear grass drank water and kept spreading outward. Until the area reached 10 by 10 meters, the seemingly endless rapid growth finally slowed down. Level 1 rabbit ear grass, green quality, a perennial mutant plant, covering an area of 10 by 10 meters, mature period, ready for harvest, leaf collection. When the growth reached its limit, this rabbit ear grass also entered maturity. The harvesting method was clearly marked. Just pick the green leaves that look like rabbit ears, with white short hairs and a high resemblance to actual rabbit ears. However, at maturity, the entire plant has leaves of different ages, some old, some new, some tender. Rabbit ear grass leaves, green quality, can be chopped up and used as feed. Special effect. Eating 1 ounce of rabbit ear grass leaves grants animals double growth speed for 1 hour. Double growth speed. Yi Qian looked back at his chicken coop. The chickens will be able to lay eggs even sooner now. However, the young chickens in my own farm don't eat much. These 2 leaves are almost a pound heavy. Currently, I can harvest. Just estimate. There are probably over 100 pairs ready for harvest. Meow. Little tabby follows Yi Qian, watching as Yi Qian plucks each fluffy leaf. Curious, it tries to reach out with its paw, but finds it can't hook onto the fluffy leaves at all. Tabby, let's go home. Yi Qian has harvested 105 pairs of rabbit ear grass leaves. He picks up the playful little tabby and happily heads home to figure out how to sell these items. His own young chickens only need 5 leaves to last a long time. So, this time, he can sell 100 leaves. Put them up for auction. Not everyone will want all of them. Let's list them separately. Yi Qian looks at the over 100 pounds of rabbit ear grass leaves. Each leaf weighs differently. Some less than a pound, some over a pound. Since there's no guarantee of high bids when packing them, he divides them into 100 parts. Rabbit ear grass leaves. Feed. Special enhancement type. Weight. 1 pound 1.2 ounces. Starting bid. 3 survival points. Auction duration. 6 hours on the auction platform. Leaves weighing about a pound start at 3 survival points, while those over 1 pound 2 ounces can reach 4 survival points. Yi Qian chooses a relatively long auction time, but not the longest. Available auction durations are 30 minutes, 1 hour, 3 hours, 6 hours, and 12 hours. After listing, within about 10 seconds, players begin to bid. Minimum bid increase is 1 survival point. Initially, most bids come from leaves weighing just over 1 pound 1 ounce, but less than 1 pound 2 ounces, as this seems the most cost-effective. When someone in the chat channel mentions having 100 shares of enhancement feed, more players start participating. 18156, Zhang Wei, 109. You guys are so crazy. Do you all already have so many farms? This, Zhang Wei, player 109, after trying to bid a little, comes to the chat channel to complain. He finds it unbelievable how crazy these people are for a few feed items. 10620, Li Chong, 88. Why not go crazy? This is feed without quality level restrictions. Do you understand what it means to have no quality level limits? This thing has the same effect on any quality of farmed animals. So far, this type of feed has only appeared about 10 times. Previously, they were sold in small groups. Now, this time, 100 are available. Whoever has money can buy more. Although I know it's good stuff, it's really crazy. Even the smallest amount adds 6 survival points. I wonder which big shot collected it. With this luck, if I hadn't bought a lottery ticket in the past, I would have missed out big time. How do you know it was collected? Maybe someone grew it themselves. Farming players can also be big shots. You're being too naive, 91. Such good items are only found near players who gather. Farming players wouldn't have this kind of seed. Even if they did, look at the effect, it's obvious. Today is only the 5th day since entering this world. Even if someone planted it on the first day and kept accelerating growth and fertilizing, it wouldn't mature so quickly. It doesn't matter how it was made. I just want to know, do you all have high-level herbivorous farm animals? In the chat, everyone was excited about these feeds that boost growth speed. Seeing this reaction, Yi Qian went outside again to look at the rabbit ear grass. He squatted by the water channel, splashing water on the leaves during their growth phase. These are treasures. Thinking about how strong this level 1 mutated plant is, Yi Qian moved to the level 2 enhanced mushroom. He squatted down, took off the cover holding the mushroom, and checked the countdown. Less than a day left. Feeling happy, he covered it again. Tomorrow morning, he could harvest it. As for now, he didn't want to go out or spend time farming and researching seed buying. He decided to stay home and focus on practicing cultivation. Qin Jin sent a message in the evening, waking Yi Qian from his training. Brother Yi, are you busy? Yi Qian opened his eyes, dismissed the water bead the size of a peanut in his palm, and replied, I'm preparing dinner. I plan to stew some mushrooms. It's a bit tedious to clean the ones I found outside. Brother Qin, is there something you need? He petted the little tabby cat and responded to the message. 0032, Qin Jian, it's like this. I heard from Zhang Wei earlier that someone bought the young animals he was selling. After talking more, I found out it was Brother Yi. May I ask, is Brother Yi's support skill a healing one? Qin Jian approached Yi Qian because, after several conversations with Zhang Wei, he felt something was off. If it was just healing, buying young animals, then identifying and applying healing would be straightforward. But this way of practicing skills costs too much. How could a farming player sustain such high expenses? So he suspected that Yi Qian's support skill might not be healing, but rather identification. He can identify animals himself, without spending survival points on items, and this skill has no progress bar for unidentified animals. If that's true, then buying a set for 50 survival points and just 1 surviving animal would be a big profit. Even if only 1 out of 10 or 8 survives, it's still not a loss. Currently, in auctions and consignment shops, the cheapest young chicks that can be raised are at least 500 survival points. Some slightly stronger young animals can sell for 1,000 or 2,000 points, and people are eager to buy. After all 3 major player groups can engage in breeding. 0997, Yi Qian, it's not healing. I am a planting type, not a hunting type. Yi Qian looked at the message and paused briefly before replying. He had told Zhang Wei before that he was a planting type, but the other person kept thinking he could heal young animals. However, he wouldn't deny his skills, but he wouldn't specify what his support skill was. Combining this skill isn't necessarily good or bad, but so far, he hadn't seen any restrictions. Being able to synthesize plants and animals together, if he revealed this, he would definitely attract attention. If someone finds out in the future and asks what his skill is, he can explain it using water element. After all, farming needs watering, which is definitely related to planting. 0032, Qin Jian, I understand. It's just what I heard from him. I feel it's not as he guessed. Rest assured, Brother Yi, I'm just trying to clear my doubts. I promise I won't tell anyone about this. Qin Jian saw that Yi Qian didn't specify what his skill was, so he didn't press further. He also promised not to tell anyone, but whether he would actually keep that promise is uncertain. It's his own business, and the information Yi Qian shares with others is always trustworthy and won't be spread around. After chatting a few more words with Qin Jian, Yi Qian soaked the wild mushrooms he collected in the morning. After cleaning them, he continued to stew them. Little Tabby, once we sell those, we'll build a house, then set up a proper kitchen, buy a good pot, and later we can make other foods. Yi Qian looked at the mushrooms simmering in the pot. They tasted very fresh, but he couldn't eat only this all the time. Looking at the materials available for sale, Yi Qian thought he should be able to build a suitable house for living. Meow. Little Tabby rubbed against Yi Qian and continued to lie nearby, waiting patiently. Around 10 o'clock at night, after dinner, Yi Qian practiced for a while. Finally, the auction ended. There were 100 items, with the highest selling for 10 survival points, and the lowest for 8 points. In total, 910 survival points were earned. After deducting 5% auction fee, which is 45.5 points, the total is 864.5 survival points. Yi Qian originally had 576.9 survival points. With the new amount, he now has 1,441.4 survival points. Time to sleep. Tomorrow morning, I'll buy wood and bamboo to build a house. Feeling good, Yi Qian hugged the little cat, curled up, and fell asleep in the grass hut. While sleeping, his mind once again felt the warmth of a light spot. His mental strength training continued even in his dreams. He had a peaceful night. Early the next morning, before dawn, Yi Qian was already awake. It wasn't that he didn't want to sleep. Sleeping curled up in this grass hut was really uncomfortable. At first, he had no resources, so he couldn't worry about it. Now that he had some money, building a house became a very important task. Meow. The early rising little Tabby was picked up by Yi Qian and placed in a grass nest at the edge of the courtyard wall. He pressed it a couple of times to keep it there. The area where he kept the chicks earlier was moved elsewhere. Once the house was built, he would consider raising animals again. The mushrooms still have 2 hours. No rush. Let's finish some work first. Yi Qian made some steamed buns for little Tabby, ate one himself with some pickled vegetables, then went out to check the field before returning to dismantle the grass hut. On the 6th day, at 5:01 and 38 seconds a.m., it was clear and sunny, with temperatures ranging from 20 degrees Celsius to 31 degrees Celsius. The south wind was at level 3. The temperature will rise around noon, so be sure to take care of the plant's health. Tasks for today: 1. Clear land and farm. 2. Make things. 3. Gather resources. It might get very hot at noon, so I need to finish building the new house quickly. First, remove the grass shelter. The small trees that had their branches cut earlier are also dug out. On the other side, the yard wall is too small to build a house, so I cut the grass ropes and dismantled the structure. Then, I used an iron pickaxe and shovel to level the soil in this area. Over 100 square meters of land has been prepared. Only then did Yi Qian start buying materials. For the wooden pillars, with a diameter of 18 to 20 centimeters and over 4 meters long, each costs 10 survival points on the market. Yi Qian bought 24 of them. These will form the basic frame of the house. After bringing them back, Yi Qian looked at the fallen wooden pillars and started peeling them with an iron axe. One by one, this was a tiring process, but he had to do it himself. Some peeled wood was sold, costing at least 30 survival points each, but he didn't have that much money now. After more than 2 hours, Yi Qian was sweating heavily. Just as the frame was finished, he suddenly remembered that his mushrooms had ripened. Level 2 Enhanced Mushroom. Mature stage. Can be harvested. The blue quality enhanced mushroom emitted a faint blue glow. He reached out and pulled it out of the ground. Today's gathering task was complete. Level 2 Enhanced Mushroom. Ingredient/medicinal material, blue quality. Can be used to make food or medicine and grants random enhancement effects when eaten. Not for direct consumption. The mushroom was about the size of a palm. Yi Qian looked at it and decided to stew it directly. He had no plans to make medicine, nor did he have the ingredients or tools for that. So he simply decided to stew it. He washed the iron pan again, added water, and placed the mushroom into the pot hole. Cooking Level 2 Enhanced Mushroom Soup. Duration: 8 hours. One mushroom needs to be stewed for 8 hours. And, as expected for a high-level item, a countdown timer appeared without him needing to judge. Meow. The little tabby cat was lying nearby, sniffing. As the water in the pot boiled, a faint aroma began to spread. "It's okay. I'm just cooking something tasty. Don't run around. I will keep building the house." Yiqian gently patted the little tabby cat's head, feeling a bit stronger, then turned back to work. He dug deep holes, about 1 meter deep, and placed heavy wooden poles upright, burying and fixing them securely. There were 24 poles. First, for at the corners. Next, 6 poles were buried at the back to support the rear wall. On each side, 5 poles were added, leaving some space for 2 windows. The front had only 4 poles, with space for the door and 2 extra windows. The basic frame was finished, and now it was time to make the floor. The floor couldn't be laid directly on the ground. Since the house was meant to be lived in long term, it needed gaps underneath to let rainwater flow out during heavy storms. He placed short piles in rows, about 20 centimeters above the ground. Then, he built the frame for the floor using wooden sticks, drilling holes and fixing them with wooden wedges. With the frame in place, he didn't rush to lay the floor yet, because he still needed to build the walls. The walls were made of bamboo, which was better than wood for this purpose. Small bamboo was cheap and easy to find. Bamboo with a diameter of 4 to 5 centimeters and height of 3 to 4 meters. 100 pieces cost only 10 survival points. Near the player's gathering area, bamboo forests were plentiful and easy to harvest. He fixed the bamboo vertically, quickly forming a circle, leaving space for the door and windows. To see behind the house better, Yiqian also left 2 taller windows on the back wall. The windows, door, and floor were not urgent. The frame was mostly done. Now, only the roof remained. High in the middle, lower on the sides, big bamboo split and laid as tiles. Yiqian once again felt that what he learned in childhood was really useful. Although the design wasn't very fancy, at least he had built a house. The house wasn't big, about 4 by 4 meters, roughly 80 square meters. The roof was fixed, and the bamboo tiles were made and secured. Under normal conditions, the house could be lived in comfortably for a long time. As for the door, windows, and floor, in the afternoon, I plan to lay some boards first. I'll cover the windows with straw mats for now, and make proper ones later when I have a safe place to stay. Right now, I don't have much left to spend on survival points, and I am already very tired. Also, I finally finished making the enhanced mushroom soup. Level 2 enhanced mushroom soup, blue quality. When eaten, it can strengthen the body. The level of enhancement varies depending on how much you eat and your absorption ability. Note, for foods of the same level, the effects weaken with each additional consumption. The soup in the pot no longer shows any mushroom pieces, only a half pot of dark blue glowing liquid. How much it strengthens the body is not specified, nor is the maximum amount you can consume. It all depends on the player's own judgment. I'll give you a little too, just a tiny bit. Too much might be too much for you. Yiqian looked at the small tabby cat at his feet. Using his water control ability, he carefully released a tiny water droplet, about the size of a peanut, from the pot. Seeing the curious little cat lean in, Yiqian gently brought the water droplet to its mouth. Meow, meow, meow. The little tabby ate whatever was offered and swallowed it. Less than 10 seconds after swallowing, still savoring the taste of the water droplet, the little cat suddenly rolled on the ground and let out a pained cry. It's okay, it's okay. This won't kill a cat. Just absorb it. Yiqian reassured, holding the cat with one arm, gently rubbing its belly, petting its head, and smoothing its fur. As the little cat's cry grew weaker and the faint blue glow around it faded back into its body, Yiqian finally felt a bit more at ease. But it was only safe for now. The little cat was sleeping, and it was uncertain when it would wake up. Looks like I should finish today's tasks first, repair the wall before drinking anything, he thought. Yiqian grabbed 2 straw mats, laid them inside the house to serve as a temporary floor, and placed the little cat on top. He had originally planned to feed the cat and then drink the rest of the soup, but now he decided to wait a little longer. He quickly went outside and, near the mushroom planting area he had already gathered, expanded the field by another 6 square meters, making a total of 10 square meters. He spent 180 survival points to buy 2 packs of tomato seeds, planting 6 scattered seeds in the new plot. Today, I completed 3 tasks. Next, I used the wooden sticks taken from the dismantled fence and surrounded the area with them. I quickly wrapped them with grass ropes and tied them together, finishing the enclosure. In one day, I earned 10 survival points from farming and 50 points from collecting a level 2 enhanced mushroom. I also made a level 2 enhanced mushroom stew, which gave me another 50 points. Today, I earned a total of 110 survival points. I spent 180 on seed purchases, and the materials for building the house cost over 1,300 in total. Right now, after finishing my work, I have 112.4 survival points left. 0039. Zhongwei, 2. Brother Yi, today there was only one little black bear cub, and it looks healthy. 10 survival points seem too little. Do you want to increase the price? At around 3 p.m., Zhang Wei sent Yi Qian a private message. It seems he did something important this time. The little black bear cub. Yi Qian feels he can't take it. After all, he's not a healer. 0997. Yi Qian, Brother Zhang, there's no need to bother with such a healthy cub. You can keep it or sell it for a high price. I can't afford that with my current assets. Yi Qian understands that the other person doesn't want to sell cheaply, but maybe because he mentioned it before, he wanted to say hello first. 0039. Zhang Wei, 2. Brother Yi, you're too modest. I'm a bit embarrassed. I might have spoken too confidently earlier. But I really like this little black bear cub. Don't take it the wrong way. Tomorrow, if I find a new cub, maybe a dragon cub, I will definitely sell it to you at a low price. Zhang Wei is happily talking again about not selling cheaply, mainly because he's a bit shy and just wanted to ask. As for the promise of the next time, no matter how good the deal, it will be at a low price. 0997. Yi Qian, Brother Zhang, you're joking. We agreed to those low-level, nearly dead cubs being sold cheaply. There's no need to feel embarrassed. Yi Qian, holding an iron plate pot, just smiles at Zhang Wei's words and doesn't take it seriously. Everyone knows that the other person might be trying to curry favor with support skills, and also to clear out some unclaimed juvenile creatures that might not sell. He himself only bought cheap young creatures at a low price, then tried to combine and gamble on his luck. If the other side managed to get good young creatures and gave them to him at a low price, he would need to think carefully about whether to continue this kind of deal. People's hearts can change at any time. Occasional greed might be normal, but if it happens repeatedly, it can become addictive. Over time, when he can't get what he wants, he would feel unhappy. Once this kind of personality develops, not only will he no longer feel satisfied with his own gains, but he might also start causing trouble. 0039. Zhang Wei, 2. As long as Brother Yi doesn't mind, I'll go for an appraisal first. Since Brother Yi is busy, I'll find some different young creatures tomorrow. Zhang Wei was in a good mood, and, knowing that Yi Qian didn't mind, he didn't say more. He closed the private chat, then looked around his home to make sure everything was fine. He sat at his door, picked up a metal pot, and started drinking soup. Gulp gulp. It looked like half a pot of blue-tinted water, but once tasted, the fragrant and sweet flavor made it hard to stop drinking. There wasn't much soup, just over 2 jin, about 1 kilogram. After finishing the last drop, Yi Qian looked at the now broken metal pot, wondering what reaction he would have after drinking the blue-quality, strengthening mushroom soup. He patted his stomach, no pain. He tapped his head with his fingers, no problem. He checked his skin. Besides a slight redness from sun exposure these days, there was no other reaction. Standing uncertainly, Yi Qian threw the broken metal pot aside and moved his legs a few times. No reaction? He tried a set of punches again, and found he really didn't feel any discomfort. Except, his mental state was a bit too good. Now he felt that practicing punches and kicks was not enough. Run, run, run. Running absorbs faster. He moved his legs and jumped over a fence about 1.5 meters high, then started running around his home. As he ran faster and faster, he felt his muscles, bones, and even internal organs emitting a cool, comfortable sensation. No pain, no swelling, no soreness, no numbness. Just feeling better the more I run, and the less I want to stop. Achievement, Food Supplement 1. You consumed strengthening food once and successfully absorbed over 90%. 500 survival points after running quickly for 3 hours and then doing intense fist and kick training in the yard. I finally received this achievement notification. Completing this body enhancement is just part of the reward. The main benefit is the increase in my fighting ability. Player, Zone 8181. ID 0997. Yiqian Special Ability. Water Element Control Skills. Synthesis, Level 1/Support. Combat Power, 11, 10 from Special Ability. Survival Points, 612. For Equipment. Attribute Less Linen Clothes. Beginner Protection Set. Rough Cloth Backpack. Mushrooms, 3.6 Gene. Bread, 5 Liang. X16. White Steamed Buns, 5 Liang. X5. Pickled Vegetables, 1 Liang. X9. Mustard Greens, 1 Liang. X13. Drinking Water, 1 Gene. X2. Level 1 Crop Accelerator. X1 Assets. Simple Bamboo House. Fenced small yard of 317.5 square meters. Basic well, 146 square meters of cleared land / 146 square meters of crops planted. A blue quality strengthening food increased my physical toughness from 6 to 11 points. The water element control power bonus also increased from 8 to 10 points. Since this enhancement focused mainly on the body, the mental strength bonus was less, which I fully understood when I saw this information. Feeling light and healthy, I could run for 2 more hours without feeling tired. In the yard, Yiqian clenched his fists and continued practicing a complete set of martial arts he had learned, repeating it over and over. His stance was steady, legs strong, back straight, breathing calm, punches breaking the wind. Even his eyesight improved a lot, allowing him to see farther and more clearly. Meow. The sound of a small tabby cat came from inside the house. Hearing it, Yiqian lowered his fists and stepped into the house. Meow. The little tabby was still the same, with a layer of short fur fallen on the makeshift grass mat where it had temporarily made its nest. The small kitten is still a black-gray tabby cat, about the size of a full-month-old kitten. However, its limbs are now stronger than before, and with a single jump, it lands on Yiqian's arm. Not bad. You might be able to catch mice in the future. Yiqian catches the playful kitten, feels its soft fur, and examines its claws. The sharpness of its claws is almost as good as an adult cat's. Enhanced food is effective for cats too. But right now, the little tabby has no information about itself. Even when placed in a cat carrier, it only shows its breed name. Meow whimper. The little tabby watches Yiqian pinch its paw and tests its claws with his finger. Though he doesn't understand why, it still happily rolls over and raises its paw. It opens all 4 claws and shows its nails to Yiqian. Are you deliberately acting cute, little one? Yiqian pokes at the cat's paw, touching the sharp but harmless claws, playing with each one. The little tabby switches paws occasionally, letting him poke freely, and it tilts its head and meows happily. It's already dark outside. You're probably hungry, but we don't have a stove now. We'll just eat some water-soaked steamed buns and pick a kitchen to tidy up tomorrow. After playing for a while, Yiqian sits down with the cat in his arms, takes out some steamed buns and pickled vegetables, and soaks some for the little tabby to share for dinner. It's completely dark now. The moonlight is faint, but visibility remains within 100 meters. After eating, Yiqian doesn't go inside to sleep. The floor inside his house is still just a framework. He has to wait until tomorrow to lay the boards and make it livable. Once the grass mat is laid, the little tabby can still go inside to sleep. But he doesn't go in, and the little tabby stays outside. A small bundle lies on his lap, snoring softly. Keep practicing. I'll continue tomorrow, sitting cross-legged, full of energy from strengthening his body. Yiqian focuses seriously on improving his mental strength. With better physical fitness, training his mental power becomes easier. When the sky begins to lighten with the first hint of dawn, Yiqian opens his eyes, looks down at the tiny bundle still on his lap, and shows a faint smile. He still doesn't think he will enjoy raising small animals, but the little tabby is so well-behaved and obedient that it's hard for him to refuse. On the 7th day, at 5:05 and 31 seconds a.m., there was strong wind, with temperatures ranging from 16 degrees Celsius to 23 degrees Celsius, and a north wind blowing at level 8. Overall, the temperature was quite low, so attention to plant growth information was necessary. Early in the morning, I checked the information panel. Seeing the sudden drop in temperature and the approaching strong wind, Yiqian didn't need to think much. He picked up his cat and brought it inside the house, then turned around to start working. Tasks for today included 1. Farming and land clearing, 2. Gathering. 3. Gathering again. Both the daily and random gathering tasks involve collecting items. However, for daily tasks, collecting any item was enough, while for random tasks, the items had to be of green quality to be considered complete. After leaving the house, Yi Qian went to the snakeberry plant and collected 13 ordinary snakeberries, completing the daily gathering task. This time, no unidentified plants appeared. Uncertain when the strong wind would arrive, Yi Qian returned and started clearing land with an iron pickaxe. 10 square meters of land could be cleared quickly. He thought, potatoes are good. When harvested, they're great for stews and roasts. Looking at his own vegetables, Yi Qian bought 4 potatoes. Potato seeds, one with 4 to 6 buds. Price: 50 survival points. He spent 200 survival points to buy 4 potatoes, which produced a total of 21 buds. It wasn't a bad deal. He planted them in his 10 square meter plot. In the 10 square meter area of cilantro, there are 420 plants. They are still sprouting, with most having grown their first small leaves. In 2 days, they will enter the seedling stage. Land planted with cilantro, 5 by 2 meters, for 120 plants. Growth period 7 days. Mature period, land planted with cabbage, 4 by 4 meters, 20 plants. Sprouting period 5 days. Growth period, land planted with chili peppers, 2 by 1 meters, 2 plants. Sprouting period 5 days. Growth period, land planted with cherry tomatoes, 4 by 2 meters, 2 plants. Entering sprouting stage after 1 day, land planted with regular tomatoes, 5 by 2 meters, 6 plants. Entering sprouting stage after 2 days, land planted with potatoes, 5 by 2 meters, 21 plants. Entering sprouting stage after 3 days, level 1 rabbit ear grass, 10 by 10 meters, 1 plant. Growth period 14 days. Mature period water system mutation. Plants need a lot of water to keep growing. Please watch carefully to see if the plants are lacking water. 7 separate planting areas cover only about 156 square meters. Some plants have not sprouted yet, while others are close to reaching maturity. Additionally, Yi Qian found that both cilantro and bok choy can be pulled out and used for cooking during their seedling and growth stages. However, these seeds are quite expensive. It seems a bit wasteful to pull out such small plants just to eat them. 0001. Luoshan, I just received some uncertain news. Let me add that when players go out hunting, they have a chance to find special treasure chests. These chests usually emit a faint glow, and dangerous animals or plants may be nearby. Inside these chests, there is a high chance of finding items of green quality or higher. It has been confirmed that some players have obtained skill books and crafting materials from these special chests. If you encounter one, always observe your surroundings first. Make sure there is no danger before opening it, or try to move the chest out of danger using other methods. Never rush straight toward it without caution. Survival is hard. Stay alert. At 8 a.m., Luoshan continued to share survival information, then 2 minutes later, added another message. Special treasure chests emit faint light and have traps nearby. This makes them extremely dangerous, but the items inside can make players overlook the danger. Many are excitedly chatting, hoping to find such chests. Crafting materials are valuable, but skill books are even more tempting. Most players now know that only the top 1,000 players in this area have a chance to get skill books from the Lucky Wheel. Someone has counted that, including those who have already died, only 113 out of the top 8,181 players have obtained skill books from the wheel. These 113 players are very rare among the over 20,000 players in the group. This is why Zhang Wei is eager to build a closer relationship with Yi Qian. Of course, Zhang Wei also has skills. Given that he can only find a nest of cubs once a day, his skills are probably related to young animals or their nests. With skills so rare, many players are already discussing how to better identify trap locations and take away special treasure chests. There are various scene simulations, discussions, and arguments. For this kind of development, Yi Qian thinks it's quite normal, but he doesn't have time to observe himself. It's already past 8 a.m., and he still has one task unfinished today. Instead of worrying about whether the treasure chest exists or how long it will take to find, he decides to go out and run a few more laps, looking for colorful, high-quality items to gather. Meow. Little Tabby looks at Yi Qian about to leave, jumps directly onto his shoulder. No need for a cat bag. He can carry it out easily. Let's go? We'll look around, and if we find some wild rabbits or chickens, we can stew them for a meal. Yi Qian pats the little tabby on his shoulder, telling it to stay still and hold on to his clothes. Then he starts his journey with his backpack. Today, the hillside, including the mountain top, remains quiet as usual. He runs around, digging up about a dozen mushrooms, but still hasn't found any green quality items. He has already reached the middle of the mountain where he lives. Instead of going further down, he circles around to the side of the mountain, searching toward the back. Obtained an unidentified plant when he reaches the back mountain. On the halfway point, Yi Qian digs up a wild vegetable from the ground. It's not identified, but he knows it as bitter herb from his past world. It also has many other names, but in the area where he used to live, people called it that, often picking it to dip in sauce and eat. Although the mountain isn't full of them, Yi Qian, carrying his iron pickaxe, digs up one plant after another. In less than an hour, he has collected over 2 jin, about 1 kilogram. The unidentified plants also increase significantly during this process. Following toward the mountain top, he finds more bitter herbs, dandelions, and shepherd's purse. All morning, Yi Qian, with his iron pickaxe, digs up every plant he finds. When he reaches the top of the mountain, he checks the time. It's already noon. The small hill isn't big, but his harvest makes him very satisfied. Vegetables, 19.8 jin, 13 unidentified plants. This was today's morning harvest. These wild vegetables and mushrooms are all called wild vegetables, regardless of their type. 0039. Zhang 2. Brother Yi, are you busy? Just as Yi Qian was heading home, Zhang Wei sent another message. 0997. Yi Qian, I just want to gather wild vegetables. How was your harvest today, Brother Zhang? As they talked more, Yi Qian became more casual in his replies. 0039. Zhang 2. The harvest was very good, really good. Well, I didn't catch the dragon, but I found a whole nest of snakes for you, a whole bunch. 50 survival points. Come and get them. Zhang Wei seemed a bit proud when he sent this. After seeing his message, Yi Qian immediately sent a request to exchange. 50 survival points for 9 newly hatched, unidentified snake-shaped baby creatures. 0997. Yi Qian, Brother Zhang, did you raid a snake nest? Yi Qian looked at the 9 baby creatures in his hand. They are definitely snakes, but what kind of snake they are is not clear yet. Unidentified animal babies times 9 can be combined to upgrade. Success rate 100% this time. The 9 unidentified little snakes, after being combined, will not mutate. They will definitely be healthy baby snakes. But Yi Qian didn't want to raise snakes. Forget what they could do when grown up. Just a small snake wandering at home would soon be scratched and bitten by the little raccoon. Not wanting that to happen, he could only add new materials. Unidentified animal babies times 9, unidentified plants times 9, can be combined to upgrade. Success rate 100%, with a 10% chance of success for higher level synthesis and a 50% chance of mutation. The materials added are quite a lot. Yi Qian saw the success rate for higher level synthesis and put the remaining 4 unidentified plants into the process. The result remained the same percentage. This value is probably the limit. He took back the 4 unidentified plants, and with this probability, combined them directly. His mental energy was rapidly being drained. The 2 hands held the snakes and 3 different plants, which gathered together into a ball of green light. The deep green light flickered, gradually deepening until it turned dark green. Level 1 mutation, snakevine seed. Green quality, mutated plant, loves to climb, can be planted around walls or houses. The climbing snakevine can confuse, repel, or capture level 1 wild creatures. 0039. Zhang 2. Of course. We have to dig out a snake nest. Brother Yi, you're busy now, let's talk tomorrow. Zhang from Group 2 sent a message. He seemed quite happy about finding a snake nest. Maybe the snakes inside had brought him some good rewards. Yi Qian replied with talk tomorrow, then closed the chat window and got ready to plant the snake vine outside the courtyard wall. He chose a spot under the fence, near the front gate. There was no need to clear the ground. He simply dug a small hole, placed the seed inside, and watered it. A small vine quickly sprouted. It really did look like a snake. It first grew to about 10 centimeters, a bright green snake-like vine, then stopped growing. Its color slowly turned brown, and the surface began to look like scales. When the transformation was complete, 9 thin vines grew from the top, spreading in different directions. After these snake-like vines reached about 10 centimeters, they stopped growing again, entering a recovery stage. Level 1 Mutation, Snake Vine. Growth recovery 6 hours. After 2 growth stages, it would take 6 hours before it could grow again. Since it was planted near the water channel, there was no need to worry about watering. So, all he could do now was wait. Meow, the little tabby cat, stood by the wall, reaching out a paw to touch the tender leaves of the snake vine. It looked up at Yi Qian, meowing softly, its claws hovering just above the plant, waiting for permission. You can't touch that. Yi Qian crouched down, gently moved the cat's paw away, and picked it up. Even though he couldn't talk with the little cat, it always showed what it wanted to do first, waiting for his reaction to know whether it was allowed. Meow, the tabby pulled back its paw, lay on Yi Qian's arm, rubbed its head against him, and meowed again. It understood. That was another thing it couldn't play with. Let's go. No meat today, we'll have to keep eating soaked buns. Holding the little tabby cat, I entered the house. Yi Qian went to pick some wild vegetables, mixed in some crushed straw mushrooms, and added some crushed rabbit eargrass leaves to make a feed for the chickens. He and the little tabby cat ate bread and pickled vegetables again. After finishing their meal, Yi Qian realized that the last bottle of water he drank was gone. There was a water well at home. Yi Qian used an empty plastic bottle to collect some well water. Unfiltered, unpurified water contains impurities, may cause occasional adverse reactions when consumed. This water turned out to be undrinkable. Meow, the little tabby cat sniffed the bottle, shook its head, and backed away. It really can't be drunk. I should buy bottled water, or wait until I can get a filter or find a safe spring. Seeing that the little cat disliked the water, Yi Qian shook his head and poured it back into the bottle. He still kept the empty plastic bottles. There were 25 in total. He had cut open one to feed the chickens, and the rest were stored in 2 baskets, waiting to be used later. 1 basket, a pole, and a dustpan. These were all leftover items from the planting supplies box, but they had been unused and gathering dust in a corner of the yard. He spent 50 survival points to buy 10 bottles of drinking water from the marketplace. He placed most of the water inside the house, leaving only a few bottles in his backpack for backup. Meow, 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 meow. Suddenly, outside, the little tabby cat shouted angrily. Yi Qian jumped out of the house, crossed the fence in a few steps, and saw the cause of the cat's anger. A chubby, fat rabbit had come into their field and was nibbling on the rabbit eargrass. Yi Qian raised a gathered water droplet and shot it at the rabbit. When the rabbit tried to bite another rabbit eargrass leaf, the water hit its head. The water didn't pierce the rabbit's head, but left a wound. The rabbit saw Yi Qian and, with red eyes full of anger, charged toward him. Drawn to attack, Yi Qian thought that this rabbit, which was at least 20 pounds, wouldn't be easy to kill. Even injured, it didn't run away but instead tried to ram and bite him. Several water droplets, not very precisely aimed, landed on the rabbit as Yi Qian dodged its quick charges. Blood holes, stained with red, turned the white rabbit fur red, and the big rabbit gradually lost its strength. Since the rabbit had attacked fiercely before, Yi Qian didn't try to catch it when it was weak. Instead, he repeatedly controlled water droplets and dropped them on the big rabbit's head. Until the rabbit was completely still, a notification sound appeared. Planting player 8181-0997. Yi Qian successfully killed a level 1 mutant wild rabbit through attack. Secondary profession unlocked. Secondary profession, player's initial choice as main career. When the conditions are met, the player can receive basic support information related to the secondary profession. New secondary profession, hunting, new basic functions. View basic information about wild animals, set traps, process prey materials. Achievement, Hunting 1. You successfully killed a level 1 mutant wild animal. Survival points 100. So, from now on, I can see health bars when fighting monsters? Yi Qian looked at the wild rabbit in front of him. Sure enough, it had a different indicator. And after unlocking the secondary profession, hunting achievements also appeared. Level 1 mutant wild rabbit corpse. Besides the name, there was a gray, emptied health bar. Meow? Little tabby cat stood at the door, tilting its head as it looked at the rabbit ahead. Its paw reached out several times, but then retracted. It had just seen that the rabbit was very fast, too fast for it to catch. Let's go. Tonight, we'll have meat to eat. Yi Qian carried the chubby rabbit carcass and picked up the kitten. He entered the yard, closed the door, and got to work. He sliced open the rabbit's skin with a sickle, quickly tearing it off. Unprocessed rabbit skin can be treated with lime or wood ash. Skinned wild rabbit. Internal organs not yet processed. Like planting, these steps come with prompts. Yi Qian quickly finished processing, threw the organs into the cesspit behind the latrine, and buried them as fertilizer. Currently, Yi Qian only had 462.4 survival points, but he needed 500 to buy a basic stove. He couldn't afford it, so he had to make one himself. Go play by yourself. I'll start building a stove with mud. He had already rubbed the rabbit skin with the ash saved from cooking before. Yi Qian didn't know if it would work, but his knowledge was limited. His current hope was still the kitchen. As a person who prefers staying at home, Yi Qian's biggest hobby is eating delicious food. The kitchen is an essential place for every foodie. Mixing mud, hitting stones, building a stove. Using 200 survival points to buy a round, thick iron plate, and another 100 survival points to buy a blacksmith's hammer. Yi Qian spent the afternoon busy with these tasks. Clang, clang, clang. The rhythmic sound of hammering echoed from the small hill. At first, the little tabby cat at home was startled, but it quickly got used to it. It sat by the window, watching eagerly as Yi Qian hammered the iron. The little chick, however, was a bit overwhelmed and trembling, hiding in the corner and not daring to move. With strong, forceful strikes and no prior experience, Yi Qian managed to shape the thick iron plate into a roughly even iron pot. The pot is about 20 centimeters deep and 80 centimeters in diameter. After placing the iron pot on the stove, Yi Qian reapplied mud around the edges. Since they couldn't buy a pipe for the chimney yet, they used stones to build a small stack. Finally, before nightfall, the work was completed. This is our kitchen. First, let's stew the rabbit meat. Yi Qian looked at the little tabby cat that came over again, picked it up, and placed it on his shoulder. After quickly chopping the rabbit into small pieces, he bought some green onions, garlic, Sichuan pepper, star anise, and cinnamon. Each item cost only a few survival points, some just a few, others around a dozen. After arranging everything, Yi Qian also bought a woven bamboo lid, which was well made, costing only 30 survival points. None of these items were expensive, but after buying them, Yi Qian's survival points dropped to a single digit. Only 8.4 survival points remained. With the remaining few points, he even bought a set of tableware, a wooden bowl, a wooden plate, and wooden chopsticks. It cost 5 survival points. Meow, the little tabby, tilted its head, watching Yi Qian wash the dishes and chopsticks, then placing the plate in front of it. Curious, it reached out a small paw and pawed at it. What is this used for? Before mealtime, little Tanuki wouldn't know what this was for. It might have thought it was a new nest and ran to lie in the plate. Take a rest. Working with metal is tiring. My body has doubled in strength, but I still feel tired and my arms hurt. Yi Qian sat in the yard, cuddling and petting the little Tanuki, watching it gradually become part of the home. His smile deepened. In this different world, he finally has his own home. Next, he needs to keep getting stronger, protect this home, the people, the cats, and the plants inside. Lying on the grass, watching the moon, Yi Qian looked at the chat channel and suddenly remembered Qin Jian. They hadn't talked about his secondary role today, so he wasn't sure if Qin Jian knew. From what they shared, Yi Qian learned a lot and received benefits, which he knew he should give back for. 0997. Yi Qian, Brother Qin, are you busy? A familiar greeting, then Yi Qian waited. 0032. Qin Jian, not busy. Little Yi, have you eaten dinner? Such a familiar way of asking. 0997. Yi Qian, not yet. Today, I ran to the door and caught a rabbit with my cat, but I had to kill it. I want to talk to Brother Qin. After I killed the rabbit, a prompt called secondary role appeared. Yi Qian blamed his little Tanuki for the rabbit's death. The cat caught the rabbit but didn't kill it, so he had to do it himself. 0032. Qin Jian. So, doing things outside your main profession to reach a green level can unlock a secondary role. Each profession has different directions and basic functions. To develop better, you need to unlock as many aspects as possible. Qin Jian quickly organized a lot of information based on this idea. Hunting shows a health bar and tips for handling prey. Planting shows info about plants, including weeding, fertilizing, and harvesting. There are also tips for gathering wild plants and basic processing of plants. Without unlocking the secondary role, players can only develop within their main profession. For example, a hunter-type character relies on feelings and previous experience to decide how to handle each stage after planting crops. However, the assistant role only provides basic information tips and nothing more. In beginner hunting skills, besides information about prey, health bars, and processing carcasses, there are also options to craft simple bows, spears, and other weapons. Gathering involves basic material processing, followed by simple crafting. As hunting becomes a secondary role, the ability to craft gathering items is considered a main skill, while the assistant role is limited to basic processing. 0032, Qinjian, Brother Yi. I will talk to boss Luo Shan and ask him to share this information. Should Brother Yi sign his name when sharing? After organizing the information, Qinjian asked Yi Qian again about whether to include the provider's name. Some players want fame, so they include their name when sharing clues. Others prefer to stay anonymous, only saying that a player provided the information. As for why they want fame but still ask Luo Shan to publish it, because information shared personally isn't as trusted, while Luo Shan is already well known, making his posts more credible. This way of helping someone become famous might have uncertain future effects. Many people prefer to stay anonymous and avoid taking on responsibilities that don't concern them. 0997. Yi Qian. No, I prefer to stay quiet. Just me and my cat are enough. Yi Qian doesn't want fame or attention. After their conversation, about 10 minutes later, Luo Shan posted in the chat channel about someone providing clues that could lead to a secondary role. He also shared more details. Yi Qian doesn't want to speculate too much about whether Luo Shan knew this all along, or if some people were hiding information from him and only revealed it now. This kind of thing doesn't really concern him. He simply did what he wanted to do. After achieving his goal, he gave back in a way that was manageable and harmless. That was all. Tanlihua, we are out of money. After we eat, let's rest well. Tomorrow, we need to go out again to gather and hunt, and work hard to earn more. Yi Qian was lying on the grass, smelling the delicious aroma coming from the pot, feeling very happy as he played with the cat. Meow. Little Tanlihua only knew that Yi Qian was playing with it, and that made it very happy. Achievement. Home Cooking 1. You successfully made a green quality meal in your own kitchen using a complete stove. Survival points 100. A prompt made Yi Qian, who was resting, sit up. The food in the kitchen was ready, and making food in the kitchen also counts toward achievements. So, when his house is finished and he makes a bed to sleep on, could that also give him an achievement? He wasn't sure, but it didn't stop him from trying. As someone who prefers staying at home, he naturally wanted his house to be as comfortable as possible. Level 1 Stewed Mutant Wild Rabbit Meat. Food, green quality. Eating it grants a level 1 speed boost, including faster movement, quicker recovery, and faster training. The effect lasts for 1 hour. Level 1 speed boost. Yi Qian looked at it. It increases his speed by 5%. It seems to improve everything overall, but he didn't think he could use all 3 speed boosts at once. He served himself a bowl of rabbit meat and gave 2 pieces to the kitten. After it cooled down, he mashed it and mixed in a little bit of breadcrumbs. There was still plenty left in the pot, enough for them to eat for the whole next day. Meow meow. Little Tanlihua tasted the slightly spicy rabbit meat and then started swallowing big mouthfuls. With flavorful food, it seemed to like it even more. Yi Qian also ate very happily. 7 days had passed. This was the best tasting meal he had had since arriving in this world. Full and satisfied, he and the cat laid down on a grass mat in the yard to sleep. Today was tiring, but also very happy. You received a private message from friend 0039, Zhang Wei, 2. Early in the morning, just after 4 o'clock, Yi Qian was awakened by several alert sounds in a row. He opened his private chat and saw that number 2, Zhang Wei, kept sending messages like, wake up, hurry up, 0997. Yi Qian, Brother Zhang. Why are you still awake so late? Are you sneaking out? Although he wasn't really annoyed, Yi Qian was suspicious about what this person was up to. It's not even 4:30. Going out hunting at this time doesn't seem right. 0039, Zhang Wei. 2. Cough cough. Little brother Yi, you're right. Your big brother was sneaking out. Come on, bring me 50 survival points. Zhang Wei quickly replied and proactively sent a request to exchange. Yi Qian wasn't sure what it was about, but he quickly agreed. Before dawn, Yi Qian used 50 survival points to get 7 small gourds. They were untested animals, each about the size of a finger pad, in 7 different colors. 0997. Yi Qian, Brother Zhang, did you steal these gourds from Gourd Mountain or dig out a snake spirit's cave? The colorful small gourds, Yi Qian held them in his hand, feeling stunned. Since when did gourds become part of the animal category? Is this some strange dream? 0039, Zhang Wei. 2. You watch too many cartoons, little brother Yi. You can study them yourself. I can only tell you I went to a strange place and fought hard to get these good things. I fought monsters for 4 hours, almost exhausted myself. I'm going to sleep now. Hope you can save and take good care of them. Exhausted himself? Looking at the message, Yi Qian didn't reply. He was a bit confused about the phrase, exhausted himself. Was he trying to make him think something inappropriate? Or was it because he's getting older and his kidneys are no longer healthy? Anyway, even if these gourds are marked as untested animals, he still has to synthesize them to see what happens. 7 unidentified animals can be combined and upgraded. This time, the success rate is 77%. The success rate for combining is low. Yi Qian looks at the 4 unidentified plants in his bag, takes them out, and adds them all in. Finally, the success rate reaches nearly 100%. 7 unidentified animals, for unidentified plants, can be combined and upgraded. This time, the success rate is 100%, with a 3% chance of mutation. The chance of mutation is very low, but there's no point guessing now. If he doesn't combine them, and something happens later, he'll lose everything. Plants can be stored for a long time without damage, but animals can die at any moment. As the colorful light flickered, it merged with the 4 plants. A small gourd shining with white light fell into Yi Qian's hand. Level 1 Rainbow Treasure Light, Gourd Bee Larva. Green quality/animal, can be raised, and when mature, it can reproduce, gather nectar, and make honey. There's a chance it will produce higher level bees. Yi Qian looks at the small gourd gently swaying in his palm. He's glad there was no mutation this time. He finally understands why this is an animal. This small gourd is the shell. Inside lies the animal, but the shell and the bee larva are part of the same object. When it matures, the bee larva can separate from the gourd. The grown gourd becomes a hive, and the bee larva can reproduce and live inside. Meow? The little tabby cat wakes up, comes over to look at the small gourd in Yi Qian's hand, reaches out a paw, then looks at him. After he shakes his head, the little cat automatically retracts its paw. Again, it's not something to play with. This, if raised well, will bring us delicious things in the future. Yi Qian is looking forward to honey, but right now, the most important thing is to find something for the little creature to eat and a safe place for it to grow. Oh, and he needs to inform Brother Zhang, who apparently sneaked out last night to steal honey. Wait, stealing honey? Honey is probably a collected resource, right? Stealing honey and then creating this little hive suggests that the honey is at least of green quality. So, this isn't just about honey. It's about the side job he announced last night. Yi Qian suddenly has a bright idea. He finally understands why. Just after midnight, this person didn't sleep and went out to fight for 4 hours. This person's skills are really impressive. Not only can they find wild animals with babies in the wild, but they can also directly locate their positions. However, no matter what skills the other person has or what they can do, they gave the little gourd bee to themselves and even raised it. Let's share the joy. After all, this person has always cared about whether they can raise the little baby bees. 0997. Yi Qian, Brother Zhang, the little gourd bee is alive. Yi Qian sent the message, and within less than a minute, the other person replied. 0039, Zhang Wei, 2, wow. Amazing. 0039, Zhang Wei, 2, ahem. Little brother Yi, I don't mean anything bad. I just didn't expect you to be so capable. Since these bees are alive, I'll also bring some food for them. I won't charge you for it. When they grow up and start making honey, you can share a little with me as a snack." After sending the first message, Zhang Wei quickly sent a second one. It seems he already knew what the bees needed to eat to survive. Yi Qian thanked him and didn't refuse. He accepted a half-pound jar of honey stored in a red gourd. But this honey is extraordinary. Red gourd honey, green quality, edible ingredient, strength enhancement, consuming 0.1 ounces of red gourd honey grants a 1-hour strength boost, increasing strength by 5%. With green quality and a 5% single attribute boost lasting an hour, this is already the best. And only 0.1 ounces per hour. The 20-centimeter high gourd contains half a pound. 5 ounces could provide a continuous strength boost for 50 hours. Day 8, for 38 and 30 seconds AM. Light rain, 15 degrees Celsius, 20 degrees Celsius. Any wind at level 2. Overall temperature quite low. Yi Qian controlled the honey to fly out from the gourd in tiny pinhead-sized drops, delivering it to his own colorful treasure light, gourd bee. Watching the small gourd move, and after the honey inside was absorbed, Yi Qian added a little more. After feeding several times, he knew the bees were full once they stopped eating. At this time, the sky was still dark, but the weather forecast was already displayed on the personal information panel. It was light rain, with gentle wind and mild temperatures. However, this rain was unpredictable. It could suddenly become heavy or just drop a few raindrops. Tasks: 1. Cultivate land. 2. Repair the home. 3. Crafting. Today's tasks seemed easy. Just a little repair and cleaning, and it should be done. This little thing has grown so much overnight. Yi Qian went to the fence and looked at the snake-like grass, which had grown 4 layers of branches and many long, thin leaves over a meter long. He reached out and touched some of the large, elongated leaves. As Yi Qian approached, the snake-shaped, round leaves immediately curled around his finger twice. They didn't hurt or cling tightly. They just brushed against him and then stretched out again, sticking to the fence. It was clear that this snake-like grass could tell whether it was from outside or its own kind. But Yi Qian wondered how the little spotted cat would see it. He wasn't sure, and to prevent the little cat from being accidentally hurt, he decided to try. "Little spotted cat, come and see this." He waved at the kitten running around in the yard. The kitten had gotten used to being called little spotted cat. It happily ran over, rubbed against Yi Qian's leg, then was picked up and placed next to the snake grass. "This is considered ours now." Yi Qian saw a leaf wrapping around the kitten, and he gently pressed the leaf against its head before letting go. He understood. If it was truly their own, it wouldn't hurt them. But he wasn't sure if ours meant just being at home or needing to carry their scent. For now, he just wanted to make sure the kitten wouldn't get hurt. After all, the mother hen and her chicks were kept in the yard, and the colorful treasure-hued gourd bee hadn't yet learned to fly out. After playing with the kitten and the snake grass for a while, Yi Qian let the kitten go and play by itself. He returned to the simple kitchen with only a stove, lit a fire to cook the grass, and prepared a hot meal. Meow. There was meat for breakfast, and the little tabby cat ate happily. After they finished eating, the sky gradually brightened. Yi Qian went outside to start farming. The fields had new changes. 2 small tomato plants had sprouted, with fluffy leaves that looked a bit fragile. On the other side, the earliest planted cilantro had grown taller again, almost reaching 15 centimeters. Yi Qian remembered he had bought a cilantro plant over half a meter tall before. Now, the cilantro he grew seemed to be quite large, and the smell was very strong. Fortunately, he could eat cilantro. Although it was just for seasoning, the taste wasn't too hard to handle. As for the little tabby cat, because the smell of the cilantro field was too strong, it only played in other patches of land and never came here. Meow, meow, meow. The little tabby played in the field for a while, then seemed bored and ran to the area full of wild grass around. Soon, the little creature happily ran back, with something caught on its paw. "Tabby, you're still young and daring to catch everything. Are you really not afraid of getting hurt?" Yi Qian picked up a stick, pierced the little tabby's claw, and then hooked the big earthworm it brought back. He gently petted its head and shook his head, indicating that it was better not to play with such things. There are earthworms in the wasteland, which is normal, but these worms are over 20 centimeters long. As for the little tabby, if you don't count its tail, It's only about 15 centimeters. Meow. The little tabby was still happily tilting its head, proud that it had caught prey and brought it home. All right, all right. Seeing how happy it was, Yi Qian stroked the little creature's head and decided not to say anything more. Cats are naturally active. As long as they feel okay, they want to play, so let them. He planned to chop up the earthworm later and feed it to the chickens. The hen chicks at home, now only 3 days old, had already grown small wings and were almost catching up to the little tabby in size. After chopping the earthworm into pieces and mixing it with rabbit ear grass and snake berries to feed the chicks, they ate happily, which helped them grow faster. After a worm was eaten, the little chick's fluffy feathers stretched out, which was a special boost caused by the worm, skipping an hour of time. Maybe because it ate more nutritious food. Also, chickens naturally like to dig in the soil and look for insects to eat. Tie a broom, sweep the yard, then build up the edge of the water well. They cleared 10 square meters of land, but unfortunately, they had no money to buy seeds. Yi Qian didn't mind and continued doing other things. They made a broom from small branches and cleaned the yard. They swept around and piled all the trash into a compost pit. The pit was messy, full of all kinds of things. Yi Qian didn't know if it would turn into fertilizer, but he wasn't interested in checking it often. Growing plants requires making fertilizer, which is normal. As long as the people and animals at home don't fall in, it's fine. Meow. After a while, the little tabby cat brought Yi Qian another worm. It seemed to enjoy playing with it very much. Wash your paws, you can rest now. Yi Qian watched the proud little tabby cat, cut the worm, and threw it to the hen again. Then he took the cat to the water channel and let it wash its paws properly. It probably got mud on its paws because the worm tried to run away earlier. Meow. The cat's paws got wet. It paused for a moment, then jumped into play. Do cats like playing with water? Yi Qian looked at the little cat and started to wonder if he was really raising a cat. Meow. After playing in the water for a while, the cat's paws were clean. It looked up at Yi Qian, wanting to jump out. Come here. I'm not afraid of a little water. Yi Qian reached out both hands, inviting the cat to jump onto them. Meow meow. The cat jumped onto Yi Qian's hands. It looked at its paws, which were suddenly dry, and stared for a moment. Then it happily rolled around in Yi Qian's hands. It seemed to have found a very fun game. All preparations are complete. He controls several water droplets to block the water seepage eye. First, he pours out all the stored water using a bucket, then quickly builds up the edge of the water well with stones. He constructs a platform for the well and smooths it with flat stones. After filling the surrounding area, he gradually releases the underground water outlet. The water level in the well rises quickly again. Once the entire process is finished, Yi Qian feels very tired. Maintaining such high mental effort consumes more energy than attacking with water droplets. Tanhua, I'm tired. Yi Qian lies on the grass, touching the small Tanhua that comes over. He doesn't want to move at all, but they haven't had dinner yet. They need to rest a little, then get up again. The well is finished. When there's time, he will make a cover to prevent Tanhua from falling in while playing. As for watering the crops, he left a gap in the water channel he dug earlier. The water from the well can flow through this channel and continue outward. Although this channel leads directly to the area with rabbit ear grass, he can also dig more channels nearby. When needed, he can let water flow into the fields. When not, he keeps the channels directed only toward the rabbit ear grass. Anyway, the rabbit ear grass only absorbs water within its own field. Even if it doesn't drink, the water won't overflow outside. Mostly, he's lazy. After setting up the water channels, he doesn't want to carry water with buckets anymore. Meow. Tanhua snuggles up to Yi Qian and lies down. Today, it caught several prey. Although it fed them all to the sharp-beaked glutton, it still feels happy because it can hunt for the family. You're tired too. Rest for a while, and I'll wake you up when it's time to eat. Yi Qian uses his hand as a pillow for Tanhua, looking forward to the future. In this suddenly arrived other world, his first goal is to survive. The second goal is to become stronger so he can eat and drink well while surviving. Now, he's preparing for the third goal, to become stronger, live comfortably, have a cat and a house, and enjoy good food and drinks. But today was too exhausting. Even with over 300 survival points gained, he has no energy left to fix the floor. Dinner is leftover rabbit meat. After heavy physical work, he ate a lot. The big rabbit, weighing over 20 pounds, yielded 15 pounds of meat. It was all eaten in one meal last night, and 3 meals today. In the light rain, Yi Qian spread out the branches he had gathered earlier while dismantling the grass hut, along the lines and frames inside the house. He managed to create a small area for a single bed. After laying down the relatively flat branches and adding a few layers of grass mats, he adjusted everything. Finally, he could hold his cat and sleep in the breezy, open house. After waking up from this sleep, Yi Qian got up and moved his body, only to realize he had a stiff neck. "Little Tabby, my neck?" Yi Qian stood in the yard, moving his shoulders and neck. He wasn't sure if it was due to sleeping in an awkward position or because he was tired from working yesterday. "Meow." Little Tabby tilted her head, watching Yi Qian stretch his shoulders and neck. She blinked and raised her paw, probably a bit confused. "It's okay. You go play. I'll go fetch water and wash my face." Yi Qian went to the well, sat on a stone, and looked at the flowing water channel. He also glanced at the growing coriander field, feeling much happier. He gathered water droplets in his hand. They were still about the size of peanuts, but he could now control several at once. He felt that the water droplets he formed might be a little different from before. After forming 5 droplets, Yi Qian gently moved them to the back of his neck and tapped softly. As the droplets touched his skin, they slowly absorbed into the skin. The cool, refreshing feeling from the droplets helped relieve the soreness and numbness from his stiff neck. He repeated this process several times. As more droplets seeped into his skin, his neck and shoulders quickly returned to normal. Is this considered treatment? After fully relieving his neck and shoulder pain, Yi Qian stood in the yard and did a set of boxing. Even though his mental energy was half spent from earlier, it didn't affect his good mood. Anyway, being able to form water droplets that help heal his body problems was a happy thing. "Meow." Little Tabby rolled twice beside the snake moss, played with the moss leaves like a snake for a while, then ran back to stay close to Yi Qian. On the 9th day, at 7:31 and 31 seconds a.m., it was clear with temperatures ranging from 20 degrees Celsius to 31 degrees Celsius and a gentle north wind. The rising temperature means plants may grow a bit faster, but it's important to keep them well watered. If plants don't get enough water, they may grow slowly or even die. Today's main tasks are 1. Farming and land clearing, 2. Gathering, 3. Crafting. It's a sunny day, and the warmer weather helps crops grow quicker, but remember to water them regularly. If plants lack water, they might grow slowly or die. The usual daily tasks, farming, gathering, and crafting, are routine unless something special happens. "Li Hua, time to go out." After breakfast, Yi Qian called out to his lively little tabby cat, "Li Hua," and they went out for patrol. He had a small gourd tied around his neck with a rope, serving as a pendant for now. He liked this small gourd because it was rare. He worried that if he wasn't home, a bird might carry it away. "Meow." Li Hua sat on Yi Qian's shoulder, sniffed the air, and started meowing in the direction of an animal scent. "Your sense of smell is impressive." Yi Qian turned a corner, passing a few trees, and saw a wild chicken dancing. He no longer just saw his cat as a playmate or a cute pet. Whether it was warning him of wild animals, using its nose to search for food, or digging for worms and weeds, Li Hua was very capable. It was a versatile little cat, and any new abilities it gained in the future wouldn't surprise him. "Meow." Li Hua looked longingly at the wild chicken about 10 meters away, stretched out a paw, showing its claws, then looked helpless and sat still. Its claws were too small to catch the bird's feathers. "I'll try." Seeing Li Hua's state, Yi Qian gathered 3 water droplets in his hand. Level 1 mutant wild chicken, male, speed-type mutation, during courtship displays strong aggressive instincts. A mutant wild chicken. No wonder it was dancing in the grass, probably practicing for courtship. However, since this wild chicken was discovered by him, he couldn't let it have a chance to find the hen. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The brightly feathered wild chicken suddenly had its skull pierced by 3 water droplets from different directions. It let out a few sharp screams and started running wildly on the ground. Its head was dead, but its body still reacted. Long-distance hunting is safer. Yi Qian hid behind a tree, watching the chicken, which still flapped despite its health bar turning gray. He waited until the chicken couldn't move anymore before going out. This chicken was a speed mutation. Even as a speed-type mutant, during its frantic thrashing after death, its wings gouged out trenches 3 or 4 centimeters deep on the ground. Even the nearby small trees had claw marks and visible damage from the wings hitting them. Only after the chicken completely stopped moving did Yi Qian come over, lifting the corpse of the chicken, which weighed about 10 pounds with feathers. Level 1 mutant chicken's body, since the carcass was not processed and no other information was shown, he put it into his backpack and continued searching around. Is this mushroom poisonous? Yi Qian searched for a long time and collected over 2 genes of wild mushrooms before finding a small, all-black mushroom. The mushroom's cap was about 3 centimeters in diameter, with a black stem underneath that was about 10 centimeters long. It looked a bit like a grown-up enoki mushroom. Collected moldy mushroom. After careful collection, Yi Qian looked at the prompt and felt sad. Although it was also a green quality item, this was a moldy mushroom, not the poisonous or special variety he had guessed earlier. However, after collecting a green quality plant that didn't require identification, he wondered if he could unlock a secondary profession related to gathering. Or perhaps, because he had already unlocked the hunting secondary profession, he couldn't unlock a second one with only green quality items? Moldy mushroom. Green quality. The plant has gone moldy. Consuming it may cause some uncertain negative effects. That's all the information about the mushroom. The specific negative effects probably depend on who eats it. Next, I continued searching. The morning passed quickly, and I collected about 10 pounds of wild mushrooms, 3 unidentified plants, a moldy mushroom, and the wild chicken from earlier. By noon, I returned home. Yi Qian cleaned the chicken by plucking feathers and removing the internal organs. After cleaning, the chicken weighed 12.5 pounds. He also gave me some materials. Beautiful feathers, green quality. Material. A total of 7 beautiful feathers were obtained, all plucked from the wild chicken's tail. The wild chicken was simmering in a pot. Holding these green quality feathers, Yi Qian started thinking about combining them to see what effect it might have. The mental energy used this morning had fully recovered after a whole morning. Maybe I can combine something. Yi Qian petted the small tabby cat lying beside him, then spread his hands and looked at the combination chances and information. For the first time, he wondered if he was trying too many options. Beautiful feathers times 7 can be combined. Success rate 100%, feathers 50%, accessories 25%, equipment 10%, weapons 8%, unknown 7%. Since the feathers are already identified items, this combination option was clearly marked. Combination successful. A bright green glow flickered, and a fluffy, round object landed in Yi Qian's palm. Accessory, feather necklace. Green quality, increases speed by 5%. Usable by humans or animals. The necklace made of feathers looked fragile, but its attributes seemed decent. Currently, among the green equipment for sale, a 5% boost is the highest. Of course, some better equipment might have a second enhancement option, but whether it increases speed or not, Yi Qian was not interested in this feather necklace at all. Meow, the small tabby cat came over, sniffed the necklace in Yi Qian's hand, and after a second, quickly retracted its neck and jumped away. It didn't like the smell of wild chicken. Even you don't like it. Yi Qian waved the necklace in his hand, watching the cat's dislike. Without hesitation, he opened the auction house to sell it and make some money. Now that he knew he could craft equipment, as long as he had money, he could buy materials and combine them. Although the chance of successfully synthesizing equipment is not very high, and it consumes more mental energy than normal synthesis, this does not mean he should put a feather ring around his neck. Accessory, feather necklace. Green quality, increases speed by 5%. Usable by humans or animals. Starting bid, 100 survival points. Auction duration, 3 hours. The necklace was listed for auction at a starting price of 100 survival points, which is the basic price for all green quality equipment. It was noon now, and Yi Qian was still thinking about earning enough money tonight to move into the house. So, he set the auction to last only 3 hours. A few minutes after listing, players started bidding. Yi Qian watched for a while, and when a player bid 500 survival points, he confidently closed the auction interface. It was time for him and little Li Hua to eat. Wild chicken stew with mushrooms. Green quality, 5% speed, for percent recovery, Effects last 30 minutes. He cooked a big pot of stew with wild chicken and mushrooms, mostly filled with broth. Sitting on the grass, Yi Qian prepared some meat and mantu, steamed bun, for little Li Hua, mixing them together on a plate. He held his own bowl and chopsticks, eating a bowl of meat and vegetables with a mantu. After eating and drinking enough, Yi Qian started calculating how many survival points he would need to buy the flooring. He also thought about the windows and doors. Last night, outside was drizzling continuously. Lying inside the house, he could still feel the dampness, and occasionally, a breeze would bring raindrops through the doors and windows. Meow. Little Li Hua, full and lying on the ground sunbathing, suddenly rolled over. Suddenly, a pile of wooden planks appeared on the ground in front of Yi Qian. The sound of the planks hitting the ground startled little Li Hua into jumping up. Why are you still so timid? Yi Qian saw little Li Hua frightened, but in the next moment, it jumped onto his shoulder. He smiled and shook his head, continuing to buy the prepared wooden planks. The planks were 9 to 11 centimeters wide, with a standard thickness of 3 centimeters. This was a typical range for gathering and processing items. Since beginner-level items are not always strictly uniform, as long as they are not sold as single pieces, they fall within this range. Yi Qian's house could just use all of these. He bought a bunch of planks, then started trimming and fitting them, laying each piece carefully inside his house. Achievement: Home/wooden house. You have successfully built a complete wooden house. Survival points 500 after laying the wooden planks, buying 4 large and 2 small wooden windows, and 2 double doors. Yi Qian received the achievement notification for his house. He had saved over 300 survival points before. The necklace he sold this afternoon sold for 820 points, which he used entirely to buy the windows and doors. Fortunately, he is not completely broke because he just finished building the house, and today's random task was to make something. Since the house counts as completing that task, he received 100 survival points as a reward. This is the highest reward he has received from a daily random task so far. But it probably won't get higher, because he hasn't found anything bigger than a handmade wooden house yet. Meow. The little tabby cat ran around inside the house. The wooden floor was nailed securely to the frame underneath. Not only could the little cat run around without trouble, but even Yi Qian himself could walk a few laps inside without causing any shaking. Take your time playing. I'm going to water the fields. Yi Qian petted the little cat, opened the windows and doors, and left the house to continue working. He spent the whole afternoon tidying up the house. Now that the sun is setting, the system shows that the fields are running low on water. He dug a trench to channel water to the edges of the land, slowly watering the crops as the weather cooled down. A small piece of land filled with cilantro, 5 by 2 meters, for 120 plants, ready in 4 days. Land planted with Chinese cabbage, 4 by 4 meters, 20 plants, entering growth stage in 3 days. Small piece of land with chili peppers, 2 by 1 meters, 2 plants, entering growth stage in 3 days. Small piece of land with cherry tomatoes, 4 by 2 meters, 2 plants, entering growth stage in 4 days. Small piece of land with regular tomatoes, 5 by 2 meters, 6 plants, entering growth stage in 5 days. Small piece of land with potatoes, 5 by 2 meters, 21 plants, sprouting after 1 day. Land with Chinese cabbage, 5 by 2 meters, 10 plants, sprouting after 2 days. Land with Chinese cabbage, 5 by 2 meters, 10 plants, sprouting after 3 days. Level 1 rabbit ear grass, 10 by 10 meters, 1 plant, ready in 12 days. After inspecting the neighboring fields, Yi Qian noticed that the rabbit ear grass hadn't grown faster despite the water it had received over the days. It was probably due to an initial growth bonus. Meanwhile, the cilantro field, because of today's high temperature, experienced a weather boost that made a day feel like 2 days. 0039, Zhangwei. 2. Brother Yi, I came back from hunting. I didn't succeed this time. The wolf pack was too fierce. I didn't catch any wolf pups either. My luck suddenly turned bad. 0039, Zhangwei. 2. By the way, Brother Yi, have you started your secondary job? I was so tired yesterday, I slept all day and forgot to tell you about it. If you're planting, don't try to fight the animals directly. If your combat power is less than 10, even a wild rabbit can easily injure you. I'm serious. You should get some poisons that paralyze or knock out the animals, something that can restrain them. After poisoning the prey, don't use stones or farm tools to disable their limbs or teeth first. Remember, you need to hit them with your fists or stomp on them. Basically, you have to kill them yourself for it to count. The secondary task is now unlocked. Although I'm not very strong in combat, I have a cat at home. Yi Qian still credits some of his achievements to his little tabby cat. Also, regarding the secondary task, even if Qin Jian hasn't mentioned it now, he might bring it up someday in the future. There's no need to hide it, but there's also no need to talk about it too much. So, having a strong cat is good. With a cat to take care of him, this kind of role setup is quite nice. Meow little tabby lifted its head and looked at Yi Qian, who was smiling at it, completely unaware that its presence had been noticed several times. Its species guess is shifting more towards a fierce tiger. 0039. Zhang Wei, 2. I'm so jealous, I really envy him. My black bear cub has already eaten over 10 pounds of meat and 5 doses of energy-boosting medicine. The worst part is, it doesn't work and even destroys things. Seeing others have such a good cat, Zhang Wei number 2 feels even more sad about his own black bear cub. Cats are so obedient. They know to hunt and then help their owners activate secondary tasks. His bear cub, besides eating, just plays and even tore down the wooden cabin. He had no choice but to buy a stone house to live in. At least his bear cub isn't strong enough yet to tear down a stone house. 0997. Yi Qian, Brother Zhang's family really lives up to its reputation. A bear cub. Yi Qian looked down at his little tabby, who was happily playing in his arms. He stroked the cat's fur and also complained a bit. Those bear cubs are really scary. But players who hunt are truly generous. The auction house has level 1 energy-boosting medicine, all the same size, with starting bids around 200 survival points. Currently, the selling prices are mostly between 900 and 1,000. 5 shares, which is about 5,000 survival points. 0039. Zhang Wei, 2. It's a bit frustrating, but still okay. There's an unlucky guy. I can't say exactly who he is, but there's a player whose home is by the river. He raised a bunch of water snakes, about a dozen, and fed them with medicine to keep them alive. After a few days of good food and care, they suddenly ran away along the water. My home, at least, didn't run even with the door open, so I can feel a little better about it. To show that his own situation isn't the worst, Zhang Wei told Yi Qian some recent news from their small circle. But this story can be laughed at, though the unlucky person's identity is kept secret. Yi Qian said he could understand this kind of thing. After all, Qin Jian had previously promised not to reveal his information, and Zhang Wei seems to really not know anything. However, that unlucky guy might someday hear someone he doesn't know while sharing the story of the unlucky player. 0001. Luo Shan. I've already shared the previous updates. I have some new additions, so everyone should take a look. Now I want to talk about my own situation. If players are in trouble, you can discuss, ask questions in the chat channel, or find like-minded players to work together. I am also a player. I just share some information after organizing it with a few friends I can talk to. I don't have endless supplies to distribute, nor do I stay online 24/7 waiting for private messages. If you have trouble, come find me. When I'm not busy, I'll reply if I see your message. But most of my time is spent working to survive. On the morning of the 10th day in this world, Luo Shan still posts the organized information twice a day. But after posting, he waits a little while and then sends a long message full of feelings and helplessness in the chat channel. He is also a player. People. Yi Qian added some wood to the stove, checked if the soup in the pot was enough, then covered it and continued cooking. He also glanced at the chat channel. Although he had suspected problems might arise, it was only the 10th day. Today is another good day, with temperatures reaching up to 35 degrees Celsius. Yi Qian woke up early, cleared 10 square meters of land, and planted 10 cabbages. Then, while the morning was still cool, he watered the field again. Received a private message from friend 0032, Qin Jian. When Yi Qian was about to enjoy the chicken soup and straw mushrooms he had cooked, he received a private message. It was from Qin Jian. Before opening it, he could guess it was related to Luo Shan. 0032. Qin Jian. Brother Yi, have you seen the chat channel? Qin Jian's message sounded a bit awkward. Since Luo Shan started sharing information every morning and evening, most players now check the chat channel at 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. to see those updates. 0997. Yi Qian. I saw it. Brother Qin, what are your thoughts? Yi Qian mashed the chicken meat for the little tabby cat, let it cool in a plate, and then let the kitten eat. He replied privately, waiting to see what Qin Jian wanted to say. 0032. Qin Jian, I just feel a bit frustrated. I knew this day would come, but when it actually did, and I saw people criticizing Luo Shan for doing a bad job, I still felt sad. Qin Jian wasn't asking Yi Qian for advice now. He just didn't know who else, besides Yi Qian, might talk about this topic in their friends list. They were all working hard, providing free information and resources for players, without expecting thanks. But because they wanted more players to live well, some treated them unfairly. Others privately messaged Luo Shan, asking for 1,000 survival points to support them. Some didn't reply to private messages, accusing Luo Shan of wasting their time. They refused to give money, called Luo Shan a scammer, and insulted him daily, claiming he had hidden motives. When their requests weren't met, they blamed Luo Shan. In short, as long as their demands weren't fulfilled, they blamed Luo Shan. Even though they knew speaking like this would cause some players to criticize them, many still did. The players criticizing Luo Shan and those talking about this issue seem to be becoming more balanced now. Players who criticize this type of person won't keep arguing forever, but more and more players are criticizing Luo Shan. 0032. Qin Jian, Brother Yi. After you told me those things earlier, I talked with them. It was Big Luo who said he's not afraid of being criticized or challenged, so he can handle these negative feelings. Qin Jian just wanted to say this out loud. Whether Yi Qianhui responds or not, he doesn't really mind now. He talks about how at first, they thought they couldn't handle it, but when Luo Shan stepped up to take responsibility, it was a different story. It's not surprising for players in the hunting group to get hurt while out hunting. They often lie at home after being injured, drinking medicine and eating boosted dishes, and during their recovery time, they gather information. Persistence and effort come from their initial beliefs holding strong. But now, even Luo Shan, who once said he didn't mind any criticism, is starting to struggle. 0997. Yi Qian, if you want to do something, learn to ignore hostility. If you don't want to let it go, be yourself. People can fight for their ideals and pursuits, or for self-improvement. Just choose what you can't give up. After all, life has never been perfect, and everything can't be ideal. Yi Qian is not good at comforting others, especially those with strong ideals. He is practical and values himself. He doesn't like owing others, but he also can't give without expecting anything in return. Honestly, he probably wouldn't enjoy talking with someone like Qin Jian, who is very idealistic. But Qin Jian, despite his idealism, isn't the type to force others to join in sacrifices. Overall, they can have a few conversations, exchanging ideas. 0932. Qin Jian, Brother Yi, you live so clearly. Sigh, if we could just pick one thing, we wouldn't feel so upset. I think I understand now. In the end, we're too greedy, thinking that our efforts will always be rewarded. Like now, we want more people to stand up and support us. Qin Jian's feelings weren't eased by Yi Qian's comfort. Instead, he felt worse. They have many reasons, but honestly, if they didn't keep hoping for others' support and attention, they wouldn't be so upset. Ye Qian, clarity isn't quite right. It's more like being able to let go. After saying this, Ye Qian felt a bit strange himself. It seemed like he was giving advice to others. This is not good, very bad. Whether he can let go or not doesn't really matter to him. Indeed, talking too much with idealistic people can lead to getting caught up in their thoughts. Qin Jian, Brother Ye, how long have you been a monk? Are you sure you're my brother, not an old man from some fairy mountain? Qin Jian's reply came about 10 minutes later. It seemed like his mood had shifted from sadness and frustration to something strange. Ye Qian, maybe you should cry and complain a little more? His topic went off track, and Ye Qian followed along, letting the conversation drift. Qin Jian, no need to do that. Brother Ye, thanks. Qin Jian had mostly adjusted his mood. After thanking Ye Qian, he didn't say anything more. Ye Qian didn't send any more messages, and the private chat ended here. After the chat, Ye Qian ate well and was ready to keep working, adding essentials to his life. Today's goal was to make a comfortable bed. It wasn't a wooden plank bed, those simple wooden beds he could build with a few planks. He wanted a soft mattress, a big, cozy bed. Little Tabby, let's go. After breakfast, Ye Qian carried the small tabby cat on his shoulder, fed the growing mother hen, and also gave honey to the little gourd bee, then set out. He stepped outside, reached out to the nearly 10-meter climbing snake vine on the fence, waved hello, and then left the house. The farmland at home was left as it was. Seeds were very expensive, so Ye Qian planned to wait until tomorrow to see if the cilantro, once mature, could grow again. Maybe leave a few plants to flower and produce seeds. Also, due to lack of experience before, the cilantro was planted a bit too densely. Meow meow, the little tabby on Ye Qian's shoulder shook its head. It occasionally turned over, its small paw touching Ye Qian's face, soft paw pads rubbing briefly before pulling back. This grass is okay. I mainly collected it because the beds made by players are very expensive. If I can't afford one, I have to use softer grass as a substitute. This time, Ye Qian walked a bit downhill. After seeing some older grassy areas, he felt in a good mood and started working with his sickle. He cut the grass, bundled it up, and placed the bundles nearby. Meow meow, little tabby played in the grass for a while. Suddenly, it darted into a patch of grass over half a meter tall. When it came out, it was dragging a small white snake less than half a meter long. Good job. Dinner is served tonight. Ye Qian picked up the snake, which was less than 2 centimeters in diameter, and put it into his backpack. He patted little Tabby's head and praised it for a good job. Encouraged, little Tabby, when Ye Qian had reached the 8th bundle of grass, brought back a second prey. It was also a white snake, slightly larger than the first one. You probably have an opinion about snake-shaped creatures. Ye Qian put the snake into his backpack, then lifted the bundled grass. He placed 2 bundles into his backpack and tied the remaining 6 bundles with grass ropes. He carried 3 bundles in each hand, heading home. Meow, little Tabby quickly jumped onto Ye Qian's shoulder, occasionally meowing happily. Although no one understood what they were saying, little Tabby's meows and Ye Qian's responses created a silent, mutual understanding as they returned home. Meow 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 at home. Little Tabby jumped down at the door and ran to the grass patch, continuing its silent conversation. After entering the house, Ye Qian began spreading out the freshly cut grass to dry in the sun. He also pounded the grass to make it softer during dehydration. This process was quite tiring, but for a good night's sleep, Ye Qian didn't mind working a little harder. During this time, he also bought some wooden planks and assembled a large bed measuring 1.8 by 2.2 meters. Once the bed was ready, the mattress was made from these grasses. Ye Qian found some clean straw mats and tied them together with grass ropes to form the base. In the evening, even the grass that hadn't dried completely was extracted using water control techniques. For dinner, they had 2 snake sections stewed with wild mushrooms. Both Ye Qian and little Tabby enjoyed the meal very much. After a busy day, they finally finished making the bed and mattress, and they were very happy with the result. The mattress wasn't very thick, only 10 centimeters, filled with dry, soft grass. The top side was woven from softened grass leaves. 0039, Zhongwei. 2. Brother Yi, something happened today. I didn't go out, and I don't have any little ones with me. At 8 p.m., Zhang Wei sent Ye Qian a private message. He has a good relationship with Luo Shan, though he doesn't participate in everything. Still, he shares any discoveries he makes. However, Luo Shan's current situation feels like a harsh slap to their previous hopes and expectations. 0997, Ye Qian, it's dinner time. Make some good food, eat well, and get a good sleep. Tomorrow is a new day. The world is full of strangers. It's just some noisy chatting. Ye Qian advises him to eat well and sleep peacefully. There are always arguments among players every day. But Luo Shan's dreams are bigger, so he gets more hurt when things go wrong. Emotional pain, sadness. 0039, Zhang Wei. 2. Brother Yi, don't worry. I can live a long life because I stay positive. There was this unlucky guy who wanted to make me a weapon. I was watching a nest yesterday, waiting to use the new weapon, but he was in a bad mood and didn't make it. I also felt sad about that. Zhang Wei quickly replied and explained why he was feeling sad. His main concern was not having a new weapon. He couldn't fight the wild wolves without it. 0997. Yi Qian. Keep trying tomorrow. Seeing the reply, Yi Qian responded briefly and didn't want to say much more. Thinking too much is really not good. 0039. Zhang Wei. 2. Brother Yi, are you shy? Thanks for your concern. About that thing, if you weren't involved, don't think too much. Luo Shan isn't really fragile. He just needs time to think clearly. I've lost interest in persuading him. The more I try, the more he gets upset. If I stop, he can calm down naturally. Since Yi Qian doesn't talk much, Zhang Wei came to comfort him instead. The two of them chatted for a while, skipping over Luo Shan's topic, and then talked about the differences between raising cats and raising bear cubs. Zhang Wei felt a bit frustrated and said he would definitely teach the bear cub to be well-behaved and sensible. Meow, the little tabby cat, after eating snake meat with mushrooms, lay on Yi Qian's shoulder. It accompanied Yi Qian as he went out again to open the water channel, watering each field. After 2 hours of watering, he made sure there would be no water shortage tonight before closing it again, allowing the water to flow into the rabbit ear grass area. Time to sleep. We can sleep on a very comfortable bed after watering the land and checking the growth of the snake mushroom grass. Yi Qian fed the chickens and the gourd bees. Once everything was done, he picked up the cat and went back inside, lying on the new, cozy big bed. Day 11. 8 hours 20 minutes and 11 seconds. Sunny. 28 degrees Celsius 37 degrees Celsius. South wind level 6. Temperature quite high. Watch for plant growth changes on the 11th day. After waking up, Yi Qian looked at the temperature alert and started to worry if he needed to dig another cellar now that he had just finished building the house. After all, cellars stay warm in winter and cool in summer. Tasks. 1. Cultivate land. 2. Patrol. 3. Harvest crops. Today's task, because coriander is about to ripen, included a random task of harvesting the fields. Meow meow. The little tabby cat was still the same size as before, standing on the wall, stretching its paws to play with the snake mushroom grass. The snake mushroom grass was aware and seemed to recognize Yi Qian, interacting and playing with the little cat. Its consciousness was quite clear, so every time Yi Qian went out or came back, he would touch the snake mushroom grass leaves as a greeting. Tabby, you're bullying the snake mushroom grass again. Be careful, it might roll you up. Yi Qian shook his head, watching the little cat paw at the grass leaves, while the snake mushroom grass continued to play with the cat, showing no annoyance or indifference. Seeing the two playing, Yi Qian went to the chicken coop, poured in the mixed feed, and made sure the hens, now about 2 gene, roughly 1 kilogram, ate well so they could lay eggs sooner. Eggs can be produced through farming, and they can also be found in the wild through gathering and hunting. Currently, egg collection is quite low. Yesterday evening, an egg was sold at auction for 80 survival points. The most expensive beef and mutton sold for about 60 survival points per pound. Because of this, some players in the chat channel complained a lot when they saw an egg selling for 80 points. Last night at 8 p.m. and this morning at 8 a.m., there was no more information about the survival strategy for Luoshan. After that time, no one posted updates. Some said Luoshan was probably scared, while others thought it was just bored people trying to cause trouble for everyone. Some players also criticized Luoshan for not sharing updates and not informing them, which made them wait and do nothing, only to be disappointed. There were many opinions, but after arguing with someone yesterday morning, Luoshan disappeared and hasn't spoken since. Suddenly, a loud honking sound came from the sky. Yi Qian looked up and saw a flock of about a dozen geese flying away. He checked their height and decided he couldn't attack them. He also didn't know if these geese were level 1. If they were high level, it could be dangerous, and he might end up being the prey. Meow, little Tabby ran from above the fence to Yi Qian's side and then jumped onto his shoulder. This morning, little Tabby hadn't gone out yet, but it was used to being taken for a walk every morning. Today, it was eager to go out and waited for Yi Qian. You're anxious too. Let's go for a walk. Yi Qian poked little Tabby's head, put only 2 bottles of water and a sickle and pickaxe in his backpack, and then closed the yard door before heading outside. Patrolling has a basic distance limit. The shortest patrol before was 500 meters, but this time, he circled around his mountain for about 5,000 meters and received a task completion message. Almost down to the foot of the mountain. Little Tabby, Let's go see if we can find some water to drink. Yi Qian stood on a rock, looking at the dense trees and grass below, which was almost taller than a person. The more he looked, the more he wanted to go explore. Meow, little Tabby, not understanding what Yi Qian was saying, responded whenever he spoke. So, with the decision made by both the person and the cat, they continued walking down the mountain. This time, Yi Qian moved very slowly, ready to run back at any sign of danger. To make things easier, he also cleared the path as he walked, cutting the grass to create a small trail about 2 meters wide. Sure enough, you have to go far to find more gatherable items. Less than 100 meters down the mountain, Yi Qian saw a bush nearby. In its branches, many red fruits were hanging. The fruits were small, about the size of a soybean, but there were about 30 or 40 of them on this bush. Collected unidentified fruits, berries. In Yi Qian's previous world, he had never seen such fruits. Now, the hint says they are called berries. He collected a total of 38 berries and 4 other unidentified fruits. With this harvest, Yi Qian searched more actively. As he swung his sickle, the surrounding grass was quickly knocked down. Collected unidentified plants while cutting grass. Yi Qian suddenly received a prompt. He was still holding a handful of grass over a meter tall. He dropped the grass leaves and finally held a half-furry, dark green plant in his palm. A small section of stem about 20 centimeters long. That was the unidentified plant. Looking along the ground, Yi Qian saw a root that was different from grass. He put away his sickle and replaced it with an iron pickaxe, digging out the plant after a few hits. Collected unidentified plant roots. Yi Qian thought this should be a good find, but he really didn't know what it was. It didn't matter if he was unsure. He put everything into his backpack and continued cutting grass and searching. After more cutting, Yi Qian felt something was wrong with the grass around him. He straightened up to look around and gasped. Yi Qian, 20 years old, 1.85 meters tall, weighing 145 pounds, with muscles that weren't very obvious. He considered himself a bright, laid-back young man. But now, standing at 1.85 meters, he found that even on tiptoe, he was shorter than the surrounding grass. The grass was over 2 meters tall. With nothing else in sight, Yi Qian quickly stepped back. 20 meters behind, he stood on the path he had made himself. Looking at the overly tall grass again, he still felt something was wrong. Normally, with such tall grass, he wouldn't forget to watch carefully while cutting it. Also, since earlier, the little tabby cat on his shoulder had been unusually quiet. No playing, no meowing, not even moving its paws. Tabby, Yi Qian stepped back a few more steps along the path, then looked at the little cat and softly called it by lowering his head. Meow, meow. The cat's pupils, which were once a vertical line, suddenly widened after waking up. It roared at the grass ahead, then lifted its head and let out a sharp cry. Don't be afraid. Yi Qian reached out and gently held the cat in his arms, petting its head. After thinking for a moment, he decided to keep the little creature close. Because it was scared earlier, he adjusted his position so that the cat's back was against him, with its paws gripping his clothes. Meow, meow. The little cat was trembling and making low, muffled sounds, its eyes fixed tightly on the front. It's okay, nothing will happen. Yi Qian continued to retreat along the cut path, moving toward the mountain. Step by step, his footsteps were clear. Besides his own steps, some swaying movements appeared in the grass ahead, as if blown by the wind. But everyone knew it wasn't wind, because wind couldn't enter the grass and only move a small part. It was something hiding deep inside the grass that had started to move. Don't be afraid. We'll be out soon. Yi Qian whispered to the little cat, actually telling himself to stay calm. He moved back quietly, and when he had retreated to the large rock where he had been standing earlier, ready to jump onto it and return to the clear, low grass area, 2 vines suddenly shot out from the grass ahead. At the same time, 2 more vines flew toward him from his sides, each targeting his limbs. Hiss! Yi Qian grabbed the edge of the stone and jumped up, flipping onto it. However, the vine shifted direction and wrapped around his feet as he landed. The sharp thorns pierced directly into his ankle. The vine seemed to want to drain his blood. Meow, meow. Little Tabby wanted to jump out of Yi Qian's arms, but was held back, letting out an angry and sad growl. But unlike what little Tabby thought, the vine didn't drag him away. After wrapping around Yi Qian's ankle, It only broke the skin and then withered and shattered in the next moment. Yi Qian, who had used the vine's water to break free, turned and ran immediately. The wound on his ankle was sealed with 2 rings of water ropes, temporarily blocking the broken blood vessel wall. The pain was real, but his body was still functioning well, and he could keep running. Behind Yi Qian, 6 more vines suddenly appeared, as if they had no length limit. They appeared around him several times, but were temporarily driven back each time by him draining their water. He kept running until he saw the gate of his home. Only then did the vines seem to reach their limit. The vines stretched to their maximum, becoming stiff, but still stayed 2 or 3 meters away from Yi Qian. Break! Yi Qian's mental strength was running low. After locking onto the half-meter-long vine with his mind, he drained the water from the part outside that distance, cutting it off. The half-meter vine fell to the ground, and the remaining ones quickly retracted. Within seconds, there was no trace left, not even a drag mark on the ground. Blood Soul Vine Branch. Blue quality. High-level collection drop. Material. Yi Qian picked up the broken vine with his hand. Since he could still walk, he ran back home, closed the door, and lay down in the yard. Just a single branch of blue quality made him wonder if the main body might be even more advanced. But he quickly dismissed the thought, as he was soon distracted by several other notification sounds. The planting player, 8181-0997. Yi Qian successfully collected level 2 mutation materials using their own attack, and the second secondary job has been unlocked. The second secondary job, Gathering. This new basic function allows you to view information about wild resources and process materials obtained from gathering. The planting player, 8181-0997. Yi Qian has gained a secondary job, Hunting, and a third basic function, Gathering, integrating the 3 core skills. Achievement, Full Development. You now possess the 3 basic survival skills. Potion Enhancement 1 and a Random Skill Book 1. Achievement, Gathering 1. You successfully gathered level 1 mutation plant materials. Survival points 100. Achievement, Gathering 2. You successfully gathered level 2 mutation plant materials. Survival points 500. A series of prompts left Yi Qian momentarily confused, even ignoring the pain from the wound on his ankles. Besides the basic functions of his professions, he also gained 600 survival points. But these are just the basics. What Yi Qian cares about most now are the small bottle of potion that dropped into his hands and a skill book that he cannot open. Level 1 Enhancement Potion, Green Quality. Drinking it grants body enhancement, but the strength varies depending on absorption ability. Note, the effect of potions of the same level weakens with repeated use. The enhancement potion is similar to enhancement food. This time, the potion is level 1, so its effect is probably weaker than the previous mushroom soup enhancement. But it's still a rare item, so he'll keep it for now. His current physical state isn't suitable for absorption and enhancement. Besides that, there's the book in his hand. He pointed at it with his finger, and a spinning wheel appeared in front of Yi Qian, similar to the one he saw when he first arrived. The wheel kept spinning until he said stop, then it slowed down and finally stopped. He gained an auxiliary skill, Plant Communication. Plant Communication, Level 1, 0/100. An auxiliary skill for planting, usable on cultivated mutation plants. Good communication can bring different growth bonuses. He has the skill now, but Yi Qian isn't in the mood to think about how to use it. His mental strength can't hold up any longer. The blood vessels, muscles, and bones around the ankles were wrapped by 2 water ropes, which helped with simple repairs. At least, there are no major dangers left, but I might still feel pain until tomorrow morning. Meow. The little tabby cat trembled all over. It crawled out of Yi Qian's collar, pressed its small head against his chin, and dared not move around. With a weak, grievance-filled cry and tears in its big eyes, Yi Qian could only hold himself together, gently patting the cat's head. It's okay now, we're back home. This time, we survived a big danger. Good things will come. Once we improve our strength, we'll go deal with that. Yi Qian stroked the little cat, holding it in his arms with one hand. When he felt the tiny creature was no longer trembling, he slowly closed his eyes and fell asleep. The 2 water ropes around his ankle gradually disappeared after losing control. It was too dangerous before. Yi Qian's water control suddenly burst out in a crisis. But how exactly he managed to do it will have to wait until he wakes up to figure out. In the small yard, Yi Qian was sleeping. The little cat slowly crawled out of his hand, carefully moved to the side, and lay close to Yi Qian's face. The small rainbow-colored gourd hanging on Yi Qian's neck swayed. Without a response, it stayed quietly. On the fence, snake-like leaves moved slightly. The upright leaves seemed to be observing the surroundings. The roots underground grew a little more, absorbing water. The snake grass grew along the fence again, with its roots reaching the yard's entrance. The strongest vine had already climbed a quarter of the fence. You received a private message from friend 0039, Zhang Wei. 2. You received a private message from friend 0039, Zhang Wei. 2. You received a. The continuous notification sounds woke Yi Qian from his sleep. He opened his eyes in confusion, looking at the dozens of messages, feeling his mind was a bit foggy. He was seriously injured before. Now that he was awake and moving a little, his ankle still hurt so much he grimaced. But this person sent over more than 20 messages. What's going on? Hey brother Yi, are you busy? Finish up and give your older brother a reply. What's going on? It's already dark. Where have you been, brother Yi? Brother Yi, say something. Are you okay? Brother Yi, speak up. Yi Qian, say something. Don't scare me. I have poor eyesight, so if you dare to trick me into crying, I'll beat you up later. Don't joke like that. I know you're still alive. Just say something. If you're hurt, I can bring you some medicine. Really? You haven't responded yet. Wake up, brother Yi. Wake up. Did you turn on the notification sound? I sent messages to wake you. Wake up. Wake up. At first, he was just talking about the situation. Then he kept calling out to wake him. Yi Qian saw he was still sending messages, so he quickly replied. Alive. That one message finally made the other side stop messaging. That's good. Do you need any healing or antidote potions? I can lend you a bottle. Number 2, Zhang Wei asked again about the healing potion. Although he thought Yi Qian was a healer and probably didn't need such potions, he still asked just in case it was mental fatigue or some other problem. Thanks for your concern, brother Zhang. No need for potions. I used up a lot earlier. I was so exhausted I collapsed after entering the house. It's not even midnight yet. I'll go get something to eat first, then take the chance to harvest the crops before time runs out, Yi Qian replied, then picked up the little tabby cat in his arms. His palm was moist with a faint water vapor, which seeped into his skin as he gently stroked the cat. Earlier, the little tabby was frightened, and both his body and mind were damaged. But was it that blood soul vine that almost caused the little cat to die? Yi Qian looked at the little tabby cat, which was stretching and yawning as it slowly woke up. He compared the cat's old wound with the one on his own ankle. Except for the difference in size, they looked almost the same. Maybe the blood soul vine hadn't fully grown back then, and later it developed after absorbing some special nutrients. And those tall grasses, more than 2 meters high. Their type seemed normal, but they were much taller than the rest. Perhaps the soil there was unusual, or maybe something was buried beneath it. Unfortunately, he still didn't have the strength to go looking for the blood soul vine. Meow, the little tabby woke up and saw Yi Qian watching it. It rubbed against his palm, stretched out its paw, and wanted to play. It didn't know whether Yi Qian was busy or not. In its mind, whenever it waved its paw like this, Yi Qian would gently pinch it and laugh happily. Good kitty, eat a little first. We need to hurry and harvest the vegetables before midnight. Yi Qian checked his mental strength. It hadn't fully recovered, but it was close enough. He gently squeezed the cat's paw, placed it on his shoulder, and picked up a wooden stick wrapped with cloth. There was no oil, but it would burn for a few minutes. When he opened the door, he patted the leaves of the snake grass, then walked to the coriander field. The little tabby lay on his shoulder, watching the surroundings carefully while Yi Qian worked. He stuck the torch into the ground and began harvesting under the dim firelight and moonlight. Each coriander plant was about 1 meter tall and weighed around 2 to 3 g. He crouched down, pulling them out one by one. His ankle still hurt, but he ignored the pain for now. 1 plant, 2 plants, 3 plants. He pulled out a total of 420 coriander plants and piled them up in the field. Achievement, planting/vegetables 1. You have successfully harvested 1 vegetable from your field. Survival points 50. Achievement, planting/vegetables 2. You have successfully harvested 100 vegetables from your field. Survival points 500 because of the large number. Yi Qian earned 2 planting achievements at once. Besides these achievements, this harvest also gave him some extra rewards. Level 1 cilantro seeds. High quality, plantable, can reproduce after maturity. The high-quality cilantro seeds. After harvesting 420 cilantro plants, only 1 seed remained. However, this seed is not for eating, it is for reproduction. This means only the seeds of high quality, when planted, can grow into plants that flower and produce seeds for the next planting. If no extra seeds drop during normal harvest, you can only buy regular seeds from the shop to plant. So, is this considered good luck? But it's cilantro. With so many vegetables now, how should I handle them? Eat them? Yes, I can eat cilantro, but only as a seasoning. Sell them? Yi Qian looked at the auction, and the price for cilantro seemed quite good. Cilantro, vegetable, weight, 2.6 pounds, starting bid, 5 survival points, auction duration, 12 hours. A bunch of cilantro is auctioned, with the starting bid based on weight. The calculation uses rounding. Yi Qian kept 1 cilantro for himself and put the rest up for auction. Looking at the 419 remaining items, the starting bids alone could earn over 2,000 survival points. After all, the total weight is quite large, over 1,000 pounds. But if I think about buying these 420 cilantro seeds from the survival shop, 5 seeds for 100 survival points, 1 seed for 20 survival points, that totals 8,400. Forget it, I don't want to think about it. Even though many people don't eat cilantro, some do. I hope more people love cilantro now. Yi Qian hugged the kitten that jumped from his shoulder to his arms, picked up the nearly burnt-out torch, and returned to the yard. Cilantro. If it were cabbage, it would sell even better. But this was a gift from the initial quest, so I shouldn't worry too much. Meow, the little tabby rubbed Yi Qian's face and continued to rest on his shoulder, watching him feed the chickens and then the gourds. All the feeding has been done. I ate simple food, bread and pickles. Yi Qian checked the yard again to make sure nothing was missed. Then he gently touched the leaves of the snake grass with his finger, signaling a connection, and went back inside to sleep. Today, his life was threatened, but he also gained many benefits. Player, Zone 8181, ID 0997. Yi Qian Profession, Farming, Level 1, 620/10,000/Basic All-Round Survivor Special Ability. Water Element Control Skills. Synthesis, Level 1, Support, Plant Communication, Level 1, 0 out of 100, Combat Power, 1325 from Special Ability, Survival Points, 1805. For Equipment, Plain Linen Clothes, Beginner Protection Set, Rough Cloth Backpack. Drinking Water, 1 Gene. X2, Level 1 Coriander Seeds, X1, Blood Soul Vine Branch, X1, Unidentified Planted Plants, X3, Unidentified Plant Roots, X1, Unidentified Fruits, X4, Iron Pickaxe, 13%, Sickles, 31%. Assets, Simple Wooden Bamboo House, Fenced Yard of 317.5 square meters, Water Well, 166 square meters of cultivated land, 156 planted, mutant plants. Level 1 Snake Grass, can grow. Previously, because he had to go out, he left most items at home, except for 2 bottles of water and 2 tools. Now, most of what's in his backpack are items he collected after leaving today. He's going to set these aside for now. His main focus is on the new profession information that just appeared. He didn't have this information before. Plus, because of his level 1 farming profession, he received an extra point of combat power. His previous combat power was 11. Today, after a near-death escape, it increased by 1, and the farming profession added another 1. What makes him happier is his control over water. Before, he trained for several nights and only reached level 12. Today's battle insight doubled that, reaching over 25. Meow, little tabby curled up on the mattress, rolled over twice, then turned to see Yi Qian still awake. It tilted its head and came closer. Sleep now. You're tired today. We need to keep working tomorrow. Yi Qian patted little tabby's head, then closed his eyes and went back to sleep. Tomorrow morning, by around 10 o'clock, he will see the rewards from the auction. There are 3 more basic abilities after integrating the survival system, but I will study them tomorrow. He is truly very tired. Kid, watch carefully. This is the last time I teach you. The red flames are burning. A twisted figure, along with the blazing fire, is burning together. He is still saying something, but at this moment, Yi Qian feels he can't hear it. He only sees the figure's position, a human shape made of flames, giving Yi Qian his final, and only, complete lesson. The flames dance wildly. His heart follows his will. Yi Qian feels his thoughts are moving along with the other, little by little. But the other is fire, and he is water. Again and again, even though water and fire are usually incompatible, they gradually begin to synchronize, training the mind, improving mental strength, controlling and absorbing elements. This is a dream, a memory, and also a final farewell. Master, Yi Qian is still deep in sleep, tears already slipping from the corner of his eye. In the dream, he practiced for a long, long time, fully integrating this knowledge and memory into his soul. Suddenly, the flames in the dream go out. He appears in a small forest, running to find the person hiding there. Old trickster, didn't you say you don't like eating fish? After passing through the small forest, by a creek in the mountain, a young child sees an old man roasting fish here. The child calls him Old Trickster, which makes Yi Qian, still a bit confused, feel a mix of sourness and sadness. Shut up, brat. What are you doing here? You're covered in dirt. Are you afraid your grandma will scold you and not let you have dinner? The old man picks up a roasted fish and takes a bite, not worried if it's hot right after coming off the fire. One meal won't kill me if I don't eat. Old trickster, share your fish with me. Let me try. The child moves closer, trying to reach out and grab some. You're daring to eat everything. Aren't you afraid, like they say, that I might take you out to sell you somewhere? The old man waves the roasted fish in his hand, not letting the child touch it. He also uses words from the villagers, including the child's grandparents, to scare this naughty kid. Why would you sell me? How about you take care of me? Anyway, my grandparents always say I hold back their family, and if they lose me, it's no big deal. You're also unwanted, and I'm nobody's favorite. If we stick together, you can raise me, and I'll take care of you when you're old. What do you think? You little brat, you want me to take care of you? You probably won't even live longer than me. Hey, old trickster, don't curse me. You say you'll raise me, but what kind of person are you? Or maybe you should be my master. I saw on TV that master and apprentice rely on each other. You little brat, dream on. Master, look at us, so old and young. We look just like the kind of master and apprentice in those dramas. You little brat, get lost. Master, do you want some fish? I'll go catch some for you. No, I don't want any. Master, look at this fish. It should taste really good. Shut up. Master, time to eat fish. You're the master. You go first. You little brat, give it here. All right, master, please. You little rascal. Master, you said I'm a little rascal, and you're an old rascal. Hey, you can't hit me. Ouch. You little rascal, you don't even know who you're copying. It was noon. When Yi Qian woke up again, he saw 2 unread private messages from friends and the notification that the proceeds from 419 auction items had been received. He reached out and hugged the small tabby cat beside him. Last night, I had a dream. It's been a long time since I saw you, and never again. Meow. The little tabby cat lifted its 2 front paws, hugging Yi Qian's face, then tilted its head and pressed it against his. Don't worry, I'm fine now. He finished everything he wanted to do before he died. But some pain, which didn't really exist before, those people, even if they are avenged, can't erase the suffering he once endured. When people get close, they might not always realize that they could be hurt by someone they never expected. Yi Qian hugged the cat, tilted his head, and pressed his face against its head, muttering to himself. When he received another private message notification from a friend, Yi Qian composed himself, nuzzled the cat's head, and opened the message panel to check. 0039. Zhongwei. 2. Brother Yi, are you awake? 0039. Zhongwei. 2. Still not awake? 0039. Zhongwei. 2. Brother Yi, you didn't pass out again, did you? I'll keep sending messages. Sleeping isn't like this. Looking at the timestamps, one message was sent in the morning, another in the late morning, and the recent one was sent because there was no reply. 0997. Yi Qian, I'm awake. Yi Qian quickly replied, worried that if he responded late, the other person might send more messages. He wasn't feeling very well now, and if he kept getting notifications, he was afraid he might become more confused. 0039, Zhongwei. 2. Good, you're awake. If there's any danger, just tell your older brother. I might not always be able to help, but I can lend you some survival points if it's under 1,000. Zhang Wei mentioned again, asking if Yi Qian needed to borrow points. He clearly stated that any borrowed amount should be less than 1,000. Seeing this, Yi Qian looked at his current survival points and happily replied, no need. Previously, he sold some cilantro. He sold 419 units, with the lowest price at 16 survival points and the highest at 24 survival points. It shows many players like eating cilantro. After deducting fees, he received 8,359 survival points from the sale. Survival points, 10,164.4. Yi Qian's survival points have now exceeded 10,000. The initial seeds he received are finally proving their worth. There is also a green quality cilantro seed. Planting this seed will grow a cilantro plant, which will then produce seeds. How many seeds it can produce is really hard to say. With money in hand, Yi Qian wanted to do something, so he searched for nutrient solutions for planting. Level 1 planting nutrient solution, 10 pounds. Price, 200 survival points. 200 survival points can buy 10 pounds, which is the lowest price currently listed. On the auction site, someone listed it with a starting bid of 150 per batch, also 10 pounds. Yi Qian wasn't sure exactly how much he needed, but with his crop accelerator, he went to the area with rabbit ear grass. It was exactly 10 by 10. Level 1 crop accelerator. Multiplier 2. Activated. Range 10 by 10. Consumes 0.5 pounds of plant nutrients per hour in one day. It needs 12 pounds of nutrients. Last time, rabbit ear grass produced 100 leaves, earning over 800 survival points. It takes 15 days to mature, but with acceleration, only 7.5 days. If acceleration is used all the time, it consumes 240 points per day, totaling 1,800 points. The price difference is quite large. However, harvesting rabbit ear grass leaves not only earns money, but also increases the experience for planting skills. He can check how experience increases directly. Currently, he has 620 skill points. Of these, 420 come from harvesting cilantro, 100 from rabbit ear grass leaves, and another 100 from a level 2 enhanced mushroom. Based on this, normal vegetables give 1 experience point per harvest. For level 1 mutated plants, it's unclear whether 100 points are for 1 plant or 100 pieces. For the level 2 enhanced mushroom, it's confirmed that 1 mushroom gives 100 points. But right now, level 1 seeds or seedlings are hard to find. Sometimes a few are listed at high prices, and there are no auctions. After all, the starting price in auctions isn't set by players. When players see the listed prices, which are over 5,000 survival points per seed, they wouldn't sell seeds at just a few dozen points each. So, buying seeds is basically paying for planting experience. Buying ordinary vegetable seeds from the survival shop doesn't seem profitable, as the seed price and the selling price after harvest are similar. For example, a head of cabbage weighing about 5 pounds can sell for around 30 survival points. But most cabbage listed for sale weighs just over 1 pound and is priced at a few dozen survival points per head, which no one buys. In auctions, a cabbage weighing about 1 pound sells for around 10 survival points, while seeds cost 10 survival points each. So, for regular planting, it's really not profitable. Unless daily quests give some survival points, farmers might starve. Spending money to buy experience is worth it, especially if it might also give special drops during gathering. Yi Qian hesitated for a while but decided to buy 10 barrels of nutrient solution, spending 2,000 survival points, and filled them all into the accelerator. The accelerator was placed in the field at the center of the entire plot. A sturdy pipe was erected with a circle of sprinklers on top. When turned on, nutrient mist sprayed out from the sprinklers, covering the whole field. Level 1 rabbit ear grass. Growth area 10 by 10, 1 plant. Enters maturity in 5 days, double speed in progress. The rabbit ear grass would mature in 5 days, but after acceleration, it would only take 2.5 days. Day 12, 13 hours 22 minutes and 11 seconds. Clear weather, 36 degrees Celsius 39 degrees Celsius, south wind level 1, high temperature, watch for plant growth changes. Wow, it's really hot today. After adjusting the acceleration in the rabbit ear grass field, Yi Qian sat under the fence, sighing about the heat. He tilted his head and rubbed against the creeping snake grass leaves that leaned over, then continued checking today's tasks. Tasks: 1. Cultivate land. 2. Gather resources. 3. Repair the home. The tasks remained the same, with no changes caused by unlocking his third secondary role or integrating basic skills. However, this career path made Yi Qian spend more time thinking. Career path: planting, level 1620/10,000/basic all-round survivor. The abilities of the planting path include land clearing, sowing, observing plant growth and handling methods, harvesting, and a random event related to the main career. Random events include the super accelerated growth of rabbit ear grass, daily weather changes that boost growth, watering bonuses, and extra yield during harvest. These are the abilities Yi Qian has as a planter. Now, the basic all-round survivor combines the abilities of planting, hunting, and gathering. Basic all-round survivor. Basic information observation. Basic material processing. This label is very basic, and the content is straightforward. Basic information observation includes the item name and health bar. Not only animals in the wild have health bars, but wild plants do too. For example, the blood soul vine, which is indeed a plant. Basic material processing involves handling items obtained from hunting or gathering, such as tanning or drying, for further use. Indeed, it's the basics. Yi Qian took a berry out of his backpack, looked at the information displayed, and sighed. Berry, food item, edible, can be used to make other things. Blood soul vine branch. Blue quality. Produced by level 2 mutated plants. Material, can be processed, can be extracted. Information about gathering items is quite straightforward. But how to craft or process them? Players who are not gatherers will have to figure it out on their own. In this world, besides basic skills and class-specific skills, players must explore and discover everything else themselves. But once players create something, even if it's rough, it will be recognized, though it might be labeled as low quality or simple. For example, the water well Yi Qian dug earlier, or the thatched shelter he built. In this world, whether it's equipment or furniture, players need to craft them repeatedly. Even Yi Qian's synthesis skill requires manual operation each time, and the results are never fully certain. Meow, little Tabby, the small cat, wandered around the wasteland and once again dragged a large earthworm back, placing it in front of Yi Qian, happily waiting for praise. Good job. Yi Qian reached out to pet little Tabby's head, quite satisfied with the cat's recovery ability. After being frightened yesterday, he was worried that little Tabby wouldn't dare to play alone. It seems he was overthinking. This little fellow recovers mentally faster than himself. Meow, happy from being petted, little Tabby jumped into the water channel, washed its paws, and then meowed at Yi Qian again. Come here. Yi Qian extended his hand, and when little Tabby jumped onto his palm, he dried the moisture from its paws and legs. He was worried the cat might be afraid of water, but it turned out to be addicted to playing, almost using his hand as a quick-drying tool. He picked up the large earthworm to chop it into pieces, mixing it with wild vegetables and shredded leaves of rabbit ear grass, then fed it to the chickens at home. After feeding the chickens, he also fed the gourd bees. Once done, Yi Qian headed out again with little Tabby. The area at the foot of the mountain can wait. He still needs to complete his daily tasks first. The upper part of the front mountain has very few things. The few small trees there look dull and tired because of the high temperature of 39 degrees Celsius. One of the raspberry bushes has even lost most of its leaves, looking like it's about to die from the heat. Because of this, Yi Qian went straight to the back mountain when he stepped outside. He crossed the hill and searched through the denser woods on the other side. Wild vegetables on the ground under the trees. There are many wild vegetables. Yi Qian squatted down with his cat and started digging. The trees are small, so he couldn't use a pickaxe. Instead, he bought a metal shovel with 8 survival points. The soil is soft. With each shovel, he digs up one plant. He shakes off the dirt and puts the vegetables into his backpack. Meow meow, the little tabby cat is sitting on Yi Qian's shoulder. When it doesn't feel any danger, it stays relaxed like this. If there's danger, but it's not too fierce, it will show warning teeth. Yesterday's stiff body was because the enemy was too strong and completely overwhelmed him. After yesterday's experience, Yi Qian now often checks the cat's reactions. If it's playing happily and freely, it's safe. Collected an unidentified plant root while digging up a wild vegetable. Yi Qian pulled out a small piece of what looked like a tree root from the soil. He stored it away and continued digging. When he dug more wild vegetables, he tried to dig a little deeper with the shovel. Soon, he found another unidentifiable plant root. Meow the little tabby looked at the root in Yi Qian's hand, tilted its head curiously, and sniffed it. Can you smell where this is hidden through more than 10 centimeters of soil? Yi Qian was amused by how seriously the cat was sniffing the smell. But he suddenly remembered that when he was pulling weeds in the cilantro field before, the cat sniffed the smell and only grabbed the weeds, not touching the cilantro. Could it be that his little cat has a searching ability too? Meow the little tabby saw Yi Qian holding onto the root and seemed very happy. After confirming the smell, it jumped to the ground and started searching the surrounding area. First, it used its small paw to move aside a layer of dry grass and leaves, then lowered its head to sniff the dirt. There was nothing here. It moved to another spot and continued. Meow meow. After changing several places, the cat sniffed around, then stopped and meowed at Yi Qian. One of its front paws scratched the dirt a few times, but it was too small to do much, so it only made a few shallow marks. I'll dig. Yi Qian squatted down, dug a little deeper with a shovel, and turned over the soil. Collected an unidentified plant root. He looked at it and saw that there was indeed a piece of tree root in the soil. A green quality, unidentified plant root. Li Hua is really amazing. Yi Qian picked up the root, shook off the dirt, and held the little cat in one hand while smiling happily. His little Li Hua, less than 2 months old, is already helping to support the family. Meow Wu, the little Li Hua cat watched Yi Qian happily smile, and it also meowed cheerfully. Then it jumped down from Yi Qian's hand and eagerly continued searching on the ground. I'll clean these up first. To protect Li Hua's delicate paws from weeds, Yi Qian bought a wooden rake and cleared away the dry grass and fallen leaves on the ground. Only grass, wild vegetables, and a clean patch of ground remained. After tidying a small area, Yi Qian squatted down to pick some wild vegetables. The little Li Hua didn't have to struggle to push aside the grass and leaves, and then it sniffed around. It's almost dark. Let's go home. Around 6 in the evening, Yi Qian picked up the tired little Li Hua, emerged from the woods behind the mountain, and ran toward home. The harvest this afternoon was plentiful, enough to make Yi Qian smile a little. But after searching for a while, Li Hua got tired. The whole afternoon was spent sniffing and resting. Now it was curled up in Yi Qian's arms, almost asleep. Meow. After returning home, Li Hua was set down by Yi Qian. It rolled a couple of times on the ground, lazily not wanting to move. Take a nap. I'll go tend the fields. The sun is about to set, and it's time to water the crops again. Yi Qian patted Li Hua's head, then went out. The tasks of weeding and watering still awaited him. While doing these chores, Yi Qian opened the chat channel to see what everyone was talking about. 31912. Zihan, 68. I really want to raise a dog. I want to raise many dogs. You didn't let me before, saying it wasn't my home. When I grow up, I can buy my own house and raise dogs then. Now I don't need to wait. I already have my own house. I just found a small dog to keep me company. I ignore your private messages insulting me, but you still come to the chat channel to call me out by number and insult me. Are you crazy? 0102. Su Yin. I support this girl who wants to raise a dog. She is only 12 years old. She spent 10 days moving stones and breaking branches to build a shelter. It's not easy for a young girl to come into this world and survive alone. When she first said hello, her parents found her. They previously called her stupid just because she was their child. Now she's just picking up a dog to keep her company. The dog grows faster than a person, and when it's grown, it can protect her. How can her parents still come out and insult her? I think they are really clueless. 0606. Luo Fei. Exactly. How can there be such parents? They still come out to scold the child for not listening. Instead, they should go find her and protect her. 10620. Li Chong. 88. Everyone upstairs, stop giving bad advice. Controlling parents like that should go find the child themselves. The child might end up in trouble again. Why don't parents need to get a license before becoming parents? 0011. Sulu. Little sister, don't be afraid. We are all independent beings in this world. Just block them in private chat. If they dare to come here and insult you again, your brothers and sisters will stand up for you and fight back. 0039. Zhang Wei. 2. Back in the day, most parents from ordinary families would keep small animals and let their children take care of them. This helps teach kids responsibility. 3092. Lu Shan. Uncle number 39, don't judge an entire era. I haven't started my own family, but my brother has kids, and I know many families with children around me. Most of them are quite normal. 29006. Lin Ziang. 13. I think uncle number 39 is right. I'm only a teenager, and life at home is really oppressive. My parents always say that all their suffering is because of me. It makes me really angry, but I can't do anything. When the teacher visited my home, they said I should have some personal space, but then the teacher was reported. As the chat messages scroll by, players casually share their opinions during their conversations. Regarding the topics these people are discussing, Yiqian was curious and looked through the chat. He saw how badly the girl who wanted to raise a dog was being scolded. In this world, a family of 3 being able to stay connected is probably a lucky thing for most people. However, there is often some sadness mixed in. But according to Zhang Wei's statement, their generation. If they came from the same world before, Yiqian started to think about which generation they meant when they said their generation. It probably isn't the era of famine, right? Or maybe the passionate, energetic times? He decided not to think about it anymore. It's unlikely they are from his generation. Back then, although he was left at his grandparents' rural home, most children were told that as long as they studied hard, it was enough. Raising small animals was seen as just kids playing around, not serious work. It was better to write and practice books. The conversation continued. Yiqian cleared the weeds from the tomato field, then found some branches and built a simple frame. He tied it with grass rope around the small tomatoes. He also pulled weeds from the cabbage field. In the earliest cabbage patch, 16 cabbages had already started to form small heads. 2 small chili plants had grown over 30 centimeters tall and started to branch out with new stems. Occasionally, some flower buds appeared among the leaves. After pulling weeds everywhere, Yiqian opened the water channels and started watering all the fields. Today, maybe because it was very hot, the water level wasn't high. Only a shallow layer of water was flowing in the channels. Meow. The little tabby cat saw Yiqian entering the yard and sitting by the water well. Curious, it came over. This can't go down and can't get too close. Yiqian reached out and gently pushed the little tabby away from the well. He held a rope with a bucket tied to it. He lifted the bucket repeatedly, tilting it to pour water into the channel. Although it was a bit tiring, the water in the channel increased and flowed faster into the fields. 0102. Su Yan, selling storage cabinets. They are made of green quality material that helps keep items fresh. The cabinet has a 10 cubic meter space divided into 3 areas, 5, 3, and 2 units. This design extends the shelf life of stored items by 120%. The appearance features 3 doors of different sizes, 1 meter long, half a meter wide, and 1 meter high. Currently, several similar items are up for auction, but this one is the best. If you have blue quality collection materials, you can contact me for a price. If not, please do not private message me. 102 suddenly posted a rough description of an item in the chat channel. This storage cabinet is a good item, but Yiqian was also interested, but when the other person said the minimum requirement was blue quality collection materials to negotiate, he lost interest immediately. It's a good thing for storing personal items and can extend their shelf life. But the problem is that blue materials are probably more valuable than the cabinet. Moreover, he only has 1 piece of blue material, so he's not interested anymore. This water source underground should be a bit bigger. Yiqian looked down. Since he had been carrying water, the water level in the channel had dropped, and he didn't want to bother with it anymore. A few water droplets fell into the well and sank to the bottom. Some of the water seeps from earlier allowed these droplets to enter. He tapped and carefully widened a few water outlets. The underground water suddenly surged. Then he put away the bucket, no longer worried about the water level. Lihua, come here. I heard petting cats can bring good luck. Yiqian sat back in the yard, watching the small Lihua playing on the grass nearby. He reached out his hand to call her back. He held the kitten in his arms and took out many materials he collected today and yesterday. Level 1 coriander seeds times 1, blood soul vine branch times 1, unidentified plant times 3, unidentified plant roots times 17, unidentified fruits times 4 today. He dug up wild vegetables on the back mountain. Thanks to Lihua's diligent searching, he collected a total of 16 plant roots. He set aside the coriander seed, just one seed capable of breeding. Given that he can't afford many vegetable seeds right now, he can't risk using them. 6 unidentified plant roots can be combined, and the success rate is 100% this time. All are roots, and they were dug up from the same area. They look exactly the same in shape. In this case, the results after combining will not be very different. He hopes to get some seedlings that can sprout and grow, so he won't have to buy seeds in the future. A bright green glow flickered. The plant root, about 5 centimeters long, with a bulging middle and pointed ends, fell into Yiqian's palm. Level 1 sweet potato seed, green quality, can be planted and propagated. Sweet potato? Yiqian picked it up to look. It does look like a small, undeveloped sweet potato, but probably the only similarity with the previous roots is that they are roots buried in the soil. Anyway, this small sweet potato seed makes him more excited about the upcoming planting and exploration. He combined one and stored it away, then continued to combine another 6 unidentified plant roots, and after combining, level 1 chive root, green quality, can be planted and propagated. This one can be directly planted and bred, which is very good. This chive root looks very fragile, with only a small sprout visible. Kitty, it seems that attracting cats really brings good luck, right? Yiqian combined 2 sets of cultivable seeds in a row, then hugged a small tabby cat, pressing it against his face, feeling very happy as he continued to combine. His mental strength has increased a lot now. Combining 2 non-mutated green quality items consumes little energy. Even if he combines 5 or 6 more, it won't affect his future farming efforts. Meow. The little tabby rolled over, still in Yiqian's arms, playing with his tail. There are some materials left. This time, he plans to try for some with mutation potential. Yiqian looked at the remaining unidentified materials, planning to indulge himself a bit more. 3 unidentified plants, 5 unidentified plant roots, and 4 unidentified fruits, all ready for combining. The success rate is 100%, with a 50% chance of mutation. As the pale green light gradually deepened, his mental energy was quickly being drained. The green light shifted from light to dark, and after dark green, it emitted faint blue glimmers. Synthesis successful. Level 2 fragrant bamboo seedling. Blue quality, perennial mutant plant, can be planted, support type of few white roots, about the thickness of chopsticks, supported a tiny bamboo shoot just emerging from the ground. The whole plant emitted a faint blue glow. This blue light was very weak, probably just barely reaching the blue quality level. But plants can also have support types. Meow. The little tabby cat pawed at Yiqian's hand, sniffed the fragrant seedling. This can't be eaten. Yiqian patted the cat's head, shook his slightly dizzy head, and stood up to get to work. The sun had set, and the temperature dropped a little. He needed to find some land to plant these reproductive plants. Breeding was definitely different from ordinary vegetables. Meow. Outside the fence, Yiqian placed the little cat near the snake-mimic grass, letting it play with the snake-shaped leaves. The fields he had previously cultivated were right in front of his house, which faced south. Now, this small area had almost no, and the land was spreading out in a fan shape, piece by piece. Now, Yiqian carried his iron pickaxe to the outside of the left fence, where the sun rose every day. Although the ground had been exposed to the sun all day, it was still relatively soft. The weeds that had grown about 10 centimeters tall had wilted from the sun and lay flat on the ground. He cleared the weeds while tilling the soil, piling them aside to dry and be used later for fire in the stove. Are all support types this excellent? Yiqian quickly swung his pickaxe, dug out a square patch of land, and planted the fragrant bamboo seedling in the middle of this new field. Level 2 fragrant bamboo, blue quality, range 10 by 10, seedling stage 30 days growth period. Increases planting yield by 10%. Plants with enhanced production assistance. Seedlings grow 10% faster. During the growth period, they produce 20% more, and in adulthood, they increase yield by 30%. The fragrant bamboo grows slowly, so there's no need to worry about its long-term or adult stage for now. Within this field, all plants benefit from the yield-boosting aid of the fragrant bamboo, but Yiqian has no plans to plant ordinary plants in the empty spots. The breeding area must be separate and treated with care. Yiqian dug holes in different directions, planting coriander seeds, checking the orientation of small pits on the sweet potatoes, and adjusted the positions before covering them. Of course, he didn't forget about the chives either. Level 1 coriander, green quality, can be bred, enters seedling stage after 1 day. Level 1 sweet potato, green quality, can be bred, enters seedling stage after 1 day. Level 1 chives, green quality, can be bred, enters seedling stage after 1 day. All 3 were planted, each showing a countdown to the next stage. Plants with green quality grow much faster than ordinary vegetables. Now, I need to enclose them. After planting everything, Yiqian looked at the playful little tabby in snake grass, then jumped over the fence into the yard. He gathered some branches to build a simple fence around the 100-square-meter land. The fence was quite low, only about 40 to 50 centimeters high, since these branches were originally for firewood. It was already dark, so he could only make do for now. Once the gaps in the fence were filled, Yiqian sat outside the yard wall, reaching out to let the snake grass climb onto his hand. Plant communication is one of Yiqian's skills. It's an auxiliary skill, but unlike the versatile synthesis that works across professions, plant communication is specifically for interacting with his own mutated plants. This communication isn't spoken words, but involves mental and emotional exchanges, soothing, guiding growth directions, and small interactions during their time together. Such a good girl. I should find something to feed you. Yiqian leaned against the fence wall, holding a cat in his arms, with his palms supporting the snake grass leaves that brushed against him. After some communication, he was thinking about how to give this little snake grass some nutrients to help it recover and grow well. He is very kind-hearted. After noticing how hard his little creatures are working, he can't help but want to treat them better. The snake-loving plant has always been very aware of its surroundings at home. It works hard to protect its environment. To grow faster, it always drinks plenty of water before each growth phase. Its roots spread underground to absorb more nutrients, making its branches stronger and its leaves healthier. Looking around, Yiqian found a small black mushroom. It was a moldy mushroom from before. Although moldy, animals and people might have some uncertain bad reactions if they eat it, but it is still a green, healthy plant. He took it out and let the snake-loving plant touch it, then checked if the plant was interested in the moldy mushroom. Meow. Little Tabby curled up in Yiqian's arms, tilting its head to look at the snake-shaped big leaf of the plant. It was curious why the leaf was trembling. But before it could reach out and touch the leaf, the edge suddenly split open into a big mouth, swallowing the black mushroom. Swallowed. In the past 2 days, it had often rolled around playing with a bright green, shiny leaf that looked like it had scales under the sunlight. Now, it seemed to have mouths all over its body. Little Tabby curled up in Yiqian's arms, pawing at his clothes, feeling shocked, confused, and a little sad. What's wrong? Did you get scared? Yiqian watched as the snake-loving plant ate the moldy mushroom on its own. After making sure it was okay, he let it go to absorb it slowly. He looked down at the little Tabby, who was curled up and looked uncomfortable. He sighed and picked it up. He could understand this feeling, like playing with friends, then suddenly turning into a strange monster. Though it could turn back, it would definitely be frightening at the moment. Meow. Little Tabby sniffed Yiqian's hand, but it didn't smell different. It looked up again at the now still snake-loving plant leaning against the fence. Its big cat eyes were full of confusion. It's late now. Time to go home, eat something, and get ready to sleep. Tomorrow morning, it will come back to say hello to the snake-loving plant. Yiqian picked up the small cat and stood up. He reached out again to touch the dense, long leaves of the snake grass. Then he went through the main gate back into the yard, closed the door, and started eating and sleeping. Today was a tiring day. While eating, Yiqian glanced at the chat channel but didn't see anything urgent. After filling up on steamed buns and pickles, and with little Tabby temporarily not hungry, he and the cat both fell asleep. In his dreams, his mental energy continued to naturally cultivate. Little Tabby pressed against his head, and they slept until dawn. A new day began with the sound of roosters crowing. Day 13, 5 hours 30 minutes and 16 seconds. Sunny, 38 degrees Celsius, 42 degrees Celsius. South wind level 2. Temperature too high. Watch for plant growth changes. Another hot day. After waking up, Yi Qian stood at the door. He still felt annoyed by the heat. He quickly checked the chat channel. Sure enough, people were already talking about heat stroke in the early morning. Before the sun rose, Yi Qian hurried to check the nearby fields. As long as there was no warning of too much water, he watered the crops several more times through the irrigation channels. Last night, he also dug new water channels for the breeding and seedling fields, which quickly connected to the main water source. Is this digestion going well? Yi Qian looked at the snake grass, which had wrapped around the fence overnight, enclosing the seedling area. He was in a very good mood and greeted the snake grass with a finger snap. The 10 by 10 meter plot had sides over 10 meters long. One side was the fence of the yard, but the other 3 sides added up to more than 30 meters. The speed of growth last night was almost as fast as the total of the previous few days. The snake grass leaves that had greeted Yi Qian nodded and wrapped around his wrist to rub against him, then continued growing at the tip of the branches. It couldn't speak or let its roots leave the ground, but it had been conscious since sprouting. Take your time. After greeting the snake grass, Yi Qian watched it grow deliberately for a while, feeling happy and exchanging a few words. Then he continued working. He fed the chickens, fed the gourd bees, and since there was no hunting, he spent 120 survival points to buy a fat rabbit. After cleaning and chopping it, he simmered it with some mushrooms, letting it stew for a while. Neither the cats at home nor he himself should eat a vegetarian diet for a long time, as it can lead to low energy and poor recovery. Of course, this was not explicitly shown. It was just Yi Qian's own judgment. 0032. Qinjian, Brother Yi, good morning. Qinjian sent a private message to Yi Qian while having breakfast. This sudden greeting made it unclear whether he had something to ask or something to say. 0997. Yi Qian, good morning, Brother Qin. Have you eaten yet? Since he received a message, Yi Qian simply replied. He didn't know what the other meant, so he just chatted a bit, without delaying his breakfast with little Huahua. 0032. Qinjian, I'm eating now. The weather has been very hot lately. I was hunting near home at night, and just got back to cook. I talked to them about some new news. The heat is abnormal, and there might be water shortages or sudden heavy rain and floods soon. Brother Yi, you're into planting, so you should pay more attention. Natural disasters are more frightening than wild animals. Qinjian's purpose was to remind Yi Qian to be careful about the trouble that hot weather could bring. In the past, he would just send such messages in the chat, and everyone would discuss it. There was no need to find someone privately. But now, things are different. Luo Shan has been overwhelmed with criticism, and Qinjian himself wouldn't go out of his way to cause trouble. So, he just added Yi Qian as a friend and gave a friendly reminder for everyone to be cautious. 0997. Yi Qian, thanks for the reminder, Brother Qin. I'll dig some drainage ditches when I go out later. I feel like this hot weather might not last many days. Yi Qian always takes others' kindness seriously. Whether he has considered these issues himself or not doesn't need to be emphasized. 0032. Qinjian, it's best to go out when the sun isn't shining. With the current weather, even strong people can't handle it. If someone gets heat stroke or faints, it's not just a quick nap. Yesterday, a hunter was knocked out after being in the sun too long. Try to avoid the sun as much as possible. The sun was already high, and Qinjian sent a serious reminder after seeing Yi Qian's message. He even used hunting as a comparison to make Yi Qian realize how dangerous it could be. Little Huahua, eat slowly. Since you're a hunter type, your physical strength should be pretty good, right? Yi Qian fed the little cat a piece of crushed meat. Seeing the little one eat happily, he added another piece. He understood that being a hunter type also means getting sunstroke easily, but could it be that in her mind, he is just a weak young man? Are planting type players considered weak? But without stamina, how can they clear the land? Forget it, don't dwell on these thoughts. She's just showing normal concern. If she's concerned, he should say thank you. Huahua, you stay at home and play. I'm going to check the water ditch. After breakfast, Yi Qian left the little cat at the snake grass, then headed to the mountaintop to look around. Digging a water ditch is to prevent heavy rain from washing away the yard and fields. But he still needs to observe how the water should flow. Meow. When Hua saw Yi Qian leaving, she jumped from the snake grass leaves where she was playing onto his shoulder, wanting to follow. If you want to go, just go. When it gets really hot later, come back. Seeing that Hua didn't want to stay at home, Yi Qian took her along. The mountaintop wasn't far, just a 10-minute walk, and he was already there, observing the natural terrain changes. The drainage ditch should lead not only to his fields but also follow the terrain naturally, preserving as much of the hillside as possible. This gentle will be his future farmland for planting. So he wants to keep as much fertile land as possible. It's all his future property. Meow. Hua, lying on Yi Qian's shoulder, started feeling uncomfortable under the hot sun. She pawed at his hair, urging him to go home. Getting hot. Stay in my arms for a while. I need to check more. Yi Qian quickly noted where to dig the ditches. When he heard Hua's cry, he unbuttoned his collar and gently put her inside. His body temperature wasn't cool either, but it was definitely better than being under the direct sun. Meow. Boo-hoo. Little Tanuki was held in my arms, its paws resting on my collar, tilting its head to look at my face. It felt that this situation was a bit different from what it expected. Although it wasn't directly in the sun, I was still being exposed to sunlight. It's okay, it will be over soon. Just note this down, and then go home. I continued to observe and adjust until I was sure of my initial plan. Only then did I carry little Tanuki back home. Meow. Once home, little Tanuki was finally happy to play inside the house. It rolled around on the bed twice, ran a few laps on the floor, tilted its head, and then came over to my side. Let's make a hat. That way, it can protect us from both the sun and rain. I watched little Tanuki come over, patted it a few times on its body, and then continued weaving the hat. The hat had a pointed top and a wide brim, with the edge wide enough to cover my shoulders. Little Tanuki could rest on my shoulder without getting sunburned. But the weaving process was very detailed work. I spent the whole morning making the hat. By the time I finished, it was around 2 p.m. Although it took a lot of time, I was very happy with the result. Not bad, it can block most of the rain. Wearing the hat and holding the cat, I went to the water well, took a bucket of water, and poured it over my head. Watching the water droplets drip down around me, the quality was just okay. As for rain, the slow seepage of water during a downpour is unavoidable. The hat I wove from grass ropes and leaves is already quite good. At most, if it gets soaked for too long, it will become heavy. When that happens, I can just squeeze out the water. Right now, I can't control a large area of water, but the moisture inside the hat is easy to handle. Meow. Little Tanuki tugged at the edge of the hat, feeling the strength of the sunlight, then pulled back and continued to rest on my shoulder, happily playing. It didn't feel the intense heat, so naturally it knew I wouldn't get sunburned. Now it's okay. First, let's eat. Then we can get to work. I looked at little Tanuki playing again, smiled, went into the kitchen, filled a bowl with meat, and opened a steamed bun to eat. Because little tortoise flower doesn't like to eat bread, and Yi Qian himself also dislikes it. After eating one piece of bread, Yi Qian auctioned off the remaining bread and used survival points to buy a bunch of plain white steamed buns that can stay fresh for a long time without opening. A few hours later, after finishing lunch, Yi Qian took the cat and went out to start digging a water ditch near a shallow pit close to the mountaintop. He used an iron pickaxe to break the soil, moved large stones out, and used a shovel to remove small stones and dirt, gradually digging along the planned direction. He stopped several times during the afternoon to drink water. Finally, at dusk, he managed to dig a ditch over 500 meters long and about 2 meters wide. Digging the ditch was hard work, and Yi Qian's physical strength was already very tired. Back home, he lit a fire and prepared hot dishes. While letting the food cool, he also adjusted the water channels to ensure the fields soaked up water quickly after a day of sun. Tortoise flower, you must be hot. Do you want to come with me after dinner? While eating, Yi Qian looked at little tortoise flower, who had already eaten 2 pieces of meat and was full. A ripple of water appeared on its fur, soaking in and calming the heat that had gathered again. Meow, little tortoise flower raised its head and meowed at Yi Qian. After eating and drinking enough, Yi Qian fed the chickens and the gourd bees, greeted the snake grass again, and then carried his new iron pickaxe out again. Little tortoise flower naturally continued to lie on his shoulder. Where he was, it was there too. Tortoise flower, I can only see a limited area now. If there's danger nearby, remember to warn me. Yi Qian tried to create a mist covering his whole body, which eased his muscle soreness a lot, then focused on working. He knew that little tortoise flower was better at alertness than him, and this time he didn't dig in the previous area but returned to the mountain top, digging in another direction under the faint moonlight. 0039, Zhang Wei. 2. Brother Yi, have you had dinner? At around 9 o'clock at night, Zhang Wei sent Yi Qian a private message. 0997. Yi Qian, I have eaten. I'm still digging the water ditch. Brother Zhang, are you ready over there? Digging a wide enough water ditch is really tiring. However, hunters are usually quite strong, so it shouldn't be a big problem. 0039, Zhang Wei. 2. Digging a water ditch? Brother Yi, your method is pretty old-fashioned. I tore down my house this afternoon and moved to the mountain top to start fresh. Why are you still struggling to dig a water ditch? Zhang Wei. 2 doesn't understand. Moving house is easy. Even if he had to rebuild everything, it's better than digging a water ditch. He also heard Yi Qian mention before that living halfway up the mountain, digging water ditches might not even keep the house safe. If he wanted to build a complete flood prevention system, it would be a huge project, very scary. 0997. Yi Qian, I can move, but I can't move my fields. If all the soil on this mountain is washed away, how will I farm in the future? There's no other place as safe as my home in this entire mountain forest. Yi Qian feels a bit betrayed by this suggestion. Moving is not hard, but he can't just abandon the crops he's been growing for over 10 days because of a heavy rain. 0039, Zhang Wei. 2. Well, I've never farmed before. I've been learning to fight since I was young. I forgot that farming takes a lot of effort. 0039, Zhang Wei. 2. Brother Yi, you go ahead with your work. Be careful outside tonight. I won't bother you. I just wanted to tell you that it's been so hot these days I don't feel like going hunting, and there are no young cubs around. Zhang Wei. 2 feels pretty awkward now. He quickly explained why he was looking for Yi Qian and then disappeared. Losing the fields he planted is like losing his hunting weapons. He clearly doesn't understand much about farming and should probably talk to someone about the basics. But he really doesn't know. He learned business in elementary school, various combat skills, how to survive on the battlefield, political schemes, and how to read people. But he's never learned how to farm. Farming is something you have to figure out yourself. After giving a quick reply to Zhang Wei, Yi Qian continued digging. Regarding the possible heavy rain and flash floods, the chat channel has already started discussing this. Most players are currently talking about moving to a new location. Although each player's terrain is different, relying on digging channels to redirect water is difficult for most. 0606, Luo Fei. People say planting is a risky job, but it's clear they've never farmed. Anyone who farms knows that future life depends on the crops in the ground. Right now, fleeing might cause little loss, but who can guarantee that the next planting of grains and vegetables won't face another sudden storm? Many agree that planting can be done later, and when it rains, people should prioritize escaping. But a player with an earlier number spoke up, challenging them. What if they escape this time, but not next time? No matter if it's grains or vegetables, no one's land can be harvested in just a few days after planting. Also, some players have leveled up their professions. For farmers to level up, they need to grow and harvest crops, gaining experience only after completing both steps. 0091. Fan Liao. Farming is much harder than gathering. Gathering and hunting can be done anywhere, and you can settle down wherever you go. But farming land can't be moved. You guys talking about moving are just about done. Give the farming players some space to share information. If you're so eager to talk, why not come up with some good ideas for them? 2100, Meng Meng. I don't know much about farming, but not all gathering players can move either. I have some mutated plants that I almost lost in a flood. I really don't want them to die in the flood. And for those talking about moving to the mountain top, have you considered whether the top is really safe in a flood? The conversation gradually shifted to whether the mountain top is safe and how to handle things if they don't move. Some insist that digging channels is the safest way, while others suggest piling up dirt near their homes to divert water elsewhere. Everyone has their opinions, Yi Qian just watched for a while, then dug for a bit, taking breaks, until he stopped at his own farmland. At the foot of the mountain, there is a very dangerous blood soul vine. During the day, Yi Qian can slightly move closer, but at night, he keeps as far away as possible. The ditches on both sides have been temporarily dug out. Yi Qian checks the time. It's almost midnight. He takes his cat home to rest. Meow. Exhausted, the little tabby suddenly lets out a sharp cry in front of their house. There is something dangerous under the wooden house. It's okay, it's nothing too scary. It just didn't escape. Yi Qian gently strokes the little tabby, then touches the snake charm grass leaves on the fence. Through the snake charm grass, he receives some information. The thing that ran into the house was the first to touch the snake charm grass. It was confused and couldn't tell which way to go, then ran into the yard. However, the snake charm grass is a bit unhappy because it didn't catch the fleeing creature. The reason it didn't catch it is because its vines and leaves aren't long enough. It just shows that the snake charm grass has a strong personality. Tabby, you go play with the snake charm grass for a while. I'll handle that unlucky thing that ran into our house in a panic. Yi Qian places the little tabby on the fence tangled with the snake charm grass. Instead of opening the yard gate, he jumps over the wall directly. Yow! Under a few drops of water, a half-grown wolf pup is driven out from beneath the wooden stakes of the house. When it reaches Yi Qian, the wolf pup bares its teeth and growls. The fear that was confused by the snake charm grass disappears after being disturbed. To it, the creature in front of it is prey it can catch. Although this creature is bigger than it, it is already in poor condition, with visible trembling muscles under the skin. The slightly experienced young wolf pup observes and quickly identifies Yi Qian's weak points. Taking advantage of a moment when Yi Qian lifts his head, it leaps up and tries to bite his throat. Actually, the speed is still too slow. Yi Qian's palm is covered with a layer of mist. He pinches the wolf pup's head, and 4 thin water ropes, as fine as wheat stalks, bind its 4 paws. The water ropes are very thin and small, but under Yi Qian's control, they have already bound the prey in the air. 4 water ropes are pulling in 4 different directions with equal force. His body muscles are really tired, but his mental strength can still stay active and full of energy. Tianhua, come here. Kill it. Yi Qian controls a wolf pup weighing about 30 pounds, using this binding method, and brings it to the fence wall for Tianhua to hunt. Meow. Little Tianhua jumps down from the fence, tilts its head to look at Yi Qian, then moves closer to look at the wolf. For a moment, it doesn't understand what he means. Like this, kill it. Yi Qian grabs the kitten's paw with one hand, pinches the claws, and waves it at the helpless wolf pup, signaling to Tianhua what to do. Meow. The cat's eyes widen. Tianhua raises its paw and shakes it, then looks at Yi Qian again to confirm if it's really supposed to do that. Can I really wave my paw like that? After confirming that Yi Qian is serious with a nod, Tianhua jumps excitedly, its sharp claws shining brightly. Under the moonlight, a faint gleam flashes across the claws. Tianhua swings its claws at the half-grown wolf. The seemingly fragile cat claws suddenly tear open the wolf's throat. The cat kills the wolf, taking away its health in one strike while the wolf can't move. Cat. Juvenile stage. Relationship. Close. Domesticated. After Tianhua slits the throat of the half-grown wolf, a choice appears in front of Yi Qian. Probably because the cat has become aggressive, this prompt appears. Domesticated. Yi Qian confirms the domesticated status, and a faint green glow appears and then disappears on Tianhua. Player. Zone 8181. Number 0997. Yi Qian career path. Farming. Level 1. 620/10/000. Basic all-round survivor special ability. Water element control skills. Synthesis. Level 1. Support. Plant communication. Level 1. 3/100. Combat power. 13/25 from special ability. Survival points. 7,366.4 equipment. Attribute-free linen clothes. Beginner protection set. Rough cloth backpack. Drinking water. 1 gene. X5. Blood spirit vine branches. X1. Iron pickaxe. 82%. Sickles. 30%. Assets. Simple wooden and bamboo house. Fenced yard of 317. 5 square meters. Water well. 186 square meters of cultivated land. 166 square meters planted domesticated battle beast. Cat, cub, level 1, mutated, alert, speed, sharp claws, mutant plants. Level 1 snake mallow, can grow. Level 2 fragrant bamboo, seedling, breeding plants. Cilantro, chives, sweet potatoes. Looking at his personal information, Yi Qian's family's tabby cat has been transformed into a battle beast because it can now fight. But it's also pretty good, showing that his little tabby is still very strong. Meow. The little tabby didn't notice anything unusual. It just killed the wolf that invaded their home, happily spun around in place, then looked up and proudly showed off to Yi Qian. Tabby is very brave. Yi Qian reached out, picked up the little cat, and stroked its fur, feeling very happy. Can you eat? While comforting the kitten, a few leaves of the snake mallow moved closer to Yi Qian, tugging at his clothes. He thought plants only ate plants, but after communication, he realized he was missing an important point. This snake mallow was synthesized with snakes and plants, so it can eat both meat and plants. Whether toxic or highly nutritious, as long as it's not deadly, it can eat it. Eat it. Yi Qian untied the water string from the wolf's paw. The corpse remained where it was. He communicated with the snake mallow to let it eat. After giving the order, a new tiny vine sprouted from the closest joint of the vine. The brown vine, like a thin snake, followed the torn blood vessels of the little tabby and touched the blood and flesh of the wolf's body. Outside, everything looks the same, but beneath the wolf's skin, the vine section has grown many thinner vines, which have completely eaten away the wolf's flesh and blood. This process isn't very fast, but it doesn't take more than 5 minutes. Soon, only a complete wolf skin remains. Complete medium-sized wolf skin, green quality. Material. The wolf skin is directly usable as a material. No need for Yi Qian to process it further. Besides this wolf skin, Yi Qian also has a rabbit hide, previously treated with ash from plants. It doesn't look very good, but it is successfully tanned. Meow. Little tabby jumps to the ground, approaches the snake grass that is curling back, and steps on it with her paw. The snake grass leaf wobbles, and helplessly, 2 larger leaves extend from the side, wrapping little tabby up. Then, the leaves are lifted, and the wolf's skin is placed into the backpack. Yi Qian then goes to the kitchen to reheat the rabbit meat he previously stewed. In this world, items can get damaged, and food can spoil due to temperature, time, or environment. But food he makes himself, as long as it hasn't been cooked, has enough water, and is boiled until it bubbles, will have its freshness reset. However, if the food is cooked for too long, it becomes mushy. Now, the rabbit meat can't even be taken out in whole pieces. So, Yi Qian only takes out as much as he plans to eat, because if left out in this weather, it would spoil in 12 hours. Day 14, 1 minute and 11 seconds. Clear turning to thunderstorm, 39 degrees Celsius 44 degrees Celsius, south wind level 1. Thunderstorm weather, take precautions at midnight, the new day's weather updates. The thunderstorm can be big or small, unpredictable. But since it's a thunderstorm and the temperature remains so high, Yi Qian checks the chat channel, where some weather researchers are saying that the daytime should be fine, but they warn to watch out for thunderstorms at night. There is a high chance that the temperature will continue to rise tomorrow during the day. There will be thunderstorms in the early night, and by late night, heavy rain may arrive. Regardless of the weather, after Yi Qian called the little tabby over for a meal, he looked at the still flowing water channel and then carried the cat back to his room to sleep. Today was very exhausting. He needed a good rest. When he woke up, his energy and body would be restored, so he could continue working. However, this sleep was uncomfortable. His muscles were sore, and he hadn't experienced such intense physical effort in a long time. He started sleeping after midnight and woke up around 5 in the morning. He got up, ate, fetched water from the well, and took a quick cool shower. Also, I forgot to eat this. Since working out is also exercise, I might as well eat it so I don't need to go for a run later. Yi Qian looked at the small bottle of strengthening potion on his bedside table. He had received it earlier, but he had left it untouched because he was busy. Meow. The little tabby was curious and came over, noticing Yi Qian's face was a bit red. It raised its paw and gently stepped on his face. It's okay, just keep working. Yi Qian once again felt the power of his body being enhanced. He went out again to find a good spot and quickly dug several planned water channels. Now, he wasn't moving stones or shoveling dirt outside. He was just digging and digging with full effort. By the time he finished digging all the planned routes in the morning and went back to move stones, the strengthening potion was already used up. His combat ability increased by 2 points, making it 15 after the boost. His mental strength also increased slightly, adding only 1 point, bringing his current total to 26. Although it's not much, Yiqian always believed that any growth was good, and he wouldn't complain about it. Meow. The little tabby tilted its head and looked at Yiqian. It had been lying on his shoulder all morning, watching him swing the pickaxe and dig nonstop. In that morning, the pickaxe had already broken about 10 times. Although time is tight, I still need to eat. Yiqian took the cat home. The big fat rabbit from yesterday had been cooked into meat porridge by noon today, and there was only this meal left. 0039. Zhongwei, 2. Brother Yi, how is the water channel digging going? During lunchtime, Zhang Wei from Team 2 sent another message asking about the work progress. 0997. Yi Qian, the digging is almost done. This afternoon, I still need to clear out the broken stones. It's really tiring work, but once it's finished, it will make things easier in the future. I guess I'm working hard for a better tomorrow. Yi Qian casually replied. Then after serving the rice, he placed some tasty food for little Li Hua. He took out a steamed bun and started eating a bit more slowly. The ditch was dug out, and it would be useful later, so he made an effort to dig it wider and plan the route carefully. 0039. Zhongwei, 2. That's a good long-term plan for future development. I tried it this morning too. It's really exhausting. Brother Yi, are you feeling okay? I heard that sudden muscle fatigue might cause injuries. Are you sure you don't need some health recovery medicine? Zhang Wei from Team 2 had tried the work himself and knew how tough it was. He couldn't help but ask if Yi Qian needed anything. This was the only time he had asked multiple times, but Yi Qian hadn't borrowed anything. People sometimes get a little stubborn or moody. He always knew Yi Qian might be short on money or certain items. But since Yi Qian had clearly said no, why didn't he ask to borrow anything? 0997. Yi Qian, Brother Zhang, my skill is support type. Yi Qian looked at the message from the older man, possibly an elder, asking to borrow medicine, and replied with some helplessness. He remembered that this person had been insisting before, thinking he was a healer. 0039. Zhang Wei, 2. Support skills aren't all-powerful. You couldn't even take care of a little bunny before. Anyway, I'm just too kind. If you need anything, just tell me. Remember that limit I mentioned last time? Anything below 2,000 survival points. I can always help. Zhang Wei's reply added more. He had previously said it was below 1,000 survival points, but now it was doubled. 0997. Yi Qian. Thanks, Brother Zhang. I probably won't need it right now, but if I do later, I won't hesitate to ask you. No matter if he needed it now or not, he wanted to say this first. After sending a message, Yi Qian continued eating. Once he finished, he still had work to do. After eating and drinking enough, the already stuffy air suddenly became even more oppressive. High above, clouds were quickly moving. Kitty, let's go. Keep working. Yi Qian carried the cat as he left. When he arrived, he placed the little kitty on his shoulder and put on a straw hat to start working. He moved stones and cleared debris. The air grew hotter and more suffocating. Feeling a bit breathless, Yi Qian covered his face with a mist of water, which helped him feel better before continuing. Meow. Seeing the sweat on Yi Qian's face and body, which dripped down his clothes and onto the stones, the little kitty felt a little worried. The stones were hot under the sun, and although the sweat evaporated quickly, it still made it anxious. Under the shade of the hat, the kitty was protected from the sun, but the hat only covered Yi Qian's head and shoulders. His arms, legs, waist, and back were still exposed to the sun while working. It's okay, just a little more to go. Once we finish this part, we can go home. Yi Qian's hands and arms were covered in dirt. He leaned over to nuzzle the little kitty, then continued working. He wanted to finish before it rained so he wouldn't have to worry afterward. By mid-afternoon, around 4 o'clock, the clouds quickly thickened and gathered, making the air even more oppressive. At this time, Yi Qian finally finished digging the 2 large trenches he planned to, along with the smaller ditches around the fields. Although he couldn't guarantee everything would be perfect, he believed he had reduced the risk of flooding by at least 90%. Kitty, We can go home now. After checking everything again, Yi Qian, holding the silent little kitty for half the afternoon, happily headed back home. Once home, he didn't rest immediately. Instead, he quickly dug small ditches between his fields to prevent rainwater from washing away the land. By around 6:30 in the evening, Yi Qian finished tidying up the area around his house. He also built a simple new nest under the eaves for the hens and brought them over, then cut some wild vegetables to feed them. Meow. The little kitty watched Yi Qian, who had just taken off his clothes and was washing his hands at the well. It rubbed against his feet, feeling content. Finally, I can rest. I'll give you a bath too. It will rain soon, so we should stay home and eat steamed buns with pickles. Yi Qian filled a bucket with water, holding the little tabby cat in one hand while washing it with the other. Since he went out to dig a trench, this little creature must be exhausted too. Now it's time to rest. If everything goes well, they might take a break for a day or two. Meow, meow, meow. The little tabby was bathed and soaked all over, looking small and silly. It meowed pitifully, realizing Yi Qian didn't dry it completely, so it shook itself, trying to dry off all the water. Why are you in such a hurry? Yi Qian poured another bucket of water over himself, rinsing from head to toe, then held the little tabby and squeezed out the water from its fur. A small fluffy bundle. He placed it by the window, letting the little creature go inside on its own. He picked up the clothes nearby, soaked them in water, making sure there was no sweat smell, then wrung out the water and put them on. After tidying up, he stood by the wall of the courtyard, chatting with the snake grass until raindrops started falling. Then he went back inside. It's starting to rain. Standing at the door, Yi Qian's shoulder, the little tabby jumped up and snuggled there. He watched the raindrops outside and the growing thunder, feeling the persistent heat from the past 2 days quickly fade away. Meow. After the bath, the little tabby felt quite comfortable. Especially now that Yi Qian didn't have to work so hard, it was in a good mood. Resting on Yi Qian's shoulder, the little tabby meowed a few times, then quietly stayed with him, listening to the rolling thunder and falling into silence. 0102. Su Yan. It's starting to rain. How are you all preparing? If anyone hasn't finished, it's best to get ready quickly. The rain will only get heavier. 0600. Lu Ting Fan. It's too late now. If it's not essential, try not to go outside. If there's lightning, being outside could be very dangerous. 0012. Zhang Wei. Have you noticed something in the clouds? It seems like there's something there. The appearance of a name and his words made Yi Qian instantly realize what was happening in the lively chat. Zhang Wei. This is the number one Zhang Wei. In this world, it seems like there are over 100 people named Zhang Wei. But, in the clouds, there might really be something. Yi Qian looked up at the sky from under the eaves. What could be inside those clouds? 0039. Zhang Wei. 2. There's nothing there. The person with the same name as me is just an old man. Have you been reading too many mythological stories? There's nothing in the clouds, no thunder gods or lightning queens. After seeing the first Zhang Wei, the second Zhang Wei immediately focused on him. Soon after, more Zhang Weis appeared. Number 4, number 9, dozens, even hundreds. All sorts of Zhang Weis kept popping up, and the topic quickly shifted to strange and funny things. What started as a simple chat about the weather turned into a family reunion, with other players sharing stories about finding friends with the same name, or searching for children, parents, relatives, classmates, or romantic partners. Tan cat, rabbit eargrass, is ready. Let's harvest. Yi Qian had seen before that it took a few hours for the rabbit eargrass to mature, but after the light rain started, it suddenly accelerated. Since the green quality plants give a prompt when they are ready, Yi Qian decided to go out even as the rain grew heavier. Wearing a straw hat, he went to the rabbit eargrass field and harvested all the mature plants. This time, he gathered more, 168 pieces in total. Good harvest. Let's go home. Yi Qian carried the little tan cat, finished harvesting the grass, and headed to his house, opening the gate and walking inside. Meow. The little tabby cat suddenly let out a sharp meow as the gate to Yi Qian's backyard was opened. At the same time, Yi Qian quickly jumped up and leapt into the nearby water well. As he moved away, a vine branch shot out from outside the fence, like a spear aiming at where Yi Qian had just been standing. It's that blood soul vine again. and this time, it has come right to his doorstep. Stay back. Yi Qian looked at the vine coming through the rain and fog. Although he couldn't see exactly where it was coming from, since the vine had reached his house, he decided to cut it off here. He had been too busy these past few days to think about how to deal with this hidden threat, and now it was attacking him directly. All he needed to do now was figure out how to get rid of it. Blood Soul Vine Branch 1. Blood Soul Vine Branch 1. Blood Soul Vine Branch 1. Thunder roared, and heavy rain fell in dense drops. Yi Qian cut the vine approaching him and quickly grabbed the 3 broken pieces of Blood Soul Vine branches, tossing them into his backpack. He rolled away from the water-well platform, watching the vine lash out again. His mind quickly mapped out the positions around his front yard, like a simple diagram. He now knew exactly where he was and where the vine was coming from. After dodging 5 times in a row, the Blood Soul vine seemed to get angry. A new vine shot along the ground, piercing a small hole in his fence. This vine, over 3 meters long, entered the yard and wrapped around Yi Qian's ankle, its sharp thorns ready to pierce his skin. But just as the thorn was about to stab him, it hit a sticky substance, and at the same time, the vine broke off at the fence. By drawing out some moisture from this small section, even a furious Blood Soul vine couldn't repair the broken part. Blood Soul Vine Branch 1. No matter the size of the branch, as long as it's not the main root, it counts as a new piece. Yi Qian ignored the rest. He grabbed the broken branches and stuffed them into his backpack, making sure they wouldn't jump up and bite him again. Meow, sniff. Sniff. Little spotted cat's 4 paws tightly grasped Yi Qian's clothes. When Yi Qian dodged, it made no sound. Until the little cat's head sensed a different smell in the rain. It growled softly in one direction. The sneaky thing was hiding right there. So annoying, Yi Qian stepped on the fence, which he had built with small tree trunks buried at intervals for stability. He quickly ran up, stepping on the trunks. The spot the little spotted cat was staring at was behind his house. Today, he dug several ditches, one of which was behind the house. The horizontal ditch allowed water from the mountain to flow away, preventing his yard from flooding. At that time, he hadn't noticed any traces of the Blood Soul vine, and the little cat didn't smell anything unusual. It seemed that just as the raindrops fell, the Blood Soul vine came up from the mountain, with its main body reaching behind his house, then wrapping around with vines to attack from the front door. It had surrounded his house with vines. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderclap sounded. As Yi Qian jumped, he saw a vine that was about to attack him from outside hesitate for a moment. It seemed that the Blood Soul vine could be affected by lightning. But the lightning was unpredictable, and he couldn't make it strike down and kill this mutated vine. Meow. When the little spotted cat saw a water droplet hanging in the air, swinging back and forth in front of its eyes, it blinked and quickly realized that Yi Qian often played with such droplets. Its eyes followed the water droplet, and when it pointed directly at the vine, it let out a cry. It went into the hidden ditch. Following the little cat's perspective, Yi Qian quickly analyzed where the Blood Soul vine was hiding. While dodging, another flash of lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the scene. He saw clearly what was happening in that spot. A pile of small stones, which he had dug out earlier, was stacked up. Some of these stones he kept for later use, so they weren't scattered randomly. Behind the stones, he saw a twisted mass of black and red plants. The branches attacking Yi Qian came from both ends of the ditch, but this tangled black and red plant mass was likely the main body of the Blood Soul vine. The main body should be at the center, wrapped up. To drain all the water from this messy pile, his mental strength isn't enough yet. Boom! Another thunderclap echoed, the dull thunder rolling. The black and red plant group that Yi Qian was watching trembled and shrank in the thunder. Could it be that this is a monster that has become a spirit and is afraid of thunder? Yi Qian remembered what Zhang Wei said earlier, that there seemed to be something in the clouds. Maybe he didn't mean a creature, but that lightning was moving within the clouds. If plants gain awareness, they might be afraid of thunder. He recalled his master saying that ancient plants and animals often react normally to thunderstorms, with lightning striking during storms. When the thunder faded, the vines attacked again. Watching the water droplets on the vines, Yi Qian suddenly had a bright idea. He realized that this might not be about a spirit passing a tribulation, but that plants and animals, after reaching a certain strength, develops special magnetic fields. So, does the blood soul vine fear water because it conducts electricity? The rain was getting heavier. It moved to the upper hillside where fewer plants grew because the lower part was full of grass, bushes, and trees soaked by rain. The best place to hide from rain and lightning on the mountaintop was his home. Inside his house, there was only a little flattened grass and no trees. He could stay completely dry inside. Meow. The little tabby cat kept watching that spot as Yi Qian dodged and moved. Suddenly, its eyes shifted and focused on a spot beside a pile of stones. That seemingly unchanged clump of grass had actually moved to a different place in the ditch. It's okay. It can't escape. Hearing the rolling thunder again, Yi Qian took off his straw hat and threw it back into the yard. At the same time, he jumped outside. He suddenly left the fence and ran toward the blood soul vine. He was soaked with rain and sweat. As he ran forward, the branches of the blood soul vine appeared from the side, blocking his way. After breaking a few vines, Yi Qian stood on the highest pile of broken stones. Lightning repeatedly strikes, casting a pale light. Under this glow, Yi Qian's hair is wet, and he stands looking down at two plant clumps in the ditch. One is a large, black-red vine ball that can block the entire 1-meter-wide ditch. Several vines attacking Yi Qian are spreading out from this ball. The other is smaller, about the size of a basketball, with white roots tangled together. These two plant groups are connected by a blood-colored vine covered with black patterns. Suddenly, thunder roars. 8 vines shoot out around Yi Qian, trapping him from all directions, above, below, front, and back. This time, Yi Qian does not dodge. He simply stands there, holding a small spotted cat close to his chest. Water vapor gathers around him. When rain falls on him, it seems to splash a few drops. All 8 vines are wrapped around his wrists, ankles, legs, and arms. When caught, he bends down, bringing his arms and legs together, then falls backward onto the ground, spinning like a top. A water ring, as if 2 hands clasped tightly, locks all 8 vines together. The vines that had been wrapped around him earlier, when Yi Qian locked these 8 vines, had already drawn water from 8 connection points, causing the thorns embedded in his flesh to break. Though no longer draining blood, the wounds still hurt a lot, but the pain makes Yi Qian more alert. He knows this is his only chance. Boom! Rumbling thunder. The water ring pulls the 8 vines into the air and throws them away. Rainwater is drawn into the water ring and slides down the vine's outer surface. As lightning flashes wildly in the clouds, it strikes the 8 vines high in the sky, connecting with the lightning in the clouds. All Yi Qian can do now is control the water ring, holding it for a few seconds to prevent it from breaking free, allowing the lightning to quickly connect the vines in the air to those on the ground. Meow. The small spotted cat huddles in Yi Qian's arms, looking out. When it sees the lightning connecting to the ground vine ball and spreading outward, it lets out a sharp cry in fear. However, the lightning spreading around does not touch Yi Qian. It only shatters some nearby stones. Purified water doesn't conduct electricity. Yi Qian looked at the lightning-struck blood soul vine and whispered softly. The little tabby cat didn't understand, but Yi Qian knew exactly what had happened. He had to thank those expensive school experiments from his student days for this knowledge. Back then, his family was fairly well off, but because he wasn't good at studying and didn't try to fit in, he could only watch from the audience. Even so, just by watching, he had learned a few things about natural disaster experiments. Achievement, Hunt 2. You have successfully killed a level 2 or higher mutated wild creature. Survival points 500. Achievement, Hunt 3. You have successfully killed a level 3 mutated wild creature. Survival points 3002. Achievements appeared one after another after several lightning strikes. So, using lightning to kill the blood soul vine also counted as a wild hunt? He had thought it would be classified as gathering. Let's take it home. If we don't go back now, I won't be able to hold on. After confirming that no more lightning would fall, Yi Qian finally relaxed, stepped firmly on the ground, and began dragging the vines toward home. His backpack couldn't hold so many lightning-struck materials, so he had to throw them into the yard first, then sort or auction them later. Synthesis could reduce storage space, but his mental energy was nearly depleted, making it impossible to combine the materials now. Meow. The little tabby saw how hard Yi Qian was working and wanted to help, but he gently held it in his arms. It was better for it to stay put for now. Snakevine grass, come help, pull them back. Yi Qian's strength quickly faded once the danger was gone. When he saw the snakevine grass growing new vines and leaves, climbing over the sidewall of the yard, he reached out to touch its snake-like leaves. This plant, which had been forced to grow faster several times, had finally arrived, though too late for the earlier danger. Meow? The little tabby widened its eyes in surprise as the snake-like leaves that once played with it wrapped around a dead vine and dragged it inside the fence. Snake enchantment grass is very powerful. Yi Qian gently patted the little tabby cat's head and leaned on the 2 leaves of the snake enchantment grass to rest for a moment. The ditch behind the house was not far from the yard wall. After catching his breath and regaining some strength, Yi Qian supported himself on a pile of broken stones and descended into the ditch, where some rainwater was flowing. He picked up his harvest. Achievement: Gathering Level 3. You successfully collected Level 3 mutated plant materials. Survival points 3,000 in a pile of ashes. Yi Qian found a block-sized root. When he picked it up, he received an achievement notification. The root of a Level 3 mutated plant, purple quality, very good, but it was time to go home. Supporting himself on the snake enchantment grass leaves that reached out, Yi Qian climbed out of the ditch, jumped over the fence, and entered the yard. He didn't have the energy to pick up the broken vines outside. He left them all to the snake enchantment grass. Because of a previous special event, the snake enchantment grass was growing rapidly and was now severely malnourished. Yi Qian looked at the pile of plant materials by the yard wall. He reached out and grabbed a snake-shaped leaf, communicating with the snake enchantment grass to let it understand that these could actually be eaten. His own plants were part of his home. Only when his home was strong enough could it be safer inside and outside. Having received the information that these materials could be eaten, the snake enchantment grass started picking up the broken materials outside and ate directly, without needing to carry them back. It ate one piece at a time, as all the fallen materials were at least blue quality. Although some were small and fragmented, the snake enchantment grass quickly replenished the nutrients it had just used up. Not only that, while Yi Qian leaned against the fence, drank some water, and ate a bun, he finally stood up to tidy up the materials in the rain. By then, the snake enchantment grass had already grown another 4 or 5 meters forward. Snake enchantment grass is really hard-working. Yi Qian looked at the rapidly growing snake enchantment grass, which was sprouting branches and leaves bit by bit, and sighed before standing up. He manually divided the materials into sections. Blood soul vine branches, blue quality, materials, can be used for crafting or extraction. Remnants of lightning-struck vines, blue quality, materials, can be used for crafting or extraction after dividing all the branches. Only these 2 types remained in Yi Qian's hands. However, he still had a purple grade 1. After being struck by lightning, the remaining plant roots have a purple quality. They are materials that can be used to make or extract substances and can be cultivated. The purple quality does not specify whether it can be propagated, so it seems to be a new concept he hasn't encountered before. There's no rush. He will leave it for now. For the moment, he needs to rest. He packed up the supplies in his backpack, leaving behind 12 branches of blood soul vine and 18 broken vine remnants that had been struck by lightning. All were straight branches about 1 meter long. Other broken fragments, small pieces, or twisted shapes were generously left to the snake mysterious grass. The remaining parts might be even more than what he packed away. After tidying himself up, Yi Qian found the straw hat he had thrown back earlier in the yard. He then carried the cat to the well, washed himself, and dried off. After the bath, he removed the excess water. Both he and the cat, Little Tortoise, went back inside and immediately fell asleep. Yi Qian's mental and physical energy had been heavily drained, and the same was true for Little Tortoise. Today, the cat had been alert all day, constantly on guard, and just now needed to precisely locate the attacker's position. It was a high-energy effort. Outside, thunder rumbled loudly. What started as a light rain quickly turned into heavy rain, then into a storm after midnight. Amid the sounds of wind, thunder, and rain, the snake-shaped grass on the wall of Yi Qian's yard moved along the vines, quietly climbing all around the fence in the rain. Even the gate, which had a hole drilled through it before, was wrapped with snake-like vines. It mimicked Yi Qian's way of opening and closing the door, performing several open-close actions. Once confirmed that the operation was smooth, the snake mysterious grass began to harden the circle of vines from its roots. On the hardened vines, small buds slowly grew. This time, instead of climbing the fence, it used its own vines and leaves to grow a new, taller, and more secure layer of the yard wall. It hadn't helped before, but it knew that the vines attacking Yi Qian started from above the fence. So, the wall needed to be taller, stronger, and more tightly sealed. During the deep night storm, the snake mysterious grass grew in its own way, sometimes flashing with a faint glow as it grew. These faint lights, from dark green to black green, gradually turned into a soft blue glow as dawn approached. Wow, it's really pouring. After waking up, Yi Qian looked at the faint light seeping through the window and listened to the rain pounding on the roof. For the first time in a while, he felt like sleeping a little longer. On a rainy day like this, it's really good for sleeping. But that was just a thought. His body and mind were tired from last night, but he only needed half a night's sleep to recover. And he didn't dare to fall back asleep completely. He was worried about whether his fields had been flooded, if the ditches around his house were blocked, and whether the rainwater could flow away safely. After a quick thought, Yi Qian couldn't stay in bed any longer. Meow, little Tabby, seeing Yi Qian suddenly turn over and get out of bed, jumped onto his shoulder. Let's go outside and take a look. I hope everything will be safe. Yi Qian reached out to pet little Tabby's head, then took a straw hat from the wall, put it on, and stepped into the heavy rain. The rain had started early this morning, and now it was just past 6 o'clock. The water in his yard was already ankle-deep. Day 15, 6 hours, 18 minutes, and 19 seconds. Heavy rain. Temperature 21 degrees Celsius, 24 degrees Celsius. Southeast wind at level 6. Heavy rainfall. Beware of flooding hazards. Tasks. 1. Cultivate and farm. 2. Patrol. 3. Check the fields. Despite the heavy rain, these fixed tasks remained unchanged. Today, it was impossible to complete all of them, but patrolling and checking the fields were still vital for survival points. He might need to go out several times today, not just once or twice. Snake maze grass, have you upgraded? Yi Qian looked at the wall, which was about 2.5 meters high, and then at the gate that opened automatically as he approached. He realized he had slept too deeply earlier. His snake maze grass had upgraded and even learned to do some work on its own. Level 2 mutant snake maze grass seeds. Blue quality. Mutated plant. Prefers climbing. Capable of growing. Planted on walls or around houses. Climbing snake maze grass can confuse, repel, and trap level 2 wild creatures. Its level had increased from 1 to 2. Creatures that can be confused and captured have all been upgraded to level 2, but only in these 2 aspects. Everything else remains the same as before. Meow. Little Tabby jumped over and, after being caught by a few leaves of the snake ensnaring grass, happily rolled twice on the flat leaves it had assembled. Even though its fur was wet from the rain, it didn't stop it from getting close to its playmate. Let's go. The snake ensnaring grass will guard the house. First, let's check the field. Yi Qian flicked a finger to the leaves of the snake ensnaring grass, and after a simple exchange, he picked up little Tabby and placed it on his shoulder. After leaving the house, Yi Qian first checked the part that could reproduce. The fragrant bamboo had already sprouted from the ground. Yesterday, it was only 3 or 4 centimeters tall, but the heavy rain overnight made it grow quickly to about 10 centimeters. Nearby, the coriander had grown 3 leaves. Although the leaves were spread on the ground, they still looked healthy. The chives had also grown 2 chive leaves, about 2 centimeters tall, with a slightly purple hue. Currently, the best growth was seen in the sweet potato. In just over 2 days, 5 tender shoots had emerged from the soil, and there seemed to be new shoots stirring beneath the dirt. After confirming everything was fine here, Yi Qian took little Tabby and went to check the other fields he had planted earlier. Land planted with cabbage. For by 4 meters, 20 plants, entering harvest stage in 2 days. Too much water in the soil, prone to root rot. The 20 cabbages initially planted are now mature. Due to the hot weather and sufficient water in recent days, their growth has sped up. They can be harvested in a couple of days. However, the excess water is a problem. He looked around this small patch of land and used an iron to dig small channels between the cabbages. Seeing the rainwater flow out through these channels, the issue of excess water was slowly being resolved. It seems that next time, I should use a raised bed planting method. Yi Qian checked the soil moisture and was sure that this situation was mainly due to his own mistake. A raised bed planting method, with ridges for planting, is more suitable for vegetables like cabbage and potatoes. A small piece of land planted with chili peppers, 2 meters by 1 meter area, with 2 plants, entering harvest stage in 2 days. Nearby, 2 chili plants about 70 to 80 centimeters tall are also about to be ready for harvest. The chili plants are growing well, and importantly, there are no signs of overwatering. The chilies are small. Each plant has hundreds of peppers. Some are starting to turn red, while others are still flowering. It's clear that the harvest will take several days, as the peppers are not all ready at once. A small plot of land planted with cherry tomatoes, 4 meters by 2 meters, 2 plants, entering harvest in 8 days. The branches are heavy with fruit, so support is needed. Cherry tomatoes are similar to chili peppers, but their branches need adjusting. Earlier, because the plants hadn't yet fruit, the stems weren't. Now, in the wind and rain, they look fragile. I keep some string in my bag. I take small pieces and tie the branches to the support frame, helping the plants grow steadily and healthily. A small plot of land with tomatoes, 5 meters by 2 meters, 6 plants, entering harvest in 9 days. Dwarf big tomatoes are just starting to produce fruit. The plants are short, with thick main stems, and currently look healthy. A small plot of land with potatoes, 5 meters by 2 meters, 21 plants, will be ripe in 1 day. The soil has too much water, which can cause rot and reduce yield. The potatoes are also waterlogged, treated the same way as cabbage. Dig drainage ditches to prevent water from standing, and wait for heavy rain to pass before doing more. A plot of land with cabbage, 5 meters by 2 meters, 10 plants, will be ready in 5 days. The soil is too wet. Another cabbage plot of the same size, 10 plants, will be ready in 6 days. The soil remains too moist. A level 1 rabbit ear grass, 10 meters by 10 meters, 1 plant, will mature in 10 days. After inspection, any issues are quickly addressed. After more than an hour, I confirm that the farm can still grow normally. Currently, the cultivated area is about 166 square meters, of which 100 square meters are covered by rabbit ear grass, which doesn't need attention. There's also 20 square meters of land that has been cleared but not planted. Since the heavy rain continues, I'll leave it alone for now. The task of inspecting the farmland has been completed, earning 50 survival points. This reward is considered quite high among daily tasks. Next, I need to go on patrol to check if the drainage ditches are working properly. If there is a blockage somewhere, I must clear it quickly, or water might not flow smoothly, which could cause damage to our fields. Growing crops is really hard work. Meow Little Tabby followed Yi Qian out to patrol. They hadn't eaten breakfast yet, and neither of them thought about it for now. Walking along the mountain ditch, watching the flowing water inside, Little Tabby's claws gripped Yi Qian's clothes a little tighter. The water is dangerous. If it falls in, it could wash them away. It's okay now, there's no problem here. Let's go check the other sections. Yi Qian looked at Little Tabby, who seemed afraid of the water, and stepped back to walk toward the other side. While inspecting the changes on the hillside, he also glanced at the chat channel. Today's chat is even busier than before. 0012. Zhongwei. Do people with eyes only see the good and ignore the bad? It was clearly written that there are both advantages and disadvantages. You should choose based on your ability and the terrain. He looked at the chat for a while. Some people's homes had already been flooded, and they started complaining, saying they moved closer to the mountain stream after seeing some information shared by others. Zhang Wei's message is about those players who are criticizing. But at times like this, most players just need to vent their feelings. They're not admitting that their original choices were wrong. Some say their homes at the foot of the mountain were flooded, others say their mountain homes collapsed and buried them, and some mention attacks by wild animals or mutated plants. Everyone has their story. Watching these messages, Yi Qian looked at the soil and rocks on his mountain, thinking about whether other dangers might appear. Received a private message from friend 0032. Qinjian, 0032. Qinjian, Brother Yi, how is your place? Is everything safe? 0997. Yi Qian, nothing serious happened. The water ditch I dug earlier is working pretty well. Yi Qian simply replied and continued working. He was moving large stones that had been washed down from the mountain and rolled into the ditch. Although they wouldn't block the water flow completely, if a big stone was stuck in the ditch and a few more rolled down and got wedged next to it, it could become very dangerous. 0032. Qinjian, glad to hear you're okay. Still, you should stay careful. I've already seen 3 mutated wild animals attacking homes here. The heavy rain hasn't stopped, and many plants and animals' original homes are destroyed. Player-built houses are very likely to become safe spots for these creatures. Qin Jian warned Yi Qian based on his own situation. Although hunting and farming are different, no one can be sure how many dangerous creatures might be hiding near players' homes. 0997. Yi Qian, thanks for the reminder, Brother Qin. I'll be more careful. You also stay safe. The mountain flood is quite troublesome too. Yi Qian sincerely thanked him and kept moving some small stones nearby, throwing them away from the ditch so they wouldn't be washed back in. He only added 2 friends. At first, he didn't want to bother with friend requests, so he turned off notifications for adding friends. Now, both of these friends care a lot about him, but he gets along better with friend number 2, Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei is quite talkative and easygoing, but Qin Jian. Maybe because first impressions tend to be stronger, Yi Qian still feels that Qin Jian is somewhat dreamy in his thinking. Even if Qin Jian didn't mention it later, some impressions are hard to change. So many people adding me. While tidying up a small pile of broken stones and continuing to check the ditch, Yi Qian opened the friend request list he had ignored after closing it. He realized he still didn't fully understand the concept of support-type friends. 721 pending friend requests. Meow. Little Tabby tilted its head, looking at Yi Qian and the pouring rain outside the straw hat, then continued to play on his shoulder. Its relaxed attitude indicated there was no danger nearby. Yi Qian also looked at the friend requests, mainly focusing on checking the ditch's condition. 0999. Li Lily sent 7 friend requests. This player number 999, Yi Qian, has a vague impression of him. It was when he received a support skill book, and a player just happened to join the game at that time. It seems this player had drawn a lot of food items. Looking at these 7 friend requests, 3 were sent on the first day, and the other 4 came a few days later. The most recent one was half an hour ago. When sending a friend request, a short message can be included. This player cannot be added. He seems to have a somewhat irritable temper. Whether male or female, Yi Qian doesn't want to interact with him. Even just chatting through messages is not acceptable. He doesn't want his good mood disturbed by friends who add him. Rejected. The way he handles these messages is to add or reject. Yi Qian clicks reject and moves on to the next. 0001. Luo Shan sent 15 friend requests. This player sends 1 request every day. The last one was 52 minutes ago. Each time he adds a friend, the message attached is different. At first, it was about dreams, hoping to communicate more and develop together. Later, it was about sharing information. Since support skill players are rare, he can help within a certain range. In recent days, it feels like completing daily tasks. No unnecessary words, only. 0001. Luo Shan sent a friend request. Note: it's the 15th day, probably not checked yet. Today, yesterday, the day before yesterday, and the day before that. 4 days in a row, all marked as day. Initially, Yi Qian didn't want to have any contact with someone like Luo Shan, who has big dreams. But recently, his daily check-in pattern made him somewhat interested. Successfully added 0001. Luo Shan as a friend. The friend request was accepted. Yi Qian didn't greet him, but continued to check more friend requests. Some requests, especially those sent multiple times asking about what support skills he has, were all rejected by Yi Qian. Occasionally, he saw one that seemed interesting and accepted it. After reviewing over 700 friend requests, Yi Qian's friend list expanded from 2 to 10 friends. Friend list: 0001, Luo Shan, 0011, Su Lu, 0012, Zhang Wei, 0032, Qin Jian, 0039, Zhang Wei, 0600, Lu Tingfan, 0606, Luo Fei, 0888, Qi Qi, 0987, Yin Fenglei, 0996. Mu Yi Qian's friend list has these 10 people, all added earlier than his own number. He chose to add these friends for different reasons. Luo Shan was added because Yi Qian found his daily check-ins interesting recently. Qin Jian and Zhang Wei too were added earlier. As for the other 7, Su Lu sent a message saying he's good at crafts, and if needed, they can discuss prices privately or customize items. Zhang Wei 1 mentioned he knows a lot about plants, so they might chat about that someday. Lu Tingfan said he also has a skill book for support skills and wants to talk about support topics. Luo Fei said she has pharmaceutical skills and can send group messages about new medicines when they are available. Chi Chi said he can bend steel bars with his hands. His number is pretty good. Yun Fenglei said he can weave baskets and asked if Yi Qian wanted to buy one. Mu sent a message saying that working 996 is 100 times happier than 997, and Yi Qian approved the request. Friendships are all about freedom and choice. After adding these friends, Yi Qian sent a private message to Mu. 0997. Yi Qian, you forgot about 007. Yi Qian sent the message, turned around with his cat, and continued checking a nearby ditch. 0996. Mu. 007 was gone at the start. Mu replied, in less than a minute. And number 007 was indeed gone before he arrived. 0997. Yi Qian. For a moment, Yi Qian didn't know what to say. He didn't want to admit that he was now in the most danger. 0996. Mu. Sorry, I won't scare you anymore. Yi Xiaogu, do you only check friend requests once every 10 days? You are really patient. Since I arrived here, I talk to many people every day to avoid feeling trapped in this remote mountain area. Mu Lu is very talkative. As she herself says, not talking might really make her feel hurt inside. In the brief conversations where Yi Qian responds with a few words, she has already shared almost everything about her background. Mu Lu, who claims to be a 22-year-old beautiful and lively girl, is talented. She is well-behaved, excels academically, and was directly admitted to university. She is skilled in combat, traditional martial arts, archery, throwing flying needles, singing with powerful voice techniques. In short, she is a talented person. After Yi Qian finished checking around, clearing some troublesome stones from the ditch, and making sure everything was fine for now, he finally could go home. During this time, besides chatting with Mu Lu, the other new friends also sent simple greetings. Only Luo Shan didn't send a message, and Yi Qian didn't bother him, knowing he had his own things to do. It's not good to disturb others. Back home, Yi Qian spent 300 survival points to buy 10 pounds of lamb chops and cut them into small pieces to stew in a pot. The kitchen is simple, with water on the floor from before, but Yi Qian can control water. He cleaned the stove and floor, then lit a small pile of dry wood. Keeping a small water barrier under the stove is just a small water circle for Yi Qian to maintain. Whether fighting, staying at home, or playing, practicing often makes him more familiar with these skills. Meow the little tabby cat watched Yi Qian pick some grass, roots, and bark and toss them into the pot, looking a bit dazed. But it remembers the smell of these things. If it smells them when going out, it will remind him. Go rest for a while. Today, this rain won't stop. The fire in the stove burns brightly. Yi Qian adds some water to the pot, then picks up the cat and returns to the house. After making sure the little tabby isn't following, Yi Qian takes off his clothes, hangs them on the wall, and goes to the yard to practice in the water. His water control skills now only allow him to remove water from objects and create a little water himself for attack or defense. If he wants to have greater attack power, the water he needs to control is definitely more than just these. Right now, he feels the raindrops falling on him, and he keeps adjusting his mental energy. Received a private message from friend 0001. Luo Shan, a notification sound rings out. Yi Qian is busy sensing and doesn't respond immediately. However, he doesn't reply, and after about a minute, the other person sends several messages in a row. 0001. Luo Shan. Hello. I hope you don't mind me asking, how old is young brother Yi Qian? This is the first message greeting. 0001. Luo Shan. Are you busy? I mean no harm. There was a teacher before who said he took a student, and my junior brother is also named Yi Qian. 0001. Luo Shan. When you're done, Just reply. It's okay if you don't. There are so many people with the same name. I understand. 0001. Luo Shan. Sorry if I was too forward. If young brother Yi Qian doesn't want to say, just ignore it. Luo Shan keeps sending messages, but Yi Qian doesn't reply, so he stops for now. When Yi Qian finally manages to summon the rain around him and control a few drops moving nearby, he relaxes happily, planning to rest and then eat. Teacher? Junior brother? Yi Qian looks at the private messages, shakes his head, and his expression turns cold. That title, teacher, is clearly wrong. According to the old con artist, only in certain places with unified teaching would people call someone teacher. And his master? He wouldn't teach disciples at all. When Yi Qian clung to him, he said he never thought he'd have a disciple in his life. But who could Luo Shan be? His strength must be very high. If not, he couldn't be the number 0001 player. Is he an enemy or a friend? Does he really know the old con artist? And what is his true purpose in finding Yi Qian? It's quite complicated. Since he saw these messages, he can't ignore them completely. What if the other person is an enemy of the old con artist? As the only disciple, he always needs to do something for his master at some point. 0997. Yi Qian. He has no students after thinking for a while. Yi Qian sent a message to Luo Shan. Whether friend or foe, you need to throw out some bait first. Just like the messages Luo Shan sent earlier, those were the bait from the other side, and he couldn't ignore them. 0001. Luo Shan. Li family ditch. After Yi Qian replied, the other side immediately sent the name of a place. 0997. Yi Qian. Phoenix. Well, it was like a secret code. Yi Qian paused briefly, his mouth twitching slightly in an awkward way, but he quickly responded. Li family ditch isn't a village or a mountain stream. It's a tree, representing an abandoned village that disappeared because there were too few people. Phoenix, well, isn't a well. It's an old grave under a tree that's been there for many years. 0001. Luo Shan. Frog under the well. Sometimes frogs croaked from the old grave. 0997. Yi Qian. No light seen, but he'd never seen a frog come out. Probably because the grave was still quite solid and intact. 0001. Luo Shan. 5-year broken car. That day, when he left the village, it was in a car driven by his parents. 0997. Yi Qian. Peach Blossom Source Brew, that jar of special good wine they bought, spiced and flavored. 0001. Luo Shan. Night of fright, he sneaked back into the village, and the old con artist who drank the spiced wine was attacked. 0997. Yi Qian. 18 men, 13 women. The number of people who tried to ambush the old con artist that time. 0001. Luo Shan. Little Bunny doesn't eat much meat. When they had barbecue in the mountains, Yi Qian often heard a phrase. No matter if it was rabbit or fish, there wasn't much meat, and it was gone after a few bites. 0997. Yi Qian. Old guy drinks lots of soup. Drinking soup wasn't the main point. It was because Yi Qian, as a kid, was teased by the old con artist. He wanted to curse, but couldn't because of their master-apprentice relationship. Not cursing made him really angry. 0001. Luo Shan. Why are you still alive? His whole family was killed, but a child was left alive, so suspicion was inevitable. 0997. Yi Qian. I'm a waste. During technical school, he had many body checkups, all done by the school's routine health exams. Looking back now, such detailed inspections might have been watched by certain people. No matter how they checked, he had no special abilities. Besides his weak body, it was also because at that time, the last and most important inheritance left by the old con artist was in a sealed state. He only learned about it in a dream a few days ago. 0001. Roshan. Indeed, you are nothing. I taught you so much, yet you didn't learn. 0997. Yi Qian. Better than you. Everything is you. I am just myself. A waste is also me. And you, everything is you. The old con artist is you. The master is you. The one who killed his whole family is you. Selfish and self-centered to protect yourself is you. Teaching players with great kindness and justice is you. Pretending to be something you're not is you. The one who died is you. The one alive is you. And now you come running to act like a senior brother. Still you. Sure enough, he's just a old con artist. Yi Qian stood in the flowing water, tilting his head to let the heavy rain pour on his face. After a moment, he let out a loud, angry shout. Old con artist. Old. You've tricked him with tears for years. And yet, he didn't die. He didn't die? Moreover, he was still acting, and doing it quite convincingly. He's willing to be scolded and to endure so much malice just so players can survive. How can someone like him hold up under such a role? 0001. Roshan. Stay hidden in the water and don't interfere with other things. Although players are far apart and scattered, if someone plans to scheme, killing a few people isn't hard. Don't be naive and trust everyone you see, or else, if you get tricked and die one day, I won't know who to take revenge on. After a while, Roshan sent Yi Qian another message. This time, the message was a bit more serious. 0997. Yi Qian, I understand. There's one thing I want to ask now, is that okay? Yi Qian looked at the message and suddenly thought that this person, who mourned for numbers 3 and 7 as if they had died too quickly, was somehow related to Roshan. No doubt, the deaths of those two were connected to Roshan. 0001. Roshan, ask away. Whether I answer or not depends on my mood. However, there is a problem with Yi Qian. 0997. Yi Qian, I suggest you be clear about my problem. What exactly is real? I know your 5 names, but none of them are surnamed Luo. Yi Qian's message clearly shows his anger. Luo Shan had used the names Zhao, Qian, Sun, and Yi before. But now, he is told that this guy's real surname is Luo. 0001. Luo Shan. About this matter. Well, I'm quite busy right now. I'll give you some meat first, and we can talk more when I have time later. Luo Shan sent a message, then immediately made an exchange and posted 50 jin of meat. After Yi Qian received it, neither of them sent messages to each other again. They are master and disciple, but many things still separate them. Years ago, Luo Shan was poisoned, used as a test subject and prisoner. It was Yi Qian's parents and grandparents who exchanged Luo Shan for a lot of money to enjoy life. And after Luo Shan escaped, he destroyed that family. Even if Yi Qian doesn't hold resentment, even if Luo Shan didn't hurt him back then and left him away to practice. Some things, once they exist, don't disappear. At least for now, they are not suitable to get close. As long as they know the other is still alive and well, that's enough. Indeed, even here, he's still very powerful. 50 jin of blue quality meat. I wonder how that old con artist faked his death back then. I used to mourn with them every year. Yi Qian complained. That old con artist is really good at deceiving. But the meat is good. Holding the meat, he looked at it. It was a whole beef leg, with the bones and skin removed, just the beef tendons. Blue quality meat. Cooked properly, it should taste very good. But today he can't eat it. He just bought some ordinary lamb chops, which are already stewing. He'll finish those first. This meat, being blue quality and a material, so, can it be combined? Mutated strong bull leg meat times 9 can be combined. Success rate 100% this time. Yi Qian cut 9 pieces of roughly the same size, totaling just about 10 jin of beef, finally reaching a 100% success rate. Although this meat is good, Yi Qian rarely has such high-quality ingredients now. He couldn't help but want to try it. So, in a flash of blue light, 9 pieces of meat disappeared and a drop of liquid fell. Fortunately, Yi Qian can control water, so this liquid was also kept, preventing it from falling to the ground and disappearing. Level 2 enhancement liquid, blue quality, can be consumed to strengthen the body. The level of enhancement varies depending on the individual's absorption ability. Note, for the same grade of enhancement medicine, the effect gradually weakens with repeated use. He combined the 9 pieces of meat into this 1 drop of enhancement liquid. Without much thought, and lacking a container, he simply swallowed it directly. And then, meow, little Tabby was on the windowsill, only seeing Yi Qian grab his pants, put them on, then run to the door. Before the snake grass could open the door for him, he manually opened the courtyard gate and ran out. Little Tabby, rushing to get out, could only helplessly stand on the wall built by snake grass, watching Yi Qian run around the yard in circles. This enhancement liquid is several times faster and stronger than that mushroom soup for strengthening. His muscles, bones, and even internal organs felt like they were surrounded by energy, making him move quickly to relieve the heat. Under the heavy rain, Yi Qian ran round and round. After a brief relief, he returned to the yard. With no time to comfort the frightened little tabby and snake grass, he stood in the yard and kept practicing a set of boxing and martial arts. Over and over, from just after 9 in the morning until 2 in the afternoon, Yi Qian practiced until he was sure the medicine's effect had worn off. Then he lay down on the spot and didn't want to move. This enhancement was really exhausting. But if he didn't move, with his previous state, the high concentration of the enhancement liquid would cause his body to be damaged and repaired repeatedly until the effect wore off. Another way of strengthening. Player, Zone 8181, number 0997. Yi Qian Career Path. Farming, Level 1, 720/10-000/Basic All-Round Survivor Special Ability. Water Element Control Skills. Synthesis, Level 1. Support, Plant Communication, Level 1, 9/100. Combat Power, 25, 36 from Special Ability, Survival Points. 14,036. For Equipment, Attribute-Free Linen Clothes, Beginner Protection Set, Rough Cloth Backpack. Drinking Water, 1 gene, X7. Plant Roots Left After Lightning Strike, X1. Blood Soul Vine Branches, X12. Lightning Struck Vine Remains, X18. Mutant Strong Bull Leg Meat, 40 gene. Iron Pickaxe, 31%. Sickles, 20%. Assets, Simple Wooden and Bamboo House. Fenced Small Yard of 317.5 square meters. Water Well, 186 square meters of cleared land / 166 square meters planted domesticated battle beast. Cat, Cub, Level 1, Mutant, Alert, Fast, Sharp Claws. Mutant Plants. Level 2 Snake Mysterious Grass, can grow. Level 2 Fragrant Bamboo, Seedling. Breeding Plants, Cilantro, 1. Chives, 1. Sweet Potato, 1. After 1 enhancement, his combat power increased from 15 to 25, and the boost from his special ability also increased by 10, reaching 36. Combined, his total combat power now reaches 60. This feeling is strange. How can I think I'm already very strong? This strength is only impressive compared to ordinary people. If I encounter. Also, in this world, players have a chance to gain skills. Learning battle-type skill books and mastering them is also a form of personal strength. I need to stay calm. Yi Qian's excitement from his increased combat power finally calmed down after a splash of cold water on his face. He can now control a little water to wash himself. Thinking back to how the old con artist once set the whole village on fire during a heavy rain. There's nothing to be proud of. He should just stay honest. However, using enhancement foods and potions decreases with repeated use, but they can still be used many times. Should he try again? His mental strength has increased due to the enhancement, so he might as well synthesize a few more. Little cat, time to eat. Although he still wanted to do more synthesis, Yi Qian didn't forget that his cat was still hungry. I called Little Tortoiseshell to come over and remove the rainwater from the cat's fur. After holding the cat, while serving the food, I went back inside to eat. One person and one cat ate quickly until they were full. Then I took out a piece of beef. Little Tortoiseshell, here, have some of this raw beef. I tore off a small piece of raw beef and placed it in front of the cat. Meow. Little Tortoiseshell came closer, opened its mouth, and bit the meat, then chewed slowly. It is still very small, but it can eat some raw meat. It ate it quickly. When I tried to tear off another piece to feed it, Little Tortoiseshell stepped back twice, showing it wasn't interested in the meat. It can eat, but it doesn't like it. All right then, I'll save some for stew, and the rest can be combined. Seeing that Little Tortoiseshell wasn't interested, I stopped urging it to eat. I placed a large chunk of beef on the floor, cut off 4 or 5 pounds, and set it aside. Then cut the remaining pieces into different sizes and combine them. Combination successful. Level 2 Enhancement Liquid. Blue quality. Consuming it can strengthen the body. The level of enhancement varies depending on absorption ability. It's the same item as before, blue quality. Level 2 Enhancement Liquid. This time, the amount is about 4 times what I had previously. I didn't rush to drink it this time. Instead, I carefully took a small amount. A tiny drop, about the size of a pinhole, combined with a drop of water from the water bottle, and merged together. Level 2 Enhancement Potion. blue quality, can strengthen the body upon consumption. Seeing this new information, I understood. Enhancement liquid is an energy extract from energy objects. A potion is the essence of the extract combined with other substances, forming a potion or food after fusion. With this drop of water-added liquid, you should be able to swallow it, right? I looked at little tortoiseshell, curious, and placed this drop of enhancement potion in front of the cat. This amount is about 1/20th of what I previously drank, divided according to the eating ratio between little tortoiseshell and me. Meow. Little tortoiseshell came closer, opened its mouth, and swallowed this tempting drop of potion. After drinking it, I didn't hesitate anymore. I held the kitten and walked out of the room. In the heavy rain, I swallowed all the remaining potions in one go. During the heavy rain, once again, a running figure appeared outside the wall on the hillside. This time, above the snakeweed courtyard wall, a small cat was running in circles under the protection of snake-shaped leaves. Strengthening is a hard process, but only by working hard to improve can you live safely and peacefully. Strength is always the most important thing. When your own strength can't solve all problems, it just means you are not strong enough yet. Combat Power, 36, 49/special ability bonus. Night fell, and Yi Qian finally finished absorbing the strengthening liquid. The effect of this liquid decreases as more is absorbed. Before, 10 pounds of meat could increase combat power by 10 points. Now, with about 35 pounds of meat, after synthesis and absorption, only 11 points were added. Also, Yi Qian feels that the blue quality medicine might no longer work for him. Maybe because the strengthening liquid is very pure, it boosted his power twice. But regardless of whether he can use it again, his current pure physical combat power has reached 36 points. When he first arrived here, his combat power was only 5. Now it's 7 times higher. Meow. Little Tabby jumped down from the snakeweed courtyard wall and ran across the wet ground, rubbing its head against Yi Qian's face. It has become stronger and much more powerful than before. Tabby, are you hungry? Rest a bit. Then have some food. Yi Qian held the little cat in his arms, shielding it from the rain with his hands. He continued to lie down, letting the rain wash over him. With his current physical condition, being soaked in heavy rain for 2 days wouldn't cause any harm. Meow. The wet little Tabby rubbed its head in Yi Qian's palm and obediently laid down without moving. They've both become stronger, but now they are very tired. It's time to rest. After lying down for half an hour, Yi Qian got up, bathed the little cat with clean water, washed his clothes, and dried them. Then he sat comfortably inside the house to have dinner. After eating, he fed the chickens and the gourd bees, and checked on the vegetables growing in the fields. Throughout this day, Yi Qian's body was very tired, but he felt extremely happy. Early in the morning, I saw that the snake-loving plant had advanced, and it had also built a safer protective wall that was obedient and smart. In the morning, I received some good news that I thought would never come again. Although we might not stay in touch much in the future, just knowing that the other person is still there is already enough. Later, I was sent some materials I couldn't get myself, which I used to strengthen my body after combining them. The process of strengthening was a bit tiring, but now my fighting ability is more than twice what it was yesterday. If I had enough materials, I would work hard for many times longer just to get these. During this day, although the heavy rain continued, there was no danger of a mountain flood near my home. For me, this day was really, really good. 0600, Lu Tingfan. Little brother Yi, have you gone to bed yet? Let's chat a bit. I'm almost suffocating from boredom today. After Yi Qian finished dinner, tidied up, and lay in bed holding his cat while browsing the chat channel, a private message appeared. It was Lu Tingfan, who had a skill book for support skills when he entered the game. 0997. Yi Qian, not yet asleep, just looking at the chat. What's wrong? Did you really get buried by a mountain flood? Yi Qian didn't want to complain about the other person. Earlier in the morning, Lu Tingfan told him he had encountered a mountain flood and might be buried. He planned to chat after escaping. 0600, Lu Tingfan. Yeah, I was buried. If it weren't for some strong plants protecting me, I wouldn't be able to come out and chat with you now. You should be fine over there, still able to relax and watch the chat. It's really a comfort. This person was only able to escape because of the protection of plants. Of course, that's what he said himself. Yi Qian didn't believe that someone protected by plants would really be fragile. 0997. Yi Qian, your plants are pretty good. Of course, mine are too. I understand. Talking about plants, Yi Qian also had deep experience. His snake-loving plant was really working hard. 0600. Lu Tingfan. Looks like our skills are similar. Mine increases plant growth speed. The more I use it, the more likely I am to get a mutation once or twice. What about yours? Hearing Yi Qian mention that he also had good plants at home, Lu Tingfan immediately relaxed and started explaining his skills ability. However, when he first added Yi Qian as a friend, he was told they could talk about support skills. Now, he just feels a little anxious. 0997. Yi Qian, my skill is about communication. I can't enhance it, but I can exchange emotions. I can roughly understand what it needs, and it can understand some basic meanings I express. The two were talking about support skills related to mutated plants, and Yi Qian mentioned his own support skill. 0600. Lu Tingfan. Can you communicate with plants? That's a great skill. I don't even know what they like. I just keep using skills repeatedly. Sometimes, they get annoyed and will shake me a little. Luckily, they know I'm their caretaker, so they probably won't really hurt me. Lu Tingfan felt envious because he often uses skills without knowing the plant's moods. Sometimes, the plants show their dislike by shaking or curling their branches and leaves. But curling leaves and shaking a few times doesn't necessarily mean they're angry. 0997. Yi Qian, I also have a cat at home. I've never been shaken up, but my cat often plays with leaves wrapped around it. They seem very happy. Yi Qian thought about his own cat and guessed there might be other similar situations, so he shared what he knew. His snake-like plant and a small leopard cat play together happily. The leopard cat even approaches on its own, pawing at the plant's leaves and asking to play. 0600. Lu Tingfan, really? I see. Next time, I'll try more. Maybe they are really just playing with me. I've been misunderstanding them all along. Hearing that it might be friendly play, Lu Tingfan got excited and shared how his plants play with him. Their conversations were similar, always revealing some cute aspects of the mutated plants. In private chat, they continued chatting casually. Meanwhile, Yi Qian kept watching the messages in the chat channel. Until dawn arrived and new weather updates refreshed, Yi Qian finally felt at ease and went to sleep. Day 16, 51 seconds. Heavy rain turning to light rain. 18 degrees Celsius, 20 degrees Celsius. Southeast wind at level 3. There was no specific time given for the rain to turn lighter, but Yi Qian had enough experience. Just checking today's tasks, he could guess some of it. Tasks. 1. Cultivate and farm. 2. Tidy up the fields. 3. Gather. Looking at today's tasks, tidying up the fields can only be done after it turns to light rain. Also, when gathering, there's a high chance it will turn into light rain before noon, and it will be very light rain. Sleep now. After waking up, it will be another busy day. Touching the small tabby cat beside his head, Yi Qian closes his eyes and goes to sleep. After the heavy rain, tidying up will still be hard work. Hopefully, there will be a good harvest. Eggs, farm produce, food ingredient. After dawn, the heavy rain continued. Yi Qian got up to tidy up and, while feeding the chickens, found the first egg. His chicken has finally reached adulthood. Hen, adult, fullness, 65%, health, 95%, egg-laying efficiency, 1. There is no rooster, so the hen produces only eggs as food, without incubation ability. Tabby, this morning we'll have egg drop soup with meat slices. Yi Qian looks back at the small tabby sitting on the windowsill, talking about breakfast choices. Meow. The little tabby just responds with a meow when Yi Qian talks to it. As for what to eat, it only roughly remembers that the sound eat means food. Just like it remembers that when Yi Qian says tabby, he's calling it, and snake grass refers to the circle of plants. Slice the beef, add water and ingredients, cook until done, then sprinkle a layer of beaten egg and add some chopped cilantro. Yi Qian is seriously preparing breakfast. In the past, he mostly cooked stews and dishes, but suddenly starting to make soup made him realize one thing he was missing: oil. His home has no cooking oil, whether plant-based or animal-derived. In previous hunts, the ingredients he got didn't include fats. He checked the marketplace, and there are such materials, but they are quite expensive. The smallest is a bottle of peanut oil, 2 ounces, costing at least 500 survival points per bottle due to scarcity. There is some animal fat, but it's 3 or 4 times more expensive than plant oil. Although he wants to eat something better, he can only endure for now. Even though he now has over 10,000 survival points, he can't spend them all at once. Sure enough, a little soup makes me feel comfortable. Yi Qian was eating breakfast, feeling happy about the variety of food. He was also thinking about future recipes. Even without oil, there could be many options. In the past, he didn't have enough resources, so he just needed to avoid starving. Now that he had a bit of money and ingredients, he wanted to eat meat and enjoy it comfortably. Most people are very passionate about food, and Yi Qian is especially interested in eating. Eating delicious food can improve mood, and feeling good makes you more motivated. Meow Wu, the little tabby no longer needed Yi Qian to crush food for it. It ate all the meat slices on the plate, felt full, and then jumped onto Yi Qian's shoulder to rest happily. Eat your fill. Now let's get to work. Yi Qian carried a new iron pickaxe, put on a straw hat, and went out into the heavy rain. He stopped outside the yard, reached out to greet the snake grass that had opened the door for him. The snake grass was in a good mood. After sharing some emotional talk with Yi Qian, it even reached out with its leaves, leaning close to his shoulder, and gently rubbed the little tabby's head. After playing happily for a while, Yi Qian went to check the eastern field. Level 2 fragrant bamboo, blue quality, 10 by 10 range, seedling stage 25 days growth stage, increases planting yield by 10%. A supportive mutation plant that boosts production, with 10% increase in seedling stage, 20% in growth stage, and 30% in mature stage. For days had passed, but the displayed growth time had already decreased by 5 days. It seemed there had been some brief acceleration during this period, though it wasn't very obvious. Yi Qian had been busy these days, so he hadn't noticed. Level 1 cilantro, green quality, cultivable, enters flowering stage after 1 day. Level 1 sweet potato, green quality, cultivable, enters harvest stage after 1 day. Level 1 chives, green quality, cultivable, enters flowering stage after 1 day. The fragrant bamboo is very slender. Even though it's only about 10 centimeters tall, it's not a fat bamboo shoot but a thin, gray that looks like a small stick standing in the ground. The cilantro has changed quite a bit. It's now a large plant, and probably by tomorrow, it will grow into a cilantro stalk with flowers. The chives follow the same pattern. They need to grow chive flowers first, then bloom and produce seeds. However, sweet potatoes are an exception. They have already grown about a dozen vines, each 5 to 15 centimeters long. After tomorrow, they can be pulled out and planted in the ground. The seedlings for breeding and planting are all healthy. Yin Qianxin is in a good mood and has gone to check on his vegetables. He initially planted 20 cabbages, which should be ready to harvest in about 3 hours. Each one is growing well and weighs roughly 5 to 8 jing. Besides the cabbages, 2 chili plants are also about to be harvested. There are a few red chilies now, but the harvest period for chilies lasts many days. Tomatoes are producing more fruit, and potatoes are entering the ripening stage. However, the mature potatoes are still growing, so there's no need to harvest them yet. After all, Yin Qianxin isn't hungry enough to dig up small potatoes and cook them. The rain is getting lighter. Yin Qianxin checked the field once more, adjusted the water channels, and watched the rain slow down. Then he continued searching near his home. Meow? When Yin Qianxin suddenly stopped, little Tabby peeked out from under his hat, curious. It's a berry called snakeberry. It's a type of berry, but it has a name. Maybe because there are snakes nearby. Yin Qianxin crouched down and picked the mature snakeberries that remained firm after the heavy rain. There were about a dozen ordinary snakeberries, but no special green quality ones, so the collection task wasn't complete. He wandered around near his house, but apart from the snakeberry, there was nothing else to gather. He felt that his half was very clean. Although he wanted to complain, he understood why. Growing crops means clearing land, so the best spots are naturally suited for farming. Places with abundant wild produce aren't for farming, but are more suitable for gathering. Received a private message from friend 0039, Zhang Wei. 2. When he reached the nearby ditch at the top of the hill, Yin Qianxin received a notification. 0039, Zhang Wei. 2. Brother Yi, the heavy rain is almost over. Are you doing okay over there? This was a typical message from Zhang Wei. After reading this message, Yi Qian suddenly felt a bit conflicted. There was no problem with the private chat content. He was thinking about something else. Luo Shan. Whether it was Qin Jian, player number 2 Zhang Wei, or that player number 1 Zhang Wei, they all knew Luo Shan well. To be precise, they had all worked together for certain ideals. They would gather information, organize it, and then have Luo Shan share it so more players could see. All of this was clear from the past. But now, the person behind the identity of Luo Shan had become his con artist master, which made Yi Qian think a little more. For example, was the old con artist targeting these people? Were there any grudges or conflicts among them? Although I always try not to worry, I can't help but be affected. What a troublesome old con artist. Li Hua, if I ever meet him again, you should help me scratch him a few times. After a moment of silence, Yi Qian sighed and then shook his head with a smile. All those messy thoughts that suddenly appeared, just shake them off with the rain on the hat. The old con artist said to keep a low profile, so why should he worry? He is just himself, a young player specializing in planting, still weak, just wanting to live peacefully. 0997. Yi Qian, as long as everyone is safe, that's what matters. Let's find a new place to build a house. Luckily, Brother Zhang, you're a hunter, so players with hunting skills can usually move around more freely and easily. After replying, Yi Qian looked at the nearby sturdy hill. He wasn't sure if their safety was due to the water flow being cleared by digging channels, or because the planting players' areas were relatively stable. However, the situation with player Zhang Wei on the second was not unusual. Since the heavy rain started, many players reported experiencing similar disasters. Some of these were on the mountains where players lived, and some were near their homes where mountains suddenly collapsed. Others in the plains said they encountered sudden ground collapses and deep pits. A few days of high heat followed by over a day of heavy rain could cause many disasters. Survival is not easy, but players with hunting and gathering skills are more free. They only need a large enough backpack to carry all their belongings and move to a safer or preferred place to settle again. However, planting players can't move the land they've cultivated unless someone is willing to give up their farmland and start over somewhere new. 0039. Zhang Wei. 2. That's true, but finding a safe place to settle now is really difficult. The nearby mountains are a bit unstable, so I think I'll have to camp outdoors for the next few days. Brother Yi, you keep busy, I'll go explore around a bit more. Zhang Wei sighed and then stopped chatting. People without homes need to find safe places to live. Meanwhile, Yi Qian's home was still safe, but on the top of his mountain, he noticed something unusual. Meow. The little tabby cat warned with a cautious cry, but it wasn't anxious, just alerting to something nearby. What is this? An ant nest or a mouse burrow? Yi Qian stared ahead. There was an irregular, circular dirt mound about a meter in diameter, constantly trembling. It looked like soft mud soaked by water on the surface, but normally, if underground water rises to this level, it would wash away the soil directly, right? It didn't break open, which meant there was something else hidden inside this layer of dirt. Tianhua, you can't go there. He reached out to hold the eager little tabby cat in his arms. Yi Qian helplessly raised his hand to control a small stream of rainwater, which gathered into a water column and fell straight onto the bump. He had planned to wait a bit longer, but he forgot how curious cats can be. Meow. The little tabby pawed at Yi Qian's arm, with big round eyes fixed on the still-moving dirt bump. Its wagging tail showed it was still very curious. Bang! When the water column hit, the bump, which had been shaking but was still stable, suddenly exploded. Water splashed everywhere, mixed with dark gray colors. Yi Qian was about 20 or 30 meters away. The water with corrosive or toxic properties sprayed out, but only within 10 meters, so it didn't reach him. But that was just the surface. In the next moment, a cool stream of water flowed out from the broken hole. It's mountain spring water, and the quality is pretty good. The water, after naturally washing away the dirt, flowed into the ditch Yi Qian had dug earlier. He didn't go over to disturb it, just kept some distance and controlled some of the spring water to fly in front of him for a closer look. Mountain spring water, water resource, meets basic drinking standards. It was a simple label, indicating it was drinkable water. Yi Qian, who usually bought water with survival points, smiled in relief when he saw this label. Although bottled drinking water was cheap, Just one survival point for a small bottle. It was still money. Now, this mountain spring water was cool and tasty, and most importantly, free. Even though it was still raining, it didn't stop Yi Qian from doing what he wanted. He quickly ran home, packed his previous water bottles into his backpack, and then returned to the mountaintop to fill over 100 bottles with spring water. Mountain spring water, 1 gene, half a kilogram, per bottle, meets basic drinking standards, shelf life, 3 days. He was surprised to find that even bottled spring water had an expiration date. Sure enough, items produced by players don't last forever. But even with a shelf life, Yi Qian only hesitated briefly before carrying a full backpack of bottled spring water back home. Snake grass, come try this water. Back at the door of my house, I opened a bottle of water and placed it in front of the snake grass. I gently touched its leaves, encouraging it to drink. One of the snake grass leaves split open, revealing a small leaf that upped the water from the bottle like a straw. After drinking, it seemed to feel a bit better than usual, but there was no big change. Carrying water back alone is troublesome, so I decided not to bring it separately next time. It's not hard. When the weather clears up, I'll get some bamboo sticks, make a channel, and bring the spring water down from the mountaintop. I showed some simple, slightly processed tools to the snake grass, sharing the plan. It just needs to wait a few more days, and better tasting water will flow into our home through these easy tools. Cabbage, 5.3 pounds of vegetables under the increasingly light rain. I finally could harvest my vegetables. The first cabbage weighed over 5 pounds, after I pulled it out of the ground and removed a few obviously unappetizing outer leaves. Each time I harvest a cabbage, my planting experience increases by 1 point. Experience points are really hard to earn. Last time, I collected 168 pieces of bunny ear grass, but it only gave me 100 experience points, confirming that I get experience based on each harvest. But the previously upgraded mushroom, level 2, also only gave 100 points. There's no specific data on how experience is calculated, so it's unlikely that all mutant plants give 100 points per harvest, right? Right now, I don't have any blue quality seeds to plant, so I'm not sure if that's related to the mushroom issue. There are 20 large cabbages in total. After harvesting, I packed them up and brought them home, placing them under the eaves. Besides the cabbages, the small pointed red peppers are also ready to be picked. However, harvesting these peppers only increased my experience by 1 point after collecting all the ripe red peppers from one plant. 2 plants, 1 harvest, give me 2 experience points. After harvesting, those 2 peppers showed a new maturity period, and I'll have to wait 2 more days before I can harvest them again. 0997. Yi Qian. Cabbage. I grew it. Do you want to eat it? After harvesting the peppers and cabbage, Yi Qian sat under the eaves holding a cat and sent a private message to Luo Shan. Since the old con artist already gave him some meat, he decided to order some vegetables. Mixing meat and vegetables is better. 0001. Luo Shan. Yes, I've eaten the beef. Did it have any boosting effects? After you finish eating, I'll get some more. Luo Shan was happy that Yi Qian remembered to show respect by growing vegetables for him. 0997. Yi Qian. Yes, I almost burst from the energy boost. Blue quality doesn't work for me anymore. Do you have green quality? If I get about 30 to 40 pounds of meat, I'll be close to the limit. Yi Qian was very straightforward. He's not counting on purple quality items right now, so he plans to first make up for the missing first level enhancement. 0001. Luo Shan. Okay, but you're eating too fast. How can 50 pounds of meat be finished so quickly? How long has it been since you last ate meat? You're not going to faint, are you? Wait a moment, I'll find some green quality meat for you. Luo Shan didn't understand or like that Yi Qian could eat enough meat to reach the blue quality enhancement limit. But he didn't want to ask too many questions and, feeling helpless, went out to find some tasty green quality meat to help his only disciple. He went busy, and Yi Qian took a break. Meanwhile, he listed 150 portions of rabbit ear grass that he hadn't sold before. It wasn't that he forgot in his busy life, but the past few days' living environment was so bad that few people had the mood to spend money on auctions or feed. Now, the heavy rain had turned into light rain, and after the disaster passed, those involved in farming and breeding had to be more careful. 0001. Luo Shan. I just slaughtered a mutated sheep. Do you want anything else? We can exchange everything together to save some transaction fees. Half an hour later, Luo Shan sent a message to Yi Qian. During the storm, one of the mutated lambs was targeted while hiding. 0997. Yi Qian, such generosity. Do you want to give me more of your assets? And exchanging one for 3 survival points. Are you really short of that, a big shot like you? Seeing Luo Shan's generosity mixed with a bit of stinginess, Yi Qian sighed and complained a little. But he didn't want anything else. Getting Luo Shan to prepare some green quality meat was because Luo Shan brought it up first, and near Yi Qian's home, there really weren't many mutated animals that produced a lot of meat. 0001. Luo Shan, no more nonsense. The big meal is coming, and you need to save on travel expenses. You little rascal, really don't know how to live. If there's nothing you need, just exchange quickly. After trading, I need to go for a walk. Luo Shan clearly understands how older people think. Sometimes he cooks some cabbage, eats it, then takes a walk to help digestion. This all makes sense. After Yi Qian started the exchange, he was offered 39 jin of mutton in exchange for 10 cabbages. This was an unfair trade, so Luo Shan said he wanted to make a stew with pork and cabbage, then stopped paying attention. Yi Qian, after receiving the mutton, divided it into about 9 pieces and combined them. Why cut the same meat into 9 pieces? Sometimes, you need a little ceremony. Yi Qian looked at the drop of green glowing liquid created by the combination, sighed, then swallowed it. After reaching the limit of blue quality enhancement, green quality enhancement liquid still worked, but after practicing some boxing in the yard for a while, he absorbed them easily. The green quality enhancement liquid, now at its limit, gave Yi Qian 4 points of physical combat ability and 2 points of special ability. Meow, little Tabby watched from the side. After Yi Qian returned, it jumped onto his shoulder and played. It's noon now. We're having beef stew with cabbage for lunch. You probably don't eat spicy food, so no chili this time. The morning passed quickly. Yi Qian, holding the cat, went to prepare lunch. He added some chopped chili to his bowl. It wasn't as fragrant as cooking it in the stew, but it still tasted pretty good. After eating and drinking enough, he had to keep working. Today, he still needed to gather more outdoors and tend to the fields where he harvested cabbage. Though the water content was still high, it was time for some repairs. Meow meow. In the afternoon, after heading out, little Tabby played on Yi Qian's shoulders, rolling around, running, and jumping. Since it was gradually turning into a light drizzle, Yi Qian didn't wear his hat anymore, letting little Tabby play happily. 0606. Luo Fei. Level 1 Strengthening Potion, green quality. Using it for the first time increases combat power by over 1 point. Its effect weakens with repeated use. 8 to 10 bottles reach the maximum. Each bottle sells for 1,000 survival points. Freshness guaranteed. Private message me if interested. 0606. Luo Fei. Level 1 Stamina Recovery Potion, green quality. Increases stamina recovery by 10%. 1 bottle lasts for 3 hours. Sells for 800 survival points. Limited quantity. Private message me if interested. 0606. Luo Fei. Level 1 Health Recovery Potion, green quality. Increases health recovery by 10%. 1 bottle lasts for 1 hour. Sells for 500 survival points. Limited quantity. Private message me if interested. After receiving 3 private messages, Yi Qian looked at them. This person really sent out the same message repeatedly after making the potions. However, Yi Qian couldn't use any of these 3 potions. 0987. Yun Feng Lei. Brother Yi, do you want a storage basket? It can be kept at home for storing things or carried outside. Various types of storage baskets available. Just after closing the private message from the potion seller, Yi Qian saw a new private message notification. This person really came to sell him the baskets he mentioned. 0997. Yi Qian, what kind of basket is it? How much can it hold? What's the price? Yi Qian was interested in baskets that could be used at home or carried outside. So he replied to the message, but the other person seemed busy and took more than 10 minutes to respond. 0987. Yun Feng Lei. Customizable. Tell me what you want, and I'll make it. Don't worry, I can craft any type you ask for. My family has been making baskets for dozens of generations. This basket-making expert, whose name covers 3 different celestial phenomena, made Yi Qian feel a bit awkward. because Yi Qian didn't really know how many types of baskets there could be. He always thought they were just simple baskets, with a shoulder strap for carrying, or handles for holding, or maybe multiple lids. But this person's meaning was that he could make whatever Yi Qian requested, of course, if the payment was in place. 0997. Yi Qian, for outdoor use, with a larger interior space. Yi Qian thought for a long time, but still couldn't imagine what kind of basket it could be. So, in this situation where he had no idea, he could only specify his needs and see how the other person responded. His backpack's durability is now less than half remaining. 0987. Yun Fenglei. Your request is too simple. It seems you don't understand these things well. I'll briefly explain the specifications: shape, size, placement method, internal compartment layout, special features. Probably because Yi Qian's simple request made him a bit speechless, this person sent Yi Qian a long list of detailed options for the specifications. There are main categories, subcategories, and various detailed descriptions. 0997. Yi Qian, it should be something you can carry outside. The shape and size shouldn't exceed 1 meter. The interior should be divided into 2 sides, with options for unlimited or half-meter high long placement modes. The internal space size probably depends on the price, right? Yi Qian looked at the detailed information, reading it over and over, finally finding some options he thought were suitable. But, is this thing even a basket? This person isn't just making baskets to sell. He can make anything. 0987. Yun Fenglei. I rarely see such a simple customer like you. This mode isn't complicated. Based on these specifications, the minimum internal usable space is 50 cubic meters, costing 5,000 survival points. You can also increase it to 100 cubic meters, which costs 7,000 survival points. Which one do you want, Brother Yi? He guessed that Yi Qian didn't have many specific requirements, so he straightforwardly listed 2 size and price options. 0997. Yi Qian, I want one with 100 cubic meters. How long will the trade take? How much deposit is needed? Yi Qian checked his survival points. He currently has over 14,000. Spending 7,000 survival points on a larger basket is no problem. After all, a rough cloth backpack of 16 cubic meters still sells for around 3,000 survival points. Plus, these woven baskets wear out slowly, but there's a key point. You can't carry the basket into dense forests, or it might get stuck or suffer damage from collisions and high wear. But Yi Qian doesn't plan to go into the woods, nor does he intend to fight beasts up close. 0987. Yun Fenglei. For standard models like this, no deposit is needed. Please wait a moment, Brother Yi. Since these are basic models, the other side asked Yi Qian to wait. Half an hour later, he sent a private message, asking Yi Qian to send a trade request. 0987. Yun Fenglei. It was a pleasure working together. Brother Yi, if you need anything next time, just find me. I can weave all kinds of furniture. Whatever you think of, I can make it. Recently, I just finished weaving a 3-room apartment with most of the furniture included, so next time, feel free to ask for whatever you want. After completing the exchange, Yun Fenglei told Yi Qian about his latest major deal. He wasn't bragging. He was excited because he hoped Yi Qian might ask him to weave something expensive. Now, this simple backpack only took him less than 5 minutes to make, not counting the time to gather materials. 0997. Yi Qian, I lack enough knowledge. Next time I have money, I'll come back to discuss what I need. Yi Qian looked at his suddenly halved survival points and didn't want to know what the woven house looked like, nor how much it was sold for after a few days of work. But this new backpack he got was really good. Wrought tan woven basket. Equipment/backpack, blue quality. Cabinet style, 100 cubic meters of storage. Durability 1,000 per 1,000. The appearance of this basket was not what Yi Qian expected. It wasn't boxy at all. It looked like a hiking backpack, with curved edges that fit close to the back. The wrought tan was green, with each strand uniformly 0.6 centimeters in diameter. On the outside of the backpack, there was a small woven door that could be opened, with a woven floral lock that could be turned to unlock it. Inside, you could store or retrieve items. Compared to other backpacks on sale now, this one was really cheap. Most importantly, this basket wasn't handmade. Don't think Yi Qian couldn't tell he wasn't just weaving baskets. This person was a special ability user, and their control was especially strong. Maybe, This person was practicing control by weaving baskets, while also earning some survival points. Meow, little Tabby was lying on Yi Qian's shoulder, pawing at the wide his shoulder. After Yi Qian gently moved its paw away, it knew it wasn't supposed to scratch. But that didn't stop it from playing. Usually, it didn't even scratch with its claws. With such a big backpack, we should gather more things. Otherwise, it would be a shame not to use all that space. Yi Qian patted little Tabby's head and continued searching around. Around 10 a.m., it started to drizzle lightly. Now, at about 3 p.m., the soil has dried a bit, so it's no longer muddy everywhere. Since Yi Qian went a little farther from home to some higher, overgrown grassy areas, he finally saw signs of mushrooms on the ground. There are still various small mushrooms. He picks up each one he finds, filling his backpack whenever there's space. Collected unidentified plants after gathering dozens of mushrooms. Yi Qian finally found some plants he couldn't identify. Today's collection task is finally complete. But this is just the beginning. His goal this afternoon is to gather everything collectible on this hillside. Woven basket. Mountain spring water, 1 gene, times 5. Plant roots remaining after lightning strike times 1. Blood soul vine branches times 12. Lightning struck vine remnants times 18. Unidentified plants times 17. Rabbit eargrass leaves times 17. Wild mushrooms, 37. 3 gene. Wild vegetables, 6.1 gene. Wolf pelt times 1. Rabbit pelt times 1. When Yi Qian returned home in the evening, his new backpack contained 17 unidentified plants, along with a large pile of wild mushrooms and small heaps of wild vegetables. The wolf pelt and rabbit pelt had been stored in his previous backpack after making items. Since the was replaced and could no longer hold items, these were transferred to the new woven basket. Lihua, I'm home. Yi Qian turned around near his house, calling out to the little Lihua cat playing on the ground. He told it to go home first before playing. But Lihua wasn't jumping down to play. It dug a few times into the still damp ground and pulled out a big earthworm with its claws. Meow Lihua felt it hadn't hunted for a few days, so upon finding the earthworm, it eagerly jumped down. All right, Lihua is very capable. Let's go home, chop this up, feed it to the chickens, and let them lay more eggs. Yi Qian smiled, crouched down, picked up Lihua with one hand, and carried the earthworm home. Meow Meow Lihua, having successfully hunted today, happily played on the snake grass leaves when they reached the house entrance. Yi Qian greeted the snake-loving grass and then went inside to chop up earthworms and wild vegetables, mixing them with crushed rabbit ear grass to feed the already somewhat hungry hen. After feeding the hen, he went into the house and under the window, he fed the small gourd bee kept at home. The honey was stored here, but the small gourd bee had not yet left the gourd, so it couldn't come out to eat. Received a private message from 0039, Zhangwei, 0039, Zhangwei 2. Brother Yi, my little bear cub is back. I dug it out. After half a day, Zhangwei sent Yi Qian very happy news. The bear cub had been buried under a collapsed mountain for over 12 hours. Although it was on the edge, no one expected it could still be dug out. Such a thing. Not only Zhangwei was excited, but Yi Qian also thought it was a miracle. 0997. Yi Qian, congratulations, Brother Zhang. Your bear cub has strong survival skills. You should take good care of it from now on. Yi Qian replied, feeling sorry for the tough life of the black bear cub. However, Zhang Wei's next message made him stunned. 0039, Zhang Wei. 2. Its life force is almost gone. I gave it a lot of medicine, but it's not enough. Brother Yi, can you treat it? I won't let you work for nothing. I'll pay 3,000 survival points for the treatment. Please put in some effort. If it can't be saved, that's okay. I thought it was definitely going to die, but it's alive, waiting for me to dig it out. I can't watch it die in front of me. Zhang Wei was asking Yi Qian to save his bear cub. Lihua, 3,000 survival points. If I don't take it, I'll regret it, right? Yi Qian thought for a moment, looked at his Lihua cat still playing with the snake-loving grass, and sent a trade request to Zhang Wei. A dying little black bear and 3,000 survival points were placed in the trade window. 0039, Zhang Wei. 2. Brother Yi, thank you for your trouble. After confirming the trade, Zhang Wei sent another message to Yi Qian. This time, Yi Qian didn't reply immediately. He was busy controlling the small water sphere he created, wrapping the little black bear's body inside, and slowly trying to nourish its damaged internal organs. I don't know if it will work, but since there is money to be made and the other side can't find other options, he decided to give it a try. Li Hua, dinner will be delayed a little tonight. Treating this little bear cub is a tricky job. Yi Qian called little Li Hua into the room, then one-handedly held the cat while the other hand dragged the water-encased black cub. He moved to the bed, adjusted to a comfortable position, and continued. Meow. Little Li Hua lay beside Yi Qian, looking at the much larger black creature. Curious, it sniffed it. The smell was strange. It didn't like it. This is someone else's. They paid us to treat it. Once it's almost better, we'll return it to them. Seeing little Li Hua's dislike, Yi Qian gently held the kitten in his arms, gave it a few pats, then pressed it close, quietly continuing the treatment. The process was slow because the black cub's internal organs were badly injured. The chest compression damaged the internal organs, causing long-term breathing problems and some fluid buildup that couldn't be drained. But as long as it wasn't dead, he would slowly help it recover. It was hard work, but also a rare way to practice. Time passed little by little. When Yi Qian confirmed that the black cub's internal organs were no longer deteriorating, he sent a private message to Zhang Wei, saying it probably wouldn't die. Night fell. After eating a warm meal, he returned to his room to continue. At this moment, he couldn't do two things at once. Yi Qian only occasionally checked the chat channel and saw that someone was counting the death toll from this disaster. He glanced over and got a basic idea. There were currently 34,993 people in Zone 8181. The players who had been seen were said to have entered the game only this noon, with the ID 36,012. Survival had been ongoing for 16 days. With this disaster, the current death toll exceeded 1,000. Overall, the players' survival rate was still quite high. Before going to sleep, the handsome woman with ID 996 came to chat with Yi Qian again. Yi Qian was busy researching treatments and didn't have time to chat with her, so he said he was practicing skills. She didn't send any more messages. The black cub finally opened its eyes near dawn and weakly let out a couple of sounds. Hungry, Yi Qian reached out and poked the little black bear's head. This little guy had 3 of his limbs injured, with only one front limb still intact. But he wasn't ready for treatment yet. However, his small head looked pretty good. It seemed that in some environment, one of his front paws and his head had gone inside to avoid falling rocks. Right now, he couldn't move much. He was just making soft noises, probably from pain or hunger. Most likely, he was hungry. But what could he eat when hungry? Yi Qian didn't really know, and he couldn't just feed him randomly. He decided to ask the owner of the little bear cub. Thinking this, he took action. He opened his friends list and sent a message to Zhang Wei, asking what food he should give the little bear. 0039, Zhang Wei. 2. Eat meat, eat honey. Brother Yi, wait a moment. I'm going to prepare some food for him now. After receiving Yi Qian's private message, Zhang Wei excitedly started making food for the little black bear. About 5 minutes later, Yi Qian received a trade request. 0997, Yi Qian, he's really eating well. Yi Qian took the food sent by Zhang Wei and looked at the little tabby cat sleeping beside his head. He realized how big the difference was between a pet at home and a wild cub. When he was poor, the little tabby had to eat soaked steamed buns. Now that he had a bit of money, he could eat meat, blue-quality beef, provided by an old con artist. And for the little bear cub, the food prepared was honey purple ginseng paste, food, purple quality. Eating it grants level 3 nourishment, increases vitality recovery by 30%, lasts for 5 hours. Fish roe minced meat paste, food, purple quality. Eating it grants level 3 recovery, increases recovery speed by 30%, lasts for 5 hours. 1 box of honey and purple ginseng paste, and another box of fish roe minced meat paste. While feeding the little black bear, Yi Qian looked up the purple quality ingredients. He became even more silent. Any of these ingredients started at a price in the 5-figure range. The higher the number, the stronger the ability, and the more money earned. 0039, Zhang Wei. 2. My older brother, I am too soft-hearted. The little bear cub is hurt too badly. I had to sell some belongings to get it something good. Zhang Wei started his performance again. 0997, Yi Qian, I understand, Brother Zhang. You are just too kind. You can't bear to see these weak and pitiful creatures die in front of you. Now, I can feed it little by little and see how it does tomorrow morning. My mental strength can't hold up anymore, so I am going to sleep. Yi Qian knows well that this person is too soft-hearted, especially since he is a hunter-type player. But he is really tired. After slowly feeding the 2 boxes to the little bear cub, Yi Qian wrapped the cub in a water sphere and set it aside. He plans to sleep first, recharge his energy, and then continue. Yi Qian sleeps quite soundly this time. Since getting the house, he always sleeps well. He wakes up around 6 in the morning after a few paw taps from the little cat. Lihua, are you hungry? Yi Qian checks the time. It's just past 6 in the morning. The little Lihua cat wouldn't wake him just because it's hungry. Meow, the little Lihua tilts its head. After Yi Qian wakes up, it jumps onto the windowsill and taps the gourd with its paw. Wow, the little gourd bee has grown up. Yi Qian jumps out of bed, reaching out to pick up the colorful treasure gourd bee that grew overnight. Yesterday, it was just a small gourd in his palm. Now, after sleeping just once, the big belly of this little gourd is about the size of a household water bucket. The gourd's upper part also has a diameter of over 20 centimeters. Its growth is like suddenly blowing up a balloon. Level 1 colorful treasure gourd bee. Green grade / domesticated animal. Mature, capable of reproduction, collecting nectar and making honey, with a chance to produce higher level bees. Current honey storage. 0. The gourd bee is now an adult and can work. After Yi Qian rubs the outside of the gourd shell, he sees a tiny bee fly out. It's a small, golden bee, a bit smaller than the bees he knows. It's slender, with faint shimmering on its wings. The queen bee and the hive are one whole entity. This little fellow just came out and greeted Yi Qian. Then it circled around the half jar of honey twice, grabbed some honey with its little paws, and flew back into the gourd. All this half jar of honey is for you as food. Yi Qian kept watching this little gourd bee. Seeing it bring back some honey, he decided to put all the remaining honey into the gourd. At least, this way, the queen bee can reproduce normally, and worker bees will gather nectar and make honey. You. The honey was delivered in small amounts into the gourd. The smell probably spread out, causing the little bear cub to make faint sounds. This recovery ability is quite good. After tidying up its legs and paws, I can send it over. Yi Qian placed food for the little gourd bee and then checked on the little bear cub. Its internal organs are still fragile, but it's no longer in a critical state. It has strong self-healing ability and should recover naturally in a few days. The water sphere that was protecting the cub's body earlier disappeared. A new water sphere formed around the 3 bare legs, which had some damage to the bones, muscles, and skin, gradually healing the internal bruises and injuries. After more than an hour, 0997. Yi Qian, has Brother Zhang woken up? Please take care of your bear cub for now, avoid further injuries, and it should be fine. Yi Qian sent a message to the bear cub's owner, asking him to arrange the transfer so the cub can be taken back. 0039. Zhang Wei. 2. Thank you so much, Brother Yi. You're amazing. I just went to catch a chicken, and you cooked it to help me recover. When Zhang Wei saw that he could take the bear cub home, he was so excited that he sent Yi Qian another gift. The treatment fee is just for the medical costs, but the thank you gift is also essential. With such a quick healing skill, this support system is incredible. He knew that his early investment in building good relationships was definitely the right choice. 0997. Yi Qian, thanks a lot, Brother Zhang. Yi Qian was polite and accepted the gift, taking the chicken that was sent over. But about this chicken. Level 1 mutant colorful chicken, green grade / animal, rooster, can be raised. This chicken is very beautiful, with shiny, bright feathers, weighing about 10 pounds. Most importantly, it's alive, can be raised, and is a male chicken. Tanhua, I feel like he deliberately went to find a rooster, since he knows we have a hen at home. Yi Qian looked at the colorful mutant chicken with wings in his hand. He wasn't sure this time whether Brother Zhang did it on purpose. But regardless of why, now they have a rooster at home. As long as this rooster doesn't hurt the hen, there's a chance she will lay eggs and hatch chicks later, which means more eggs and meat. Achievement, Breeding 1. You successfully breed a pair of reproductive poultry, 100 survival points when Yi Qian put the level 1 mutant colorful chicken into the cage with the hen, and they started to nuzzle and whisper to each other. A new achievement was unlocked. Before, there were no breeding achievements because laying eggs didn't count as reproduction. Meow. Little Tanhua looked at the two chickens in the cage, tilted her head, and meowed twice before losing interest. As long as she doesn't go inside, it's no big deal. All right, now it's time for breakfast, and then to do our own things. Yi Qian took out the eggs the hen laid this morning, patted little Tanhua's head, and went to the kitchen to start cooking. Day 17, 7 hours, 52 minutes and 50 seconds. Sunny, 20 degrees Celsius, 24 degrees Celsius. Northwest wind level 1 today is a good day, with a gentle breeze almost non-existent. The weather is clear, and the land has dried quite a bit. It's not loose enough for soil to be soft, but it's no longer muddy. Overall, it's a good day for planting. Tasks: 1. Cultivate the land. 2. Repair the fields. 3. Fix up the home. Today's tasks are all about repairing after the heavy rain. The fields need fixing, and the home also needs repairs. Although Yi Qian thinks his house is fine, since he has been controlling and redirecting any rainwater leaks, he still went up to the roof to reorganize some tiles. Random task: fix up the home. You tidied up your home after the heavy rain. 50 survival points after fixing the roof. He swept the yard and then adjusted the wooden sticks of the fence a little. That completed the task. Meow. Little Tanhua played among the snake grass leaves. It really pampers you. Yi Qian communicated with the snake grass for a while, feeling curious about why the snake grass always fussed over the little tabby cat. He decided to ask. Then, the snake grass's mood was that the little one needed to be comforted. The little one. Compared to the snake grass that had already wound around a yard's fence, the little tabby cat was indeed very small. Meow. The little tabby cat didn't know, but it didn't stop it from happily rolling over on the leaves arranged flat like a puzzle. After finishing the housework, Yi Qian gently pinched the little cat's ears, letting it continue playing on the snake grass leaves. He then went to the breeding field to check how many sweet potato seedlings he could harvest today. Level 1 sweet potato, green quality, can be bred. In seedling stage, the sweet potato seedlings can be collected, but currently only 6 are healthy enough to plant. Level 1 cilantro, green quality, can be bred. Entering seed growth stage in 3 days. Level 1 chives, green quality, can be bred. Entering seed growth stage in 3 days. Both cilantro and chives have sprouted flower buds. Although they are only a little over half grown now, based on the time, a few small flowers should appear by evening. There's no rush to harvest the sweet potato seedlings. Yi Qian just confirmed they are healthy and then went to the front yard to tidy up the fields there. Level 1 rabbit ear grass, growth area 10 by 10, 1 plant, mature in 5 days. The rabbit ear grass is still lush and green. The plant nutrient solution in the accelerator is still enough, so there's no need to add more for now. Also, due to the heavy rain earlier, the growth speed of the rabbit ear grass has occasionally sped up a little. Looking at the rabbit ear grass, Yi Qian remembered the 150 rabbit ear grass leaves he sold before. They were sold last night. At that time, he was a bit exhausted and didn't check closely. The most expensive sold for 15 survival points, the least for 11. It's clear that players are now wealthier than before. The 150 rabbit ear grass leaves earned Yi Qian a total of 1,938 survival points. Yesterday, he earned 3,000 from Zhang Wei at number 2, plus the task rewards, and the remaining over 7,000. Survival points, 12,000 and 3.4, he had over 10,000 survival points again. As for the other vegetables, they are just lightly covering the surface soil, helping them grow better. The next harvest period for the chili peppers shows it will be in 1 day. The small tomatoes will be ready in 6 days, the large tomatoes in 7 days, and the potatoes in 9 days. The remaining 2 small patches of cabbage will be ready in 9 and 10 days, respectively. This is all the crops Yi Qian currently has planted, and the amount is still very small. To tidy up the fields, he just needs to rework the areas where he previously pulled out the cabbages and the parts that haven't been cultivated after clearing the land. This process is a little easier than initial land clearing. It will be finished quickly. Yi Qian looks at a small, flat piece of land, thinking about how much land to clear today and what to plant. Meow. Little Tabby runs around the fence made of snake grass, then lies down to sunbathe for a while. Seeing Yi Qian stop, it jumps back onto his shoulder. Tabby, be good and let me hold you. Cats bring good luck, and petting cats can bring fortune. Yi Qian gently holds the little tabby cat in his arms, reciting a few ritual words. Then he takes out a bunch of items from his bag. Residual plant roots after lightning strike ×1, wolf pelt ×1, rabbit pelt ×1, blood soul vine branches ×9, lightning struck vine remnants ×9. These can be combined. The success rate of this combination is 100%, with a 100% chance of mutation, 50% equipment, 30% weapons, 10% plants, 5% animals, 5% unknown. Yi Qian takes a small amount of each material and, after ensuring a 100% mutation chance, performs this luxurious synthesis. The plant roots are purple, the branches and remnants are blue, and the wolf and rabbit pelts are green. The chaotic mixture of materials makes it impossible for Yi Qian to guess what the mutation will result in. The three colors, purple, blue, and green, flicker and blend together, while Yi Qian's mental energy is heavily drained. Synthesis successful. Half of Yi Qian's mental energy is drained suddenly, and the intense consumption makes him feel a bit uncomfortable. This rapid energy drain is very different from the slow consumption when he treated the little black bear cub last night. A faint purple glowing garment appears in Yi Qian's hand. The synthesis resulted in an equipment. The chance to produce equipment was originally 50%, but the equipment can be of purple, blue, or green quality. Now, although the purple glow is faint, it definitely indicates a purple quality item. Wicker pattern leather armor, equipment/tops, purple quality, defense 88, durability 100%, reparable, made from woven twigs and leather, breathable and sweat resistant. This is a thin white top. Long sleeves with 10 cm wrist straps for tightening. Stand-up collar that protects the neck. The length reaches below the hips, with a loose, overlapping front design. Yi Qian picked it up and looked at it. Wearing this for work or training should be very good. Achievement, Equipment 1. You wear an equipment of green quality or higher, 100 survival points. Achievement, Equipment 2. You wear a blue quality or higher equipment, 500 survival points. Achievement, Equipment 3. You wear a purple quality equipment, 3,000 survival points. Before Yi Qian took off his old attribute-free top, after putting on this new one, besides the comfort, he also unlocked 3 achievements. Newbie protection set will disappear. Yi Qian was holding the old top in his hand, standing with the cat, trying to take the new clothes back to the house. But he saw the clothes quickly disappearing. Meanwhile, his pants and shoes. The 4-piece newbie protection set. The other 3 items are also counting down to disappear. Player 8181-0997. Yi Qian has successfully equipped an item. Countdown for newbie protection set begins. Newbie protection set, pants. Remaining time 11 hours 59 minutes and 51 seconds. The countdown is ticking down second by second. Pants, shoes, and underwear will last about 12 more hours. Why has no one mentioned this important thing in the chat channel? Surely no one is deliberately hiding it, right? Meow. Little Tabby tilts its head, curious why Yi Qian stopped moving after standing up, and looks down. It also glances down a few times, but doesn't see anything strange. It's nothing. I just need to buy some things now. Yi Qian is no longer in the mood to think about anything else. He needs to put on clothes. He opened the auction to look for equipment, but found none, because the minimum bid for gear was too low compared to the resale price. There is no equipment or fabric, but there are some animal hides still available. Hunting players definitely make money the fastest. Yi Qian looked at the animal hides listed in the auction. A blue-quality rabbit hide started bidding at over 2,000 survival points. The starting bid for green-quality hides is 100 survival points. The most common ungraded coarse cloth has a starting bid of only 5 survival points. A 20-fold jump. Considering the gap between mutated animals and normal animals, this price is actually quite normal. Looking at various auction rabbit, wolf, deer, fox, cow, and sheep hides. After browsing, Yi Qian still felt helpless and closed the auction, opening the consignment shop instead. He really wanted to buy animal hides to craft his own gear. But now, The key is that he needs equipment for specific body parts. His crafting is completely random. Searching in the consignment shop, pants are easy to find, but shoes are a bit tricky. Different models, different styles. Almost forgot. I can also ask my friends. When Yiqian was about to buy some coarse cloth for pants, he suddenly remembered that one of his friends was a craft expert. This friend claims to be good at all kinds of crafts, so maybe he can also make shoes? 0997. Yiqian, Brother Su, are you busy? Do you do crafts including equipment over there? Yiqian sent a message to 0011. Su Lu, then prepared to tidy up and wait for a reply. 0011. Su Lu, not busy, not busy. Brother Yi, whatever equipment you want, we can make anything here. Custom designs will satisfy you, but the price needs to be a little more refined. Su Lu replied quickly, and the message. Yiqian felt that his 10 friends either had plenty of money or were in the business. 0997. Yiqian, a pair of shoes, a pair of pants. Yiqian only mentioned 2 items. He planned to make his own underwear. 0011. Su Lu, I understand. Brother Yi, you previously got a top, so now you need 3 pieces besides the top, right? Don't be shy. We're all grown men. Brother Yi, what level of gear do you want? If it's just a basic version, there are options like 3,000 coarse cloth, 6,000 rough cotton, 10,000 cotton fabric or leather armor. For 50,000 or 100,000, you can get high-quality blue-grade equipment. Su Lu's reply clearly shows that Yiqian is not the first player to buy a piece of gear and then feel the need to complete a full set. For such cases, he provided a detailed quote based on specifications. 3-piece set of coarse cloth for 3,000, a 6,000 set of rough cotton, or a 10,000 set of pure cotton or leather armor. As for 50,000 or 100,000, he only gave a rough estimate. If Yiqian wants gear at that price, he will provide a more detailed explanation. 0997. Yiqian, let's go with the 10,000 cotton version. Can't afford anything higher. Yiqian looked at the options. The 10,000 cotton version isn't too expensive, even cheaper than the lowest resale price by 1,000 or 2. He only has a little over 10,000 total. Is it too extravagant to spend all of it on clothes at once? This isn't the old world where just wearing clothes was enough. Now, the material and quality of clothes represent protection, speed, and comfort in daily life. 0011. Su Lu, got it. The clothes can be finished by noon. Brother Yi, you should prepare some materials, preferably clay or wood, to make a model that fits your feet and ankles perfectly. Also, report your waist, leg, and hip measurements. A proportional model would be best. Su Lu is a craftsman. Since he sells custom-made gear, it must be perfect. Pants are less complicated, but shoes require a model. Only by making shoes based on your feet can they be more comfortable and last longer. 0997. Yiqian, I'll go make a foot model now. Just tell me the waist and other measurements. I really don't know how to make a full body model. Yiqian looked down at his legs. He's sure he can't make a proportional full body model. He grabbed a lump of mud, shaped it around his foot while water kept it in shape, then removed the water after drying the mud, and the foot model was ready. He also measured his pants data himself, using some cut grass ropes to mark the measurements, then sent a message to Su Lu. He paid a deposit of 1,000 survival points. After sending the foot model and leg measurements, Yiqian once again started farming and digging. 0011. Su Lu, Brother Yi, are you about 1.8 meters or 1.9 meters tall? Su Lu was making equipment and sent a private message to Yiqian. 0997. Yiqian, 1.85 meters. When asked about his height by the skilled clothing maker, Yiqian naturally gave a number. 0011. Su Lu, Brother Yi's height and proportions. If this was in the past, I would definitely have used you as a model for clothes. Is your planting system based on rice paddies or dry fields? While working on the clothes, Su Lu kept chatting with him. During their casual talk, it was already noon, and he had finished making the equipment Yiqian needed. 0011. Su Lu, it's done. Considering that surviving outdoors is tough, the underwear is double-layered, so Brother Yi doesn't need to pay extra. Su Lu sent a message. After Yiqian replied, he initiated the exchange, swapping the remaining 9,000 tael payments for the equipment. 0997. Yiqian, thank you, Brother Su. Yi Qian looked at the gear he received and expressed his gratitude happily. Pure cotton thick-soled shoes. Equipment/footwear, green quality, 10% speed, 8 defense, 100 durability. The cotton fabric on the shoes makes your feet more comfortable and helps you travel faster. Pure cotton woven pants. Equipment/trousers, green quality, 13 defense, 100 durability. Made from cotton fabric with woven patterns, moisture-wicking, and breathable. Pure cotton underwear. Equipment/underwear, green quality, 100 durability. Made from cotton fabric, focused on comfort. After putting on the shoes, he felt very comfortable. The shoes had several layers of cotton fabric and some unknown glue on the upper, with soles made from plants and rough cloth, plus a soft cotton insole. The pants were processed twice. The gray-white color and breathable, moisture-wicking features were similar to his own synthesized top. As for the underwear, he wore one pair and kept the other aside. As the description said, comfort was the main goal. Spending money really makes a difference. Yi Qian changed into his new clothes, stretched his arms and legs on the spot, and indeed felt very comfortable. Meow, the little tabby cat, saw Yi Qian playing and ran over happily, circling around him. Let's go eat. After lunch, when we finish the beef, we'll need to think about what to eat next. Yi Qian prepared beef with cabbage for lunch. After discovering that little tabby cat isn't completely allergic to spicy food, he added 2 small chili peppers. There was a slightly spicy aroma, but it wasn't overwhelming. Adding the chili peppers caused Yi Qian to finish all the dishes by noon. Meow meow, little tabby cat also liked the new taste. However, since the beef was of blue quality, the mild spiciness made it a bit exciting. While Yi Qian was tidying up, little tabby cat was already running around near the snake grass. Before having other ways to exercise, running in circles was the best way to strengthen. Little tabby cat ran around happily, and Yi Qian went to the seed nursery in the east, pulling out 6 sweet potato seedlings. Sweet potato seedlings. Young plants. Transplantable. That sprouted sweet potato was of green quality, but these seedlings were just ordinary items without special information. Knowing this, Yi Qian didn't worry and took the seedlings to a piece of land. He dug up a high ridge of soil, with each plant spaced over 60 centimeters apart, to give enough room to grow. After planting the 6 seedlings and watering them, he buried the roots well once the water soaked in. A small plot of land planted with sweet potatoes, for by 2.5 meters, 6 plants, entering growth stage in 3 days after planting. Yi Qian continued to tidy up the fields he had cleared for the afternoon. That morning, plus the previous work, he cleared over 200 square meters. Seeds weren't completely unaffordable, and after the recent heavy rain disaster, there probably wouldn't be major natural calamities soon. He spent 2,000 survival points on 40 potato seeds, which made him very poor. But from those 40 seeds, he got 225 sprouting potatoes. Planting them in spacious rows covered about 200 square meters, barely enough. Land planted with potatoes. 10 by 20 meters, 225 plants, entering sprouting stage in 3 days. Planting spacing is sparse, prone to weeds on this large piece of land. The potatoes were planted in rows, spaced out, which gave Yi Qian a clear reminder. Yi Qian was not bothered by this. As long as the land was considered cultivated, that was enough. He watered the weeds every morning and evening. If that still wasn't enough, he would water them 3 times a day, morning, noon, and night. Player. Zone 8181. ID 0997. Yi Qian profession. Farming. Level 1, 748/10,000/basic all-round survivor special ability. Water element control skills. Synthesis. Level 1. Support. Plant communication. Level 1, 15 out of 100. Combat power. 40, 52 from special ability. Survival points. 63.4 equipment. Purple vine pattern leather armor. Green cotton vine pattern pants. Green cotton underwear. Green thick-soled shoes woven basket. Mountain spring water, 1 gene, times 3. Blood soul vine branches times 3. Lightning struck vine remains times 9. Unidentified plants times 17. Grass mushrooms, 37 gene. Wild vegetables, 5. 1 gene. Assets. Simple wooden bamboo house. Fenced small yard of 317.5 square meters. Water well, 100 square meter breeding field. 380 square meter cleared land. With 360 square meters planted, domesticated battle beast. Cat, cub, level 1, mutant, alert, fast, sharp claws, mutant plants. Level 2 snake mysterious grass, can grow. Level 2 fragrant bamboo, seedling, breeding plants. Coriander, 1, chives, 1, sweet potato, 1, animals, chicken coop, 1 rooster, 1 hen, 7 colored treasure light. Gourd bee, queen bee 1. His planting experience increased by 6 points, gained when he pulled out 6 sweet potato seedlings from the breeding field. The extra combat power from controlling water elements increased by 2 points after healing the little black bear cub, as his control improved. All equipment is displayed, but the enhancements only affect the equipment itself, not his personal combat power. Another change was in the number of fields. Total land cleared, 380 square meters. 20 square meters remain unused because he has no money left to buy seeds. The breeding area is separately designated and not in the same category as the planting fields. As for why there is no rabbit ear grass among the mutant plants. Rabbit ear grass is a mutant but can only be planted in fields, classified as harvestable plants. Another difference from before is that after achieving the domestication achievement, a new category, animal rearing, appeared in his personal information list. Little Huahua, our family is too poor to buy meat again. Maybe, while it's still light, we can go out and look around. We might find a wild rabbit or a pheasant. Yiqian looked at his remaining few survival points. He held the small Huahua cat close, rubbing his face against its fur, then headed out with a woven basket on his back. The fields had expanded a lot. He had planted some potatoes and a few sweet potato seedlings. It's only 5 in the afternoon now, so there's still time to look for some meat. If he finds some, they can have a good meal tonight. Meow. Little Huahua was taken out by Yiqian. When they reached the hillside again, near the area where they had been attacked by the blood soul vine, it growled and hissed at the bushes they had seen before. There might be something else inside. Yiqian stepped back a few paces. He used his water whip to draw moisture from the ground in front of him, twisting it into a thin, long whip. Carefully controlling it from a distance, he cut through the tall grass, which had grown over 2 meters high, layer by layer, close to the ground. He cut off about 10 centimeters at a time. The grass fell to the ground, forming a lush green carpet. If used to feed cattle or sheep, it would be a good choice. But now wasn't the time to think about that. Yiqian carefully harvested the grass layer by layer, watching his surroundings closely to prevent anything from attacking him from a hidden spot. As he kept cutting, his mental strength was strengthened many times. He trained every day, but when they finally saw something different, it still felt a bit exhausting. These grasses really grow too fast. Meow. Little Huahua looked at Yiqian stopping and then at what was glowing ahead. What was that? It's a blue-quality wilderness treasure chest. Yiqian stopped because he saw this treasure chest. He wasn't sure if other creatures were hiding nearby or if they had already run away when he was cutting the grass. For safety, Yiqian didn't go closer. Instead, he used his water whip like a sickle to gently pull the shining blue treasure chest out. Meow. Little Huahua watched the water whip dragging the chest forward. It wanted to help, but just as it was about to go, Yiqian reached out and held it in his arms. The area ahead still looked very strange. He didn't dare to get close himself, and he definitely wouldn't let the little cat go on an adventure there. During the process of dragging the treasure chest, nothing unexpected happened. Not even a single blade of grass moved. Until the chest reached Yiqian's hands, he crouched down and reached out to open the shiny blue treasure chest. Still, there was no movement in front of him. Open a blue-quality wild treasure chest. Gained. Unidentified wood, blue. ×3. Cotton gloves, green. ×2. Hunting skill book ×1. Celery seeds ×10. This blue-quality wild treasure chest gave quite a few items. Most importantly, a skill book appeared. But this skill book, hunting skill book, when a hunting-type player opens it, they will randomly get 1 skill from their profession. Non-hunting players cannot use it. A good skill book, but it's limited to certain professions. It's really unfair. Meow. The little tabby looked at Yiqian's changing expressions with curiosity. It reached out its small paw and touched Yiqian's face. Lihua, I think from now on, whenever I open a treasure chest, I must first nuzzle you, then open it. Yiqian looked sad, but there was nothing he could do. The skill book couldn't be turned into a planting skill either, but he could sell it. Some people had discussed before that with colored treasure chests in the wild, even if luck isn't on your side, you can at least get 3 types of items, each from different survival categories. Wood and gloves, not sure which is considered gathering, but the skill book is definitely from the hunting category. When it comes to his planting category, he only gets 10 celery seeds, and they are just ordinary celery seeds. Although celery seeds aren't listed among the sellable seeds in the survival shop, they can currently be sold for 100 survival points each through the marketplace. But compared to the other items, that's a big gap. Helplessly, he put all the items into his backpack. Watching the seemingly material-less blue chest vanish, he stood up and looked toward the grassy field ahead. The grass was so tall, clearly unusual, but his mental energy had already been drained quite a bit. Rather than continue cutting grass, it was better to gather what he had just cut and hang it up for sale. That way, he could always make some money. The grass was over 2 meters tall, and it grew so high without any special quality level. It was definitely quite rare. Meow. Little Tanuki was being held with one hand by Yi Qian, who raised his other hand to control the water rope. He pulled out small bundles of grass and brought them back in front of him. It took more than half an hour, and a tall pile of grass had gathered beside Yi Qian. Since he was also practicing control, the grass was neatly arranged. The more he looked at it, the more it seemed pleasing. Grass. Material, 520 gene. Resale price, 1,040 survival points. Grass. Material, 615 gene. Resale price, 1,230 survival points. Grass. Material, 623 gene. Resale price, 1,246 survival points. Each bundle of grass was hung up, and the weight depended on how much grass Yi Qian was holding in his hands. This is part of a game rule. Items that can be sold must currently belong to the player. An item is considered to belong to the player if they have taken it home or put it in their backpack. Also, the item must be fully in the player's hand and disconnected from other objects. Even if placed on the ground outside, it cannot be considered as owned. On land can be an exception, but there are some restrictions on land ownership. The grass must be planted and harvested on the player's own land. If a rabbit from outside runs into the land, it cannot be sold directly. It must be caught first. Under these rules, Yi Qian needs to bundle the grass and hold it up. The amount he holds determines how much can be sold in the resale slot. No matter how much or how little, the price is 2 survival points per gene. This is a high price for ordinary fodder, but few others of the same type reach this standard. 0012. Zhang Wei. Who is this? Who plants grass in the field and grows over 2 meters tall, neatly arranged, without quality? Even if your planting team can't afford seeds, can you really say you've successfully grown this grass? After hanging the grass for sale and heading home, Yi Qian glanced at the chat channel and saw this comment. The grass being criticized was definitely the few bundles he had listed for sale. 0987. Yun Fenglei. Is it possible that this grass was cut from outside? Has anyone ever seen a seedless, no-quality grass? A few more people watching or criticizing appeared, and Yi Qian saw a familiar face again. 0012. Zhang Wei. Can you really find such neatly cut grass outside? Gathering class players, come talk. Do you often encounter this when you go out gathering? 29006. Lin Xing, 13. As a gathering class player, I've never seen this. 30,000. Wei, 2. I'm also a gathering class, and I've never seen such neat grass. 0102. Suyen, please focus on the main point. Which normal gathering class player can lift over 600 gene of grass with their bare hands? There was a lot of discussion about the grass, with many saying they'd never seen such grass before. Someone couldn't stand it and pointed out the issue of weight. 0012. Zhang Wei. I think this might be a planting class. Only planting classes can harvest from fields and stack the grass for direct sale. You don't need to pick it up by hand to sell it. Zhang Wei, number 1, appeared again. 0039. Zhang Wei 2. I still believe it's a gathering class. I've seen similar grass by the river before. And who says gathering classes can't be strong? Maybe they took some strength-enhancing potion or are naturally strong. Isn't that strange? Zhang Wei, number 2, also chimed in. 1033. Su Wei, 2. I'm from the hunting class. I've cut grass this tall before, but not in such large amounts. Altogether, it only weighs over 200 gene. I've kept it to feed my deer and cattle. 1971. Weigh 3. I'm from the planting class. Once, during hot weather, I saw a half-acre of grass by the river, about 1.5 meters tall and very neat. It was all wild grass, about 10 meters from the river. The soil there was so dark and shiny it looked oily. 0091. Family Yao, what's going on today? All these people with the same name, different names, or similar names are here to join the fun. This kind of spamming really causes visual fatigue. 0091. Family Yao, it's just cutting grass. It's not a big deal. As long as the land is fertile enough, isn't this kind of grass quite normal? Another early game player spoke, sharing some valuable information that made Yi Qian feel it was worth considering. However, fertile land usually has a reason behind it. After Fan Liao finished speaking, someone asked how such fertile land is usually formed. 0091. Fan Liao, there are special minerals underground, or unique plants that boost growth, or sometimes the land is filled with the remains of high-level beasts. Basically, it's one of these options. But no matter which, those with less strength should avoid trying, because fertile land attracts mutated plants and animals. This information made Yi Qian feel very convinced, because earlier, the blood soul vine had indeed moved into the bushes. And even now, there are still things in that area. It's just that they are hidden somewhere, or disturbed by his grass cutting, so they ran away to hide. It's hard to say for sure. Lihua, let's keep cutting grass tomorrow. When Yi Qian returned home, he received a notification that the grass had been sold. Most players were curious about who was harvesting the grass and how it grew so tall, but someone had already bought it all in a package. Standing in his own field, he dug up the remaining small patch of land and planted 10 celery seeds. Meow little Lihua was on the wall. When she heard Yi Qian call her, she turned around and meowed. We didn't catch any prey just now, but we earned over 3,000 more points. We can keep buying meat to stew and eat. Yi Qian watered the newly planted land, then went back to the yard, put down the water bucket, looked around, and bought a wild chicken. Ordinary wild chickens aren't expensive, only a couple of hundred survival points. Of course, they are much cheaper than staple foods like bread or buns. After preparing the chicken for stew and washing a basket full of mushrooms to cut into pieces, he waited until the chicken was almost done before adding the mushrooms. Everything was ready. Yi Qian went to the water well, sat on the well platform, and reached out to grab the snake grass leaves that were approaching. Little Lihua also swung on the snake grass like a swing, shaking the leaves twice before falling into Yi Qian's arms. It's getting late. Tomorrow, I'll buy some big bamboo tubes and build a water pipe. Yi Qian held the cat with one arm, played with the snake grass with the other, and thought about the spring on the mountaintop. He didn't have spring water now, but he still had well water. Next to him, a stream of water shot out of the well and reflected rainbow colors in the sunset. The water splashed up like mist, spreading out and falling on the walls of the snake grass. The leaves, looking like tiny green snakes, swayed in the colorful mist. Although they couldn't talk yet, the fragrant bamboo on the east side of the yard was also covered in a light mist. Meow meow, the little tabby cat looked at the artificial rainbow in the sky. It pawed at it a few times, wanting to play. Go ahead, but you probably can't catch it. Yi Qian let the little cat play freely. But the cat wasn't trying to catch the rainbow. It was trying to jump over it. The small cat meowed and jumped back and forth, getting farther from the ground. The snake grass on both sides stretched out their leaves to support it. Yi Qian watched them happily without disturbing them, just keeping the mist falling steadily. His own two pets were playing, and the wild chicken stew in the pot still needed some time. Yi Qian began checking his items. The unexamined wood was set aside. There were also vines and broken branches, waiting until he was in a better mood or had other items to combine. Pure cotton gloves. This really is gathering gear. Pure cotton gloves. Equipment/gathering gloves. Green quality. Gathering speed 8%. Durability 100%. Gathering gloves. Bonus effect limited to gathering type players. A treasure chest gave him 2 exclusive items. Yi Qian thought his luck was pretty good. But the problem was, neither of these 2 exclusives was usable by him. If he couldn't use them himself, he would definitely sell them. He searched the auction house and found quite a few pure cotton gloves, some with gathering bonuses. The highest green quality bonus could reach 10%. His 8% bonus was quite good. So, Yi Qian listed one for a 12-hour auction. Pure cotton gloves, equipment/gathering gloves, green quality, starting bid. 500 survival points. The starting bid was 500 survival points. Less than half a minute after listing, someone started bidding. In a few minutes, it rose to over 3,000, then slowly increased with bids every now and then. He just had to wait for the auction to end and collect the money. But the next item made Yi Qian a bit hesitant. This is a special skill book for the hunting class. Such items are never sold at the marketplace, and there are no listings at all. Of course, he knows that just because no one is selling them, it doesn't mean no one has obtained them. Whenever they appear, they are quickly bought up by others. 0997. Yi Qian, Hunting Class Exclusive Skill Book. I can't unlock it with my planting class. Do you want it? Yi Qian hesitated for a moment, but decided not to put the skill book up for sale. He sent a private message to the old con artist, planning to give a gift to his master. 0001. Luo Shan. You little brat, what luck you have. Just wait. After a short while, Luo Shan replied, but he didn't say whether he wanted it. Instead, he told Yi Qian to wait. Yi Qian waited patiently until he and Little Tortoise sat under the eaves eating dinner. 0001. Luo Shan. Let's trade. How did I end up with such a disciple? What a headache. His message simply asked Yi Qian to trade. He also complained a bit about how troublesome it is to be a master. Yi Qian just smiled and quickly sent a friend trade request. He then sent out a hunting class skill book and received a planting class skill book in return. 0997. Yi Qian, old con artist, you're good. Don't tell me you went out specifically to find treasure chests and then traded me this skill book. I don't believe you have such good luck. Holding the skill book, Yi Qian smiled so much his eyes almost teared up. This old con artist probably asked around among friends and then used some special item to trade for the skill book. 0001. Luo Shan. Do I look like someone capable of doing such diligent work? I just have a lot of resources. I was just debating which one to choose earlier. Luo Shan would never admit that he was actually trying to prevent his foolish disciple from losing out. 0997. Yi Qian. Yes. You're well off, and I, your disciple, am poor and weak. Maybe you could give me 10 or 8 planting class skill books? You have plenty of these things anyway. Yi Qian held the skill book and sarcastically complained about the old con artist's insincerity, then opened the big wheel for random skill draws. The wheel spun quickly, and this time, Yi Qian held his cat in his arms, letting the wheel spin a little longer before calling it to a stop. Gain a planting specialty skill. Scarecrow, level 1, 0/100. A planting specialty skill can craft scarecrows using materials. Current skill level is 1. Able to make 1 level 1 scarecrow. The working time depends on materials and the player's mental strength. The abilities of level 1 scarecrows are randomly generated among fertilizing, watering, pest control. The skill book has been used, and a new skill has appeared in Yi Qian's personal information. After checking the crafting materials, even common grass can be used, but it will decay quickly. Today, all the grass he cut was sold. Yi Qian isn't in a rush now. He put down the little tabby cat to continue eating and started looking forward to making a scarecrow tomorrow to help with farm work. 0001. Luo Shan. You little brat, what skill book did you unlock? If it's too weak, I won't bother mentioning it. I've made a big profit this time. My target marking skill. If my mental strength holds up, I can track prey even if they run 10 mountains away. Luo Shan was excited about unlocking a new skill and came to show off to Yi Qian. As for what Yi Qian said earlier, that he has a rich background and can give his apprentices more, Luo Shan can ignore that information automatically. Although he has some money and materials, skill books are rarer than high-level gear. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked all his friends around for so long to find someone with a planting specialty skill. He even said there's a player with a planting skill willing to trade equally with a hunting skill. Truly, he's telling the truth, but people still don't want to believe it. 0997. Yi Qian. Targeting, huh? Be careful. Your prey might deliberately set traps for you. As for my skill, tomorrow I'll find some grass, make a scarecrow, and put it in the field. It should scare away the birds that come to steal. Yi Qian is quite impressed with the old con man's luck. With his mental strength and control, that old con man's limit is beyond his current guess. But this skill still needs caution. Any prey could set traps. Hopefully, this old con man learns his lesson. Hidden arrows are often more dangerous. 0001. Luo Shan. A scarecrow? What kind of nonsense is that? Little Qian, your luck is terrible. Isn't a scarecrow just something you can tie together with your hands? You actually need to use skills to do it. Really embarrassing for your ancestors who farmed for 18 generations. In the message from Luo Shan, there was full of mockery. But, just joking around, everyone knew that as a skill, the scarecrow was definitely not just something standing in the field. The two of them exchanged a few more teasing words. Yi Qian finished his meal, greeted everyone, and then lay down to rest. It was a pretty tiring day. Meow, little tabby cat was not sleepy now. It ran around on the floor at home, sometimes checking out the pumpkin bee, sometimes coming over to play and rub against Yi Qian. Received a private message from friend 0039, Zhang Wei. 2 around 10 at night. Yi Qian was looking at the chat messages and was starting to feel sleepy when he suddenly received a private message. 0039, Zhang Wei 2. Brother Yi, my little bear cub can now stand up. I found a new place to settle down. Thank you so much this time. Zhang Wei 2 first shared his situation, then sent another message. 0039, Zhang Wei 2. By the way, I accidentally mentioned to someone earlier that I might help connect some deals. I just thought of a business idea. Brother Yi, do you want to hear it? Don't worry. I only said I know a healing expert who cured my bear cub, but I didn't say who it was or that the healer was a player before level 1000. Worried that Yi Qian might misunderstand, Zhang Wei 2 explained further. He was sad that his little bear cub was buried, and he had cried to some close friends about losing his cub. Then, the cub was dug out and healed. He casually mentioned this, but when it came to knowing a healing expert, it was discovered. 0997. Yi Qian, Brother Zhang. Do you mean you want to be an intermediary, helping me find some healing work? Yi Qian originally didn't admit he was a healing assistant because he truly didn't know how at that time. Now, he could do some minor injury treatments. If someone paid, it was a way to make money and improve his skills, so he naturally didn't want to refuse. Of course, money was important, since his training methods weren't limited to just this. 0039, Zhang Wei 2. It depends on Brother Ye's decision. I'm fine with anything, and I promise I won't make a profit from the price difference. Number 2, Zhang Wei wants to act as the middleman because it will help him get to know Yi Qian better. In the future, it will be easier to ask Yi Qian for help. But if Yi Qian is willing to add the requester as a friend and chat privately, he can also directly connect them. 0997. Yi Qian, I'm a bit socially anxious, so I'll trouble Brother Zhang with this. It's normal for middlemen to earn a profit, as long as Brother Zhang doesn't take my share. I don't need to worry about others' parts. Yi Qian thought for a moment. He wants to make money, but doesn't want to put in too much effort. Interacting with people can be troublesome. The friends he's added are mostly interesting types. So, having a middleman is a good thing for him. 0039, Zhang Wei 2. No, I'll just accept small gifts from time to time. I can't do the kind of business that makes a profit from price differences. Brother Yi, the person who just contacted me can offer 5,000 survival points to help extend the life of a small bird that's been identified but has a low chance of survival. It just needs to keep it alive temporarily. Do you have time now? Number 2, Zhang Wei, is being urged by someone to hurry. That's why he came to talk to Yi Qian about this matter. Since Yi Qian is willing to take on the treatment, they need to act quickly. If they wait any longer, the bird might die. 0997. Yi Qian, let's try. But Brother Zhang, you should tell the person that I can't guarantee a 100% survival rate. If it dies, I won't compensate. At most, I won't charge for the treatment if it dies. After the identification, the survival chance is very small. Yi Qian is quite interested in this. But paying 5,000 survival points for treatment shows that the bird's value is not low. 0039, Zhang Wei 2. There's no guarantee that treatment will save the life. We can't take jobs that promise full recovery or compensation if it fails. I'll go get the money and the bird now. Number 2, Zhang Wei has already set the scope of us. After talking to Yi Qian, He quickly went to get the money and the bird. In less than a minute, an exchange request appeared. Yi Qian immediately received 5,000 survival points and a nearly dead little bird. Hawk chick, blue quality, animal juvenile, owned by someone, satiety 51%, health 6%. The blue quality hawk's health was almost at the bottom. Meow. The little tabby cat sat on Yi Qian's head, looking at the suddenly appeared featherless bird. Curious, it tilted its head. This time, it didn't even need to try to reach out with its paws. The bird was so fragile that its chirping was barely audible. It was clear that it could die if not handled carefully. This obviously isn't the time to hatch. It's underdeveloped and malnourished. Yi Qian looked at the hawk chick, which had only a few down feathers. He wrapped the tiny creature in a water bubble, trying to mimic an eggshell to prevent it from dying immediately. However, animals need nutrients to grow. The water could treat wounds, clean internal deposits, and keep it alive, but it didn't contain the nutrients animals normally need to grow. 0997. Yi Qian, Brother Zhang, this chick is underdeveloped. Its health isn't dropping now, but it will take a lot of time to recover. Should we wait a few more days for it to grow and hatch naturally, or use some nutrient solution to speed up the process? He was only responsible for treatment. For other needs, he had to ask the hawk chick's owner. Just like the little black bear cub before, the owner Zhang Wei would decide what it needed. 0039. Zhang Wei. 2. How much nutrient solution do you need? 0997. Yi Qian. 50 grams, blue quality. If it's lower than its level, it might stun its growth. Saving now could be costly later. After sending the message, he waited. 2 or 3 minutes later, Zhang Wei sent a request to exchange. A 50-gram bottle of blue-quality animal nutrient solution was delivered in a glass bottle. Looks like your owner is quite wealthy. That's normal. Those without money can't get this kind of stuff. Yi Qian controlled the blue nutrient solution, blending it into the water bubble surrounding the hawk chick. It slowly seeped into the tiny creature's body. The process wasn't very fast. When the bird grew enough down feathers and reached a stage where it could hatch, it was already past 4 in the morning. 00997. Yi Qian, it's done. Brother Zhang, are you asleep? If not, you can take it now. I'm so tired I can't keep my eyes open. After finishing the treatment, Yi Qian privately messaged Zhang Wei, number 2. Zhang Wei was also not asleep. He opened the exchange and saw that Yi Qian had placed the now completely transformed young hawk and the empty glass bottle from before together. The transaction was complete. Yi Qian turned over, picked up his little tabby cat, and closed his eyes to sleep. Using condensed water elements for healing takes effort, but it is more effective than normal training. In just these few hours, he simulated an eggshell, controlled the nutrient solution absorption, and boosted his special combat ability a little more. Normally, during regular training, it takes 4 or 5 days for his combat power to naturally increase by 1 point. At least in the early days, that was the usual pace. 0039. Zhang Wei. 2. Brother Yi, thank you for your hard work. Rest first. I'll find you tomorrow morning. The extra gift from that guy will be given to you after you wake up. About 10 minutes later, Zhang Wei sent Yi Qian another private message. But Yi Qian was already asleep and couldn't reply. He had worked hard again today and was sleeping soundly. In the early morning, when the sky was just beginning to brighten, there was a sound outside. Little Tabby jumped out of the half-open window, then came back after a while and snuggled back beside Yi Qian to sleep. Around 8 a.m., a small red bee flew out of the gourd under the window. The tiny bee first approached Yi Qian, circled around twice, then observed the little tabby cat watching it for a while, and finally flew out through the half-open window. Day 18, 11 hours 50 minutes and 55 seconds, sunny, 23 degrees Celsius 26 degrees Celsius, north wind level 3 today, remains a good day. After waking up, Yi Qian looked at the sunlight coming through the window, yawned, and slowly sat up. Tabby, did you go out to play last night? Yi Qian picked up the approaching little tabby, pinched its paws, and noticed 2 white hairs on its paws that didn't belong to his cat. Could these be rabbit hairs? His little cat had actually gone out hunting at night? Meow meow, little tabby was happily rubbing its head against Yi Qian's leg while he gently pinched its paw. The paw blossomed with tiny flowers, and the cat looked very happy. Let's go out and see what's happening. Something must have happened last night, Yi Qian said with a smile as he shook his head. He picked up the cat, got out of bed, and opened the door. Standing in the yard, Yi Qian looked at the two large, fat rabbits hanging on the east wall, caught by the snake vine. He understood what had happened. These two fat rabbits tried to sneak into his seedling field to steal food, but were caught by the snake vine. As for the white fur on little Tabby's paw, it was probably from coming out to join the fun, curious and pawing at the rabbits, then getting some fur stuck. Good job. These rabbits are quite fat. Leave one for me and little Tabby to eat, and the other one is yours, Yi Qian said, reaching out to communicate with the snake vine, letting it choose one to eat. Although it's a plant, his snake vine actually likes to eat meat. Meow, little Tabby tilted its head, watching as the snake vine placed one rabbit into Yi Qian's hand. It also leaned over, pawing at the rabbit's fur, as if saying it helped with the hunt too. The body of the other rabbit was quickly eaten by the snake vine, bones and flesh gone, leaving only a complete rabbit hide, ready to be used again. The snake vine doesn't bother with politeness when eating. Anything it is allowed to eat, it won't waste. As for the rabbit hide, Yi Qian remembered that he had previously dried and prepared rabbit skins, so the snake vine left it. Maybe it simply doesn't eat animal skins. We'll set aside what we've processed for now. There's still vegetables in the pot. After we finish eating, we'll stew the rabbit meat, Yi Qian said, tearing off the rabbit hide and chopping the meat into pieces to set aside. He and the cat didn't eat the internal organs, so he threw them into the compost. After finishing these tasks, the vegetables in the pot were ready. He served up breakfast and lunch for himself and little Tabby. You're starving, huh? Yi Qian said, watching little Tabby eat meat eagerly. He checked the time and realized he had slept too long and had left the cat hungry. Sure enough, after a lot of energy was used, sleep recovery time naturally extended. While eating breakfast and lunch, Yi Qian opened his chat channel and saw several unread private messages. 0997. Yi Qian, I just woke up and am making some food now. Yi Qian first replied to Zhang Wei on channel 2. He was still very interested in the thank you gift Zhang Wei mentioned. After replying to Zhang Wei on channel 2, Yi Qian opened the private message Zhang Wei sent on channel 1. 0012. Zhang Wei, little brother Yi, do you want some mutated seeds? Selling at a super low price, 11,000 each. The message was sent around 9 in the morning. Now it's past 12. 0997. Yi Qian, I just woke up. What kind of mutated seeds does brother Zhang have? I don't have enough survival points to buy at 11,000. I still have a few blue quality vine materials. He can't afford to buy, but he can ask if the other person wants to trade. However, more than 3 hours have passed. The other person might have already sold the seeds, and it's hard to say now. 0012. Zhang Wei. They are 3 level 1 mutated wheat seeds that can reproduce. If you want to exchange materials, you should first check the quality of the materials. Even if they are both blue quality, the value can differ by more than 10 times depending on the quality. Zhang Wei skipped over the survival points and focused on the materials Yi Qian mentioned. It's clear he's very interested in the vine materials. 0997. Yi Qian, let's do an exchange. I'll put it up for you to see. The materials are quite good. Yi Qian is very interested in the reproductive wheat seeds. After greeting the other person, he sent a trade request and took out a piece of lightning-struck vine branch to put in the trade slot. This method of inspection is very safe. As long as he doesn't confirm the trade, he can let the other see the item details without it being taken. 0012. Zhang Wei, this section of vine, all 3 seeds belong to you. Let's trade. I need this lightning-struck property. Zhang Wei was immediately attracted by the prefix of this vine branch. Branches that survive lightning strikes are rare and valuable. 0997. Yi Qian. So, shall we trade? Yi Qian looked at his remaining 8 vine branches. He wondered if these were really that valuable, or if they just matched the other person's properties. Anyway, he needs the seeds, and the other wants the vine branches. Let's trade. This type of vine branch remains, unless it has a special use, is usually sold for around 10,000 yuan, probably not exceeding 20,000. As for the price of mutant seeds, no one really sells them. A price of 10,000 yuan per seed is quite high, but when supplies are scarce, raising the price is normal. Level 1 wheat seeds. Green quality, plantable, capable of reproduction. He carefully stored the 3 wheat seeds, worried about damaging or losing them. 0012. Zhongwei. Little brother Yi, remember to find me if you get good stuff, especially ones with special attributes. Zhang Wei was very happy with this harvest. Anyone can plant mutant seeds in soil, but only certain types that can reproduce will produce new seeds. If you're not a farming player, planting them won't yield new seeds. So, being able to exchange for this fresh branch, which was struck by lightning but still intact, felt like a big win to him. Yi Qian also felt satisfied, having gotten what he wanted. Their private chat ended happily for both sides. Yi Qian then looked at the other person remaining. Qinjian. 0032. Qinjian. Brother Yi, are you awake? This was sent around 6 a.m. 0032. Qinjian. Brother Yi, are you okay? Did you sleep in, or are you busy and missed my message? Sent after 8 a.m. This was sent around 10 a.m., and then there was no more message. Probably. Qinjian guessed that Yi Qian might not have rested last night or was very busy today. After seeing these 3 messages, Yi Qian replied. 0997. Yi Qian. Just woke up at noon. I didn't sleep last night. Brother Qin, do you still have those grain seeds? How much are they? Seeds, especially grain seeds, are very desirable to Yi Qian. In the survival shop, there are only some simple seeds like cabbage, radish, potato, tomato, coriander, and green onion. Not many others. Now those are grain seeds. It seems he's finally serious about growing some crops. However, after he finished eating, tidied up, and prepared to work, and also received Zhang Wei's reply from number 2, he still hadn't seen Qin Jian's response. Maybe he was busy. After all, hunters tend to focus intensely when they find prey. 0039. Zhang Wei. 2. Brother Yi, that guy's thank you gift was quite generous. You should accept it. By the way, after settling down, I've started hunting again. I just caught a nest of little chicks. Our small business must go on. As an old man with a kind heart, I really can't stand to see these little ones die right in front of me. Today, Zhang Wei was quite happy, and he continued his daily routine of going out to gather a nest of chicks. 0997. Yi Qian, thanks for your hard work, Brother Zhang. I understand your kind nature. Leave these poor little ones to me. Yi Qian was used to this kind of kindness from him. After speaking, he sent a trade request. He then received a thank you gift from the host of the young falcon. Additionally, 50 survival points to buy 7 little chicks. Wicker basket, decorative ornament, green quality, with warming, cold protection, and insect repelling effects. Durability 100%. It was a basket woven from vines, with dried small flowers of various colors around the edges. This basket had no handle, more like an oval dish filled with dried flowers, with a depth of about 5 centimeters at the bottom. It looked nice and had a faint floral scent. The effects weren't very obvious, just a slight cooling when hot, a bit of warmth when cold, and insect repelling effects were unclear. This item would make a good decoration inside the house, and could also, although the basket is a bit larger, it's better than just placing it on the floor. Yi Qian looked around the room, then saw the colorful treasure glow gourd bee under the window. He reached out and touched the gourd's belly twice, and the colorful little gourd bee flew out, circling around Yi Qian's hand. When he placed the gourd in the basket, the little bee circled its new home twice, paused on the dried flowers, then flew back into the gourd. The size wasn't perfectly matched, but assembled this way, Yi Qian liked it more and more. But a woven basket. Although he felt it was unlikely to be so coincidental, he still thought of one of his close friends who was an expert in weaving baskets. Level 1 Rainbow Glow Gourd Bee. Green quality / domesticated animal. Adult stage. Capable of reproduction, collecting pollen and making honey, with a chance to produce higher level bees. Queen bee. 1. Worker bees. Red bees. 1. Honey storage. 0.2. Inside this gourd, besides the rainbow glow gourd queen, the first worker bee has already appeared. However, the current honey storage is from the food Yi Qian provided, not freshly made honey. He put down the basket and used it. Yi Qian then looked at the small chick he had placed aside. It was still alive, but looked very weak. If after identification it could still be kept alive, these would be 7 chicks. They could lay eggs, and with some luck, they might be identified as capable of reproduction or even hatch eggs. But his family already had a rooster and hen that could lay eggs and reproduce. Now he wanted to try synthesizing new creatures instead of buying an identification device, and he also needed to focus on treating the chicks. 7 unidentified animal juveniles, 7 unidentified plants, can be synthesized. Success rate 100%, mutation chance 10%. If the synthesis succeeds, he can choose one of the two materials. The mutation is an unknown direction or a strange fusion method, like rabbit ear grass and snake mist grass, both considered mutations. Successful synthesis, in a flash of light, these items fused together. A green glow enveloped them, and after a small consumption of mental energy, a seed glowing with faint green light dropped into his palm. Level 1 coxcomb flower seed. Green quality. Can be planted. Planting area 1 by 1. Increases poultry growth rate by 5%. A mutation that helps increase yield. Naturally reproduces after planting. The number of chicks and plants is the same, indicating a mutation result. And it's his favorite type of mutation, growth enhancing. Although the range is small, this seed can naturally reproduce. This means that planting this seed could eventually create a field of coxcomb flowers. Now that he has this, he needs to carefully plan the breeding area. Meow, little tabby cat was sitting on Yi Qian's shoulder, reaching out with its paw to greet the snake mist grass when they went out. It's just past noon. Yi Qian checked the fields and saw no signs of water shortage or weeds, so he decided to leave it for now. Let's go. We'll cut some wood and then harvest some grass to sell. Yi Qian greeted the snake moss and then took the kitten with him. They headed toward the tall grass on the hillside. Along the way, he didn't find anything new, just chopped some small trees and placed them on the, planning to take them home after finishing today's grass cutting and selling. He returned to this spot again. Standing on a raised rock, Yi Qian looked carefully at the grass patch for a while. After making sure neither he nor the little tabby noticed anything unusual, he controlled the water whip to get closer and started harvesting layer by layer. This cutting method was faster than using a sickle and safer too. After a while, he tied the cut grass with the water rope and brought it back. He organized it and then put it up for sale. The price wasn't high, just 2 survival points per gene. The tall grass, over 2 meters high, was discussed in the chat channel, with players wondering if the grass-selling player was a planting expert. Sometimes, luck led to discovering such grasslands, making grass selling understandable. Yesterday, he sold nearly 2,000 gene, and by noon today, he had already sold over 1,000 gene again. No one suggested it was all done by one person, since each batch was about the same weight, and the quality of the grass was identical. But which abnormal planting system could make the grass in the fields grow over 2 meters tall every day? Yi Qian only glanced at the chat channel occasionally and kept close to the ground, cutting grass repeatedly. Yesterday's cut has already grown over 20 centimeters, just like harvesting chives. He also listed over 500 gene of grass for sale. Looking at the cleared area ahead, it was about an acre. However, the grass was running out, and he estimated he could harvest 2 more small batches. But these grasses would grow back after being cut. When the blood soul vine was here before, the ones he cut had already grown back. He wasn't sure if it was because of rapid growth or the heavy rain. Yesterday's new cut was still visible, showing how much it had grown. Yesterday, I harvested about 1,800 gene of grass. Today, I have already hung up nearly 4,000 gene, and there is still about 1,000 gene left to harvest. The total yield from this patch of grassland should be around 7,000 gene. 0012 Zhongwei. Who is it? Who is planting and cutting grass to sell? Come out and tell us. You have such good land. Why not plant something else? Is your grass seed blown in by the wind for free? Zhang Wei, in the chat channel, is asking who is planting and cutting grass to sell. Like him, others are curious and want to know who is doing this. Meanwhile, Yi Qian, after finishing the last round of cutting grass, notices a grass seed falling. The seed lands on the black soil about an acre in size. Yi Qian controls the water hose, catches the seed that almost hits the ground, and brings it back. Level 1 grass seed. Green quality, plantable, can reproduce naturally after planting another plant seed capable of natural reproduction. Natural reproduction means Yi Qian doesn't need to harvest it. These plants will grow naturally from the roots or from seeds that fall to the ground after reaching a certain size. These seeds are valuable. If there's enough time and nutrients, they could cover an entire hillside. He decides to keep this seed for now and study where to plant it when he gets home. After collecting the seed, Yiqian drags the remaining grass back and piles it together, leaving a small part to make scarecrows at home. The rest is hung up for sale. Received a private message from friend 0012. Zhangwei 0012. Zhangwei. Little brother Yi, are you busy? Want to chat? Zhangwei chats with others for a while. Everyone has their own reasons for their actions. Feeling that Zhang Wei is a bit unclear, he plans to find a planting friend for a private chat. 0997. Yiqian. Not bad. Just went out to cut grass. Yiqian is watching the chat channel, so he knows why Zhang Wei is looking for him. It's probably because he's bored and curious about whether the grass is cultivated or wild harvested. Sure enough, he doesn't understand. The big boss's interests are a bit strange. 0012. Zhang Wei, mowing grass. Is it wild grass? This answer made player 1, Zhang Wei, a bit curious. They were discussing the player who was selling grass. Now, they decided to ask a planting player who seemed to be lucky, just to see. It just happened to be about mowing grass. They checked the marketplace and saw a new listing. Could it really be such a coincidence? 0997. Yiqian, the wild grass out in the field is growing pretty well. Yiqian seemed to ignore the chat discussion entirely and responded naturally. 0012. Zhang Wei, can wild grass grow that tall? Could it reach 2 meters? In the chat, player 1, Zhang Wei, kept insisting that this was a planting player, someone who planted grass in the field, then cut and sold it. Now, he was feeling a bit guilty, as if he might have guessed wrong. 0997. Yiqian, a little over 2 meters, the tallest nearly 2.3 meters. The shorter ones are just over 2 meters. You can see them in the marketplace. I've already listed the grass I cut. Gathering wild plants seems pretty easy, but I chose the farming profession. It's a pity because this grass can't be dug up and transplanted. If I could, I'd really want to move all of it home and plant it in the fields. Yiqian sighed as if he truly believed that gathering was just going out, harvesting, and then selling. As for whether the other person might think he's a bit silly, that didn't matter for now. After all, this person had been saying in the chat that some clueless planting player was planting grass in the field. He didn't have seeds at first, but if he had been given coriander seeds initially, he would definitely have swapped them for this kind of grass seed. He would plant a whole patch, water it daily with the speed boost, and harvest and sell it. What does it mean to say that planting players who grow these grasses are too clueless? Do you know how planting players level up? This kind of grass that can be harvested multiple times, even if sold cheaply, is a treasure for gaining experience. Leeks, grass, and other fast-growing, repeatedly harvestable plants. He's been thinking about these kinds of seeds every day. 0012. Zhang Wei. Actually, collecting plants isn't that easy, and it feels wasteful to grow this grass on the land we've worked hard to clear. Maybe it's better to plant some grains. Zhang Wei took a while to reply. He still seemed to be debating why the planting system would want to grow grass. 0997. Yiqian, grain seeds are too expensive. Brother Zhang, you just sold me 3 wheat seeds earlier, and now they can sell for 11,000 each. This grass only needs roots to grow again after I cut it, so it's the most efficient and cost-effective. As for the hard work of clearing land, Brother Zhang, isn't your place quite poor? Believe it or not, if I had seeds, I could clear several acres of land in a day. Yiqian rarely vented like this. Clearing land, especially with only shallow weeds, on relatively fertile land, is actually quite easy. Of course, it's mostly because his physical strength has increased many times. At first, he wouldn't have dared to say such things. 0012. Zhang Wei. Well, that's a bit special. By the way, Yi, how much land have you cleared so far? Feeling a little embarrassed after being questioned, and recalling that he had sold some seeds earlier, Zhang Wei decided to change the subject. 0997. Yiqian, less than 1 acre. Yiqian didn't go into details. It was just a small piece of land. 0012. Zhang Wei, that's too little. You can clear several acres in a day. Even if you don't have seeds now, you can just clear the land and plant when you get some. Young people should work harder and expand the farmland. Seeing that the land was so small, Zhang Wei felt he had regained some face. Although he overlooked the cost of seeds, it was strange that Yi Qian could clear land but chose not to. That seemed a bit off. So, everyone felt a bit awkward, but Zhang Wei was the most embarrassed. 0997. Yi Qian, Brother Zhang, are you stupid? It's easy to dig up surface plants, but I don't have seeds to plant. After a heavy rain, the soft soil gets washed away with the water. If it rains a few more times, how can I plant in the future? Complaining about this kind of thing is addictive, especially when the other person keeps asking silly questions that make Yi Qian feel like he's the one being foolish. 0012. Zhang Wei. I haven't planted any crops before, Brother Yi. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Next time I find some seeds, good or bad, I'll keep them for you. If you have any materials for mutant plants, save some for me too. I have a task to finish this afternoon, so I'll stop here. Zhang Wei has to admit he really doesn't understand these things anymore. But he also understands better what planting players need from crops. He emphasized that they could cooperate more in the future, then decided not to talk further. He was worried that if they kept talking, he might ask more questions that could lead to harsh teasing without being able to explain himself. Li Hua, we didn't bully anyone, right? Yi Qian smiled and tilted his head, looking at the small Li Hua cat resting on his shoulder. Meow, the little Li Hua didn't care what Yi Qian was saying. It was just happy and rubbed its small head against Yi Qian's face. The tall grass area was gone. Are we going home now? Let's go. First, bring the small trees on the road home. Then we'll keep planting. Yi Qian carried the small Li Hua and headed up the mountain. One person, one cat, one talking, the other meowing. When they reached the place where they had cut down some small trees before, Yi Qian used a water rope to gather the small trees into a pile and headed toward the house. Meow. Near the house entrance, the small Li Hua suddenly turned around and looked back at the mountain below with a puzzled look in its eyes. It seemed like there was something down there, or maybe nothing at all. What's wrong? Is it the place where we cut grass earlier? Yi Qian threw down the small trees he was dragging, picked up the cat, and turned to look at the area where they had stopped to cut grass before. On the mountain, only the big rock where he once stood was visible. Further away, it was blocked by trees or taller grass. Maybe the creatures that lived in that grassland before have returned. Or perhaps, something is moving among the nearby bushes or vines. It could even be that a creature passed through the river a few dozen meters from that grassland. Yi Qian doesn't know what dangerous creatures might be around, and he didn't find any signs. But he knew one very important thing. The farther away from the original home location, the more danger there is. Meow. Little Tabby looked down the mountain, but saw nothing unusual. It's okay. Without a special reason, even if there is something, it won't come up the mountain. That grassland isn't anyone's home. Yi Qian patted the little cat's head, then went outside the yard wall and placed the kitten on the snake grass. Watching the kitten play happily among the snake grass, no longer sad, Yi Qian moved to the west side of his yard wall to start building a new fence. His yard wall isn't perfectly neat, but it's roughly a square shape. On the east side, there are breeding and seedling fields. The front, which is also the south side, will be expanded for planting. On the west side, he quickly enclosed about 100 square meters with small trees and branches. This side also needs a fence to keep underground animals and flying birds out. After fencing this area, Yi Qian pinched the leaves of the snake grass, focusing on explaining the safety measures for this zone. Right now, he only has one rooster and one hen. If wild animals steal them, when can he get a new pair for breeding? Most importantly, raising chicks takes a long time before they grow up and start laying eggs. Meow. Little Tabby lay on the snake grass leaves, watching Yi Qian and the snake grass play. Then, when the leaves were pulled back, it came over and circled around Yi Qian. This area can't be moved. It will grow freely here for a long time. Yi Qian squatted down, dug a small hole, and planted the mutated coxcomb flower seed. He patted little Tabby's head, then picked up the kitten. In his palm, a water ball gathered, and when it fell, it seeped into the soil around the coxcomb flower. Next, he planned to move the two chickens over, set up a simple feeding basin for them, and lay down some dry grass and leaves on the ground. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The two chickens were released from the cage by Yi Qian and ran around in this spacious area. Meow. Little Tabby jumped down from Yi Qian's shoulder and ran around the colorful rooster. Soon, the hen and rooster started chasing it together. You shouldn't bother them. If these two chickens fly up, they could reach 2 or 3 meters high. Yi Qian could tell that the two chickens were annoyed because the little spotted cat was bothering them. He reached out to hold the small cat that was running too fast, gently pinched its little ears, and wondered if the days ahead would be full of chaos and excitement. Fortunately, there was snake mimic grass. During the short time he was tidying up the chicken area, the grass had quickly grown around the coop, circling twice. The grass blades were long and thin, probably growing up to 3 or 4 meters tall. The sunlight wouldn't be a problem, but the chickens wouldn't be able to escape now. Thus, the grass kept growing, hardening, and growing again, forming circle after circle. When Yi Qian reached the east side, he first planted 3 level 1 wheat seeds, then pulled out 3 sweet potato seedlings. Near the 6 sweet potato seedlings he had planted earlier, he dug a soft mound of soil and carefully planted the seedlings, watering them afterward. The chicken coop over there was rapidly being covered by the snake mimic grass, which had grown into a large enclosure covering about 100 square meters, with a height of nearly 5 meters at the top and over 3.5 meters at the edges. The only remaining opening was a door made from a stick that the grass had pulled out of the fence between the yard and the coop. The grass had woven itself into a door. Good job. Yi Qian stood at the door of the coop, patted the open door, and hooked a leaf with his finger, expressing his thanks and appreciation. Although it was a plant from his own garden, it worked very hard and seriously did everything it could to help him. Level 1 Scarecrow, planting/support, fertilizing, remaining work time. 6 hours after a busy afternoon of tidying the new chicken coop and planting wheat seeds, Yi Qian finally made a scarecrow. Of course, this scarecrow wasn't made of straw. He didn't have that material right now. He had previously cut some grass to sell, leaving some behind. Using about 10 pounds of grass, he crafted this functional scarecrow. This scarecrow is about 1.5 meters tall. After Yi Qian activated it to work, the dull scarecrow swayed in the yard and spun around twice. Then, it went to the backyard. It really can do fertilizing. Yi Qian watched as one of the scarecrow's arms twisted a few times, then automatically turned into a small grass leaf bucket. He felt that what was coming next might be a bit beyond his initial expectations. Behind his house, there is a simple outdoor toilet. Next to the toilet, covered with a branch and grass curtain, is a place for composting fertilizer. He had previously thrown in animal waste, but he wasn't sure if it could turn into fertilizer. Still, he decided to try. Now, the scarecrow carried a small bucket over. The grass leaves on its arm grew longer, and the leaves curled around the fertilizer bucket as it was thrown in and pulled out. It was really carrying fertilizer away. Fertilizer, regular fertilizer that can increase crop yield or speed up growth as the scarecrow passed by. Yi Qian saw the information about the fertilizer. And the fertilizer wasn't what he initially thought, a very bad-smelling farm manure. The fertilizer being carried out looked like black soil, with no smell and no unattractive appearance. Meow. The little tabby cat watched a clump of grass leaves. Yi Qian had tied it with grass rope a few times, and now it was curious, staring at it for a while. Now, Yi Qian held it and followed the scarecrow to the edge of the breeding and seedling field in the east. It watched as this clump of grass leaves actually walked in and moved around the plants that it couldn't touch. It was anxious to jump in and chase the grass leaves away. It's okay, it's fertilizing those plants. Yi Qian stood outside the fence, watching the scarecrow carefully fertilize. After adding fertilizer around the 3 newly planted wheat seeds, he confirmed that this scarecrow's special skill was very good. Moreover, this skill was a huge benefit for players. The fertilizing skill automatically searches for composted fertilizer at home and then shows what fertilizer the plants need. There's no need to worry about putting in too much or too little. With this scarecrow's ability, Yi Qian could imagine what watering, pest control, and possibly future skills like removal, pruning, and even harvesting would look like. Player identity. Aside from the initial beginner guide, Yi Qian once again understood the concept of player identity in this survival world. Planting a dedicated scarecrow is like assigning a specific type of work within the farm to be managed separately. When in managed mode, you don't need to do that work yourself. The scarecrow handles it perfectly. Tanhua. Let's go home, make dinner, and rest after eating. Yi Qian looked at a small red bee flying over and landing on the chive flowers. He glanced at it again, then hugged little Tan Hua and went to the door, returning to the yard. Meow Wu. Back in the yard, little Tan Hua played on the ground while Yi Qian was cooking. After a while, seeing that Yi Qian was busy, it went to find snake grass again. Meanwhile, Yi Qian, after contemplating the idea of scarecrows, took out the rabbit he had processed earlier, cut it into pieces, blanched it, added seasonings, and started cooking. The current conditions are what they are. Having meat and vegetables is already good. Someday, when he can afford a grill and charcoal, he will study how to barbecue. 0032. Qinjian. Brother Yi, I was on the mountain this afternoon and just got back home to rest. Have you eaten dinner? I'll ask around about the seeds to see if that person still has some. At around 7 p.m., while Yi Qian was eating dinner, Qinjian sent him a private message. In the morning and earlier, he sent a few messages saying someone had obtained a batch of grain seeds. After a busy afternoon, everything might have changed. He needed to ask around again. 0997. Yi Qian, I'm eating dinner now. Brother Qin, you should eat something too. The seed matter is a bit troublesome for you. Yi Qian replied and continued eating while waiting for a response. In the afternoon, he cut grass and sold it for over 11,000 survival points. Last night, he earned 5,000 points from treating the hunting eagle. The previous afternoon, he sold over 3,000 points worth of grass, plus the daily tasks from the past 2 days. Now, he has 19,761 survival points. With less than 20,000 points, if the seeds are mutated and capable of reproduction, he can only buy 2 or 3. If they are not mutated, it depends on what exactly they are. Currently, the cheapest common grain seeds for sale are corn seeds, priced at 280 survival points per seed. Next are rice seeds at a minimum of 335, wheat seeds at 380, sweet potato seedlings at 520, peanuts at 550, and soybeans at 565. Although these prices seem a bit high, they are set by players themselves, and these are the current lowest prices. In the shop, only a few types of vegetable seeds are sold. If players want to grow other vegetables, they will have to find their own ways. 0032. Qinjian. I drank some water and am cooking now. I just asked, and the seeds haven't been sold yet. They came from a wild treasure chest with 70 corn seeds. If I take all of them, it's about 250 per seed. This is corn seed, cheaper than the lowest resale price by 30, but it must be bought in a bundle. 0997. Yi Qian. 250. Huh. That number. Yi Qian isn't very obsessed with numbers, but this one feels a little awkward at first glance. 0032. Qinjian. She said it can't go lower. If you think this number is not good, you can add 1 point. I think she probably won't mind. Qinjian didn't expect Yi Qian to fuss over this number. Earlier, he discussed the price with that person, lowering it from 265 to 250, mainly talking about making the numbers easier to handle. 0997. Yi Qian. No need to add. I just have 17,500 survival points left, and I can't spare more than 70. Yi Qian definitely doesn't want to spend more money to get the seeds. So that's settled. 70 corn seeds after confirming the price and transaction. Qinjian first paid the survival points and received the seeds, then exchanged with Yi Qian. With 70 corn seeds in hand, 17,500 survival points were spent. Yi Qian looked at the time. It was just before 8 o'clock. Although it was dark, nighttime is still work time, right, Hua? Yi Qian, having obtained the seeds, planned to go out and farm, even after sunset, with a torch in hand. After all, planting a day earlier might lead to an earlier harvest. There is a scarecrow working now. Taking this opportunity to plant can also help the scarecrow fertilize the new land. Once the scarecrow starts working, it cannot be paused midway. It must work until the time runs out. Meow. The little tabby cat, full and playing, quickly jumps onto Yi Qian's shoulder as he gets up to go outside. Outside, he lights a small fire in an open space for illumination. Yi Qian swings his iron pickaxe, busy clearing the land in the night. 70 plants, not too much land. He digs furrows, creating a 5x4 plot of land. On the soft soil, he plants the seeds. After planting the 70 corn seeds, the soil is fairly loose. If he spaced the plants further apart, he could clear more land. But since Yi Qian found that overexpanding the land doesn't bring much achievement, he now just keeps the plants growing comfortably. Small plot of land planted with corn. 5x4 area, 70 plants. Entering sprouting stage in 5 days. The growth process of the corn is noticeably slower than that of vegetables. But since it's a grain crop, Yi Qian feels happy after planting. He clears the fire pit and then returns home, carrying the quiet little tabby cat. Back home, he takes a shower in the yard. When lying down again, Yi Qian suddenly remembers something. Forgot to buy a bamboo tube to bring spring water home again. He originally planned to do this today, but because he woke up at noon and was busy cutting grass and selling it in the afternoon, he decides to do it tomorrow. First thing in the morning, he will bring the spring water home, making water use at home more convenient. That night, no one sent Yi Qian messages. He sleeps peacefully until morning. Day 19, 5:11 and 54 seconds a.m., sunny, 21 degrees Celsius, 28 degrees Celsius. North wind at level 5 today is still good weather. Although there's some wind, it won't affect Yi Qian. And today's tasks are simple. Tasks: 1. Land reclamation and farming. 2. Irrigation. 3. Gathering. The irrigation indicates that his fields are lacking water. Yi Qian gets up, picks up the still sleeping little tabby cat, and walks out of the house, holding the cat in his arms. Meow. Little tanuki flower didn't want to wake up at first, but when it heard the sound like rain, it immediately twitched its ears and crawled out of Yi Qian's clothes. This top has a front overlap design with a grass rope belt, making it easy for the little cat to move around while being held in the arms. Are you going to play with the rainbow again? Yi Qian was controlling the water in the well, causing it to fall like rain onto the fields. Looking down at the just-woken little tanuki flower, who seemed eager to go out and play, he gently patted its head and let it go. But this morning, there was no rainbow for it to play with. Meow meow, the little tanuki flower jumped onto the leaves of the snake grass, running back and forth in the area where the water curtain fell. After a few laps, it was soaked all over. Then it ran back, hoping Yi Qian would help clean its fur. You're treating me like a dryer. Seeing that the little cat was happily playing, Yi Qian didn't stop it. Instead, he repeatedly removed excess water from its fur, letting the little guy enjoy playing happily for a while early in the morning. Today's task: irrigation, completed, survival points 20. The rewards for daily tasks are not fixed. Yi Qian finished his morning exercise and completed the irrigation task, earning 20 survival points. Tanuki, today's breakfast will be late. I'm going to buy some bamboo first. After watering the land remotely, Yi Qian saw that the little tanuki flower was still playing, so he went into the yard to buy large bamboo tubes. Bamboo was gathered from the wild. Ordinary bamboo was cheap, worth less than the grass he cut yesterday, at least when calculated by weight. But a bamboo tube is very heavy, especially the large ones. He looked for some on the marketplace, bought a few large bamboo tubes about 10 centimeters in diameter and over 10 meters long, and carried them out. Need a hand? As soon as Yi Qian stepped out, a leaf from the snake grass caught his sleeve. He turned back and reached out, trying to ask the snake grass what it wanted to do next. Then, with a bit of anticipation, he used a water balloon to connect the joints of the bamboo tube, placing it on the increasingly sturdy snake grass wall. The leaves of the snake grass wrapped around the bamboo tube, growing along its length. One section finished growing, and a downward-facing leaf sprouted. When it touched the ground, it took root, supporting the weight of the bamboo tube and the connection point. With a few support points, you can climb the entire hillside. Yi Qian understood completely after seeing the performance of the snake mimic grass. The snake mimic grass can wrap around things and climb. Its range is not limited to just the courtyard wall. As long as it has something to cling to, it can grow further and cover a larger area. Originally, the plan was to start from the mountaintop and go down through bamboo tubes. Now, with the snake mimic grass acting as a bridge and pipeline, he only needed to adjust the direction. When the grass grew to the next connection point, he could place a new bamboo tube. After about an hour, Yi Qian finally connected the bamboo pipe to the spring at the mountaintop. At each connection point along the way, because of the wrapping of the snake mimic grass, no further adjustments or bindings were needed. It had already perfectly delivered the spring water to Yi Qian's home. The front branch of the snake mimic grass also quickly formed a circle around the spring after finding it. It rooted itself and spread into the ditch below the mountain spring. These new leaves were few and quite thin and long. Sometimes, they even moved a little in the water. Since its leaves looked very much like snakes, when submerged in water, they looked like a cluster of green snakes living in the ditch below the spring. Meow! Little Tabby stared at the snake mimic grass in the water, curious, and reached out a paw to greet it from a distance. The ditch was still quite deep for it. Even after the heavy rain had subsided, only mountain spring water flowed down the ditch in a thin stream. Still, it was a bit hesitant to go down. Just curious, now you're being pulled down, huh? Yi Qian squatted by the ditch, watching the snake mimic grass stretch its leaves. It suddenly curled around little Tabby and pulled it into the ditch, laughing a little mischievously. At the bottom of the ditch, little Tabby was a bit startled when it landed. But once it stood firm, seeing that the water was only as deep as its legs, it immediately reached out a paw to the snake mimic grass and started playing in the cool spring water. Let's go home and cook. Time for breakfast. Yi Qian sat by the ditch, watching little Tabby and the snake mimic grass play for a while before reaching out to pick it up and carry it home. Breakfast was still simple, last night's roasted rabbit meat. After breakfast, there would still be enough for another meal at noon. After eating and drinking enough, Yi Qian went to the breeding and seedling area in the east to check the results of the scarecrow's hard work. The scarecrow only existed for 6 hours. During this time, it mainly fertilized the fields and patrolled around the area to keep away some herbivorous animals. At the end of the 6 hours, the scarecrow disintegrated into broken, dry grass leaves and piled outside the fence by the field. The fertilizing effect of the scarecrow is quite obvious. Yi Qian crouched beside a fragrant bamboo plant that was already half a meter tall, checking its information. Level 2 fragrant bamboo, blue quality, 10 by 10 range, seedling stage 21 days growth stage, currently increases planting yield by 10%. A mutation plant that helps increase production, 10% during seedling stage, 20% during growth, 30% when mature. Because of the fertilization, the fragrant bamboo grew a little faster. However, since its growth cycle is quite long, it still needs many days to fully develop. Level 1 cilantro, green quality, can be bred, enters seed ripening stage after 3 days. Level 1 chives, green quality, can be bred, chive sprout 1, enters seed ripening stage after 3 days. Chive sprout 2, blooms after 1 day. Cilantro is maturing normally, just a bit faster than usual. The small flowers that were in full bloom have already withered, waiting for the seeds to ripen. As for the chives, after just 1 night, a second chive sprout has grown, thicker and stronger than the first. Indeed, the high price of seeds for breeding is normal, but there's no denying that the scarecrow definitely played a part. Yi Qian looked at the new chive sprout, feeling happy even though it wasn't harvest time yet, as if he had found a treasure. Level 1 sweet potato, green quality, can be bred, 8 seedlings available for harvest. Many new sweet potato shoots have also grown. Currently, there are 8 seedlings ready for planting. Later, he plans to clear the land and dig the soil, then transplant the seedlings. After checking these 3 previous plants, Yi Qian turned to look at the wheat he planted yesterday, which had already grown tall in clusters. Level 1 wheat, green quality, can be bred, 7 sprouts, enters heading stage after 3 days. Level 1 wheat, green quality, can be bred, 5 sprouts, enters heading stage after 3 days. Level 1 wheat, green quality, can be bred, 8 buds, entering the heading stage in 3 days. 3 wheat seedlings now have leaves over 10 centimeters tall. During tillering, different numbers of healthy new shoots have grown. Each of these shoots will eventually produce a wheat ear as they grow. Li Hua, our family will soon have seeds to plant. Yi Qian hugs the little Li Hua cat and nuzzles its face. Our own planting will only increase and improve. Meow. Li Hua raises a paw, touching Yi Qian's face with its paw pad. It doesn't understand, but it feels happy together. Let's go see the others. Today is a good day. Yi Qian leaves the breeding field with the cat and heads to the nearby farmland area for inspection. Small patch of land planted with chili peppers, 2 by 1 meters, 2 plants, second harvest period, ready to pick. Small patch of land planted with cherry tomatoes, 4 by 2 meters, 2 plants. First harvest period, ready to pick. Small patch of land planted with regular tomatoes. 5 by 2 meters, 6 plants. First harvest period, ready to pick. Small chili peppers, cherry tomatoes, and large tomatoes can all be harvested multiple times. Yi Qian checks the details of these fields. They ripened this morning after around 3 o'clock, while he was still sleeping. Now, during harvest, he picks 25 red chili peppers. The cherry tomatoes are tiny, about the size of a finger pad. Picking one is like eating a small fruit. Less sour, sweeter, perfect as fruit. Since this is the first harvest, the total ripe tomatoes are few, just over 30 from 2 plants. The large tomatoes are much bigger, some weighing half a kilogram, others over 3 ounces. From 6 plants, a total of 15 ripe large tomatoes have been picked, with varying sizes. These vegetables and fruits are not intended for sale. Yi Qian prefers to eat them himself. The only regret is that he didn't find any extra seeds while harvesting. None at all. Small patch of land planted with potatoes. 5 by 2 meters, 21 plants. Harvest period, ready to pick. The initial 21 potato plants are now mature, with the seedlings and leaves fading. Yi Qian dug into the soil and found about 10 irregularly shaped large potatoes under a potato seedling. One of these potatoes can make a big plate of stir-fry. Yi Qian dug up one plant and put it into his backpack. Seeing the weight, he couldn't help but smile wider. Potato, 15.6 gene. He had dug up so many potatoes from one plant. Reflecting on his past in the countryside, where potato yields were slightly higher than his current harvest, he felt a bit nostalgic. In the place where he grew up, anyone planting potatoes in their fields would often dig some up early during growth to eat. Usually, they would take 1 or 2 potatoes from each plant, leaving the rest to grow further, so the total harvest later on was not very precise. As for some families, they wouldn't dig up potatoes early at all. At least in his memory, if a family didn't dig early, some curious and diligent neighbors would find chances to loosen the soil or check the size of the potatoes. All 21 potatoes were dug up, and it was clear the field was now empty. Yi Qian finally packed everything into his backpack. Potato, 265.5 gene. Over 200 gene of potatoes. Yi Qian liked this more and more, so he sent a message to his old mentor. 0997. Yi Qian, are you busy now? Fresh potatoes just dug up. Yi Qian had gathered a bunch of potatoes and wanted to give some to his old mentor. Although buying some potatoes for cooking wouldn't cost much, as a disciple, he felt it was right to offer some of his homegrown vegetables as a sign of respect to his master. It was just basic manners. 0997. Yi Qian. Yes, I have some grown and collected. We can trade a bit. I just planted some sweet potatoes recently. Do you really like to eat sweet potato leaves? If you do, I can pick some for you in a few days. If not, I won't bother. I personally don't like eating them. Yi Qian sent a trade request and was privately chatting with Luo Shan, saying that he couldn't harvest yet, but would be able to collect edible materials in a day or 2. However, he needed to clarify things because some words from the old con artist were uncertain to him now, whether they were true or false. 0001. Luo Shan, you're lucky, kid. Bring more sweet potato leaves. I like that. Anyway, regular sweet potato vines can't be grown for harvest, so you can pick more. Luo Shan also started a trade. When he sent the private message, he included a large piece of meat for Yi Qian. It's normal for a disciple to show respect to their master, and it's also normal for a master to take care of their disciple. 0997. Yi Qian. Okay, I'll see when I can harvest and pick some. Sweet potato leaves should be tender, right? The amount collected separately won't be much. And since there's pork, give me some fatty parts. Fatty meat can be used to make oil or stir-fry dishes. While talking about sweet potato leaves, Yi Qian saw a piece of pork leg in the trade box and immediately remembered that he had been thinking about it earlier. 0001. Luo Shan. That's wild boar from the mountains. There isn't much fatty meat. It's good enough that I can share some with you. In a few days, there's someone who claims to be raising piglets, though I don't know if they're reliable. These piglets should be a bit fattier. Not only was Yi Qian thinking about it, but Luo Shan also wanted some fattier pork. But right now, there was none available. Moreover, Luo Shan was already thinking about someone else's pigs, as the piglets he just raised had gone to someone else. 0997. Yi Qian, that's not bad. At least there's some fat. I can make oil and cook a few more meals. Next time I harvest something edible, I'll ask you again. You should go busy yourself. I still need to tidy up the fields and keep planting. Yi Qian added nearly 100 gene of potatoes, 20 small peppers, 6 large tomatoes, and several small tomatoes. He also packed up the shiitake mushrooms and wild vegetables he had saved earlier and sent them to Luoshan. After the trade, his backpack was a bit emptier, but the 30-plus gene of pork in his hand could last him several days. Wild boar leg meat, 33.8 gene. The wild boar meat is of good quality, with only a small layer of fat. Leaf Qian took it immediately after getting it. The backpack is divided into several parts. One side is for larger items with no limit, and the other side has a grid like a bookshelf. He laid clean grass leaves in one compartment, placed the pork on top, then closed the private chat, and continued checking other plots of land. Land planted with Chinese cabbage, 5x2 area, 10 plants, ready for harvest in 4 days. Land planted with Chinese cabbage, 5x2 area, 10 plants, ready for harvest in 4 days due to repeated acceleration. These 2 cabbage plots, which initially had a 1-day difference, now only differ by half a day. It's likely they will be harvested together later. Small plot of land planted with sweet potatoes, 4x2.5 area, 6 plants, ready to mature in 7 days. Small plot of land planted with sweet potatoes, 3x2 area, 3 plants. Entering growth stage in 1 day, the sweet potatoes have 2 parts. The original 6 seedlings and 3 seedlings planted yesterday. In a little while, 8 more seedlings can be planted. Land planted with potatoes, 10x20 area, 225 plants. Entering growth stage in 3 days. Spacing is a bit sparse. Need to remove weeds. The potatoes have sprouted and are slowly taking root. They will grow quickly once they reach the growth stage. Small plot of land planted with corn, 5x4 area, 70 plants. Ready to sprout in 4 days. The corn is still in the seed adaptation period. It will take more than 4 days to sprout. Also, after planting last night, the scarecrow did not fertilize the cornfield. Not only the cornfield, but the previous potato field also was not fertilized, probably due to lack of fertilizer. Level 1 bunny ear grass, 10x10 area, 1 plant. Ready for harvest in 1 day in this patch of land. The large leaves of the bunny ear grass have grown white fuzz, and it will be ready to harvest tomorrow. However, the plant nutrients in the accelerator have been used up. With limited money, he won't use the accelerator for now. Meow little Tabby, feeling it couldn't help much and wasn't fun, ran over to play with the snake grass. Now, as Yi Qian looked around and checked each piece of land, he returned to the outside of the courtyard wall. The little fox jumped over and nuzzled his shoulder to say hello. Everything here is done. Now I'll check on the eggs and the coxcomb flowers. Yi Qian patted the little fox's head, then took it into the yard and headed toward the west chicken coop. Inside the coop, the sunlight was bright, with small shadow patterns made by snakeweed leaves. He poured the prepared mixture of wild vegetables, mushrooms, and rabbit ear grass into the feeding bowl. The hens and roosters hurried over to eat. Eggs, green quality, usable as food, can hatch into chicks. The eggs looked the same as before, but now they had a hatchable label, changing from ordinary eggs to green quality eggs. Maybe this means they now have some life force and higher value? Of course, Yi Qian couldn't take these eggs away. He planned to hatch chicks from them, so they could grow and lay eggs later. Besides the eggs, on the ground inside the coop, where seeds had been planted earlier, 2 small purple leaves had sprouted. They were the mutated coxcomb flowers he had planted before. From now on, I'll come to feed water and nutrients regularly. No need to worry about the rest for now. Yi Qian left the coop, looked at the closed door, and gently hooked his finger on the snakeweed. He praised its effort during their conversation and told it to rest properly too. Although snakeweed is a plant, it cares a lot about this home. It sees protecting the home and safeguarding its valuable assets as its duty. He didn't deny its self-awareness. When he left, he really needed snakeweed's guard and protection. Grass field, grass seeds planted in the field, capable of natural reproduction, current count 1, will sprout in 1 day. Yi Qian dug a small patch of land on the hillside behind his house and planted a grass seed there. Only seeds that aren't snakeweed or coxcomb flowers need to be planted in the field. Now that he had planted it, Yi Qian could imagine what the unsprouted grass patch would look like when it grew. It is probably a single sprout that grows into several plants, and then these plants develop into a small patch. The main way these grasses reproduce is through their roots, so the chance of producing seeds is lower. Seeds are so hard to get. How can players level up by planting? Even buying seeds with money doesn't give many. Yi Qian planted some grass and returned to the breeding field. He pulled out 8 sweet potato seedlings and checked his current experience points. He still felt that leveling up was very difficult. Job class, Farming, Level 1, 787/10,000/Basic Versatile Survivor. He has gained quite a bit of experience today. The 8 sweet potato seedlings he hasn't planted yet also count as harvests, adding 8 points. Small chili peppers, 2 plants. Each harvest adds 2 points. 2 cherry tomatoes, 2 points. 6 large tomatoes, 6 points. And 21 potatoes, 21 points. Today's harvest was good, giving him a total of 39 experience points. Indeed, only productive mutant plants can help increase farming experience faster. But I've combined many times and only got 1. Yi Qian lay on the grass, petting the little tabby cat, thinking about how to increase his farming experience. Grass chives. Although each ordinary plant gives only 1 point of experience, these types of crops can be harvested multiple times in a few days after planting, and you don't need to buy new seeds each time. Rabbit ear grass works the same way, allowing multiple harvests every few days. Because rabbit ear grass is a mutant, each harvest gives 100 experience points. He can harvest again after waking up tomorrow. As for cabbage and potatoes, Yi Qian is sure he doesn't need to plant them again in the short term. Do seeds bought from the shop, not drop extra seeds. Yi Qian rested for a while. When he saw other players chatting and discussing the seeds needed for planting, he felt there might be some issues. He was just observing, but many players like to chat, ask questions, or do some data analysis. Currently, the sources of seeds are mostly limited to a few options. Buying from the shop, which only offers basic vegetable seeds. Opening outdoor chests has a high chance of yielding seeds, but the quantity is usually small, and these chests are quite rare overall. Gathering from the wild depends on luck and does not limit the player's survival approach. Whether items drop or not is purely based on chance. The last method involves harvesting crops in the fields, which can sometimes produce extra drops. These extra seeds from field harvests are the best quality. Currently, it is confirmed that if seeds appear when harvesting a field, that crop is definitely capable of reproduction. Based on current data, there is also almost certain information. Any seeds bought from the shop, regardless of quantity, do not produce extra drops upon harvest. None have been observed. Meow. Little Tabby feels the finger of Yi Qian stopping as he pets her, so she curiously lifts her head to see what's happening. It's okay, keep sunbathing. It seems you understand now. Yi Qian continues to pet little Tabby, watching the chat channel where discussions are still ongoing. He feels that the information matches his recent planting and harvesting experiences. Although the shop sells coriander seeds, the coriander he initially planted came from a box at the start, not purchased from the shop. Players starting out are guaranteed to receive a set of seeds, which vary in type, quantity, and weight, all randomly. Some say they only received 10 peanuts at the start and almost ate them all. Others mention getting a potato, and if they hadn't run out of fire at the beginning, they might have roasted it. Some received 500 cabbage seeds, and others even got 2,000 rice seeds at the start. The amounts vary, some lucky, some less so. Yi Qian's initial seed was about 50 grams of coriander seeds. Apart from personal taste preferences, the number of seeds he received was quite good for gaining experience points. Watching the ongoing discussion, Yi Qian lay back to rest for a while, then tucked little Tabby into his arms and went to tend the potato field he had previously harvested, planting 8 sweet potato seedlings with plenty of space between them. I received a private message from my friend 0996, moo moo moo. Just as Yi Qian was about to take his cat to the back mountain to complete a gathering task, a private chat notification appeared. 0996, moo moo moo. Little brother Yi, you're into planting, right? Can you help me? I'll give you seeds and 10,000 hard-earned coins as a fee. Can you plant a flower for me? This private message from Sister 996 made Yi Qian glance at the chat channel again. Now, they're talking about how planting flowers costs money for seeds and experience, and it's hard to make a profit, right? In this chat atmosphere, Sister 996 says she will give the seeds and the fee and asks him to plant a flower for her. It's not that he wants to think badly of her, but everything seems too coincidental. 0997. Yi Qian. What kind of flower? Does it eat people? Yi Qian is sure there's something wrong here. So he asks about it. 0996. Moo moo moo. I knew it. 997 understands 996 best. That flower might really eat people. I asked several planting experts, but they wouldn't help me plant it. I'm willing to pay for experience, but they refused. Just help me plant it. As long as you can control it and keep it from touching you, it should be fine. Sister 996 looks sad. She made this seed herself, but it's only suitable for planting specialists. And the name of this flower clearly shows it's a dangerous one. If she hadn't seen people talking in the chat channel about planting players being worried about getting a seed, she wouldn't have thought of asking someone to plant it. She asked a few people at first, and they were happy to help, but when it came time to exchange, they all refused happily. Now she's asking Yi Qian. She's already proactively offered money and warned about possible problems with this flower. The information about the level 2 mutant soul-devouring rose shows that it is very difficult to get along with. Also, when it gets angry, it may not only attack, but could also die suddenly. No wonder the top experts avoid raising it. Even if they are not afraid of its attacks, losing it would be embarrassing. Most of the leading figures probably have enough money to buy seeds, but they think reputation is more important. Raising such a fierce flower and failing to keep it alive would damage their reputation. 0996. Moo moo lu. It's this fierce. In 3 days, I only want the flower it blooms. If it produces seeds, they all belong to you. I can also provide the meat it needs during this time, but I really can't do more. Sister 996 is sadly saying she only needs someone to take care of the seeds and help grow the flower. If it weren't for wanting that flower, she would have already sold the troublesome seeds. 0997. Yi Qian. Do you want to sign a swap agreement? Yi Qian wants to plant this flower. He plans to stay at home for 3 days, farming and practicing, while taking care of the flower. The 10,000 survival points are minor. The main thing is that this flower will give him at least 100 points of planting experience, and there's a good chance it will produce seeds. If his guess is correct, after 3 days, besides giving the flower to Moo Moo Lu, he might get another seed of the same kind. 0996. Moo Moo Lu. No need for that agreement. Be careful, Brother Yi. I don't have much good meat to feed it, just some ordinary rabbits or wild chickens. If it has other specific needs, I'll go catch or buy them. Moo Moo Lu added 10,000 survival points and 3 wild chickens and 2 rabbits to the trade. She just bought these, but there are no small animals left near her home now. Before she tore off the branches and turned the flower into seeds, this mutant rose had already eaten all the nearby creatures. If he hadn't run out of food and gone to her house to steal sheep, he probably wouldn't have been caught. He also wouldn't have been bitten twice when he killed that thing, and now he has to wait for it to grow flowers again to detoxify and save his life. But there are some things she can't tell anyone. If others find out why she needs this flower so badly, she might be threatened. 0997. Yi Qian. Okay, I'll plant it at home now. If I need it, I'll contact you privately. Yi Qian put away the chicken and rabbit he was holding, then carefully held the mutated rose, which looked like a seed and a root at the same time. His fingers pinched the small sprout that was about 10 centimeters long. Are you feeling upset? When Yi Qian tried to comfort it, he realized that this little thing could communicate with him, and it looked very sad. He replied to 996, and then went back to the yard. Next to the pipe that brought mountain spring water, he planted this big seed. Meow, the small tabby cat, watched as the new seed was planted, tilted its head, then ran to find the snake grass nearby. It grabbed the snake grass with its claws and brought it over. Are you trying to introduce them to each other? Yi Qian looked at the mutated rose that was still holding onto his finger, then at the approaching snake grass and small tabby cat. He decided to put the leaves of the snake grass and the sprout of the mutated rose together. Meow. The small tabby was curious and stared at them. But after the 2 plants touched, the rose's competitive nature was triggered. The tiny sprout released Yi Qian's finger and suddenly grew from a few centimeters to over 2 meters tall. Its vines had jagged, sawtooth leaves, with sharp thorns hiding beneath the leaves. However, it was careful to avoid some parts, not letting its twisted branches get too close to Yiqian. Level 2 Mutant Soul-Eating Rose. Blue quality. Mutated plant. Anesthetic. Hunting. Precautions. Needs mountain spring water, blood and flesh as fertilizer. Blooms every 3 days. Must constantly monitor emotional state. If emotions are overexcited for more than 15 minutes, it will wither and die or attack indiscriminately. The planted mutated rose also showed its attack methods: anesthesia and hunting. Yiqian looked at the name and the anesthesia label, feeling that something was off. Perhaps this isn't physical anesthesia, but mental anesthesia, since it's called the soul-eating rose. Flower scent. Sedation? I'm not sure, but right now he needs to calm down the mutated rose that has become irritable. He took out a few rabbits and placed them on the ground. He gently touched the rose leaves with his finger, letting it eat something first. The mutated rose turned its head. On its small, undeveloped flower bud, there were a few tiny leaves. Carefully, it moved close to Yiqian's finger, and the leaf brushed against his finger. It didn't want to scare this person, but the other creature nearby was too much. It actually called it an intruder, but it was brought back home, so it's not an intruder. Suddenly growing up, you're not afraid that the nutrients might not keep up. First, eat something. Don't fight with the snake grass. It has a lot to do every day, and it's very hard work. Yiqian gently touched the mutated rose's leaves, trying to communicate with it. While comforting it, he also wanted it to understand that the snake grass's position is unshakable. Can you also guard the house? Then you need to grow up first. When you grow up, pick a flower for someone, and then you'll be considered part of the home. Feeling the mutated rose's competitive spirit, Yiqian continued to soothe it happily. When he mentioned that he would pick a flower later, the soul-devouring rose paused. Its roots emerged from underground, and after eating the rabbit Yiqian placed on the ground, it reluctantly agreed. Moreover, only one flower can be taken, no more in the future. The flower is the second thing that cannot be lost. The first is the root system, which is the seed from before. Every time it faces danger, it recovers energy by retreating into a sturdy seed to escape. The flowers it blooms are like a form of training. It expends some energy from its main body, attracting external energy with these blooms, and then recovers everything together. After recovery, it begins a new cycle of growth. Losing a flower might mean needing to bloom and recover 10 or more times to make up for it. Snake grass shouldn't bully the soul-devouring rose. It's new here and doesn't know what's off-limits at home. You should remind it more. It's actually quite obedient. Yiqian gently held the snake grass's leaf with one hand and stroked the soul-devouring rose's leaf with the other, soothing both. Meow, little tabby cat jumps onto Yiqian's shoulder, tilts its head, and nuzzles against him. Though it doesn't understand what's happening, it still wants to show itself and feel noticed. This is Tabby. It likes to play but is very fragile. Yiqian gently strokes the little cat, then places his hand on the leaves of the soul-devouring rose, introducing the other creatures at home. At home, there are not only the little tabby cat, but also chickens in the coop, horned bees that come out to gather pollen, fragrant bamboo in the eastern fields, and the plants nearby used for breeding and seedling growth. Although the communication isn't completely clear, they can still understand the general directions, emotions, and importance of things. Meow meow, little tabby cat lies on Yiqian's shoulder, flicks its tail, and looks repeatedly at the new visitor at home. After learning that little Tabby is fragile but very important, the thorns on the soul-devouring rose soften. It sways with Yiqian, then the vine twists twice, wrapping little Tabby inside. Meow, meow, startled by being suddenly wrapped up, little Tabby's first reaction is to be frightened. After all, the thorns on the vine are quite scary for cats. But once wrapped, and when a leaf brushes against its head, little Tabby feels no pain. It quickly turns its head and starts playing with the leaf in front of it. Tabby is definitely an outgoing and cheerful cat. Yiqian watches the cats and the rose play happily together, smiling as he sits on the ground, watching their fun. Meanwhile, the snake maze grass, after observing for a while, also extends a leaf and pokes at the soul-devouring rose's leaves. For now, the two mutated plants have gotten to know each other and can communicate gently. Little Tabby cat, unsurprisingly, is once again being teased and played with by these two. After all, little Tabby is very fragile. Since you're not hungry for now, I still need to take little Tabby out to work. You two should watch the house well. If I find something tasty or fun, I'll bring it back. Yi Qian touches the leaves of the two plants, then picks up little Tabby again, preparing to go to the back mountain. His gathering task is still waiting to be completed. Meow. Little Tabby lies on Yi Qian's shoulder, glances back at its new playmate as they leave. After Yi Qian left home, the quiet courtyard suddenly showed a bit of movement. A few thin vines of the snake vine grass stretched out, circling around the soul-eating rose. The rose ignored it completely. After digging up a rabbit earlier, its roots emerged from the ground again. Then, all its roots slowly moved out. Surrounded by the snake vine grass leaves, the whole plant quickly shrank into a half-meter-tall branch and began to move away. It left from the west side of the yard, near the chicken coop and the springs puddle, and went toward the fence on the east side of the planting area. The yard wasn't big, so the roots moved fast. When it reached the fence on the east side, it stopped and quickly grew a stem more than 5 meters tall. At that height, it could finally see over the snake vine grass wall, which had quietly grown taller these past few days. From there, it could see the fragrant bamboo and several young plants in the field beyond. Snakevine grass, go back. Soul-eating rose, why should I listen to you? Snakevine grass, if you dare to run out, I'll eat you. Soul-eating rose, I eat meat just because I like it, but that doesn't mean I only eat meat. Snakevine grass, I prefer plants. Soul-eating rose, you wouldn't dare. Snakevine grass, if you go out, I'll dare to eat you. Soul-eating rose, you think too much. I was just curious about what's outside, but it turns out to be something not even aware of itself. Snakevine grass, go back now, or you'll scare them. Soul-eating rose, you really overthink things. The 5-meter-tall rose quickly shrank back to its original size. Its large roots slowly walked back to their old spot and burrowed into the ground again. It didn't believe it could scare anyone, but it was too lazy to argue with the self-righteous snakevine grass. Instead of wasting time talking, it would rather drink some spring water and use its roots to catch a few bugs from the soil. Yi Qian, who had gone up the mountain, knew nothing about what had happened at home. Standing on the mountaintop, he looked at the denser forest behind the mountain and the bushes dividing it, thinking about the route for his next gathering trip. Meow. When they reached the back mountain, the little tabby cat suddenly remembered the tree roots it had dug up before. Waving its small paw, it wanted to go digging again. Let's go. Today, we'll change our location. Over there in the bushes, there should be some different things. Yi Qian didn't go into the woods, but instead walked along the ridge with the little tabby cat, directly into a patch of bushes. These bushes are about 1 to 1.5 meters tall, each separated by some distance, varying from close to far apart. Berries in the bushes, there are occasional berry bushes mixed in. He picked some berries, sometimes eating them directly. They taste sour and sweet, which is quite nice. Unidentified plant fruits. As he picked more, he found a few different ones. By noon, Yi Qian was ready to go home. Meow. However, just as he was about to leave the bushes, the little tabby on his shoulder suddenly hissed and turned to stare at a bush they had just picked from, warning him. Another snake. Yi Qian raised his hand, moving his finger. Under that bush, a black snake over 2 meters long was pulled out, bound with a water rope. Meow. Seeing the snake caught, but not yet killed, the little tabby was quite happy, rubbing its small head against Yi Qian's face. Let's go. We'll take it home and see if they're interested in eating something alive. Thinking of the two at home who love meat, Yi Qian secured the snake's head with a water ball to prevent bites, then carried the live snake home. On the way back, the little tabby kept looking at Yi Qian's hand, probably curious about why he hadn't killed it. Nothing else troublesome happened, and when Yi Qian reached the house, he looked around the yard but felt something was off. But he couldn't quite put his finger on what it was. Maybe it was because a new plant suddenly appeared, making the scene look a bit different. Do you want to eat it alive? Yi Qian threw the trapped snake onto the ground, looking at the moving snake grass and the soul-devouring rose. The mutated rose had a stronger expression ability, even tilting its head as if observing. He patted them with both hands, signaling they could start eating, then held the cat and waited nearby to watch. The normally quiet snake-loving grass suddenly sprouted a few leaves that pressed close to the ground and lunged at the black snake. However, its hunting was a bit slow. When leaf-like structures curled around the snake to pull it back for eating, they only managed to take the head and a small part near the head. From the ground where the snake was, a row of white thorns emerged. These sharp points, formed from roots, pierced through the snake's scales, quickly consuming most of the snake. In this food fight, the soul-devouring rose had the upper hand, mainly because the snake-loving grass was not prepared. Maybe next time, I should split the food for you two? Yiqian looked at how fast they were fighting and gently touched their leaves, asking if they wanted a more stable way to share. For example, dividing the food equally to prevent their fighting from damaging their friendship. But both of them gave the same answer. The one who gets it is the tastier one. Seeing their straightforward response, Yiqian was a bit worried about whether his future days would stay peaceful. He also guessed that when he took the little tabby to gather herbs on the mountain, these two at home must have argued and fought. Maybe they even used some methods he couldn't understand. Probably, this is normal development. They are of the same level, and in the future, living close together, they need to get to know each other better. Meow, the little tabby didn't care about all this. It had no idea about such things. After seeing the snake completely eaten, it jumped down from Yiqian's shoulder and sat on a leaf of the snake-loving grass, swinging back and forth like a swing for fun. Watching the snake-loving grass sway playfully, the soul-devouring rose also stretched out a branch to join the fun. Meanwhile, a cluster of white roots quietly emerged underground, crisscrossing to cover the water pit used to catch mountain spring water. How thoughtful! Yiqian had a little chat and communication with them again, then went to the kitchen to cook. Although they are different species, seeing them play together made Yiqian very happy. At noon, he cut some pork, fried the fat in a pan until it released oil, added sliced meat, then shredded potatoes, and a small chili pepper. Finally, a dish of spicy fried shredded potatoes with meat, which he hadn't eaten in a long time, was ready. It's been a while since I had this. It smells so good. Yiqian held a bowl of shredded potatoes and ate bread happily, feeling very satisfied. Next to him, Little Cat Flower was eating cooled shredded potatoes and shredded meat from a plate. Although spicy flavors are not suitable for small animals, due to its enhanced mutation, its taste buds have become somewhat synchronized with Yiqian's eating habits over these days. Meow. After finishing its meal, Little Cat Flower rolled twice on the ground under the eaves, then climbed onto Yiqian's leg. It yawned and curled up to sleep for a while. Sleep well. I won't go out this afternoon. I want to try some control over water and its changes. Yiqian patted Little Cat Flower's head. After finishing the remaining food in the bowl, a water ball flew over from the mountain spring pipe, circling the plate and utensils twice. The water ball, carrying some oil and food crumbs, landed in the water basin of the chicken coop. The two chickens sniffed the faint aroma and came over to drink water. Although it didn't have special effects, it made them a little more lively. After eating and drinking enough, Yiqian's tasks for today were all completed. There should still be many good things down the mountain and on the back hill, but Yiqian had already thought in the morning that gathering these was important, yet his cultivation could not be neglected. Recently, he had rarely been able to keep his mental energy fully focused on practicing because of various matters. This afternoon, he planned to stay at home and give it a proper try. Meow. When Yiqian put Little Cat Flower down, it curiously tilted its head and looked over. Go play with them. Later, your cultivation might not be fully controlled, and if you get too close, you might get hurt. Yiqian patted Little Cat Flower's head and led it to the door, placing it on the snake grass. Of course, he also greeted the snake grass, asking it to tidy up the branches on the fence first. The courtyard wall, about 5 meters high, might cause some accidental injuries during his practice. Meow. Little Cat Flower lay on the leaves of the snake grass, still unsure how to play. It looked at Yiqian and the snake grass's leaves, which seemed to be beckoning. Then suddenly the entire wall's leaves started to retract. When they grew out, they looked like snake-shaped leaves, which hardened and then sprouted a few new leaves. Now, the originally grown leaves retract, turning back from their hardened state to fresh, green new leaves, shrinking again. Layer by layer, they grow out the same way they shrank back. The wall, which was about 4 or 5 meters high, shrinks to about 1.5 meters in just 10 minutes, becoming as tall as the fence. Even the chicken coop on the west side has had its top removed, leaving only the same height fence. Good job. Yi Qian patted the leaves of the snake mushroom plant, looked at the surprised expression of the little tabby, smiled, and then walked to the water well. The mountain spring water is limited and mainly used for their own drinking and cooking needs. Although he and the little tabby don't need much water, the snake mushroom plant itself drinks a lot, and today, a soul-devouring rose was added. Squatting by the well, Yi Qian reached out and touched the cool water at ground level. They're not wrong to complain. Whose normal well water floods above the ground? He flicked the water surface with his finger, watching the flowing water into the ditch, and suddenly remembered a topic he saw earlier. Digging a water well for irrigation is a must for farming players. Of course, not everyone does this. Many players move their homes to the riverbank or carry water from the river to irrigate their fields. But if conditions allow, everyone tries to dig a well because irrigating farmland is essential for planting. As the fields grow larger, fetching water becomes exhausting. The discussion about well digging often appears in chat channels. How deep to dig, how to make simple tools to make water flow easier to the fields. For a place like his, where the water level reaches the ground surface, just digging a small ditch allows water to flow directly into the fields. It's not common, but it does happen. Most players complain about these flood-like wells, saying they shouldn't be called wells, but fountains instead. Water. Form. Yi Qian's mental energy flows into the water in the well. The original overflow from the ditch no longer spills out. Under his control, more water forms into a slow, rising jet, twisting around his arm in a snake-like pattern. So far, Yi Qian has not been able to control much water. Now, he wants to test his current strength and see the maximum amount of water he can control. Water columns circle up along his arms, wrap around his body, and extend along the other arm. The water level in the well is dropping quickly, and the flow from the underground water sources is very different from what Yi Qian can control now. That's about it. Yi Qian feels he's reached his limit. The water in the well is almost gone. Around him, there are twisted water columns about 0.5 meter in diameter and 15 meters long. These are just simple water shapes, as he hasn't given them any special form. They can be used to attack, but when the amount reaches the limit, his control weakens. He can only swing the water around and smash with it. Yi Qian steps away from the well platform, straightens the water columns, and controls their movement. He swings them a few times, but his accuracy is poor, like someone drunk playing with a stick. The only thing he can do is avoid hitting the house or the fence. Even with such rough control, Yi Qian can only maintain it for about 10 minutes. He then has to stand the water columns upright in the yard and gradually release control, letting the water fall to the ground in layers. The yard isn't perfectly flat, it's slightly lower in front, so the water flows directly under the fence. Take a break, rest a bit, then study more. Yi Qian feels dizzy and overwhelmed. He lies down on the spot to rest. Meow meow, little tabby cat jumps down from the snake magic grass leaves and walks over to Yi Qian's head, carefully observing him. It's okay, just a little tired. Yi Qian tilts his head and smiles at the worried little cat. He's so cute. Meow. The little tabby rubs against his face and then snuggles next to his head. The afternoon sun is warm. Yi Qian closes his eyes, feeling the sunlight's warmth on his body. As his breathing becomes steady and calm, the sounds around him grow clearer. The small spotted fox's breathing sounds, the sound of water falling into a pond, the well water bubbling up, the snakeweed stretching its leaves, and the 2 chickens in the coop slowly wandering around. There was a sound in the soil, as if something was slowly emerging from the surface layer of dirt. Is that little Rose? Yi Qian was curious, so he turned his head to look in that direction. A few roots of the soul-devouring rose had just emerged from underground. When seen, they instantly froze. Then, under Yi Qian's watchful eyes, the roots retracted back into the soil. I'm not the first to know you can move. Yi Qian smiled, closed his eyes, and continued lying on his back to enjoy the sun. Earlier, the soul-devouring rose had pushed out roots to block the water pond, worried that the small spotted fox might fall in. At that time, he already knew that this new rose he brought home could move. However, when not touched, his emotions and thoughts wouldn't be received by the plant. Moreover, plants can only communicate through skills. Most of the time, the words he spoke were only understood by himself. But even if only he understood, it didn't stop him from talking to himself now and then. He just didn't want to stop speaking after a long time, fearing he might lose the ability to talk someday. The sun was warm, and a gentle breeze occasionally blew. Where Yi Qian was lying, as his consciousness drifted into a light sleep, droplets of water emerged from the soil and gathered around him. The small spotted fox suddenly woke up, lifted its head to look at the water droplets around, then turned to look at Yi Qian sleeping. Its little paw slowly lifted, wanting to touch the nearest droplet. However, as its paw approached, the droplet burst with a poke, turning into tiny mist that floated away. The breaking of this droplet seemed to activate some special switch, causing the surrounding droplets to also shatter into mist. A layer of fog slowly enveloped Yi Qian. Unconsciously, Yi Qian, in his light sleep, continued to control the mist, which gathered and dispersed at times, sometimes forming simple pictures like sand paintings. Received a private message from friend 0606. Luo Fei. The notification sound of a private message from a friend rang out. Yi Qian woke up from his light sleep, and the mist around him instantly settled to the ground. Having been splashed in the face by a fine drizzle, Yi Qian looked blankly at the setting sun. After a while, he finally realized that he had been playing with water and splashed himself all over. Tanuki, you're also unlucky today. Yi Qian sat up and looked at the small cat lying beside him, soaking wet. He smiled as he gently picked up the little creature. He cleaned the excess water from its fur, restoring its soft, dry coat. Meow. The little tanuki rolled around in Yi Qian's hands. Controlling without conscious awareness. You don't even try to dodge. Yi Qian placed the small tanuki on his lap, stroking its fur. He was quite satisfied with his subconscious control during his light sleep. Although it was just simple control, it didn't drain much energy and didn't interfere with his mental recovery. He could try more of this in the future. Meow. The little tanuki turned over on Yi Qian's lap, stretching out its tiny paws and playfully grabbing his hand. It didn't know what the water mist was, or if it was dangerous. All it wanted was to stay close and sleep. Yi Qian looked at the trusting little tanuki, pinched its paw pads, and played with it by gently grabbing its paws, enjoying the childish fun. While playing with the kitten, Yi Qian also opened his private chat to see if the person had developed a new medicine. 0606. Luo Fei. Sorry for the spam. I have a blue quality enhancement potion. Do you need it? I'm not selling it, just exchanging for blue quality materials. Private message me if interested. Luo Fei's message confirmed he was selling potions again. Looking at the few remaining blue quality materials he had, Yi Qian decided not to use them for now. He had slept for half the afternoon. Now it was past 5 o'clock, and he still felt quite energetic, ready to try some new experiments. He extended his mental energy into the water well. A stream of well water shot out and circled around him. Then he began carefully shaping the water. Focusing, molding, and refining the shape made his control over the water more precise. But this improvement was slow. During dinner, Yi Qian had only managed to carve a vague dragon head from a water rope. It was called a dragon head because the irregular dragon shape had two formations resembling horns. A rough outline was forming. As long as he practiced whenever he had time, it would become clearer and more realistic over time. Dinner was still shredded potatoes. Yi Qian ate happily. Little Tabby also quickly filled its stomach and lay beside Yi Qian playing. Before sleeping, Yi Qian checked the field carefully, then used some mental energy to create a scarecrow that could last 9 hours and catch bugs. Time to sleep. Tomorrow, I can harvest more rabbit ear grass leaves. Lying on the bed, Yi Qian looked at the chat channel for a while, then fell asleep hugging little Tabby. Using mental energy didn't harm the body much, but it still needed proper relaxation. That night, Yi Qian slept well. Some quiet changes were happening at home. Under the night sky, the soul-eating rose pulled its roots out of the ground. The bundled roots moved slowly around the yard, patrolling quietly. Meanwhile, the snake mysterious grass grew 2 layers of leaves while Yi Qian was sleeping, raising the wall height to over 2 meters. Near the window, the gourd in the flower basket shook. 2 small red bees flew out, looked around, then went back inside. After a while, 4 small bees flew out of the gourd, 2 red, 1 orange, and 1 purple. They circled inside the house a few times before flying out through the window, which was not fully sealed. The little bees didn't rest at night either. They flew back and forth many times, keeping little Tabby awake. It watched eagerly as these tiny creatures moved around. Received a private message from friend 0032. Qin Jian early in the morning. Yi Qian was awakened by a notification of a private message. Still a bit sleepy, Yi Qian reached out, hugged the little cat beside him, rubbed it a few times to wake up, then opened the message. 0032. Qin Jian. You brother, are you awake? Don't overthink. Some people just don't want to talk, and that's okay. Qin Jian's message made Yi Qian feel a little strange. He didn't reply immediately. Instead, he opened the chat channel to see if there was anything important. Without even searching, he saw a message with a number and name, accusing him of being too much. 0999. Li Lily. 0997. Yi Qian. What do you mean? I have sent you so many messages, but you haven't even looked at them. Why are you so proud? I added you because I needed to talk, not for your support skill. This player number 999 has sent the same message over a dozen times in the chat channel. Yi Qian looked through the messages. The first one was sent over half an hour ago. Back in private chat, Yi Qian replied to Qin Jian, saying he would first check what was going on. Then, he opened the friend request list, which he hadn't checked in a long time. There were 465 pending requests, and this player number 999 had sent 155 friend requests alone. When Yi Qian opened it, he saw a long string of messages. The earliest message was sent a few hours after he rejected her last time. It asked why he rejected her. After adding a few friends, Yi Qian hadn't checked the requests again, so he didn't reply to her. Soon after, she kept asking every day why he rejected her friend request, wanting him to give a reason. Since yesterday noon, she seemed to have been upset and kept sending messages to Yi Qian every now and then. Some asked why he rejected her, some scolded him for rejecting a girl, and others said strange things. It was like she was hallucinating, questioning if Yi Qian was her ex-boyfriend who once used a fake name. 0997. Yi Qian, brother Qin, don't mind her. She probably has paranoid delusions. Yi Qian replied to Qin Jian and patiently read all the messages before choosing to reject her. Unfortunately, there was no block option, so she might still bother him again. 0032. Qin Jian. I see. You little brother, you've been targeted by her. That's tough. But you should be careful. With her spreading this, everyone who reads the chat will know you have a support skill. Qin Jian looked at the chat channel again, seeing the messages pop up once more, and reminded Yi Qian in private to stay alert. Although many players now find skill books in the wild, support skills are still quite rare. No matter what type of support skill it is, many people want to add friends and see if they can use it. 0997. Yi Qian. It's okay, she just said it. Anyway, I usually don't check friend requests, so I can just ignore the notifications. Yi Qian was too lazy to bother with number 999. If she wanted to say something, let her say it. Anyway, even if all players knew he had an assistant skill, what difference did it make? He'd rather not waste time worrying about this person. Instead, he should get up quickly and check on his fields. Today, bunny ear grass he could harvest again, and he could also dig up a few more sweet potato seedlings. And the weather today? Is it going to rain again? Yi Qian looked at the time and the weather forecast. He hugged his cat and got out of bed. It was better to go out early and work. Day 20, 6 hours 18 minutes and 12 seconds. Cloudy turning to light rain. 20 degrees Celsius 23 degrees Celsius. South wind at level 5. Thunderstorm expected in 2 hours. It was going to rain today, and it would start in 2 hours. Tasks. 1. Cultivate land. 2. Clean up the home. 3. Gather resources. Today's tasks were simple. When Yi Qian reached the bunny ear grass field and picked the fluffy leaves, the gathering task was completed immediately. This random task didn't specify whether to gather in the wild or in the fields. As long as he collected green quality or higher, it was fine. However, the requirements were lower, and the reward was also small, only 20 survival points. Tasks that required wild gathering usually gave about 50 points. Cleaning up the home wasn't urgent. After picking 188 bunny ear grass leaves, Yi Qian went east to check the seedling field. Last night, the scarecrow's ability was insect catching. When its time ran out, the scattered straw leaves were outside the eastern field. In the seedling field, today he could harvest 4 more sweet potato seedlings for planting. The others just had their growth time reduced by a day, with no further changes. Actually, there was a change, but it wasn't in these cultivated crops. Level 2 fragrant bamboo, blue quality, 10 by 10 range, seedling stage 18 days growth stage, currently increases planting yield by 10%. A yield-boosting mutant plant, 10% during seedling stage, 20% during growth, 30% when mature. The fragrant bamboo was still about a meter tall, with a dull gray stalk. Yesterday, I thought it still took 21 days, but now it has become 18 days. I checked the details and confirmed that the scarecrow performed pest control, and after handling the special event, it rewarded accelerated growth. Each pest control increases the growth time by 2 days. I can only say that the higher the mutation level of the mutated plants, the better the effects after event handling. The chives and cilantro still show that they can be harvested in 2 days, and the wheat hasn't even reached the flowering stage, so there's no rush. Yi Qian pulled out 4 sweet potato seedlings ready for planting and continued digging the ground, planting near the previous sweet potato patches. Collecting rabbit ear grass leaves once gives 100 planting experience points. For sweet potato seedlings, give 4 points. Current planting experience, 891 out of 10,000. Although it's less than 1/10 of the required experience for an upgrade, effort is still paying off. I checked the fields again and confirmed they are changing at a normal time flow. Yi Qian then walked around to the behind the home to look at the grass he planted yesterday. He cleared 100 square meters of land to create a new grass field, planting just 1 grass seed in the middle. The germination time for grass seeds is only 1 day. Grass field. Grass seeds planted in the field grow naturally. Current number, 9. Harvest in 6 days. The grass has sprouted, and 9 grass leaves appeared in the center of the field. Each leaf contains a growing bud. Upon inspection, besides natural root propagation, there was also an increase in yield after the scarecrow's pest control yesterday. This scarecrow is really useful. Interested in the scarecrow, Yi Qian took some grass and quickly wrapped it around limbs and a head, then injected mental energy, creating a new scarecrow. However, this time, after being awakened, the scarecrow stood stiffly by the grass field, motionless. Level 1 scarecrow, planting/support type, fertilizing, remaining work time, 5 hours, current fertilizer reserves, 0. Without fertilizer, the scarecrow cannot start working. Fertilizer. Yi Qian helplessly opened the marketplace and searched for fertilizer. There are quite a few sellers, and many varieties available. There are common, farmyard fertilizers, as well as some efficient fertilizers made from animal or plant scraps. There are also special types of soil fertilizer, and some dried grass and fallen leaves mixed in as a trial. On the hillside near his home, these fertilizers are not available. But once you cross the hilltop, in the woods and bushes behind the mountain, there are plenty of dry grass and leaves. Although the fertilizer made from decayed grass and fallen leaves is said to be weak in effect, as long as it is fertilizer, it will help his scarecrow do its job. Meow. Little Tabby looks at Yi Qian returning home, holding 2 unused bamboo baskets, curious and ready to jump in and play. Be good. Let's go home first and play later. Since it's not raining yet, let's gather some fertilizer. Yi Qian holds little Tabby in his arms, unable to play with it for now. He puts the 2 baskets into his backpack and quickly runs to the top of the mountain. After looking around over the hill, he starts collecting the rotten leaves, dried grass, and some decayed scraps from the ground under the trees into the baskets. He fills one basket after another, then pours the contents into a large compartment of the woven bamboo basket and continues collecting. Meow. Little Tabby scratches at the clean ground Yi Qian has tidied up, then stops and meows at him. Tabby is so clever. Yi Qian stops, pats little Tabby's head, then takes out a pickaxe and begins digging at the ground. He finds an unidentified plant root. Meow meow. Seeing Yi Qian happily digging up this type of root, little Tabby keeps searching, calling him over when it finds something. One person clears the ground under the trees in front, while the other sniffs and looks around. When Yi Qian fills his 50 cubic foot backpack on the other side, In several small compartments of a bookshelf-like space, he also gathers about 10 unidentified plant roots again. Although there are still some empty spots in those small compartments for storage, Yiqian doesn't plan to put anything else in. The reason he used a backpack with separate compartments before was to avoid mixing everything together. Now, these divided small spaces are used for different items. Some for meat, some for vegetables, some for materials, and some for tools. Only the large, unsegmented space on this half of the backpack is used to store anything that comes along. Tabby, let's go home. Yiqian picked up the still-waiting little raccoon cat and then placed it on his shoulder after clearing the ground. Meow. The little raccoon cat looked back and, realizing there was no need to keep searching, happily rolled on Yiqian's shoulder. This little trip was very successful. Good job, raccoon cat, Yiqian muttered to himself as he walked home, occasionally supporting the raccoon cat when it seemed about to fall. The little raccoon cat was now a bit bigger than when he first found it. Back then, it was a full moon kitten, now it's over a month old. When he reached the door, the raccoon cat was curled up on his shoulder, drowsily about to fall asleep. Searching can really tire it out, Yiqian said. He gently stroked the raccoon cat's fur, then handed it to the nearby snake mushroom. It was less than half an hour before it started to rain. He needed to find a place to put the fertilizer before the rain started. Without fertilizer, the scarecrow wouldn't move at all. Soil fertilizer. Fertilizer made from decayed plant stems and leaves. Yiqian quickly dug a big hole and poured all the fertilizer inside. Then he saw the soil fertilizer being carried away by the scarecrow. When it was in his backpack, it only showed dried leaves, rotten leaves, and mud. Thinking back to the previous time, the farm fertilizer the scarecrow carried out didn't show as finished compost before. So, he wondered if the scarecrow had some hidden functions. For example, finding fertilizer, processing unfinished fertilizer, or detecting pests early, like the pest-catching scarecrow from yesterday. His farm information only showed the scarecrow catching pests in individual plant details, but there was no pest warning in the planting system's emergency events. Let's try and see, Yiqian decided. Unsure if his guess was correct, he took a bamboo basket, filled it with some rotten leaves and mud, and went to the vegetable field to test. He mimicked how the scarecrow fertilized, digging a small hole around the plants and placing the fertilizer inside. Small pile of rotten leaves in the cultivated fields. This rotten leaves display appeared. This is not just dirt buried by the scarecrow on the other side, but simply decayed leaves with no real use. Sure enough, fertilizer also needs to be processed before it can be used. No wonder the fertilizer sold here isn't cheap. Yiqian reluctantly packed the rotten leaves back into the bamboo basket. Actually, this fertilizer isn't very expensive. Its price is only slightly higher than that of plant nutrient solution. It's not that the fertilizer works better than the nutrient solution, it's just that there's less of it. Also, planting players have a daily task that sometimes requires fertilizing crops. Yiqian looked at the sale again, shook his head with a little complaint, and then started gathering materials to build a shelter. Although it can't fully prevent rain, it's best to avoid direct rainwater. Thunder rumbled loudly. Raindrops fell steadily. The weather forecast here is very accurate. When the countdown to rain ends, the rain will definitely start. Since Yiqian's shelter wasn't finished yet, he grabbed a spring water ball, shaped it into an umbrella, and directed the falling rain away to the side. Done. The scarecrow is really diligent. Even in the rain, it still works hard. In the rain, Yiqian finally set up the simple shelter. The branches and grass curtains could now direct the rainwater away. After using up a bucket of fertilizer, the small scarecrow carried a grass leaf bucket over and continued on its way with another bucket of fertilizer. And probably because of the rain, the scarecrow's arms had a few umbrella-shaped leaves opening up. When carrying the bucket, they could block the rain. Meow Little Tabby was waiting for Yiqian at the door. It was lying in a small nest made of snake mushroom grass, with a simple umbrella made of leaves over its head. The rain had soaked Yiqian's clothes, but Little Tabby stayed dry, thanks to the snake mushroom grass. You're really well taken care of. Yiqian saw that Little Tabby was well looked after, and gently rubbed it a couple of times. Meow Little Tabby was happy to be held, rubbed itself twice, then pawed its belly because it was hungry. It had gone out early in the morning and searched many unidentified plant roots in the woods. Now, Little Tabby was both tired and hungry. Let's go cook and eat, Yi Qian patted the little tabby cat's belly. This morning, he was in a hurry to prepare before the rain, so he let the little guy go hungry. He quickly sliced some potatoes and meat, and in about 10 minutes, the food was ready. He sat under the eaves with the little cat, eating breakfast together, watching the rain fall steadily but not too heavily. Received a private message from friend 0001. Roshan. After finishing breakfast and washing the dishes, Yi Qian was playing a small game with the soul-devouring Rose in the yard when he received a private message from Roshan. 0001. Roshan, I heard you got scolded all morning and didn't reply in the chat channel. Roshan had gone out hunting before dawn. After finishing his hunt and returning home, he was having breakfast and chatting casually when he noticed his foolish apprentice being bullied. And he didn't even respond to the insults, which made Roshan curious. Maybe the kid didn't even see it. 0997. Yi Qian, old man, don't worry so much. I saw it, but I'm too lazy to care. Yi Qian replied and continued to create a floating water ball, letting the soul-devouring Rose's thorns pierce it. The little tabby was sleeping inside the house. While the rain washed over, he cleared some grass and leaves from the yard, then came to play with his 2 mutated plants. As for adding friends, if he didn't, they'd just scold him. That player 999, with a number under 1,000, probably isn't just someone with a weird mind, right? At first, they scolded him for refusing friend requests without reason. Later, they mainly complained that he, who got a support skill book right after entering the game, was different from normal players. They suspected he might have special abilities that he was afraid others would discover. There are other support-type players too, and now they can even find skill books in wild treasure chests. Most importantly, no one has found other players so far. So even if his skills are unusual, they wouldn't come here to them. There are too many strange messages, and Yi Qian couldn't help but think more about it. The old con artist is now in the same area as him, and some players can even find their relatives, classmates, or colleagues in the game. So, some people have known about him for a while. It's not impossible to find him now just by searching his name. In the past, he was considered a loser and stayed out of trouble, or maybe some people had done something to him without him knowing. But no matter what, the fact is that back then, people were chasing the old con artist to catch or harm him. Now, in this world, it's possible that someone might want to catch him too. Today, he was suddenly called out and insulted, with his name and ID flashed in the chat channel, making him look familiar. This kind of move just doesn't seem normal at all. 0001. Luo Shan. Just ignore it and focus on your own life. I've already taught you everything I could. How you grow is up to you. Even if you choose to follow the support path, it's best not to team up with others. Luo Shan talked with a few people for a while. About half an hour later, he sent a private message to Yi Qian. Although some people's words were vague, he had already caught some key points earlier. Now, by piecing the information together, he could understand some of Yi Qian's skills. All his skills are support type, which confirms that this kid's own power has indeed awakened. But the awakened ability seems to lean towards support, even pure support. From what he knows, players with special abilities tend to develop skill books that match their own powers. Support skills, what a headache. Right now, he just hopes the silly kid doesn't rush to die on his own and avoids too much contact with others. As for some people trying to provoke him over this matter, they are just overestimating themselves. That kid, subconsciously, is better at avoiding danger than some of the older folks. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so confident to leave things behind back then. He was just thinking yesterday about settling down here for a while. Now, he'll just tidy up and keep a low profile, traveling around this world to see more. The scenery of this world is still very beautiful, and some people here have a strong presence. Last night, I released a few small creatures into the water, and now I have to bring them back to keep in the water tank. 0997. Yi Qian, I just want to peacefully farm. By the way, I wanted to ask if players might also have some kind of special ability to locate things. Yi Qian doesn't want to say much about his cultivation because he's already been taught everything. Now, he is looking at over 1,000 friend requests and questioning some suspicions he had before. 0001. Luo Shan. There is no direct ability to locate things because this world's map hasn't appeared yet. But some fate-related abilities exist. Even if you switch to a new world, based on simple personal info, you can roughly estimate directions like front, back, left, right, east, west, which is still somewhat useful. Amid the pouring rain, Luo Shan stands on a water surface. He holds a few small aquatic creatures that are still struggling, throws them into a large water tank, then puts the tank back into his backpack. After sending information to Yi Qian, he stands on the calm water surface and pulls down a few transparent crystals attached to his belt. The crystals fall onto the water, forming a special symbol. As some power is transmitted, a flame pattern appears beneath him. The pattern points in a certain direction, and in his private chat window, a message from over 10 days ago opens, but no reply has been sent to the other person. 00997. Yi Qian, I understand. I'll keep hiding for now. Please stay safe. Since it's raining today, I won't pick any. I'll gather more sweet potato leaves tomorrow and bring them to you. Yi Qian understands. He replies that there are no sweet potato leaves to eat today, then closes the chat and continues playing with the soul-devouring rose. Abilities related to fate and fortune-telling are quite troublesome, but the old con artist probably knows some tricks too. This was all an ambush. Yi Qian looks at the snake mist grass winding around behind him, then at the soul-devouring rose standing on end with spikes after being punctured by the water ball. He smiles, pats the leaves of the snake mist grass, and then goes to comfort another one. Most of their communication involves emotions and simple information sharing. Because they were different species, Yi Qian's skill was still only at level 1. However, communication between the snakevine grass and the soul-eating rose shouldn't be a problem since they were both plants. You two keep playing. I need to train. Only by getting stronger can I stop others from bullying me. Yi Qian played with them for a while longer, especially with the soul-eating rose, which was a proud and easily annoyed little thing. After calming the rose, which had been angered several times by the snakevine grass, Yi Qian sat quietly in the courtyard to train as the rain continued to fall. While he practiced, the raindrops still came down, but when they neared him, they curved slightly away, forming a small arc around his body. Time passed quickly. When Yi Qian gathered the mist around him and stood up, he saw the little tabby cat watching him from the window. It was already past 5 in the afternoon. Meow, the little tabby, jumped from the window and landed on Yi Qian's arm. It had been awake for a while, but waited patiently because of the mist surrounding him. You're smarter this time. Yi Qian held the cat, gently stroked its fur, and placed it on his shoulder. After the moisture on his clothes faded, he took the bamboo hat hanging on the wall and put it on. Although he was becoming more comfortable with water, he still disliked the feeling of wet clothes sticking to his skin. Carrying the cat, he greeted the snakevine grass and quietly left the resting soul-eating rose alone. Then he went out to check the condition of the ditches again. Meow Wu, the little tabby, lay on his shoulder, looking around. When Yi Qian reached the edge of the ditch, it saw the rushing water and clung tightly to his clothes, afraid to let go. The water was so fast, if it fell in, it would definitely be swept away. It's okay, I won't let you fall. Look over there, the snakevine grass is catching food. Yi Qian pointed toward the mountain spring. Near that area, the snakevine grass had grown thick and lush. Several animal hides hung from its leaves, 1 wolf skin, 2 rabbit skins, and 3 snake skins. It must have rained for half a day, driving the animals from the lower areas up the mountain, where the snakevine grass caught them. Meow meow, the little tabby watched as the snakevine grass handed the hides to Yi Qian, its tail swishing excitedly. Although it didn't participate, it knows that snake grass has eaten a lot of meat. It's okay, there is still some meat at home. You eat your fill first. If we run out of meat, I'll tell you. Yi Qian gently touched the snake-shaped leaves that approached him. Regarding the message from snake grass, he felt happy and joyful, so it wouldn't have to worry so much in the future. Because prey would be washed away by water, he had to eat everything. He also rolled the animal skins a few more times to prevent them from being washed away. Snake grass was a little unhappy because it couldn't catch a prey to leave behind, so Yi Qian and the tiger-striped cat wouldn't have extra meals. Level 1 Scarecrow, plant/support type, insect trapping, remaining work time, 8 hours after dinner. Yi Qian made another scarecrow. The scarecrow's duration depends on his mental energy, but he still hasn't figured out how to control it. Fortunately, his plants are few, so he doesn't need to worry about timing too much. Once the scarecrow started patrolling and looking for insect pests to deal with, Yi Qian looked at the still falling rain. He greeted snake grass and soul-eating Rose in the yard, then carried the cat back inside. Go to sleep first. I'll organize these materials. Maybe I can craft a piece of equipment. Yi Qian sat cross-legged on the floor, gently stroked the little tiger-striped cat's head, and placed it on the bed. Then he opened the woven basket beside him, took out the unidentified materials collected over the past 2 days, as well as today's and previous animal skins. Unidentified plants times 9, unidentified tree roots times 9, unidentified fruits times 9, rabbit skins times 5, snake skins times 3, wolf skins times 1, can be combined. Success rate 100%, unknown mutations 50%, materials 20%, equipment 20%, accessories 10%. This jumble of 3 unidentified items plus 3 types of animal skins were all green quality items. However, Yi Qian had no idea what they could be combined into. He was just very interested in this high 50% chance of unknown outcomes. Meow. Little tiger-striped cat looked at the pile in front of Yi Qian, came over, and lay on his lap, staring eagerly. Come on, let me borrow some good luck first. Yi Qian hugged the little cat with both hands, stroked its fur for a while, then gently placed the dazed kitten on his lap and used his skill on those items. Combine. Bright green or emerald light flickered and floated up, merging together under Yi Qian's watchful eyes. His mental energy was quickly drained. After a few minutes, the combined light finally showed some color fluctuations. The green deepened, reaching a certain level, then suddenly turned into blue light. The pale blue light flickered, and a soft 4x4 plush cloth fell in front of him. Fusion enhancement cloth, blue quality, made from special materials, with the unique effect of increasing defense and resistance. It can be used in crafting equipment or for later modifications. With so many materials consumed, and the effort comparable to that of purple-grade gear, this special cloth was produced. There's no market listing or auction for the fusion enhancement cloth yet. Since he didn't know its value now, Yi Qian didn't worry. He took off his shirt and checked how to strengthen this item. Vine pattern leather armor, purple, fusion enhancement cloth, blue, can be combined. Success rate 100%, 80% enhancement, 10% mutation, 5% upgrade, 5% unknown. These 2 can be combined, and the success rate is 80%. The remaining 20% is even better than regular enhancement. However, Yi Qian couldn't combine them now. His mental energy had already been drained by more than 80%. If he tried to combine again now, he might completely exhaust himself. Lihua, let's sleep first. I'll continue tomorrow morning. Yi Qian hugged the small Lihua lying on his lap, placed his clothes and fabric on the bedside, and lay down to sleep. The high consumption of mental energy was much worse than physical tiredness. So he decided to sleep. Meow. Lihua blinked, tilted her head to look at Yi Qian, who had closed his eyes and was sleeping. She rubbed her head against his arm and then snuggled up to sleep. After Yi Qian fell asleep, around 1 a.m., the rain suddenly intensified. The sudden heavy rain washed over the ground, flowing into ditches and rushing down to the river below. During the storm, the walls of Yi Qian's yard rapidly grew taller, reaching over 5 meters in just half a minute. The gaps between the leaves became so tight that creatures larger than a centimeter couldn't escape. Soul-devouring rose. Snake missed grass. A snake coming with the water. Soul-devouring rose. Want to help? Snake enchanting grass. You eat first. Soul-devouring rose. I will eat from the inside. Snake enchanting grass. Leave the snake skin. It's useful. Soul-devouring rose. The 2 mutated plants quickly finished communicating. As the soul-devouring rose's branches retracted and a seed was pulled back, the snake enchanting grass placed the large seed on its leaf and pushed it, rolling it toward the mountain spring's edge. Below the spring, in a small ditch, a thick, gray-scaled snake was trying to climb up, attempting to get into the water. Hiss! A few green snake-shaped leaves flicked onto the big snake's head, angering it. It turned and opened its mouth, ready to swallow these little snakes. At the same time, its gray scales instantly hardened and protruded, with sharp spines growing along the edges. The big snake fought with the little snake, which rolled nearby stones and threw them repeatedly, fueling the big snake's anger. It opened its mouth and swallowed stones as big as a human fist. While swallowing these stones, it also swallowed dozens of little snakes. Until, in the chaos, a roundish stone was thrown into the big snake's mouth and swallowed down the esophagus. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The big snake was still thinking about swallowing more little snakes, but suddenly, a sharp pain tore through its belly. It instantly reared up several meters high and fell onto the ditch's edge. The pain and weakness from inside made the big snake ignore the small snakes bothering it. It rolled and thrashed wildly, causing broken stones and dirt along the ditch's edge to wash away with the rain. Thunder roared, lightning flashed, and broken gray snake scales were carried away by the water. Eventually, the big snake's movement slowed. Another snake scale cracked open on its head, and a tiny, thorn-covered vine emerged from inside. Soul-devouring rose. The taste is good. Snake enchanting grass. The snake's skin is broken. Soul-devouring rose. Snake enchanting grass. Be more careful next time. Soul-devouring rose. The plants communicated simply. The snake enchanting grass's leaves grew quickly, curling around half of the snake and beginning to drag it back. Finally, when the 20-meter-long snake was pulled out of the ditch, the snake enchanting grass's leaves entered through the damaged parts, eating the entire internal structure and bones of the snake completely. A torn snake skin with several holes and missing many scales was pushed along by the leaves of the snake charm grass, quickly rolling into the yard. The soul-eating rose, once again curled into a seed, was shaken by the snake charm grass and tossed into the yard with a bit of a temper. The fallen soul-eating rose spun twice, then stopped and sprouted a small bud. Soon, dense roots grew out, reaching near the spring water, anchoring into the soil, and then sending out branches. As the branches and leaves grew to a satisfying height, a flower bud emerged and quickly bloomed in the heavy rain. Day 21, 5:36 and 11 seconds a.m. Heavy rain turning to overcast, 18 to 19 degrees Celsius, north wind level 1. Rain stops in 7 hours. Yiqian woke up and first checked the weather for today. Heavy rain. The rain outside was loud, and it was expected to continue for another 7 hours. Maybe, in the last 1 or 2 hours, the rain will gradually lessen until it stops. Meow, little Tabby was lying by the window. When it saw Yiqian wake up, it meowed to get his attention. Tabby, did you go outside to watch the rain? Yiqian stood up. His coat was still on the bed, so he didn't rush to put it on. Instead, he walked over, opened the slightly closed window, and looked out at the pouring rain. Meow, little Tabby was picked up by Yiqian, who shook its tail and looked toward the west side of the yard, meowing to go outside. Let's go see. It seems like something new has appeared. Yiqian opened the door, put on a straw hat, and carried little Tabby on his shoulder to prevent it from getting wet, then stepped into the heavy rain. Blue quality snake skin. What did you two do last night? Did you eat the snake? Yiqian went to the west side of the yard, picked up the thick snake skin from the ground. He looked at the already blooming soul-eating rose and the snake charm grass that had once again been raised and thickened around the wall. It was clear that last night was truly not peaceful. He reached out. One arm was entangled by the snake charm grass, while his other hand rested on the leaves of the soul-eating rose. Both sides conveyed similar emotions. They had eaten well last night. Then, they started complaining about each other again. Yiqian didn't really understand what exactly they were accusing each other of, but their mutual dislike was very obvious. Overall, it seemed that despite their differences, they still had a strong sense of teamwork in some ways. Yiqian pretended not to notice their complaints and instead focused on praising them for their hard work the previous night. He told them he was happy, grateful, and thankful for their protection. After feeling his genuine appreciation and joy, the two finally stopped arguing and let go of their dissatisfaction. The snakevine grass said it was only doing its duty, then retracted its leaves, lowering the height of the courtyard wall and loosening the dense foliage. As for the soul-eating rose, it placed a blooming purple rose in Yiqian's hand, allowing him to take it. It had eaten well the night before, so losing one flower didn't bother it at all. I'll take it then. Yiqian gently pinched the stem, but before he could pull, the soul-eating rose had already separated the flower from its branch on its own. Calming rose, blue quality material, has a soothing and relaxing effect. The flower of the soul-eating rose can neutralize the poison caused by its own vines. Yi Qian looked at the rose shaking off the water from its leaves, then noticed a new bud growing. He reached out and poked it lightly, and the small bud swayed with his touch. Since their exchange had been a fair trade, now that Yi Qian had received the rose, he naturally wouldn't go back on his word. He opened his private chat, found Moo 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 from 996, and sent her a message. 0997. Yi Qian, Sister Moo, have you had breakfast yet? The rose bloomed early, and I've already picked it. After sending the message, unsure if she was awake, Yi Qian closed the chat and played a little game of hide-and-seek with the soul-eating rose. Mutant plants only gave planting experience if they were production type or seed cultivation type. The rose in his hand, however, didn't give him any experience points at all, because they are not naturally cultivated crops. 0996. Moo Moo Lu, Brother Yi, Brother Yi, Brother Yi. You are really a kind person. Please, I can suffer one less day of hardship. Moo Moo Lu only replied 10 minutes later. Her excited message made it hard to look at. To calm her down, Yi Qian sent a trade request and placed a purple rose in the exchange. 0996. Moo Moo Lu, Brother Yi, you are so kind. Well, I don't have much to thank you with, so I'm sending you an umbrella since it's pouring rain. Don't mind my poor craftsmanship. I spent a whole day making it. She gave the umbrella a day earlier than planned and didn't ask for extra money. Moo Moo Lu felt a bit embarrassed and decided to give Yi Qian a piece of equipment instead. 0997. Yi Qian, this umbrella is pretty good. Yi Qian took the green umbrella from the trade, opened it, and shook it. It was indeed a nice piece of gear. But isn't this girl a bit too enthusiastic? She's giving away a green outfit and a handheld item just like that. 0996. Moo Moo Lu. Of course. I am versatile, beautiful, and handsome, recognized as the top flower of Xingyun Academy. Brother Yi, maybe you're not from around here, but I'm not bragging. In our place, I'm a national idol. Everywhere, I have little fans. After getting the antidote, Sister 996 returned to her chatty, lively self. She had top-tier talent testing at age 3, smoothly climbed to the top of her life, and dared to challenge the world's strongest at just 18. Although she failed that time, she relentlessly pursued challenges for 4 years. If she hadn't been pulled into this world, she would probably already hold the top position. 0997. Yi Qian. So, your university admission was because you're too outstanding? Yi Qian, holding the equipment she gave, asked casually and also praised her for being truly impressive. Of course, he didn't mind praising her when someone gave him gear outside of trading. 0996. Moo Moo Moo. That's not quite right. I failed my first challenge, but other schools didn't dare let me try again, so I was directly admitted to Xingyun Academy. It was because the WHO blocked my path for 4 years. He's the honorary dean of Xingyun Academy, was holding a grudge against me. 0996. Moo Moo Moo. I'll tell you, if he weren't my biological older brother, I would have torn him apart when he forced me to cook before agreeing to let me challenge again. This talkative person quickly revealed many more personal details. 0997. Yi Qian. I can only say, your family has good genes. Yi Qian isn't sure if she's just complaining or also praising her family's strong genes. However, in Moo Moo Moo's world, practicing special abilities was common for everyone. Although she said only about 10% of people could awaken their abilities, and then they had to study for over 10 years, covering elementary, middle, high school, and university. It's a very fascinating world that free ability users would dream of. Cloud Pattern Fusion Umbrella. Equipment/handheld. Green quality. Umbrella surface defense 33. Umbrella tip 31. Can shield against wind and rain. Durability 100%. Handheld equipment is usually weapons or shields, and this umbrella is a combination of both. When opened, the 1.2-meter diameter umbrella surface acts as a shield, with a 20-centimeter long pointed tip that has strong piercing power. Holding the umbrella and swinging it around, the impact feels quite good. It's just the material. Yi Qian examined it for a while and could only confirm that the umbrella ribs and tip are made of a special fused metal. The umbrella surface looks like silk satin with a green background and white patterns. This lightweight, smooth-looking material can resist water and minor damage. This material, I guess it's similar. Yi Qian carried her cat back to her room, placed the umbrella on the floor, and picked up the fused reinforced cloth she synthesized last night. Her synthesized cloth should be somewhat similar to the fusion fabric on the umbrella surface. Holding the fabric, Yiqian then picked up the shirt she took off last night and placed on her bedside table, ready to synthesize it as well. Vine pattern leather armor, purple, fusion enhanced cloth, blue, can be combined, with a 100% success rate, 80% enhancement, 10% mutation, 5% advancement, 5% unknown. Combination successful. A purple glowing orb flickers, and a piece of clothing falls into Yiqian's hand. Enhanced vine pattern leather armor, equipment/shirt, purple quality, defense 8831, fire resistance 2%, durability 130%, reparable, made from special soft leather fused with vines, breathable and sweat resistant. The enhancement is complete. The appearance of the clothing looks almost the same, but the defense increased by 31, fire resistance by 2%, and durability by 30. Yiqian is curious about the fire resistance. Does reaching 100% fire resistance make him completely immune to fire damage? However, the blue quality enhancement materials only added 2%, and the armor's attributes only cover the shirt area. Achieving 100% seems more like a dream. This time, the mental energy used for enhancement was not much, only about 10%, so when Yiqian has enough mental power, he wants to try some new combinations. Tanuki, let's combine another one and see the effect. Not sure if the enhanced equipment has exclusive changes. Yiqian holds the cat in his arms, then takes out a bunch of materials along with the snake skin he just obtained and combines them. Blood Soul Vine Branch ×1, Lightning Struck Vine Remains ×1, Mutated Snake Skin ×1, Unidentified Plant Roots ×9, Unidentified Plants ×8, Unidentified Plant Fruits ×6, can be combined. Success rate 100%, mutated materials 50%, equipment 20%, plants 15%, accessories 10%, unknown 5%. Perhaps because previous combinations had mutations, this time the success rate shows this direction. 3 different blue quality materials, along with some green unidentified materials. Since there aren't enough to make 9, only as many as possible are used. The mental energy cost for this combination is several times higher than the previous enhancement. Yiqian stops drawing mental power, and a blue light disperses. A long, shaped material drops into his hand. Snake pattern reinforced leather, blue quality, made from special materials, with effects to increase defense, enhance destructive power, and boost agility. This can be used during equipment crafting or for late-stage modifications. It is another piece of enhancement material, but this time, it's not fabric, but leather, snake-patterned leather. Not bad. Let's do a synthesis and see what kind of enhancement effect we get. Yiqian is now addicted to this enhancement process. He wears the jacket, picks up the green umbrella placed beside him. Cloud pattern fusion umbrella, green. Snake patterned reinforced leather, blue. Can be synthesized, 100% success rate. Enhancement upgrade 60%. Enhancement 25%, mutation 10%, unknown 5%. The chances of the 2 items combining have changed a bit. When the enhancement material is higher level than the equipment, it's very likely to upgrade. Lihua, let me share some good luck. Let's upgrade too. Yiqian gently rubs the little Lihua cat, then starts the synthesis. Meow, the little Lihua is rubbed until it feels dizzy, then looks up at the green glow, as if smelling something strange. Synthesis successful. Upgrade successful. Both notification sounds ring out at the same time. Yiqian eagerly reaches out and catches the umbrella falling into his hand. It's still equipment, still a 1.5 meter long umbrella when stored. But now, the umbrella's surface flickers with a blue glow. Its original light green cloud pattern silk fabric has turned into a dark green base with purple-gray snake-shaped patterns. Touching it with his fingers, there's no change, still smooth as silk. Enhanced snake pattern fusion umbrella, equipment/handheld, blue quality, umbrella surface defense 5126, tip 4119, agility 13, durability 110%. He holds the new equipment in his hand. Even after the recent synthesis and the mental energy cost exceeding half, Yiqian's good mood remains unaffected. Holding the umbrella handle, he opens the umbrella, which has evolved from a fresh, light style to a dark, mysterious style. He waves it to feel the agility boost and the change in sensation. Meow, the curious little Lihua, comes over. It raises its tiny paw, jumps onto Yi Qian's arm, walks along it to his hand. Then, it opens its mouth and bites the umbrella handle. This isn't a snake. No, you're not biting a snake. You're probably smelling the blood spirit vine, right? Yi Qian looked at the little tabby cat biting but unable to chew, then tilted his head in frustration at the small cat. He threw down the umbrella, picked up the kitten, and gently petted its head, stroked its fur, and pinched its paws until it was comforted. Earlier, when he was injured and nearly died, the kitten still remembered the taste of the blood soul vine. Meow meow. The little tabby rolled over playfully, rubbed against Yi Qian's finger, then curled up into a ball and snuggled in his arms. Without asking, it ran to bite again, but it hurt its teeth. Now it realized what had happened, and its mood was a bit upset. Take a rest for a while. I'll go make breakfast. After eating, I need to go out and check again. Yi Qian petted the little tabby, held it in his arms, grabbed the umbrella, and left the room. Outside the door, he opened the umbrella. A circle of water ropes appeared, fixing the umbrella handle, so Yi Qian could free his hands. Controlling these water ropes consumes mental energy, but since they only hold the umbrella in place, the energy used balances with his natural recovery. Breakfast was simple, just some sliced meat, water, and a bit of cabbage boiled into soup. A warm meal was quickly ready. The rain is falling so heavily. Luckily, it should stop by noon. Otherwise, the crop yield might be in trouble. After breakfast, Yi Qian made a scarecrow. The scarecrow's skill is watering. It was already a heavy rain, and he still made a watering scarecrow. Yi Qian wondered if his luck had run out after using up all his gear synthesis luck. But when he followed the scarecrow outside, watching it tend to the seedling fields and clear excess water, he felt his luck was actually pretty good. The scarecrow is a real treasure skill. They always seem to handle various farming issues faster than his own hints. In the small ditch where he dug open water, Yi Qian saw many tiny grass shoots just sprouting. He had to deal with these himself. Right now, he could only make one scarecrow, and among the 3 random skills it might have, none included removal. Meow, the little tabby, ran along the leaves of the snake mushroom grass, then returned to Yi Qian's side, shook its fur, and jumped onto his shoulder. The kitten crouched on the shoulder, eyes wide with curiosity as it watched Yi Qian carefully use tiny water needles to trace small grass shoots on the ground, which he hadn't even noticed. Meow, starting from curiosity, then interest, and finally wanting to try. The little tabby jumped onto the ground, claws extended, and tried to scratch at the empty soil. Then, it carefully pulled out a small grass shoot. Wow, you're amazing. Let's keep going and find all the hidden shoots and roots. Yi Qian patted the kitten's head. Together, they slowly searched this small patch of land. The kitten used its claws to smell the fresh grass shoots, then gently pulled them out. Yi Qian, meanwhile, was practicing fine control with his mental power, which was temporarily limited, by focusing on small details. Under the shade of a large umbrella, the person and the cat took their time, carefully removing all the tiny grass shoots that hadn't yet sprouted. Successfully removed threats, growth rate ×2 within 1 day after clearing the unbroken weeds. Yi Qian received a notification. All the plants in this seedling and breeding field now had a new growth boost. While this boost was good, it meant that the seeds of chives and cilantro might ripen sooner than expected, possibly by tomorrow. Meow. The kitten watched Yi Qian staring at a strongly scented plant. Curious, it moved closer, meowing twice to attract Yi Qian's attention, then reached out with its small paw to touch it. This won't do. Yi Qian gently picked up the tiny kitten, stopping it from damaging the unripe cilantro. Meow. Since it couldn't touch it, the kitten curled up in Yi Qian's arms, retracting its claws. It stepped on Yi Qian's arm with its paw pads, then obediently lay down. That's enough. Tomorrow should be sunny, so even during harvest, we can dry the crops before collecting. Yi Qian carried the kitten out of the field. The few sweet potato seedlings ready for harvest could be left alone for now, as the rain hadn't stopped, making it impossible to dig and plant. The scarecrow was still working. Previously in the breeding and seedling field, now it moved to the vegetable patch, where excess water was drained after drainage, and a 5% to 20% yield increase was applied to the plants. After checking around, Yi Qian went home and played with the snake enthusiast grass and soul-devouring rose for a while, then went to feed the chickens. Looking at the two eggs together, he was waiting for the hen or rooster to hatch them. It didn't matter which one went broody. As long as they could hatch chicks, that was enough. Back home, he lay down to rest. His hands unconsciously played with the cat. While restoring his mental energy, he opened the chat channel to observe other players' conversations. 10593. Ming Zhao. Is it possible that players can leave their designated area? Players who gather and hunt could carry a bigger backpack to store their items, then rest anywhere they want. After resting, they can set out again. 0002. Hui Yin Yin. They can walk, but where can they go? Who would risk wandering around in uncertain safety? 0102. Su Yen. I also think it's unlikely. Players can leave the initial area, but the farther they go from the starting point, the more dangerous it becomes. Not to mention how risky the journey out is. But what's the purpose of leaving? Where are they going? If they're looking for someone, do they even know where that person is? The conversation continued. Yi Qian scrolled up and saw a strange story someone posted over half an hour ago. The person had posted several long messages, describing a strange encounter in detail. They lived on a mountain higher than others nearby. From the top, they could see a lake. Early that morning, around 4 a.m., they heard strange sounds and, summoning courage, went to the mountaintop. Then, during a lightning flash, they saw something they couldn't understand. On the lake's surface, there was a huge monster, and someone was fighting the monster. He guessed that a very skilled player was hunting it. These details quickly sparked many players' guesses, especially those with higher rankings. Most of them were top-ranked players, and many hunting-focused players had attack-type skill books. But even with skills, or more than one skill, they mostly couldn't leave their current territory. Because the farther they went, the more dangerous it became. These dangers were mostly based on the player's own strength, layered and distributed around them. Yi Qian watched the players' discussions and began to think about their own situation. So far, the only threat to him has been the blood-soul vine that he encountered below the hillside. The snake's skin was from the snake-mimic grass and the soul-devouring rose that went hunting and was brought back home. That snake tried to go upstream and settle near the mountain spring. If we follow their idea, that the player's position is based on their strength when they first entered this world, then the small boss near his home should be either a level 1 mutated creature from before or a level 1 mutated wolf that came from his house. Blood Soul Vine. Maybe, at first, the Blood Soul Vine was also a level 1 mutated plant. But later, it moved to the hillside and evolved there. That patch of grassland, after the rain stops, should be harvestable again. He just doesn't know if new creatures might move into that place. 0039. Zhang Wei. 2. Brother Yi, are you busy? By the way, do you raise fish? At around 11 in the morning, Zhang Wei sent Yi Qian a private message. Raising fish. 0997. Yi Qian. What kind of fish? Freshwater or seawater? Yi Qian replied and started to think about where he could raise fish on his property. Maybe he could dig a fish pond next to the grassland and bring mountain spring water to raise fish? Or perhaps he could remove the edge of the water well in the yard, widen it, and make a small fish pond. 0039. Zhang Wei. 2. Just small fish fry, normal fish, the kind that don't need identification. They look pretty healthy now, but my little bear cub eats fish, big and small, without letting any go. I'll give you some to raise, and if they grow up, maybe you can eat them. Zhang Wei took his little bear cub out this morning to catch fish in the river. He found a batch of green-quality fish fry, but before he could take them, the bear cub drank the water with them. So he looked around nearby and found some ordinary small fish fry, planning to give them to Yi Qian if he wanted to raise fish. After all, once his little eagle cub was cured, his status among his small circle of friends skyrocketed. Because he knew a young friend who could treat injuries, but that friend refused to reveal his identity. Now everyone should admit that the skill book given in the initial lottery is definitely different from the skills obtained later from opening chests. 0997. Yi Qian. Okay, then I'll go dig a pond to raise fish. Yi Qian didn't refuse the gift that was given freely. After accepting it, he looked at the wooden bowl and the dozens of tiny fish fry inside. Suddenly, he understood what Zhang Wei meant when he said that the little bear cub gulped down a whole bunch of fish fry in one go. These fish fry are so small. They are probably just hatched. It was quite difficult for Brother Zhang to catch such tiny fish fry from the river. Since it was still raining heavily and he couldn't dig a pond, Yi Qian used a bucket to scoop half a bucket of spring water and carried it back under the eaves, pouring the fish fry into the bowl. The mountain spring water is gentle. After the fish fry entered, they swam back and forth in the water. The little fish fry moved quite quickly. But with such tiny fish fry, when will they be big enough to eat? Li Hua, we're raising fish at home, but it will take at least a month before we can eat them. Yi Qian held the cat, letting Li Hua look at the fish fry in the bucket. Then he gently pinched its paw to make sure that when he fell asleep, these little fish wouldn't end up in Li Hua's stomach. Meow. Li Hua looked at the bucket, understanding that what was poured in earlier was also something it shouldn't touch. It turned its head and squeezed into the clothes that had no buttons or zippers, only tied around the waist with a rope. About 2 more hours, then I'll make some food, and after that, I have to go out and keep working. Yi Qian patted the small Li Hua inside the clothes. Seeing that his clothes had been turned into a little cat bag, he had no other thoughts besides smiling. The material and durability of these clothes are quite good. He had worn them for several days, and only lost 1 point of durability. Later, after reinforcement, they were repaired and the durability was increased even more. Currently, the durability of his equipment is highest on the woven basket, with 994 per thousand remaining. I'm not sure if the basket's durability is high because the creator is very skilled, the materials are of high quality, or because the equipment itself is durable. In any case, the durability drops by 1 per thousand each day. This might be because he hasn't bumped or scraped it, so there's no damage, and it naturally loses a small amount each day. Apart from his shirt and the new weapon he just got, the other 3 cotton clothes he wears lose 1% of durability each day. If they wear out, they might break more quickly. He trains for a while, then cooks and eats. After lunch, the heavy rain gradually lessened and finally stopped. There's no more rain. I should go plant those sweet potato seedlings. After eating, Yi Qian packs his bag, puts away the umbrella, and carries the small tabby cat on his shoulder as he heads outside. Once outside, the ground is still too wet. Yi Qian removes some surface water, then briefly turns the soil and plants 6 new sweet potato seedlings on the ridges. In the field, there are now 27 sweet potato seedlings. 17 are growing, and 10 are still young. The land with cabbage planted on it is 5 times 2 meters, with 10 plants, and will be ready for harvest in 1 day. Another cabbage field of the same size also has 10 plants, and will be ready to harvest in 1 day. There are 20 cabbages in total, and they will all be ready to harvest in 1 day. The potato field is 10 times 20 meters, with 225 potatoes planted. They will be mature in 3 days. The spacing is a bit sparse, so he needs to watch out for weeds. The potato field still has weeds. Yi Qian squats down and quickly pulls out the sprouted weeds. Because the area is large and he has other tasks, he can't deal with the weeds that haven't sprouted yet for now. The potatoes were fertilized by scarecrows and then drained with water. After several special effects stacked together, they still need 3 days to mature. The speed-up effect is quite good. Yi Qian is especially looking forward to whether his skills will improve after leveling up, or if the scarecrow's skills will increase. He leaves the potato field and goes to check on the peppers and cherry tomatoes that will be ready for harvest tomorrow. Because the bunny ear grass has not been accelerated, but yesterday's heavy rain and fertilization have had some effect. Currently, it shows that 9 days are needed before the next harvest. Yi Qian looked at his current survival points, which totaled over 14,000. He needs 12 pounds of resources per day, and on average, 1 pound of plant nutrient solution costs 20 survival points. He spent 4,800 survival points to buy 240 pounds of plant nutrient solution, which he stored in the accelerator. With 20 days, he can activate double speed growth. A small plot of land planted with corn, 5 by 4 meters, 70 plants, entering maturity in 9 days. Weeds are too many, so we need to remove weeds to ensure normal crop growth and yield. The corn has already sprouted, and each seedling is now about 15 to 20 centimeters tall. The system shows too many weeds, so Yi Qian continues to pull them out. Sure enough, The growth time for these crops is a bit longer than for vegetables. Squatting on the ground pulling weeds, Yiqian looks at the timer on the cornfield and remembers some information he saw in the chat channel. Vegetables, if not accelerated at all, take about 25 to 30 days to harvest. Grains, without acceleration, need 40 to 60 days to reach harvest stage. Mutant plants used for breeding and seedling cultivation, even with no acceleration, only take about 15 to 20 days. The fastest are the yield-type mutant plants, which are similar to bunny ear grass and can be harvested in just 15 days. Sometimes, these mutant plants may have unexpected situations, and super acceleration can help them pass a growth stage instantly. Tortoiseshell, let's go. We're going mushroom hunting. After clearing the weeds from the cornfield, Yiqian carried little Tortoiseshell out and headed straight to the mountaintop, then over the hill to the back mountain to pick mushrooms. Meow Tortoiseshell rested on his shoulder for a while, then jumped down and started digging at the ground. In the small woods, because weeds and dead leaves had been cleared earlier, mushrooms are now very obvious. Yiqian was quite happy to find them. Little Tortoiseshell also looked around on the ground, then meowed to signal Yiqian to come and dig. Undetermined plant root system, Yiqian didn't need tools. He wrapped a water rope around a small section of underground plant roots and pulled it out directly. He dug it out and put it away. Little Tabby continued running on the damp ground, sniffing around here and there. When it found the same smell, it called Yiqian over to dig it out. You don't have a skill for finding mutated plants, so normally, you shouldn't be doing this job. Yiqian, walking along the path Little Tabby had run, found an unidentified mutated plant. He confirmed again that Little Tabby was asking him to dig up plant roots just to make him happy. Its information tag shows alertness, speed, and sharp claws. It doesn't have search or treasure hunting skills. That time, it was happy to see itself holding a mutated plant root, so it sniffed the smell and kept looking for similar items. Before being identified, the unidentified mutated plant looked just like various grasses and mushrooms, so Little Tabby couldn't tell them apart. Meow, when Little Tabby heard Yiqian talking, it looked back, then continued sniffing the ground. It found a new mutated plant root and called Yiqian again. Good girl. Rest for a bit if you're tired. These are good things, but this isn't really your main job. Yiqian came over, dug out a piece of grass root, and put it with some mushrooms into his backpack. He picked up Little Tabby and rubbed it in his arms. A gentle mist covered Little Tabby's body, especially since it kept sniffing everywhere and got muddy on its face. The soft water washed away the dirt, even cleaning its paws. The little muddy kitten turned back into a cute, soft Little Tabby cat. Meow snuggled in his arms. Little Tabby tilted its head and pawed at Yiqian's collar, curious why he wasn't working anymore. Is it time to go home? Stay here quietly. We'll pick some berries, then head back. Yiqian looked down. Little Tabby didn't understand why it couldn't keep working. He also left the woods and went to a shrubbery area slightly lower on the mountain. He changed location and started picking berries and various mushrooms from the bushes. Meow Mew, seeing that they moved to a new place, Little Tabby understood. It rubbed its little head against Yiqian, then jumped onto his shoulder and lay there, scanning the surroundings to make sure no snakes or mice were nearby. This area is still close to the mountaintop. For now, there are no wild animals around. The wild mushrooms here are quite large. Yiqian keeps picking berries, collecting mushrooms, and gathering wild vegetables whenever he sees them. He moves slowly through this small patch of bushes. The wild vegetables, grass mushrooms, and berries in his backpack are gradually piling up. In the separate compartments of his backpack, there are still unidentified plants, plant fruits, and roots that keep increasing. He has enough stamina and moves pretty quickly. By the end of the afternoon, when Yiqian returns home in the evening, the 3 remaining unidentified green items in his backpack have increased to 23, 19, and 24 respectively. He also has 28.6 pounds of wild vegetables, 13 pounds of berries, and 73.8 pounds of grass mushrooms. At the door of his house, Yiqian goes to the sweet potato field and picks 1.3 pounds of sweet potato leaves. He loves eating sweet potato leaves. 0997. Yiqian, I only picked a little over a pound of sweet potato leaves, just enough for a simple salad. Yiqian sends a message to Luo Shan, then goes home. After greeting the snake-loving grass and soul-devouring rose, he puts down his woven basket. Standing in the yard, he rinses himself with spring water, removing all the water from his body and clothes. He shakes his dry hair and looks up. His hair on the forehead has already grown to the level of his eyebrows. In just a month, his short haircut has grown this long. Should he get a haircut? But he doesn't know how to cut hair, and no one is around here. Maybe he shouldn't cut it. Little Tabby sits on his shoulder, playfully hooking his not-so-long hair with its tiny paws. Meow. Little Tabby brushes against Yi Qian's hair and nuzzles his head. Although Yi Qian's hair is much coarser than its fur, Little Tabby is happy after a few rubs. Do as you like, just don't pull my hair, Yi Qian says, gently patting Little Tabby's head, feeling in a good mood as he starts cooking. Luo Shan hasn't replied to him yet. It's not until Yi Qian finds an unhatched chicken egg and makes a chicken and vegetable soup with shredded chicken and cabbage for dinner and eats it with Little Tabby that he finally receives a reply. 0001. Roshan. Earning £1 is already good enough. I didn't plan what to eat tonight, so just give me a few chili peppers. I'll make half a cold salad and cook some noodles. I'm already hungry before even cooking. Roshan replied to the message, found a good spot, and set down the house. The house became bigger when it was on the ground. He went inside to check the home situation. The few fruits in the water tank had indeed come out to cause trouble again. Luckily, most of the furniture in the house was fixed in place, or these little ones might have torn everything apart. Even so, the messy things in the house still needed some tidying up. The kitchen door was locked, and the ingredients inside were safe. It showed that these little ones still understood some rules. While kneading the dough and making noodles, Roshan thought about how these little ones used to sneak out and run along the river, almost getting eaten when they disappeared from sight. He chuckled softly. His apprentice was better. He was well-behaved since he was young. Now, he was preparing something delicious for him. He was a good kid, much better than the little ones at home and those who turned against him after being raised. The difference was huge. It was a pity that he had awakened an auxiliary system. If only his little apprentice had a pure combat type, he would need to find people and let him gain more experience through battles. But with an auxiliary type, it was too dangerous. He thought it was better to let him grow slowly in a relatively safe place. The outside world wasn't suitable for quiet and stable children. 0997. Yi Qian noodles? Do you have extra? Give me some noodles. I've been eating steamed buns every day. It's been a long time since I had homemade hand-pulled noodles. Yi Qian saw that the old con man was planning to eat noodles and was momentarily stunned. Then he straightforwardly asked for some. 0001. Roshan. Wait a moment. I'll make some and give it to you soon. You little rascal, you should learn a bit. Making your favorite dishes is basic skills. There's no delivery service at the door now. Roshan smiled when he saw the message. Then he added some noodles, water, and eggs. His clumsy apprentice was indeed not very good at cooking. It took me several years to learn how to cook a dish well enough to eat, but I haven't mastered the finer details. I once tried to fold a bun, but it burst at the edges. 0997. Yi Qian, I'm waiting. I'll wash the sweet potato leaves and wild vegetables. You can just put them directly into the pot later. Having noodles to eat is enough. Although he already had dinner, he can save some to cook and eat tomorrow morning. When he was very young, his grandmother liked to cook a small pot of noodles in the morning. That was the family's breakfast. He heard that when his grandmother was 5 or 6 years old, she was taught little by his great-uncle, Luo Shan, who at that time called himself Yimo. Day 22, 5 hours 23 minutes and 15 seconds. Clear, 19 degrees Celsius 26 degrees Celsius. Northeast breeze level 3, another new day. After waking up, Yi Qian looked at the weather. He went to the simple kitchen, took out the hand-pulled egg noodles prepared last night by the old con artist. He boiled water, added some cabbage and shredded meat, sprinkled some chopped cilantro, and fresh chili flakes. Meow. The little tabby cat ate noodles without chili flakes. It was the first time the little cat had eaten noodles. At first, it was cautious, tasting a little. When it liked it, it started biting and eating eagerly. Heard someone say when he was a child that feeding cats noodles might make them bring snakes home, but there's no need to worry about that in his house. The cat is already very interested in snakes. Yi Qian watched the cat eat, very sure that his little cat's love for snakes had nothing to do with noodles. In fact, The reason it was so happy now was probably because noodles are long and like, meow, meow. The little cat looked up at Yi Qian, saw that he was already eating, then lowered its head and continued to eat the noodles and shredded meat in the bowl eagerly. Eagerly, only when its mouth was wide open, but since it's a small cat, it didn't eat much. The sky cleared. At noon, it was time to harvest seeds. This morning, he planned to go to the hillside to take a look. He finished eating and checked today's tasks, gathering and patrolling. That was a perfect chance to visit the hillside. If the grass could be harvested, it could be sold to make more money. The chives and cilantro seeds are now in the harvest period. However, Yi Qian feels that since the seeds haven't seen sunlight during their ripening time, it might not be ideal. So, he decides to wait a bit longer. Also, the scarecrow made of fresh grass is ready. The scarecrow's skill is fertilizing. Maybe it can help speed up growth or increase yield. Even if the harvest time won't change for the already mature plants, other plants might ripen earlier. Meow, little Tabby rests on Yi Qian's shoulder. When Yi Qian goes to greet the snake moss and soul-devouring rose, the cat also reaches out a paw, tapping the leaves here and the flower branches there. You guys just spoil it. Yi Qian watches the playful kitten and then looks at the soul-devouring rose, which has no more thorns. He smiles and shakes his head, happy to see little Tabby being so loved. But the rose is gone again. The soul-devouring rose can be harvested every 3 days. Then it sprouts again and continues to grow and bloom. He once picked a flower, thinking the new bloom would stay longer. Tabby, let's go. The house is left to the snake moss and soul-devouring rose. Yi Qian watches them play for a while, then picks up the cat, greets the two plants that look adorable but are actually fierce enough to eat large snakes, and leaves the house with a basket on his back. The day before yesterday, it rained lightly. Yesterday, it rained heavily. After the heavy rain, the low weeds on the hillside look very clean, with no bits of grass or dead leaves left. Only small patches of lush green grass remain, their blades close to the ground, tough and resilient. The snakeberry has been washed away, leaving no trace. Walking down the hillside, the soil on the path is moist enough, with a layer of weeds barely holding on, so it's not slippery with mud. Meow woo, little Tabby rests on Yi Qian's shoulder, curiously watching the grassland ahead. In just a few days, the grass has grown again to about 2 meters. It seems the soil here is very good. Since it's grown so tall, we'll harvest all of it. Seeing little Tabby relaxed, Yi Qian confirms there are no special creatures nearby. A water vine flies into the grassland, touching the ground, and begins harvesting again. Layer after layer, fresh green grass was cut and fallen to the ground. When enough was gathered, it was tied with grass ropes and brought back, then hung up for sale, ready for another harvest. Under his feet was the same large stone as before. The rain had washed it clean, leaving no dust on its surface. Meow. The little Tabby cat raised its paw and tapped the umbrella handle, tilting its head to look at the open umbrella above, curious. Earlier, it was raining, and the umbrella was used to block the rain, just like the one on its head. This can't be chewed. It might hurt your teeth. Yi Qian watched the little cat press its paw against the umbrella handle, sometimes nibbling and sometimes sniffing, clearly wanting to chew it again. But this, really, can't be chewed. Meow meow. The little cat tilted its head, obediently lying down and observing the surroundings when Yi Qian reached out to pet its head. It didn't understand, but that was okay. Received a private message from friend 0012. Zhang Wei, 0012. Zhang Wei. Brother Yi, selling over 600 gene of grass. Isn't that you again? When Zhang Wei saw someone mention hanging up another bundle of grass, he didn't complain in the chat channel, but directly asked Yi Qian. 0997. Yi Qian. Yes, I just hung it up. Brother Zhang, you noticed so quickly. Yi Qian had told him before that he was just outside cutting grass and selling it. Now, he specifically came to ask, could it be just to confirm if it was really him? 0012. Zhang Wei. Well, I'm just curious. Have you ever thought about turning over that patch of tall grass and planting some seeds? It would grow quickly and yield a lot, making more money than just selling grass, plus gaining lots of farming experience. Looking at the bundle of grass for sale, Zhang Wei really felt it was a waste. If it were crops, just planting them would give a lot of experience and money. Yesterday's heavy rain caused many farming players to complain that their experience points were washed away. Some even tried to rescue their crops despite landslides, showing how difficult it was to gain farming experience. 0997. Yiqian, Brother Zhang, do you think it's possible that a land where grass grows so well could have many creatures that could easily take my life? Yiqian looked at the other person's long list of plans and guesses, feeling helpless. He replied, telling him not to only think about gaining experience. At least, he needed to stay alive to keep earning experience. 0012. Zhang Wei, that's true. So, you're sneaking out to cut grass while the monsters aren't home. Be careful. I won't bother you anymore. I found a seed while gathering outside, and I wanted to ask if you want it. We can talk about it when you get back. No rush. Zhang Wei didn't know how much he was imagining, so after sending the message, he stopped bothering Yiqian and didn't go to the chat channel to discuss how the grass cutter was doing. He also didn't know if the previous buyers found the grass useful as feed, but now, after a few comments in the chat, the grass Yiqian just put up for sale was bought. He sold a pound for 2 survival points. Yiqian quickly harvested, brought it back, and put it on the market again, continuing to harvest. By the end of the morning, he had harvested over 7,000 pounds of grass, and nearly 15,000 survival points were quickly credited to his account. Li Huan, let's go. The bushes over there look good, but they're not suitable for us to go through yet. Yiqian held his small, fierce, fluffy Li Huan in his arms, waved his snake-patterned black umbrella, and turned to head up the mountain. In those bushes, there were many small red or orange fruits. He was about to go see after cutting the grass, when Li Huan suddenly warned him. He also spotted the hidden ambusher among the bright red and orange fruits. Hidden wing butterfly. Level 2 mutated butterfly, highly toxic, good at hiding, strong territorial awareness, not an aggressive wild creature. Combat power estimated between 100 and 200. This was the first time Yiqian saw detailed information about a wild mutated creature beyond just its health bar. This is a basic skill for hunters, allowing them to see the level, ability tags, and current combat power range of wild creatures. However, it's not something you see instantly. You need to stare for 3 seconds and naturally consume some mental energy for these hints to appear. In the end, it's a skill that consumes energy, different from the usual profession-related information hints. Besides the butterfly, Yiqian also saw the information about the shrub where the hidden wing butterfly was resting. Red honey fruit cluster. Level 1 mutant berry, shrub, red fruits can refresh, orange fruits can detoxify. This belongs to the gathering category. You can see the level of the mutated plant and the effects of its fruits. Of course, ordinary non-mutant plants also display their names. However, since normal creatures lack special labels or information, only their names and health bars for combat are shown. They didn't delay on the way. Yiqian carried the cat straight home. Such territorial mutant creatures, when our strength isn't enough, we must stay far away. They weren't there before, but suddenly appeared later. Yiqian sat under the eaves, petting the little tabby cat, talking to himself. In the past 2 days, his mental energy training and control practice had slightly improved his strength, but only a little. Combat power, 41, 56 from special abilities. His physical fitness increased a bit, and his water control skills improved by 3 points. His total combat power is still under 100. His water control alone is just over 50. He doesn't think he can control a creature with a combat power of over 100, possibly even 200, that can fly, turn invisible, and even carry toxins. Chances are high that he wouldn't be able to control it. If he provoked it, escaping might be impossible. Also, Yiqian isn't someone who likes to take risks. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen the planning category. Meow. The little tabby knew they were safe at home, rubbing its small head against Yiqian's face, seeming to comfort him. Don't worry. As long as we don't bother it, it won't fly up the mountain. Most of this area on the mountain is a relatively peaceful and safe zone. Yiqian gently rubbed the little cat, placing the basket and umbrella against the wall. He took some grass, wrapped it, and made a scarecrow. Level 1 scarecrow, planting/support category, pest control, remaining work time. For hours the previous scarecrow had fallen apart into scattered straw. Yiqian's mental energy consumption this morning was quite high, so now he could only make a scarecrow that would last 4 hours. Seeing the scarecrow start working, Yi Qian drank some mountain spring water, then lay down with the cat to rest. Opening a private chat with a friend, he responded to the previous message. 0997. Yi Qian, Brother Zhang, I'm back home. Is that seed a mutated one? Yi Qian checked his survival points. There are 23,620 points. If the seed isn't too special, he can afford it. 0012. Zhang Wei. Little Yi. Do you have any more materials for mutated plants? Just the same quality as last time. I've got something good this time, let me show you. Zhang Wei responded quickly, and even though they couldn't see each other, his proud tone was obvious. But, of course, he wanted the good stuff. Seeing the trade request, Yi Qian clicked agree and saw a small root system image sent by the other person. Level 2 grape seedling, blue quality, plantable, perennial, produces mutant plant seedlings. This grape seedling is a producing type, like the rabbit ear grass, but it's blue quality and a fruit. After ripening, the blue quality grapes should have special effects, whether for sale or personal use. 0997. Yi Qian. Only last time's plant materials are blue quality. Yi Qian checked his backpack. He still had 2 blood soul vine tendrils and 6 that had been struck by lightning. Since the other person wanted materials with attributes, it could only be the lightning-struck ones. So, can 6 blue-quality plant materials exchange for a blue-quality, perennial, mutant fruit-producing plant seedling? It's just a seedling, after all. He searched the marketplace. There were fewer than 100 seeds and seedlings of the same level, and they were all perennial, producing, fruit-type plants. There was a pomegranate seedling, a mango seedling, and a raspberry. The only similar concepts to the grapevine were 3 others, priced at 666,666, 999,999, and 1,111,111. After checking their prices, Yi Qian had a feeling that all these seedlings were probably listed by the same person. But they've been listed for a long time, and no one has bought them. 0012. Zhang Wei. That works too, Brother Yi. Look at these grape seedlings. They're pretty good, right? 5 of them, similar in quality and size to the last batch. If we exchange 5, what do you think? Zhang Wei thought for a moment and didn't ask for anything too high. He now needed materials, and these special attribute materials, although auctioned for over 20,000, are quite rare. Especially since Yi Qian's family's materials have some lightning attributes, which are very powerful and thus more expensive. At about 30,000 each, 5 would total around 150,000. A single mutated seedling normally wouldn't sell for more than 20,000. So, since the price difference isn't too big, he chose to trade with Yi Qian. 0997. Yi Qian. Sure, once the grapes ripen, I'll send 2 bunches to Brother Zhang to try. Yi Qian was very happy with this trade. Although there are few remaining blue-quality mutated plant materials, 1 bunch of grapes is worth much more to him than those materials. 0012. Zhang Wei. Then, thank you very much, Brother Yi. Zhang Wei was also very satisfied, especially because Yi Qian's attitude was so good. Although when the grapes will ripen or whether they will be given at that time is uncertain, he has already heard that it will happen. He has many friends he can trade with, but only a few can reach a friendly agreement on both sides. Most of the time, they argue over prices and get annoyed. So, for good long-term items, he prefers to skip those who cause trouble. Level 2 grape seedling, blue quality, plantable, perennial, produces mutant plant seedlings, requires a grape trellis for cultivation. After receiving the grape seedlings, Yi Qian examined the young plants, and then got up to leave. Meow, when Yi Qian stood up, the little tabby cat jumped onto his shoulder, holding on tightly. Grapes should be planted somewhere separate, probably on the east side. Yi Qian looked at his eastern field outside the yard. It's flatter than the west side. He quickly started working with an iron pickaxe on the breeding and seedling field north of his house. Although it consumed a lot of mental energy, his physical strength was still sufficient for now. Yi Qian worked quickly, clearing out a neat, square 100-square-meter piece of land. Level 2 mutant grape, blue quality, growing area 10 by 10, 1 plant, seedling adaptation period, enters growth stage after 1 day, requires a grape trellis for support during growth. After planting the grape seedling, Yi Qian looked at the prompt and started thinking about how to make a grape trellis. Bamboo isn't suitable, it's too slippery. Wood is better, especially very sturdy wood. Sitting on the ground to rest, Yi Qian began searching to see if there was anyone selling such items. After searching around, he didn't find anything he liked. He checked his survival points and decided to ask someone who might know more. 0997. Yi Qian, have you had lunch? By the way, can you build a grape trellis? One that's 3 meters high and covers about 100 square meters. Yi Qian usually sends simple, friendly messages. 0987. Yun Fenglei, eating now. You little brother, you finally have a new idea. I'll think about how to build this thing. Also, a green quality grape trellis costs only 10,000 survival points. I want to figure out how to make it last longer. By the way, are your grapevines in the middle or on the side? Yun Fenglei was very interested in Yi Qian's request. You can weave baskets, craft equipment, build houses, even make nets to fish in the water. Now, you can also build a grape trellis. Extending this idea, you could make all kinds of flower stands. 0997. Yi Qian. In the middle, climbing from the middle out freely. Yi Qian no longer thought 10,000 survival points was too expensive, since it covered a 100 square meter plot and would be quite sturdy and durable. Li Hua, I'm here to farm. Some people work hard fighting, but others are just looking for fun. Sitting on the ground, Yi Qian stroked the small Li Hua cat, petting its fur. When it raised its paw, he pressed his face against its paw pad and rubbed it. Meow, the little Li Hua pawed gently, its round eyes wide with happiness as it played with Yi Qian. You're just here to keep me company. From eating steamed buns to finally having some meat to eat. Yi Qian patted the kitten's head, holding the tiny Li Hua, only 2 months old, and expressed feelings only he understood. But because no one else understood, he just talked to himself, venting about the gap between himself and others. But he also knew clearly that his current strength and life were already above average. Most players he saw didn't interact much with others, but he saw many messages in the chat channel. His combat power was less than 10 points. Every day, he did daily tasks, gathered wild vegetables and mushrooms near his home in safe areas, or chopped trees and vines, and broke some stones and bricks. Although these things didn't sell for much money, they could ensure he had bread, pickles, and drinking water every day. As long as he was willing to work, he wouldn't starve. But to earn survival points, he needed to buy seeds, plant crops, and wait for them to grow and be harvested to gain experience. He had to save money carefully. In 3 or 4 days, he could gather 100 survival points to buy a pack of cabbage or radish seeds. A pack has 10 seeds, and when harvested, they give 10 experience points. Every day, many people in the chat channel cursed and complained about how hard life was, how difficult it was to earn experience, and how a cabbage was already mature, but he still hadn't finished planting it. He just liked eating crunchy, tender bok choy. Some people also came to complain that after planting a few days of crops, a wild chicken came and destroyed several plants. Others found a common treasure chest nearby, opened it, and got 2 ordinary seeds, happily sharing their good luck in the chat channel. Except for some topics related to Yi Qian or major events, most of the chat messages Yi Qian saw were about ordinary people's survival. So Yi Qian knew very well that he had already surpassed many people. Even the few friends he added were all with IDs under 1,000. Of course, this wasn't because he didn't want to add more friends, but because the only way to add friends was through the announcement when he first received the skill book. After that, even if others knew his ID and name, it was useless. The way to add friends in this world was only through the chat channel, where you could look up records and send requests. There was no way to search by ID or name to add friends. Maybe this was a protection for those who preferred to stay quiet. Let's eat first. After we're full, we'll go harvest the seeds. Yi Qian sat on the ground, feeling a bit nostalgic and comforting himself. Then he hugged the little tabby cat and went home to prepare lunch. At noon, he simply sliced some meat and cooked some Chinese cabbage. When it was ready, he added a little chili powder and chopped cilantro. Although he hasn't bought oil yet, the edges of the pork are a bit fatty. He cut some to stir fry, which smells much better than the previous stew. Meow, the little tabby cat is not picky about food. Since there is meat in the dish, Yi Qian gives it more meat. Since he brought the cat home, even when it was just soaked bread, it could eat heartily. Now it still does. The only thing is, at first, it always tastes the food to see if it's hot enough. Every time he sees the cat eat so happily, Yiqian feels like he's eating more enjoyably too. 0987. Yun Fenglei. Brother Yi, the grape trellis is ready. Please check if it needs any changes. If not, we can proceed with the trade. Yun Fenglei sent a private message to Yi Qian around 1 p.m. The grape trellis is finished. When Yi Qian opened the trade, he saw the trellis and had no objections. He paid 10,000 survival points to the other person. The top of the trellis has a hole about half a meter in diameter in the middle. This is for the grape vines to pass through, since no one knows how tall the vines will grow. The flat, expanded trellis has a grid pattern with twisting and intertwining vines. Each horizontal and vertical line is made of 10 vines twisted together. The 3.5-meter high pillars are also entwined with vines. There are 16 pillars in total, each buried about half a meter into the ground, arranged in a scattered pattern. Once the soil is packed firmly around the buried parts, they are like roots spreading underground. The 16 pillars are spread out in 4 circles. The outermost corners have the thickest pillars. Inside, there is a 4-corner support to adjust direction, and further inside, another set of 4 support pillars are staggered for stability. The 4 inner pillars are about half a meter inside the central round hole, supporting the structure while also protecting the grapevines. Perhaps, in the world he originally came from, people with special powers were very friendly, so they didn't see the need to hide. Yi Qian placed the grape trellis against the wall and asked the snake-mimic grass to help move it outside the wall. If he carried it through the gate, he would need to hide the leaves of the snake-mimic grass, which would be more complicated. He stepped out of the door to the area where grapes were planted in the east. Yi Qian found a spot and started digging a hole, often glancing at the grape trellis with a slightly helpless smile. In the past, he thought that having special abilities meant he needed to hide them, or he might become a target someday. After being explained by Moo Moo, and now seeing this woven grape trellis that clearly revealed many details, he suddenly understood. They have always been open about their abilities because, from a young age, they admired, worshipped, and valued strength and glory. Perhaps the worlds they came from are the same, similar environments, similar chances of awakening, and similar ways of showing their powers. But people in these 2 worlds, especially some individuals, their choices have made people with similar powers develop into 2 very different kinds of thinkers. Meow, little tabby cat sensed that Yi Qian was feeling a bit unstable. It came over, nuzzling his face with its small head, then raised its paw and pressed it against Yi Qian's ear. It's still small and wanted to pat his head, because Yi Qian liked to gently rub its head, especially when it sensed danger and became agitated. Unfortunately, it couldn't reach. I'm fine. I was just thinking about when we might become strong enough not to be bound by past thoughts. Yi Qian turned back, rubbing his face against the little tabby's body, and smiled. Although in this world, having certain powers means you're less likely to be attacked, he still didn't want to reveal any information. Now, this life is good. Living alone with a cat, some grass, flowers, fields, a spring, mountains, and water. Farming, raising chickens, and later, when the fish fry grow bigger, building a pond. He really enjoys this kind of rural life. Meow, little tabby looked at Yi Qian and smiled. It also blinked happily and rubbed its head against him. Cats are happy just by being close. This is our grapevine. When it grows taller and climbs up, it will spread out and produce bunches of grapes. Yi Qian finished planting the grape trellis and walked outside the fence. He reached out and gently touched the leaves of the snake vine, sharing some information about the grape seedlings and the trellis. The snake vine was very interested in the small seedling outside. After confirming it was his, he leaned in to observe it for a while, then looked disappointed and pulled back. Without consciousness, it couldn't communicate or explore basic information. It will grow, bloom, and produce fruit to be picked and eaten. It's different. Yi Qian sensed the snake vine's feelings and patiently explained that not all mutated plants are the same. Currently, the grapevine and rabbit-ear grass are considered similar mutants. The snake vine and soul-devouring rose are also similar mutants. The fragrant bamboo and the coxcomb flower, which has already grown over 10 centimeters in the chicken coop, are of the same mutation type. Meow, little tabby watched Yi Qian playing with the snake vine. It also went over, hugging the snake vine's leaves and playing happily. After little tabby approached, the snake vine didn't mind the new visitor at home. It wrapped its leaves around the kitten and played together. Sure enough, little Tabby really needs to be comforted. Seeing them happy, Yiqian didn't disturb them and sighed softly before walking to the nearby breeding and seedling field. Today, the seeds here are ready for harvest. Level 1 cilantro, green quality, seeds are mature and ready for harvest. Level 1 chives, green quality. Chive sprout 1, seeds are mature and ready for harvest. Chive sprout 2, will bloom in 5 days. The cilantro is fully mature and the whole plant needs to be pulled out for harvest. When he first started the game, the bamboo basket that came with the planting box was useful now. Harvesting level 1 mutated plants. Planting experience 100. Yiqian placed the basket aside, pulled out the cilantro with seeds, and put it into the basket. Harvesting a whole mutant plant grants 100 experience points, which is quite normal. Now, I have harvested, but I can't take out the seeds directly. Yiqian reached out and plucked the mature leek moss. Harvested a level 1 mutant plant, 100 planting experience. After gaining 2 rounds of 100 experience each, Yiqian felt a bit excited. The experience gained from harvesting was really good. However, this was only a small part. Yiqian looked at the coriander full of seeds and the leek moss in his hand. He was very sure that the upcoming planting experience would increase many times more than before. Coriander seeds, 988. The coriander seeds were in a basket. Yiqian placed them in the yard to dry for a while, then carefully picked them out one by one, splitting each small round fruit into 2. This way, each fruit produced 2 seeds. From this relatively small coriander plant, a total of 988 seeds appeared. Of course, this was the final result after some yield increase. Yiqian first stored the coriander seeds. Next, he looked at the mature seeds on the leek moss. This leek moss had 22 flowers, each with a triangular shape. Inside each triangle, there were 2 seeds. Each flower had 6 seeds, and with 22 flowers, there were 132 seeds in total, all intact and undamaged. Because the scarecrow had been handling various tasks and several effect boosts had been activated, this harvest was really excellent. After storing the seeds, Yiqian started planning where to plant them all. Coriander was harvested all at once. He could clear a piece of wasteland there and start planting. For the leek moss, as long as it didn't die, he could harvest it repeatedly in cycles. Thinking about how each harvest of leek moss would increase his experience by over 100, Yiqian was sure he wanted to plant the leek moss near his house. The 2 cabbage fields in front of the house could be harvested soon. After gathering them and tidying up the land, he would plant there. There was enough water, and because it was close to his door, it was very convenient. When the scarecrow handled plants of the same level, it prioritized based on the distance from the house, gradually completing the task. Little Hua, go play with them. I'll stay here. After collecting the seeds and going out to harvest the cabbages, Yiqian left the little Hua near the snake grass. 20 heads of cabbage were pulled out and put into the backpack, earning 20 experience points. However, no seeds dropped. This result was not surprising at all. After harvesting the cabbage, Yiqian went to pick the small chili peppers again, and it showed this was the 3rd harvest. He picked over 60 small chili peppers, and nearly 100 green ones remained. The size of the remaining peppers suggests they will all ripen soon. But currently, there is no new information indicating any change. The chili peppers only give 2 experience points each because there are only 2 plants. The tomatoes were also harvested a second time. Over 60 small tomatoes from 2 plants and over 40 large tomatoes from 6 plants. Additionally, 3 sweet potato seedlings were pulled today to be replanted later. Overall, today's harvest gave Yiqian a total of 233 experience points. Take a break, have some water, then continue. After harvesting the vegetables, Yiqian returned to the yard, washed his face with spring water, drank some mountain spring water, and sat on the ground to rest. Next to him, a branch of the soul-devouring rose leaned over. Its sharp, small thorny leaves tried to curl inward, hiding the thorns, then approached Yiqian's hand and poked it. Since lunch, the soul-devouring rose had only seen Yiqian playing with the snake grass and ignored it, which made it feel upset. It's not that I'm ignoring you. I'm working over there, so I didn't come here. Yiqian raised his finger, gently touched the approaching leaves, then opened his hand to catch the leaves and comforted the soul-devouring rose. which seemed to feel ignored. After resting for a while, the rose was satisfied and straightened its branches, blooming and absorbing energy from the air. He stood up and went out again. First, he planted chives, which didn't need to be too loose. 6 plants made a small cluster, enough to plant 22 clusters in total. However, regardless of how densely they are planted, the harvest is counted per plant. Planting chives is simple. The cilantro field is a newly cleared 20 square meter plot, where he sowed 988 seeds. Player, Zone 8181, number 0997. Yiqian Career Path, Farming, Level 1, 1124/10,000/Basic All-Round Survivor Special Ability. Water Element Control Skills. Synthesis, Level 1, Support, Plant Communication, Level 1, 78 out of 100. Scarecrow, Level 1, 7 out of 100. Combat Power, 41. 56 from Special Ability, Survival Points. 13,620 Equipment. Reinforced Vined Leather Armor, Purple. Reinforced Snake Pattern Umbrella, Blue. Pure Cotton Vine Pants, Green. Pure Cotton Underwear, Green. Thick-soled. Cotton Shoes, Green. Vine Basket. Blood Soul Vine Branches, Blue. X2, Lightning Struck Vine Remains, Blue. X1, Unidentified Plants, Green. X23, Unidentified Plant Fruits, Green. X19, Unidentified Plant Roots, Green. X24, Rabbit Ear Grass Leaves, 234 gene. Wild Mushrooms, 65. 8 gene. Wild Vegetables, 16.1 gene. Berries, 6.2 gene. Assets, Simple Wooden Bamboo House, Fenced Yard of 317.5 square meters, Chicken Coop, Mountain Spring Water Inlet, Water Well Farming Land. Level 2 Mutant Grapes, 1. Level 1 Rabbit Ear Grass, 1. Corn, 70. Sweet Potatoes, 30. Potatoes, 225. Cilantro, 988. Chives, 132. Green Grass, 16. Chili Peppers, 2. Cherry Tomatoes, 2. Large Tomatoes, 6. Domestic Battle Beast. Cat, Cub, Level 1 Mutant. Alert, Speed, Sharp Claws, Mutant Plants. Level 2 Snake Mysterious Grass, grows. Level 2 Soul-Eating Rose, grows. Level 2 Fragrant Bamboo, seedling. Level 1 Coxcomb Flower, seedling, breeding plants. Chives 1, Sweet Potatoes 1. Wheat 3 Raising Animals. Chicken Coop, 1 Rooster, 1 Hen, 3 Unhatched Eggs, 7 Colored Treasure Light Gourd Bee, Queen Bee 1. Worker Bees 17. After planting everything, Yiqian made a scarecrow, then went home to rest and prepare dinner. Sitting under the eaves, looking at his personal info panel, Yiqian began to calculate how long it would take to level up. Forget it, no need to overthink. Worrying won't help. I should keep working hard. At least I need to make sure everything survives. And Yiqian looked to the east, where only a seed of chive sprouts and a cilantro plant remained. He had obtained over 1,000 seeds from them. Each seed represents 1 experience point. When it comes to planting, the main focus is still on breeding good seeds.